Beixuan reincarnated into the world of Naruto, becoming an ordinary ninja in Konoha, utilizing a unique ability that allows him to acquire one power every 3 years. He steadily grows stronger in the ninja realm. At the tender age of 3, Beixuan received his first extraordinary ability, the Golden Light Spell. This technique, which harmonizes life and cultivation, laid the foundation for his future strength. By the age of 6, he obtained the soul bone of our sea god's mother, granting him extraordinary vitality that enabled his body to flourish. 89. Beixuan acquired the ability of summoning. Chapter 1. Beixuan. In the ninja world, within the village of Konoha, the sunset's afterglow cast a warm light upon the leaves, infusing the lush greenery with golden hues. Another failure? A child sat beneath a tree, gazing at the golden light on his finger. A hint of helplessness etched across his face. This child, named Beixuan, had traversed into the world of Naruto due to a fortuitous incident. Initially, upon his arrival, he envisioned himself as a transcendent being wielding the power to challenge formidable foes. Unfortunately, his ability, while advantageous, was not of the all-powerful variety. Since his birth, whether due to his reincarnation or not, Beixuan could only vaguely perceive his surroundings. Without the constant murmur of voices around him, he might have believed he had simply transformed into a mere ball of flesh. Furthermore, the fragility of his infant body hindered him from fully controlling his newfound existence. Consequently, his awareness of the world was minimal, with only fleeting moments of clarity. He meandered through his early years in a haze, until after his first birthday, when he began to gain better control over his body. Upon realizing he had entered the world of Naruto, Beixuan was filled with trepidation, for it was a realm known for its harshness. As a commoner without the famed ocular powers, he feared that a life of mediocrity awaited him, relegated to merely witnessing the brilliance of the truly gifted. Yet in the beginning, he did not feel utterly disheartened. After all, there were notable figures such as Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, who originated from humble beginnings. Although their paths were transformed through mentorship, it did not negate the possibility of other commoners rising to greatness through their own efforts. As for Guy, though he too was a commoner, he possessed a unique ancestral technique that set him apart. Tio Beixuan. His family lacked any such inheritance that could elevate him to the level of Kage. However, on his 3rd birthday, all his anxieties dissipated with the emergence of a radiant golden light. That day, as he slumbered, he found himself in a nebulous realm enveloped in darkness, save for the dense fog surrounding him. In the midst of the mist, a lottery barrel swayed rhythmically, the sound of bamboo slips colliding echoing throughout the space. From time to time, a slip would soar from the barrel, floating in the air, soon surrounding Beixuan with an array of luminous slips. Upon grasping one of the slips, he immediately understood its significance. Each slip represented a unique ability, though its nature was inscrutable from mere appearance. The first ability he acquired was the Golden Light Spell. Every 3 years thereafter, Beixuan would enter this misty space to select another slip, but the power he would gain remained a matter of chance. Tomorrow I must report. I wonder what the 4th Hokage was like as a child. Now 6 years old, Beixuan was ready to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Following the acquisition of the Golden Light Spell, he devoted himself to rigorous training. In his 6th year, he drew his 2nd slip, obtaining the blue-silver Royal Soul Bone, which bestowed upon him enduring vitality. However, since the power of the blue-silver Royal Soul Bone leaned more towards passive abilities, he continued to focus on enhancing his Golden Light Spell. Despite his relentless efforts, the Golden Light could only envelop his body, not transform it. Beixuan understood that the Golden Light Spell was a technique that required a balance of life and cultivation. As a reincarnator, his cultivation of life far surpassed that of his vitality. The essence pertains to the spirit, while life embodies the vigor of existence. Although Beixuan had not systematically practiced the path of the heart, the nature of essence is intrinsically linked to the heart. The imbalance between essence and life resulted in slow progress in mastering the Golden Light Spell, leaving Beixuan with no choice but to continuously enhance his vitality. Yet, all this felt ethereal. Without a mentor to guide him, he could only navigate this journey through trial and error. Nevertheless, even with slow advancement, the ability to envelop himself in golden light was remarkable, though its potency left much to be desired. Rising from the ground, Beixuan brushed off the dust and headed home. One comforting thought was that he was not an orphan, albeit his circumstances were not far removed from such. After Beixuan's birth, his father had perished while undertaking a mission for the village, and his mother succumbed to illness when he was merely 5, leaving only his grandmother to care for him. The family's sustenance relied solely on village subsidies and his grandmother's fish grilling. Fortunately, the tuition for Beixuan's enrollment in the Ninja Academy was waived. However, the village would not sustain him indefinitely. Once Beixuan officially became a ninja, the subsidies would cease. Yet he held no fondness for the administration of Konoha, fully aware of the deranged and obsessive personalities that resided within the Hokage building. The following morning, Beixuan was roused by his grandmother, dressed in the new clothes she had prepared for him, and set forth towards the Ninja Academy. Although his grandmother wished to accompany him, Beixuan insisted on going alone, leaving her to watch him depart. The academy was bustling with students on their first day. Being an ordinary person, Beixuan's grandmother could easily be knocked over in the throng, which could spell disaster. Beixuan, are you going to report today? Have you had breakfast? Would you like some red bean soup? I've eaten. Thank you, Aunt Baihui. Big brother, are you going to report? Make sure to tell us all about the academy when you return. Haven't you all heard enough? Surely, I've told you before. It's different. All right, they'll share all about it when I return. Since childhood, Beixuan had been obedient and sensible, earning him the title of Big Brother among the neighbors, and his knowledge of various games had made him well known among the children. Soon, Beixuan arrived at the Ninja Academy. After presenting his credentials, he successfully entered the school and found a seat in his class. As he settled in, he began to observe his classmates, noting the unconventional hairstyles and diverse colors of hair that were prevalent in the ninja world. He felt fortunate that his own hair was black and his style quite ordinary. Bang! Silence. After a while, as the classroom filled, a scarred man entered, slamming his hand on the podium, commanding immediate attention. Chapter 2. The Socially Anxious Teacher. Seeing that his intimidation tactic had worked, Sarutobi Noah silently commended his wife for the idea. Due to a somewhat timid disposition unsuitable for a ninja, Sarutobi Noichi was assigned by the clan leader to serve as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Unsure of how to interact with the students, he sought advice from his wife and learned that maintaining a stern demeanor would suffice. To enhance his intimidating presence, he even requested his wife to paint a scar across his face. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Sarutobi Noichi shielded himself behind the podium and pinched his thigh before speaking. Greetings, everyone. I am your teacher, Sarutobi Noichi, for the next 6 years. I prefer obedient students and have a distaste for those who are not. Should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to approach me, though I would prefer if you didn't. Now let's begin with introductions, starting with you. He then positioned himself at the door, arms crossed, wearing a stern expression as he fixed his gaze on the student stepping up to the podium to in truth. His back was drenched with sweat. He merely stood at the entrance to cool off and collect himself. Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Hyuga Hinata. My hobby is assisting my elder brother, and I have nothing I particularly dislike. Northyun leaned on his hand, observing the pale-eyed boy at the podium, particularly the bandage on his forehead. To be branded as a caged bird at such a young age? What a peculiar clan indeed, in North's perspective, the caged bird policy of the Hyuga clan was largely a standard practice, though issues had arisen between the main house and the branch families. Moreover, the caged bird's function seemed to have evolved to include elements that were not originally intended. After all, a pair of easily activated eyes would undoubtedly incite considerable greed in this readily exploitative ninja world. It was said that each Byakugan could fetch a staggering price at the underground exchanges. Point 1 could surmise that the absence of discussions regarding the release of the caged bird in Boruto's era might be related to this. The Hyuga clan likely lacked the requisite strength to undertake such a risk, making their extinction a looming possibility. From the Warring States period to Boruto's time, the Hyuga clan remained a notable presence, even becoming the foremost clan of ocular ninjutsu, a feat made possible by the caged bird policy. In contrast, the Uchiha and Senju clans have faded into obscurity, no longer considered prominent families. Hello, I am Namikaze Minato. My dream is to become a capable Hokage, and I have yet to encounter anything I dislike. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Following Hyuga Hinata, a young boy with yellow hair stepped up to introduce himself. Gazing at the gentle smile of Namikaze Minato, Northman found merit in Kushina's earlier remarks. The youthful Minato exuded a charm that outshone most of the girls in the class. Subsequently, the other students took turns introducing themselves, though Northman noticed the absence of Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku, likely due to their training within their respective clans, precluding their attendance at the academy. Soon, it was North's turn. Hello, my name is... I have no particular likes or dislikes, and my dream is to become a proficient medical ninja. In North's view, until he fully matured, being a medical ninja and serving in the rear seemed quite appealing. Moreover, acquiring medical ninjutsu and knowledge would provide him with a better understanding of his own body. After his mother passed away when he was 5, he learned the chakra refinement technique. However, Northman felt a twinge of discomfort. In his mind, his chi should have been distinct from chakra, allowing him to possess 2 separate energy pools. Unfortunately, upon successfully extracting chakra for the first time, his internal chi fused with the chakra he had just drawn out. Over the course of that year, the chi and chakra within him became intertwined, forming a new, deep blue energy. This energy enabled him to utilize the golden light technique, but he remained uncertain if he could still employ ninjutsu, as his parents left him no scrolls containing any techniques. Everyone, you have 10 minutes to gather at the schoolyard for the opening ceremony conducted by the Hokage. Upon the final introduction, Sarutobi Noichi stepped forward to announce. Each year, Sarutobi Hizashi would deliver a speech on the will of fire at the Ninja Academy, and this year was no exception. The entire class, led by Sarutobi Noichi, made their way to the playground, where Northman gazed up at the man clad in ceremonial robes on the stage. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi, in his prime, wore a warm smile that seemed to radiate with the sunlight, exuding an infectious charisma. Truly, he deserved his reputation as the illusionist of the will of fire, as even Northman found him remarkably approachable. Overall, Sarutobi Hizashi succeeded in his endeavor. His words, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall endure, and the flames will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the budding new leaves," ignited fervor among many of the new students who shouted their aspirations to become Hokage. Northman noticed Minato's face was also alight with excitement. However, Northman felt a sense of discomfort as Sarutobi Hizashi spoke for over an hour. While such speeches could indeed inspire others, the duration of this one seemed excessive. The longer Sarutobi Hizashi spoke, the more fervently the enthusiastic students cheered. Even after the assembly dispersed, the excited students struggled to find one another, lost in dreams of becoming Hokage and contributing to the village. As for Northman, he remained largely expressionless throughout the event, feeling no inclination to feign being inspired by the will of fire. Sarutobi Hizashi was no naive university student. The notion of acting before someone who had not experienced the intricacies of politics was a gross overestimation of one's self-worth. That it was possible that the old man had ninja discreetly taking notes nearby while he spoke. After the assembly, they returned to their respective classrooms, where the teachers imparted the chakra refinement technique. However, it seemed that none in North's class truly required instruction, as they had all mastered chakra prior to the commencement of classes. This was likely why Northman and his peers were placed in the same class as the clan heirs. An amusing scene unfolded. While Sarutobi Noichi lectured on chakra refinement, the students below busied themselves with training, sleeping, or chatting. Of course, not everyone ignored Sarutobi Noichi's lecture. For instance, the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although Northman lacked the ability to sense ninjutsu, he could still perceive whether someone possessed chakra, a skill derived from his inherent abilities. However, after observing his classmates and teacher for some time, Northman began to suspect that his teacher was not as fearsome as he appeared. Rather than genuinely teaching, it seemed he was merely reciting lines without regard for what the students were doing. 2 words suddenly sprang to North's mind: social anxiety. Northman felt a surge of relief as he realized his life at the Ninja Academy would likely not be too lonely. While Sarutobi Noichi rehearsed his prepared lesson, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Chapter 3. Letting go of personal qualities. Embracing a life of indulgence upon the training grounds of the ninja school, led by Sarutobi Noichi. A practical test is underway. A year has passed since enrollment, and Sarutobi has gradually become accustomed to the role of a teacher, now interacting with students in a more relaxed manner, thanks in part to a certain mischievous student. At this moment, Sarutobi holds a form, diligently recording the practical performance of the students. Next group, Namikaze Minato versus Beixuan. Beixuan, it's our turn. This time, you should unleash your full potential. Hearing his name, Namikaze Minato stepped onto the stage with anticipation in his eyes. However, Beixuan appeared rather disinterested. Throughout the year, while he refrained from pretending to be a novice, he also did not strive to showcase his strength. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, a moderate approach is more suitable for commoners. Unlike Namikaze Minato, who is driven by the will of fire, Beixuan is cautious. Displaying exceptional talent could attract unwanted attention from radical elements lurking in the shadows. Although Beixuan was indifferent, the onlooking classmates were quite excited, rallying to support him, hoping he could teach Namikaze Minato a lesson. They all knew Beixuan stood no chance against Minato. Yet they were eager to see the top student of their class get reprimanded. Even in a class predominantly composed of clan members, Minato consistently maintained a distinct lead. Beixuan found this unsurprising, as he recalled how Minato effortlessly dispatched 3 cloud ninja while flirting under the moonlight, despite their supposed strength. Beixuan, can you truly compete with me at full strength? Minato inquired earnestly, forming the necessary hand seals. Why would I want to fight you if I can't win? Beixuan yawned, pondering whether he had ever revealed his true abilities. Besides, I fear I might accidentally harm you. Enough chatter. The match begins. Sarutobi's command marked the start of their duel. As soon as the words left Sarutobi's lips, the two engaged in combat, swiftly closing the distance to initiate close-quarter fighting. Over the past year, Beixuan and Minato had sparred numerous times, largely due to a certain shameless teacher's desire for Minato to discipline the disrespectful Beixuan. Minato charged forward with a straight punch aimed at Beixuan's face, but Beixuan merely crouched to evade the blow, responding with a sweeping kick aimed at Minato's lower body. When Minato saw his punch dodged, he transformed his fist into a palm strike, pressing down on Beixuan's shoulder and lifting himself off the ground to evade Beixuan's attack. Seeing this, Beixuan grasped Minato's hand on his shoulder, attempting to throw him off. At the same time, Minato seized Beixuan's hand in return, their bodies twisting in a contest of strength. Ultimately, Minato's kick forced them apart. Noticing Minato forming hand seals again, Beixuan immediately raised his hand. I surrender. Beixuan's quick capitulation sparked outrage among the spectators, who began to boo. They believed that even in defeat, one should fight with full effort rather than conceding outright. Sarutobi also displayed a hint of disappointment, wishing to see the rebellious student face some consequences. Minato, upon witnessing Beixuan's surrender, lowered his hands from their seals and approached his companion, a hint of exasperation in his voice. It's always like this. Beixuan, you possess more strength than this. Beixuan placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. Didn't I say? If I can't win, why should I fight? It's clearly Noichi's trick to stir up discord between us. Despite Minato's overwhelming superiority and strength, he maintained excellent relationships with his classmates, embodying the spirit of a radiant sun with his charismatic personality. Beixuan, too, shared a strong bond with Minato, and thanks to his insightful nature, even a few words from him could provoke deep contemplation in Minato. Initially, Beixuan sought to cultivate a friendship with Minato, hoping to secure a powerful ally once Minato ascended to Hokage. However, he now recognized Minato's intrinsic charm, genuinely acknowledging him as a friend. Beixuan was not a child, which made it difficult for him to connect with the other kids at the ninja school. Their conversations rarely resonated with him. Even though the children of the ninja world were precocious, they remained fundamentally just kids. Upon his first day in class, Beixuan struggled to comprehend those who engaged in romantic discussions with children. Just because one's body was that of a child did not imply one's mind was equally juvenile. Could one truly act upon the visage of youth? In Beixuan's view, while his physical form was youthful, his actual age transcended that of his current body, rendering his predicament a matter beyond his control. Wake up, Beixuan. School's over. After class, Minato approached Beixuan, nudging him awake from his meditation. Already? Let us go. Beixuan rose, stretching as he followed Minato, feeling stiff from an afternoon spent in a single position. Minato observed Beixuan's demeanor, contemplating offering advice, but recalling Beixuan's previous words, he hesitated. Let go of personal virtues, indulge in a life of depravity, reject mental turmoil, and if something bothers you, unleash your frustration, rather than suffer yourself. Make things difficult for others. Minato, even if you are a genius and work hard, why should I bother? I can never catch up. As the saying goes, If effort were enough, why would we need geniuses? Although Minato regarded Beixuan as a genius, he had yet to witness any signs of this talent. Why did he believe this? Have you ever seen someone who does not train hard or hardly trains at all hold their own against the top student of the class? Although Beixuan might quickly surrender, he could at least exchange blows with Minato, who understood the dedication he put into his training. Minato led Beixuan toward the village's outskirts, where their small base lay. Minato usually trained there, while Beixuan took naps. Upon arrival, Minato began practicing his jutsu, piquing Beixuan's curiosity about the caliber of Minato's family as ninjas. After all, Beixuan's father left nothing but the chakra refinement technique, while Minato possessed several wind release scrolls. Although their ranks may not have been high, they were still scrolls. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Vice Minato had previously suggested sharing these scrolls with Beixuan, but Beixuan, identifying as a physical technique ninja, declined. The most powerful jutsu in Minato's arsenal was merely of a basic rank, one that even the original Naruto did not mention. Once Beixuan mastered the fundamental jutsu and confirmed his unique chakra could manifest ninjutsu, he felt reassured. As for why he chose not to learn Minato's techniques, it wasn't about their efficacy. Rather, Beixuan simply found them beneath his standards. The golden light technique was more than sufficient for him to delve into, and with it, he had no need for elementary ninjutsu, as they served no purpose for him. Having glanced at the basic ninjutsu, Beixuan quickly grasped their essence, realizing that studying them was of little value. These rudimentary ninjutsu techniques are essentially merely a basic application of chakra, offering even less enhancement than the practice of water walking or tree climbing. Moreover, Beixuan's current focus lies in the study of the golden light spell, prompting him to decline Hokage Minato's invitation to practice this ninjutsu together. Instead of spending time on this technique, he would rather refine his own energy. Beixuan has also grasped a hint of the potential for material transformation with the golden light, yet presently, the golden light lacks substantial solidity, rendering transformation ineffective. It wasn't until he successfully achieved materialization that Beixuan realized he had been fixated on a futile endeavor. The prerequisite for transformation is the golden light's ability to solidify into an incredibly resilient form. As it stands, even if the golden light were to transform, its strength would be insufficient to contend with formidable foes. After securing the purchased net by a nearby stream, Beixuan climbed a large tree, reclining and observing Minato's training below. It was only as dusk settled that Minato ceased his practice, turning his gaze towards the tree where Beixuan had evidently dozed off. Paying no heed to his slumbering friend, Minato approached the net Beixuan had set up, pulling it up to reveal four sizable fish floundering within. Beixuan, wake up. Today's catch is plentiful. Hearing Minato's call, Beixuan opened his eyes and leapt down from the tree, landing beside him. How did we catch so many? Did you overfeed the fish this morning? Not at all. I followed your instructions precisely. Ever since Beixuan showcased his fish grilling technique after they discovered this spot, he had taken charge of their dinners. However, Beixuan did not work for free. As brothers, they settled accounts fairly. Minato required nutrition for his training, so he voluntarily paid Beixuan a certain amount each month. Well, it seems luck is on our side today. You handle the fish, and I'll start the fire. The two swiftly completed their respective tasks, with Minato watching Beixuan grill the fish. The soft glow of the flames accentuated Minato's features, lending them a gentler appearance. Beixuan? Minato's voice broke the silence, and Beixuan looked up to find Minato's face clouded with confusion. What's wrong? Is it already midnight? It's barely dark outside. Is there a blockage in your ninjutsu training? Beixuan questioned, puzzled. It seemed unlikely that such simple techniques could pose any significant obstacles. They were hardly challenging to practice. On my way back yesterday, I encountered the Uchiha clan's guard. I also met the current heir of the Uchiha clan, a boy named Fugaku. He appeared to be a few years older than me, but single-handedly subdued a drunken Nin. Beixuan, you've told me I must train diligently to become the top of our class, yet these clan members need not attend school at all. Just their red eyes bestow upon them such power. Does your assertion hold true? If hard work truly pays off, what need is there for geniuses? Do you think I can genuinely become Hokage? Beixuan was taken aback. He had merely spoken casually to deter Minato from dragging him into training. And yet Minato had absorbed his words. If the future Fugaku were to learn that he had left the fourth Hokage in such a state of uncertainty, would he rise from his grave to dance? After all, the Uchiha seemed to have an affinity for dancing. Minato, perhaps the reason I share this with you is that you are indeed a genius. As for your belief that others gain power merely from their eyes, That is but a surface observation. As a future pillar of their clan, they likely exert considerable effort behind the scenes. You've heard about Nichi's older brother, Haven to you? He is so exhausted every day that he has to ask for massages. While these clan members enjoy the material advantages their families provide, they also toil diligently to uphold their legacies. And regarding your potential to become Hokage, did I not already state that you were the sole candidate in my eyes? Upon hearing this, Minato realized his earlier concerns were unfounded, and a smile returned to his face. Especially upon hearing Beixuan's final words. He felt a joy surpassing that of mastering a challenging ninjutsu. At that moment, a gruff voice emerged from the shadows. Well said. Haha. Young ones, aspiring to become Hokage, are we? The two, in the midst of enjoying their grilled fish, turned towards the source of the voice, where three figures emerged under the flickering light of the fire. Minato recognized that they were dressed in gray vests, and upon observing their headbands, he realized they were ninjas from the village. Beixuan, however, instantly recognized them as the trio soon to be dubbed the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, though they appeared surprisingly normal at this moment. Greetings, esteemed ninjas, Minato exclaimed, pulling Beixuan to his feet to acknowledge the Sannin. Clearly, those wearing vests were Nin or higher, and their attire suggested they might be Nin. Haha, grilling fish at this late hour, eh? Would you mind if we joined you? Jiraiya's gaze fixed on the two fish still sizzling in Beixuan's hands. Idiot. Tsunade and Orochimaru simultaneously covered their faces, unable to comprehend Jiraiya's thought process. You're welcome to join, but we only have these two fish that we haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind. Minato glanced at Beixuan, who was indeed the one grilling the fish, although they shared a close friendship. Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment. He thought to himself that he would compensate Beixuan later, but for now, it was best to appease these potentially formidable ninjas. Then I shall not be polite. Young man, your grilled fish is truly delightful. I could smell it from afar. As soon as Minato agreed, Jiraiya eagerly reached for the fish from Beixuan's hands, handing one to Tsunade while leaving Orochimaru without. If you require assistance, there's a river nearby. I can help with the grilling, Beixuan offered, intrigued by Orochimaru, who still retained a cold aura yet remained within the bounds of humanity. He was curious to see what sort of charisma Orochimaru possessed. No need. Just let me keep the fire going, Orochimaru replied, momentarily reconsidering his intention to leave after he sensed no fear from Beixuan. The child's recognition of him piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. I had planned to visit my grandmother and indulge in some gambling afterward, but this fish is quite good, young man. As Tsunade joined her companions, she took a bite of the grilled fish, her eyes brightening with delight. Glad you like it, Beixuan said, poking the fire with a stick to stoke the flames. The five fell into a comfortable silence, with Minato too timid to speak, Jiraiya and Tsunade munching on fish, Orochimaru observing Beixuan, and Beixuan tending to the fire. What a relief! After consuming military rations on the journey, returning to the village to savor such delicious grilled fish is truly wonderful. The awkward atmosphere was shattered by Jiraiya finishing his fish, though only Minato felt the tension. Are you back from a mission, esteemed ninjas? Minato inquired as he noticed someone speaking. Of course. I am Jiraiya, the charming and handsome hero beloved by all, Jiraiya exclaimed, springing to his feet and striking an exaggerated pose, hands on his hips as he gazed at Minato. However, it wasn't long before three pairs of eyes looked at him as if he were a fool, with only Minato's face displaying surprise. Are you the disciple of the third Hokage? How impressive. Minato had naturally heard of Jiraiya's reputation. Both he and Orochimaru were widely known among the common folk, and many regarded them as role models, Minato included. Hey, I am Jiraiya. What kind of gaze is that? Noticing Beixuan's expression of bewilderment, Jiraiya immediately pointed at him and shouted, I recognized you as soon as you arrived. I saw you spying on others while they bathed from a distance before. Ignoring Jiraiya's outburst, Beixuan flatly stated this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Minato's surprise turned to shock, while Tsunade clenched her fists. Orochimaru wore a contemplative expression. As for Beixuan, upon seeing Tsunade's reaction, he hastily waved his hands and shouted, You must have seen it wrong, kid. Tsunade, no. How can you believe this, brat? The scene devolved into chaos. With a bruise on his face, Jiraiya sat by the fire, playing with a stick. Every time Beixuan poked the fire, Jiraiya would use his stick to block him. So you recognized us right from the start? Orochimaru interjected, marking his second statement, not counting his habitual scolding of Jiraiya. Yes, Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade, Beixuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Minato gasped, "You are Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade? Beixuan, don't you want to become an exceptional medical ninja? You should ask Lady Tsunade. She is the most skilled medical ninja." Beixuan glanced at Minato, surprised that he remembered what he had said on the first day of school. However, Minato's poor acting left him somewhat speechless. Given that Minato must have recognized the others when Jiraiya introduced himself, it was clear he was merely trying to facilitate a conversation between Beixuan and Tsunade. Truly, he was like a little son. "Oh, you wish to become a medical ninja? Don't all you boys want to be cool ninjas? Dreams of being Hokage and all that," Tsunade remarked, somewhat taken aback that this rather handsome boy aspired to be a medical ninja. Nowadays, all the kids seemed to want to become Hokage, including her own foolish brother. "Well, compared to others, I want to be a medical ninja more," Beixuan replied. "And why is that? It can't just be a passing whim, can it? I want to become a formidable medical ninja and bring change to the current practices of medical ninjutsu." Beixuan's words immediately captured everyone's attention. What kind of change? Tsunade, now intrigued, adopted a serious demeanor, aware that she shared similar thoughts but was still in the planning stage. Ninjas currently operate in teams. If we were to embed a medical ninja in each team, wouldn't that significantly reduce unnecessary casualties? Beixuan posited, his gaze falling on Tsunade and the others. That's unrealistic. Medical ninjas are generally weaker, and each one is a village's treasure. This policy is overly idealistic. Not everyone can be like Tsunade. Orochimaru interjected before Tsunade could respond. Medical ninjas are still ninjas, are they not? Beixuan looked at Tsunade, eager to learn if she, untouched by the loss of her brother and loved ones, would endorse a policy she might propose in the future. Indeed, medical ninjas are also ninjas. Would you be interested in learning from me? Tsunade did not directly agree with Beixuan, but instead turned the conversation back to him. Huh, is Tsunade going to take this kid as her student? What can this boastful brat possibly achieve? He is undoubtedly weak. Right, you yellow-haired kid? Jiraiya draped his arm over Minato's shoulder, speaking dismissively. Not at all. Beixuan is quite talented. I have yet to witness his true abilities, Minato argued. To him, being able to study under Tsunade would be an immense opportunity for Beixuan, and he would not allow Jiraiya to undermine that. I never said I would take him as a disciple. I merely suggested he learn from me, Tsunade clarified. As taking on a student in the ninja world was a significant matter, akin to accepting a younger generation to carry on one's legacy. Upon hearing this, Beixuan felt relieved. The teacher-student relationship in the ninja world was indeed complex. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I am willing. TCH, are you interested in learning from me? But it's different. I do direct mentorship, Jiraiya said earnestly, having been captivated by Minato's smile since their first meeting. Could this boy be the savior spoken of by the great Toad Sage? Minato looked at Beixuan, somewhat bewildered. In the past, he would have eagerly agreed, but now, after getting to know Beixuan, he found himself resonating with many of his views, especially regarding the respect for women. Moreover, Beixuan's earlier comment about Jiraiya spying on others while they bathed shattered any idealistic image Minato had of him. Agree, Minato. He is an exceptional ninja. Just don't emulate him in other respects, Beixuan encouraged, understanding Minato's concerns. Though Jiraiya might not be the best role model in certain areas, he was undeniably skilled at teaching. Chapter 6. Learning Medical Ninjutsu. Jiraiya's students were indeed formidable. Minato became a feared presence on the battlefield known as the Yellow Flash. Yahiko founded Akatsuki, though he met an untimely end. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. Conan wielded explosive tags, and Naruto was the true savior. All of these individuals were products of Jiraiya's tutelage. Upon hearing this, Minato rose and respectfully performed a bow to Jiraiya. As he completed the gesture, Jiraiya immediately shouted at Beixuan, "That was merely a source of inspiration, and my disciples will undoubtedly inherit all my knowledge. What do you know, brat?" His voice trailed off as he noticed Tsunade's clenched fists, his previous bravado faltering as the bruise on his face still ached. All right, it's late. You should all head back. I need to return to see Grandma. Orochimaru, go report on the mission and remember to collect the reward for me. And you should still be in ninja school, right? No need to go tomorrow. I'll have my brother help you take a leave of absence. Come to my house tomorrow, Tsunade instructed before getting up to leave. Jiraiya, seeing this, turned to Minato and said, then followed after Tsunade and Orochimaru. You should also take a leave. Never mind. I'll use Shadow Clone to handle it. Meet me at training ground number 1 tomorrow. I'll assess your abilities. All right, Sensei, Minato replied. After Tsunade departed, Orochimaru silently left as well. While Tsunade could skip reporting to the third Hokage, Orochimaru had to fulfill his duty. His delay was already due to his relationship with his mentor. Now that they've all left, I should head home too. See you tomorrow, Beixuan said. Rising to leave, leaving Minato to tend to the fire. Minato remained by the fire, lost in thought. So much had transpired so quickly. Had he really just become a disciple? Beixuan, not far away, turned to glance back, shaking his head at Minato's innate cluelessness. It was clear the second Hokage had not misjudged him. The next day, Beixuan awoke and prepared his bento. After some contemplation, he decided to buy a notebook and pen, knowing that medical knowledge was extensive and he wanted to jot down important information to avoid forgetting. At Tsunade's residence. Its location was unmistakable, given the distinctiveness of the Senju clan's territory. There were no guards at the entrance, so Beixuan stood there for a while, contemplating. Before stepping inside, upon entering, he saw a young woman with a head full of red hair feeding fish by the water basin. This should be the wife of the great pillar, Uzumaki Mito. Since Kushina has not yet arrived in Konoha, she must still appear quite youthful. You've come? I thought you wouldn't come in, Mito said. Tsunade is still asleep. You may wait a moment. Beixuan immediately bowed respectfully. I have met Lady Mito. You can simply call me grandmother. No need for formality. I never expected anyone would still recognize me. Ha ha ha. The house feels so quiet nowadays. Since you've taken Tsunade as your teacher, you ought to visit this old woman often. Mito gazed kindly at Beixuan. Tsunade had mentioned to her that a child would be visiting today, yet Mito was somewhat taken aback. This child seemed rather extraordinary. Yes, Grandma Mito. However, you seem to be mistaken. Lady Tsunade has not taken me on as a disciple. She has kindly allowed me to learn medical ninjutsu alongside her. Beixuan quickly accepted Mito's grandmotherly title. After all, this woman was currently Konoha's greatest support. What do you think of Konoha today? Initially, Beixuan expected Mito to engage in casual conversation, but her question left him momentarily stunned. Was this truly the topic of conversation for someone from the Warring States period? It is quite well, flourishing and peaceful. At his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Mito's eyes. As the host of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed the ability to sense both good and evil, as well as discern the truth in spoken words through her unique powers. From Beixuan's response, she could sense his fondness for Konoha, yet also a profound disappointment that overshadowed the fondness. The founding purpose of Konoha was for the sake of children. Yet this child seemed disillusioned with it. Tell me, young one, do you truly believe you are fit to be Hokage? The will of fire was never meant to be a tool for political stability. Is that so? Please, take a seat while I fetch Tsunade. This girl is still sleeping at this hour. With that, Mito entered the room, leaving Beixuan standing alone. He understood that Mito could perceive the truth behind his words. Yet he had no intention of engaging her in conversation. He was merely a commoner who had recently connected with Tsunade. While the village's troubles stemmed from Mito's nephew's apprentice, Beixuan did not trust that Mito was truly unaware of everything happening around her. In his view, Mito's unique abilities must cover all of Konoha. Shimura Danzo's schemes could not remain hidden from her. Thus, whether to speak or remain silent seemed inconsequential. Silence could even prove more advantageous. Before long, Tsunade emerged, her hair in disarray and yawning, though Mito was nowhere to be seen. Why are you here so early? You mustn't come this early again. Here. She handed Beixuan a large scroll. Read this knowledge first, and then tell me your current chakra level. I'll catch a few more ZS. I was kept up late last night by that fool, Shoju. With that, she leaned on the nearby table and fell asleep. Beixuan took the scroll, sighing inwardly. He was aware of Tsunade's abstract personality, but surely the sun had risen high enough by now. He sat beside her and began to peruse the scroll. The first thing that caught his eye was the extensive history and development of medical ninjas, which he promptly skimmed past, moving on to the latter sections. The mastery of chakra was paramount for medical ninjas, and this scroll contained numerous methods for refining chakra control. The techniques showcased in the anime, such as tree climbing and water walking, were included among them. However, Beixuan had already practiced these techniques extensively. His pursuit of the light element had granted him an extraordinary level of chakra control. Time passed as Beixuan absorbed the material, while Tsunade slept just as long as he read. However, her sleeping posture was difficult to behold. Her once beautiful face was marred by drool, making Beixuan reluctant to look any longer. Ah, sleeping so comfortably, Tsunade murmured. stretching languidly as she awoke. Beixuan winced at the sight of the drool left in her wake and her flushed face, unable to suppress a grimace. Why did such a lovely face have to end up like this? Chapter 7. Saving the fish. Noticing Tsunade's awakening, Beixuan cleared his throat to announce his presence. Tsunade finally recognized him beside her and glanced at the drool on the table, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. What have you been reading? How is your chakra control? I've finished reading. My chakra control is satisfactory. Tsunade appeared somewhat surprised, considering the thickness of the scroll she had provided. This child had read through it remarkably quickly. Medical ninjas are highly averse to rushing results. Are you certain you've finished? It's crucial to remember what you've read. I've also retained the information on the origins of medical ninjas, though I skipped over that part, Beixuan replied promptly, adding, just in case Tsunade suddenly asks about it. After all, he understood Tsunade's temperament quite well. No worries, I haven't read that part either. What is this? Tsunade directed her gaze to a box hanging from Beixuan's waist, catching a whiff of a faint aroma emanating from it. My bento. I got so engrossed in reading that I forgot to eat. Would you like some, Lady Tsunade? Beixuan asked, noticing Tsunade's keen interest as he offered the box. Haha. That is perfect. I haven't eaten anything since waking up. Since you're already calling me grandmother, you can simply call me Tsunade from now on. I'll take care of you. Tsunade wasted no time, snatching the bento box and eagerly digging in. Although it had long cooled, Beixuan's meal still delighted her. And she pondered whether to request Beixuan to prepare her meals in the future. Watching Tsunade eat without reservation, Beixuan sighed silently about his uncertain future, wondering if it would be shrouded in darkness. He couldn't help but think of Shizune, who would later accompany Tsunade. All done. Oh, did you eat? Tsunade asked, tossing the empty bento box onto the table, patting her belly. Beixuan glanced at the discarded box and then back at Tsunade, feeling an inexplicable weariness. Ahem, have you taught about chakra attributes yet? Realizing she had asked a rather foolish question, Tsunade swiftly redirected the conversation. Yes, I have. Chakra attributes include fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and both yin and yang. Knowing that the lesson was officially commencing, Beixuan promptly responded, ninjutsu involves both form change and nature change. Medical ninjutsu falls under the category of yang attribute nature change. Please gather a sphere of chakra for me to observe. At her request, Beixuan felt a surge of tension but nonetheless focused on gathering a sphere of chakra in his hand, contemplating how he would explain any noticeable changes in his chakra to Tsunade. Oh wow, you possess such strong yang attributes. Your chakra is so vibrant, aside from earth. You seem to have all 4 attributes. What a genius. Tsunade exclaimed as she poked her finger into Beixuan's chakra sphere. Hearing her words, Beixuan relaxed, impressed by Tsunade's skill in discerning chakra attributes without the need for chakra testing paper. Now, listen carefully to what I'm about to explain. Both types of changes in ninjutsu require precise control over chakra. Beixuan listened attentively as Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja, provided an incredibly detailed explanation, making the material much easier to comprehend than when he had studied it alone. After more than 10 minutes of instruction, Tsunade finally paused. Do you have any money on you? What? Beixuan was immediately struck by an ominous feeling at her question. Although he had anticipated this moment, he hadn't expected her to ask for money so soon. Curse that great pillar. Ah, what is this? I didn't bring it for you. Here, take this to buy a few fish, and remember they must be alive. The fish in this pond are off limits according to grandmother. With that, Tsunade pulled out a stack of cash and handed it to Beixuan. Upon receiving the money, Beixuan suddenly realized, recalling that Tsunade taught Sakura starting from a single fish. I have some money on me. I'll go buy it now. Saying this, Beixuan immediately stood up and walked outside, prompting Tsunade to tuck the cash away. This child possesses a unique chakra. After Beixuan left, Uzumaki Mizuho appeared behind Tsunade and spoke. Indeed, his chakra is not merely ordinary. It is a peculiar power stronger than chakra itself, imbued with a strange, light blue vitality. This vitality feels almost. Tsunade touched the necklace around her neck, a keepsake from her great-grandfather. Yes, much like Hashirama, this life-infused chakra indicates that his future accomplishments are bound to be remarkable. Little Tsunade has taken on a promising disciple. Uzumaki Mizuho smiled and ruffled Tsunade's hair. Grandmother, I am already an adult. No matter how grown you are, you will always be grandmother's granddaughter. In a few days, some of grandmother's clan will arrive in Konoha. It's just right for Beixuan to help her integrate into the village. Tsunade immediately stiffened at the mention, knowing what her grandmother's clan entering Konoha signified. From now on, The village founded by Hashirama will rely on your protection. I believe that young man will become an extraordinary person. Uzumaki Mizuho gazed at the empty gates of the Senju clan, his eyes filled with nostalgia. She truly missed that silly little boy who always smiled. Soon, Beixuan returned with the fish, to prevent them from dying on the way. He even bought a basin from the shopkeeper. He placed the fish on the table and noticed that Tsunade's mood seemed slightly low. "Tsunade, are you alright?" "I'm fine. You should have learned the basic healing technique from your scroll by now, right? Come, revive it, but do not damage its nerves or flesh." Tsunade casually grabbed one of the fish from the basin and slammed it onto the ground, transforming the lively creature into a meat patty. "How can I revive this?" If memory serves, even Haruno Sakura's healing would only work on a fish that was half dead. Ahem, I exerted too much force. Just disregard this one and let us start over. After seeing the fish become a fish cake, Tsunade retrieved another fish and slammed it down again, this time leaving it only half dead. "Come." Beixuan picked up the half-dead fish and placed it on the table, placing his hands over it as chakra surged. Tsunade stood by, arms crossed, watching. Unfortunately, the fish revived, but its nerves were still damaged. "Keep going." Seeing the fish Beixuan saved start to open its mouth, Tsunade shook her head and retrieved another fish to slam down. Beixuan immediately picked up the fish from the ground, continuing the process until he successfully revived the sixth fish perfectly. Tsunade glanced at the fish swimming in the water, somewhat astonished. Even she had taken a long time to master this when she first learned. Continue until there's no room for error. The entire afternoon was spent by Beixuan in a cycle of saving and slamming fish. Chapter 8. The Not Dead SHRU. The process continued until a boy entered the Senju clan grounds carrying a large food box. "Grandmother, sister, I'm back." The phrase "not seeing the person but hearing their voice" perfectly describes this loud entrance. Fortunately, Beixuan's training was quite good, otherwise the fish would surely have been startled into a state of ruin. "All right, let us stop. It's just in time for dinner." Upon seeing the boy, Tsunade instructed Beixuan to halt his training. Beixuan looked the newcomer up and down, recognizing him as SHRU. In a certain sense, the entire landscape of Konoha's vices and virtues changed due to the death of this boy, whose eyes revealed both clarity and naivety. As the grandson of the first Hokage, and also a disciple of Orochimaru, he was killed on the battlefield after stepping on a trap laid by the enemy. His sacrifice plunged Tsunade into sorrow and prompted Orochimaru to reconsider the meaning of life, as SHRU was his most cherished disciple. Orochimaru cried twice in his life, once for SHRU's death, and once when he forced Sarutobi Hiruzen to conclude his life heroically. It was due to SHRU's demise that Orochimaru began his research into eternal life, ultimately delving into forbidden practices that led to his exile from Konoha. Meanwhile, Jiraiya embarked on a journey through the ninja world to retrieve Orochimaru and seek a savior for the shinobi realm. At this moment, SHRU entered with a flushed face and a naive expression, carrying a large food box. Upon entering, he spotted Beixuan, aware that his sister had asked him to take a leave of absence for this person. "Hello, I am SHRU, the grandson of the first Hokage and the future fourth Hokage. Hello, I am Beixuan." Observing the seemingly foolish boy, Beixuan couldn't help but ponder, if SHRU had not died, would Uncle Snake have pursued the path of research? "Ouch. Why did you hit me again, sister?" Tsunade approached and punched SHRU on the head. "It's nothing. I was simply feeling a bit restless." "Where's the food? Bring it here. And then go call grandmother." Tsunade, already in a poor mood, found an outlet for her frustrations upon hearing SHRU's loud voice. After all, isn't that what younger siblings are for? "Humph, I knew you'd make me do this." Though SHRU complained, he obediently set down the food box and went inside to call Uzumaki Mizuho. "Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. You haven't eaten all day." Hearing this, Beixuan's face darkened. "Why do you think I haven't eaten all day? Mizuho hasn't eaten either. Can the elderly truly go without food for a day?" Beixuan suddenly recalled that Mizuho seemed to have stayed indoors all day, while Tsunade had remained by his side since waking up. "What are you thinking? This courtyard has more than one entrance. There are people delivering food to grandmother every day. It's just that SHRU is the one bringing dinner." "Oh." Soon, SHRU returned with Mizuho, and Tsunade had arranged the meal. The atmosphere during the meal was quite subdued. Even the usually boisterous SHRU fell silent. Beixuan surmised that this was perhaps a family custom. Nonetheless, the food in the Senju clan was truly sumptuous, even featuring fresh seafood, a rarity in the Land of Fire's inland regions. After dinner, Beixuan expressed his intention to leave, and Tsunade agreed, though she insisted on accompanying him. When Tsunade asked why he was leaving so early, Beixuan honestly explained that he had an appointment with Minato at their usual place, prompting Tsunade to suggest she join him, with SHRU deciding to tag along as well. Before they got close, Beixuan spotted Minato standing by a small river, with Jiraiya nearby writing something. Beixuan, how was your training today? Lord Tsunade. Minato noticed Beixuan and, upon seeing Tsunade behind him, immediately greeted them. Enough with the formalities. I came here to have you and Beixuan spar. What? Two voices exclaimed simultaneously. One filled with surprise, and the other bewilderment. What do you mean? I heard that Minato is a genius in the lower grades of the Ninja Academy. So you two should spar with all your might. I want to gauge your strength. Don't worry, you won't die with me here. After Tsunade spoke, she walked towards Jiraiya. Excellent. Beixuan, you must not concede this time, and besides, Teacher Jiraiya taught me a powerful technique. Minato's face beamed with excitement as he addressed Beixuan, eager to engage in a serious match, as he often found it unfulfilling to win without even using jutsu in the academy. This time, with Tsunade present, he could spar with Beixuan without any reservations. With a fleeting glance at the eager Minato, Beixuan could only pray that his younger companion would not falter. Establishing a connection with Tsunade alleviated any concerns about threats from Danzo. After all, it was now impossible to draw him into the root organization. Surely, Hiruzen Sarutobi would ensure his protection. What to write? Alas, nothing of significance. Deeply engrossed in crafting his magnum opus, Jiraiya was oblivious to Tsunade's presence behind him. Upon hearing her voice, he hastily closed his notebook. God forbid Tsunade caught sight of it. He would surely end up with bruises. Moreover, he had even sought SHJ's assistance in evaluating his work. Idiot, head to the training ground and have a match with Beixuan, Tsunade commanded, not waiting for Jiraiya's response as she turned and left. Even without thinking, Tsunade could surmise that Jiraiya was again scribbling down some nonsensical ideas. Ha, that little brat Beixuan is bound to lose. Minato is the top of our class. Jiraiya exclaimed, grinning as he followed suit, showering praise upon Minato's talents. Little brat, if you dare to hold back, I will let you experience SHJ's delights, Tsunade warned Beixuan, pressing her hand on his shoulder and leaning in closely, enunciating each word. As he gazed at her stunning face, Beixuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Oh, look at you, little brat. Quite shy, aren't you? Tsunade teased. Noticing his rapid heartbeat, her lips curling into a playful smile as she tapped his forehead. Not at all. Soon, the group arrived at the training ground, which lay deserted under the night sky. Beixuan and Minato stood at the center, preparing to perform their hand seals. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi attentively observed the scene through a crystal ball, which displayed the confrontation between the two students. These are the new leaves of Konoha, he mused. Being disciples of Jiraiya and Tsunade, they were naturally part of the Hokage's lineage, and considering both were commoners, it greatly pleased Hiruzen. Chapter 9. You are the future fourth Hokage. I acknowledged the two faced off on the training ground, with Jiraiya acting as the referee. Begin. With a shout from Jiraiya, the two figures immediately collided. As Minato charged forward, he threw a straight punch. Beixuan sidestepped the blow and promptly seized Minato's wrist, delivering an elbow strike to his abdomen. Minato quickly blocked the elbow with his left hand, twisting his captured hand to punch Beixuan's back. Beixuan squatted to evade, using one hand to support himself as he delivered a kick to push Minato away. Shaking off the tingling sensation in his hand, Minato's excitement intensified. He had expected no less from Beixuan. The force behind the attack was several times greater than what he had experienced in their usual training. This little brat is quite suitable for you. He possesses considerable strength, Jiraiya remarked to Tsunade, noting Minato's initial disadvantage in their first exchange. Continue. Unleash your full potential, Tsunade instructed, disregarding Jiraiya. She was not interested in merely witnessing basic physical techniques. Upon hearing her words, the two resumed their battle, their attacks now significantly more ferocious, each moving with remarkable speed. Every clash resonated through the silent training ground, raising doubts among the spectators. Are these two truly first-year students? SHJ remarked, feeling that even he might struggle against their stamina. However, he quickly dismissed his unease. After all, he was the grandson of the first Hokage and a disciple of Orochimaru, a ninjutsu specialist, so it was only natural that he would not excel in taijutsu. Beixuan. After a brief exchange, Minato shouted excitedly, forming hand seals with fervor. Upon hearing his name, Beixuan internally dismissed the idea of shouting back. It felt too awkward and easily led to unintended associations. Wind release, gale palm. As Minato launched his attack, Beixuan sighed and a golden light erupted in the darkness. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin of all energies. Cultivate the infinite. Improve my divine abilities. Within the three realms, the Tao reigns supreme. My body is cloaked in golden light, enveloping me. A powerful gust struck the golden aura surrounding Beixuan. This is. Hiruzen stood up, leaning closer to the crystal ball, intrigued. Is this so? Tsunade, unfazed, observed the golden light encircling Beixuan with a knowing glint in her eyes. Is this Beixuan's bloodline limit? What an extraordinary manifestation I have never witnessed before. Jiraiya, too, expressed his astonishment, contemplating whether this was the true extent of Beixuan's capabilities. Seeing his attack thwarted, Minato withdrew a kunai. Its blade enveloped in a razor-sharp wind chakra and charged at the golden-clad Beixuan. As Minato approached, Beixuan simply raised his hand, the golden light coalescing into a long staff, which he swung horizontally toward Minato. Minato ducked and sidestepped the blow, but clearly underestimated Beixuan's prowess. The staff exploded into a large net, ensnaring him entirely. Minato, where is the technique Jiraiya taught you? You should have lost by now, Beixuan observed, watching as Minato struggled against the golden light. Although Beixuan's golden light had gone astray, capable of transforming, its strength was insufficient. Minato's kunai, imbued with wind chakra, could slice through the golden aura. While Beixuan's restraint played a part, it was undeniable that this was a current flaw in his golden technique, a shortcoming resulting from his own negligence. Now is the time. As a kunai cleaved through the golden light, Minato bit his finger and began to form seals with urgency. Tsunade, watching from the sidelines, turned to Jiraiya, surprised. Is it really time to entrust him with this? Ha ha ha. As a mentor, one must provide the best. And I believe Minato will not disappoint my expectations. After completing the seals, Minato slammed his hand onto the ground, summoning technique initiated. And a massive toad appeared in a plume of smoke. Is this a joke? Where did he acquire such chakra? SHJ thought, feeling as though the sky was collapsing. While his own chakra was abundant due to his Senju lineage, this was because he belonged to the Senju clan, and Minato was merely a common ninja. Summoning technique of Mount Maiboku? Beixuan, retracting the golden light surrounding him, turned to Tsunade. However, it was evident that she did not wish to engage with him. Reluctantly, Beixuan turned his attention back to Minato. Minato, what assistance do you require? The toad summoned by Minato was clearly not Gamabunta. Its distinct markings indicated it was one of the many toads not belonging to any of the three brothers. Frog of the Toad Sage. I summon you to assist me in overcoming Beixuan. Understood, leave it to me. With that, the toad leapt toward Beixuan. In response, Beixuan enveloped himself in golden light and charged toward the toad, the light swirling around him as he advanced. Are these truly your two new disciples? Their potential knows no bounds, Hiruzen remarked, appearing beside Tsunade and Jiraiya, with Orochimaru trailing closely behind. Old man, Tsunade and Jiraiya called, while SHJ addressed Orochimaru as teacher. Ha ha ha, what do you think? My disciples are quite impressive, Jiraiya boasted, pointing at Minato with a hearty laugh. Beixuan's medical talents are exceptional, surpassing even my own. Although Tsunade did not officially take Beixuan as her apprentice, she merely remarked on Beixuan's medical talent, which indeed surpassed that of Tsunade in her early days. Both are promising individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown accustomed to their titles, focusing intently on the battle unfolding before him. Beixuan, enveloped in a swirling golden light, collided repeatedly with the toad grass, while Minato was actively coordinating with the toad grass's attacks. Their skirmish persisted until Minato's chakra was fully depleted, leading to the conclusion of the battle as the summoned toad grass returned to Mount Maiboku. Naturally, a fatigued Minato was no match for Beixuan, who felled him with a swift elbow strike. As the golden light dissipated, Beixuan helped the fallen Minato to his feet, noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen observing from the sidelines. Yet he remained unfazed. Truly formidable, Beixuan. I will strive to catch up to you, Minato said, his face devoid of any disappointment from defeat, instead beaming a smile at Beixuan. You will catch up. You are the future fourth Hokage I believe in. Supporting Minato, Beixuan employed his newly learned healing technique to alleviate Minato's bruises, understanding that his exhaustion stemmed from chakra depletion. Chapter 10, The Will of Fire. As Beixuan approached the group, Tsunade promptly slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble slightly. Not bad, kid. You didn't embarrass me. Beixuan shot Tsunade a resentful glance, having always found himself at a disadvantage since their acquaintance. Lord Third, Minato, and Beixuan greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha ha ha, just call me Master or Gramps. Lord feels too formal. You both are remarkable. The future of Konoha relies on your protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm smile, refraining from inquiring about Beixuan's golden aura. Gramps, Master, they chimed in unison. Ha ha ha, splendid. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll? It has been ages since we last walked together. Sarutobi Hiruzen invited, leading them through the streets of Konoha, where they encountered villagers chatting or enjoying the evening air. The villagers greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Beixuan followed suit. Listening to the third Hokage recount amusing tales from his time with Tsunade and the others. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the Hokage rock in the distance before turning to Beixuan and Minato. What do you think Konoha represents? What is the will of fire? I would like to hear your thoughts. Beixuan, you go first. Having anticipated the question, Beixuan pondered briefly before responding. Konoha is akin to a vast forest, with each individual representing a tree within it. The old trees extend their branches to shelter the new saplings from the storm. When an old tree falls, it enriches the soil, nurturing new growth into towering giants, thus perpetuating the cycle of life. Ultimately, every individual meets their end, and the vastness of the world does not remember their passing. However, the new trees stand as a testament to the vibrant lives of their predecessors. In this continuous witnessing, a legacy is formed, and the will of fire embodies this enduring spirit of witness and inheritance. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened intently before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, the will of fire is nothing short of inheritance. Whether it is the second Hokage carrying forth the first will or myself passing this legacy to the next generation, including all of you who embody the spirit, are we not the most accurate representation of the will of fire? And you, Minato? What does the will of fire signify for you? It is the bond that unites all the villagers. I aspire to be the one who brings everyone together as a cohesive entity, Minato declared, scratching his head with a radiant smile. Is that so? Then you must strive hard, for I too wish to witness that day, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his gaze resting on Minato's beaming countenance, sensing a glimmer of hope in this child. Well, that will be all for today. I must return home. The Lake Biwa has been incessantly reminding me of my late return. Ha. Old man, you have Hokage support. Why tire yourself so? Ha. You'll understand once you become Hokage. Pfft. I have no desire to be Hokage. My dream is to become a gambling god. Ha. The gambling god who always loses? You fool, Jiraiya. Are you seeking another beating? As Beixuan observed the lively banter, he experienced a genuine understanding of the will of fire for the first time. Although his words were borrowed, they resonated well with the people before him. Regardless of the future or the nature of individuals, he recognized the sincerity behind the intentions of those around him. Even upon discovering the sordid deeds of Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, still allowed him to depart. While Orochimaru mourned the death of his former companion and sought a different path. However, for Beixuan to accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's interpretation of the will of fire was implausible. True understanding of the will of fire is one matter, the ability to enact it is another. Yet, it was evident that the malevolent disciples of Senju Tobarama had failed to embody the will of fire, transforming it instead into a tool for political stability. Kid, what are you pondering? Care to join me for a gamble? Tsunade teased, pulling Beixuan from his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Beixuan felt disheartened. While his mindset was that of an adult, his physique was unmistakably that of a 7-year-old child. I'm just joking. Such a sacred place as a casino is not for children. Come on, remember to arrive at my house on time tomorrow, and do bring a bento, make extra. As today's was tea enough, she said, waving her hand and turning away. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Beixuan found it difficult to associate the words casino and sacred. He sighed, mourning his future for a brief 5 seconds before heading home. In the subsequent days, Tsunade diligently instructed Beixuan in medical ninjutsu, also imparting her immense strength in summoning techniques. Although she claimed she was merely teaching him and not officially taking him on as an apprentice, she imparted all she could. Regarding ninjutsu, she permitted Beixuan access to the Senju clan's archives for independent study. Beixuan even stumbled upon the water release techniques left behind by the nefarious Senju Tobarama. But the Flying Thunder God techniques were notably absent. He understood that, though these techniques were created by Tobarama, they were also forbidden jutsu left for the village by the Hokage, thus they would not be found alongside the Senju clan's records. Kid, interested in joining me for an internship at the hospital? It's about time you put your medical ninjutsu into practice. One day, Tsunade approached Beixuan, who was practicing the palm sage technique, wearing a somewhat ominous smile. Thus began Beixuan's arduous journey of assisting Tsunade, initially helping to bandage the wounds of the injured. He soon progressed to employing medical ninjutsu to heal patients' injuries. After mastering the palm sage technique, Tsunade entrusted all her tasks to Beixuan, only stepping in for larger surgeries. Tsunade claimed it was to train Beixuan, and he discovered that there were very few medical ninja in the hospital proficient in the palm sage technique, as it was a challenging level of medical ninjutsu to master. Everything unfolded in a tranquil manner until one day when the hospital director inquired why Tsunade consistently collected his salary. Now over 8 years old, Beixuan quietly watched Tsunade, who sat at her desk looking quite awkward, her expression devoid of any emotion. Cough, cough. What does a child need so much money for? I'm just saving it for you, right? When you desire it, I shall naturally provide it. Oh, is that so? Then I shall request it now, surely. Sister Tsunade would not covet the money of a child? Saying this, Beixuan extended his hand, quietly observing Tsunade's performance. Oh, I already told you I've saved it for you. Do you not trust me? Tsunade leaned forward, resting her chin on Beixuan's hand, speaking in an excessively sweet tone. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Beixuan was captivated by Tsunade, who was blinking at him with her eyes glued to his hand, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 11. Sister Tsunade is busy. At that moment, the door to Tsunade's office was knocked upon, revealing a blue-haired man clad in a ninja vest standing at the threshold, his face a mask of astonishment at the scene before him. Tsunade immediately withdrew, covering her lips and coughing lightly. Is that you, Dan? What brings you here? Oh, nothing much. I merely came to inquire if you have some free time to enjoy the view at Hokage Rock. The visitor was none other than Kato Dan, Tsunade's deceased ex-boyfriend in the original storyline, though currently, he was merely an elite Nin of Konoha. Sister Tsunade is busy. She has to teach me ninjutsu shortly. Beixuan interjected before Tsunade could respond. Is that so? Then perhaps we can go together next time, since you have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Kato Dan scratched his head with a smile, turning to exit Tsunade's office, politely closing the door behind him. Once Kato Dan had departed, Beixuan turned back, ready to question Tsunade, only to find her wearing a mischievous grin. Your smile is rather unpleasant. Humph, you little brat. I don't recall saying I would teach you ninjutsu later. Could it be that you have feelings for your elder sister? Was your earlier statement to Dan merely a ruse? Ignoring Beixuan's protests, Tsunade stood up, approaching him and playfully trapping his neck with her arm, her face alight with mischief as she tousled his hair. Let go. Weren't we discussing my salary? Oh, I already told you I saved it. Now, let us go. I have made plans for barbecue today. Let me treat you. As Beixuan attempted to broach the subject of his salary again, Tsunade swiftly hooked her arm around his shoulder, leading him out of the office, jesting that once the banter was out, it was impossible to reclaim it. At the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan in Konoha, the trio of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, accompanied by Beixuan, were engaged in lively conversation. Tsunade, have you recently taken some supplements? Your airline seems to be transforming into that of a normal woman. Jiraiya's opening line exemplified the adage that one should not court trouble. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya found himself colliding with the wall of their private room. However, he was not entirely incorrect. Tsunade's figure had indeed undergone a noticeable transformation over the past year, a transition Beixuan had been fortunate enough to witness firsthand. Fool, Orochimaru remarked, unfazed, calmly lifting his cup to take a sip. Accustomed to receiving blows, Jiraiya retook his seat and downed his drink. Be careful, at this rate. No one will marry you. The classic case of forgetting pain after healing. Yet this time, Tsunade refrained from retaliating, merely casting a fierce glare that prompted Jiraiya to promptly declare he would not speak out of turn again, allowing her to redirect her gaze. Unable to contain his laughter, Beixuan found Jiraiya's antics rather amusing. What are you laughing at, brat? You probably endure Tsunade's beatings daily. You are the most unfortunate one here, Jiraiya remarked, feigning a dramatic sigh as he glanced at Beixuan. You think too much. Sister Tsunade merely hits you. She is exceedingly gentle with me. Beixuan's mind wandered back to the earlier moment in the office when Tsunade had rested her chin on his hand. Ha ha ha, kid, if you're going to lie, at least make it credible. How could Tsunade and gentleness ever be associated? Silence if you cannot speak sensibly. What have you two been up to lately? I haven't seen you around. Glaring at Jiraiya, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and inquired about his absence since last year. Shinju has been complaining about his teacher's frequent disappearances. Orochimaru replied, placing the dishes sent by his attendant onto the grill. There has been much friction among the villages lately. I've been assigned to run errands outside. At every gathering of the three ninjas, it was always Orochimaru who handled the grilling, while the other two were relegated to mere consumers, as they could only manage to cook charcoal. I, too, have been quite busy, as I am continually training Minato and refining my magnum opus, Jiraiya proclaimed proudly as he stood. The others, already aware of what Jiraiya's so-called masterpiece entailed, chose to ignore him, while he, seeking praise, lowered his head to indulge in the barbecue. What do you mean? What do you mean? You simply do not understand art. The old man is quite fond of my writings. Even Shinju thinks they are superb, Jiraiya exclaimed, but immediately regretted it as Tsunade's expression darkened ominously. I see now why Shinju has been acting strangely. You have been showing him your rubbish. Jiraiya, are you prepared to be beaten? Before long, Jiraiya found himself seated quietly, nursing a large bump on his head, eating barbecue obediently. Orochimaru smirked slightly, sipping his sake, calmly observing the unfolding scene. Kid, how is your training going? Should we arrange a time for you and Minato to spar? He has improved tremendously and can utilize the body flicker technique better than I can. Jiraiya, wary of Tsunade, redirected his focus to Beixuan, who was still consuming barbecue. Not interested. I'm too exhausted from treating so many patients daily to even think about fighting. As he spoke, Beixuan cast a glance at Tsunade, acknowledging that he was essentially working for her. Exactly, you fool. Does Jiraiya even understand how strenuous it is for a medical ninja? Just drink your sake, Tsunade interjected, casting a warning glare at Jiraiya as he shifted the topic to Beixuan's work at the hospital. After a long-awaited gathering, the trio drank heartily, which left Beixuan eager to sample the sake of the ninja world. However, he was halted by Tsunade's fist. As the gathering concluded, the trio, satiated, departed. Beixuan assisted the intoxicated Tsunade back to the Senju clan compound, and upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of two red-haired figures alongside Beixuan's grandmother. To facilitate Beixuan's training, Tsunade had arranged for him to reside within the Senju compound, while Uzumaki Mido had insisted on his stay, claiming that having more people around was lively. Consequently, the following day, Uzumaki Mido brought Beixuan's grandmother into the Senju compound, stating that elderly individuals would have much to discuss. This made Beixuan ponder whether his grandmother would also inquire about Konoha, similar to how Uzumaki Mido had upon entering. Nevertheless, this arrangement solidified Beixuan's stay within the Senju compound. Upon noticing the little girl with red hair beside his grandmother, Tsunade's senses became immediately alert, her intoxication fading as she stiffened. Recognizing that Tsunade was aware of everything, Beixuan could only channel his chakra to ease her tension. His chakra was not merely a conduit of life force to enhance medical ninjutsu, it was far more profound. Chapter 12, Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Mido noticed Tsunade and Beixuan's arrival and, smiling, said to the little girl beside her, "This is my granddaughter, Tsunade. The one next to her is Beixuan. He is of your age. Hello, I am Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina." The girl introduced herself, bowing deeply before the two, her already vibrant red hair flushed with embarrassment, giving her the appearance of a ripe tomato. "No need for such formality. Welcome to Konoha. I am Beixuan," he replied warmly. "Indeed, Beixuan is correct. No need for excessive courtesy. Just call me Sister Tsunade from now on. I will look after you in Konoha." Tsunade reached out to gently tousle Kushina's hair, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Naturally, she had heard of Kushina's tragic tale, the last scion of the Uzumaki clan. This girl before her was destined to inherit her grandmother's mantle one day. Beixuan scrutinized the future savior's mother, the wife of the fourth Hokage, the legendary red hot-blooded habanero, and the future host of the Nine Tails. "Little Tsunade, you should take a bath first. You reek of alcohol," remarked Uzumaki Mido, sensing her granddaughter's sorrow. She stepped forward and gently stroked Tsunade's hair, encouraging her to freshen up. Tsunade departed for a bath. "Beixuan, tomorrow Kushina will register at the Ninja Academy. You should skip the hospital and accompany SH Jude to school, introducing her to Konoha along the way," Mido said kindly. "Understood, Grandma Mido. I shall take my leave for a bath as well. I've been tainted by Tsunade's sin of alcohol," Beixuan replied. The next day, Beixuan rose early. Although he had not attended school for quite some time, he was well aware that he had to prepare lunch for himself. After some thought, he decided to make 3 bento boxes. After all, SHU typically brought leftovers from the previous day, and now that he was up early, he need not settle for that. It was not that the Senju clan was impoverished and could only eat scraps. Rather, since Beixuan moved in, he had taken over cooking for the Senju family. His culinary prowess, particularly in traditional Chinese cuisine, had enchanted everyone in the Senju household, leading SHU to bring only leftovers to school. Good morning. A nervous voice called from behind Beixuan as he was packing the bento boxes. Turning around, he found Kushina standing at the kitchen door, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Good morning, Kushina. Why not sleep a little longer? I've prepared your bento, he said. Ah, thank you, Kushina exclaimed, immediately bowing in gratitude. Beixuan found her manners somewhat amusing. The customs of ninjas often struck him as cumbersome, particularly for those of noble lineage. Fortunately, the Senju clan was free from such complications. I've told you not to be so formal. Treat me as your elder brother. Here, take this, he said, handing her one of the prepared bento boxes. I'll go wake SHU so we can head to school together. After rousing SHU, the three made their way to the Ninja Academy. Along the journey, Kushina was filled with curiosity, her eyes darting around to take in the sights. Upon arriving at the academy, Beixuan led Kushina to her teacher, Sarutobi Nara. Hello, Nara-sensei. Have you had breakfast? Beixuan greeted, waving to the teacher who was organizing materials. Well, if at ISNT, that little rascal. What brings you here instead of the hospital today? Sarutobi replied with a hint of surprise, accustomed to Beixuan's antics. This is my sister and a member of Lady Mito's clan. I'm here to enroll her and catch up with you and the classmates, Beixuan introduced, stepping aside to reveal the shy Kushina. A member of Lady Mito's clan? Welcome to Konoha. I will be your teacher from now on. I look forward to working with you, Sarutobi said with a serious demeanor, recognizing Mito's significance. Hello, Kushina responded, her bashfulness evident as she stood in an unfamiliar environment. Her once boisterous personality subdued by the calamity that befell the land of whirlpools. I'll head back to class now, Kushina. Just follow this teacher. He'll help you with your registration and introduce you to our class, Beixuan said with a smile, ruffling her hair. He found comfort in this gesture, realizing why Tsunade often did it when distressed. As for the friend he intended to introduce to Kushina, it was none other than her future husband, Namikaze Minato. While Minato had apprenticed under Jiraiya, he remained dedicated to his studies at the Ninja Academy, believing that forging bonds with classmates was integral to achieving his dreams. Beixuan, Minato exclaimed, spotting Beixuan as he entered the classroom, his golden hair shining under the light. What brings you to class today? Aren't you busy at the hospital? Would you like some chips? I'm here to escort my sister to school. No, thank you, you can keep them. Make sure to take good care of her. Especially you, Minato, Beixuan said with a mischievous grin, patting Minato on the shoulder. Of course, but where is she? Minato asked, a bit puzzled when he noticed Beixuan was alone. She's registering her information. She'll be here shortly, Beixuan responded, and just as he spoke, the previously noisy classroom fell silent as Sarutobi entered with Kushina in tow. Beixuan chose a seat beside Minato, watching as Minato's attention was entirely captivated by the newly arrived Kushina. Kids in the ninja world grow up so fast, Beixuan mused, propping his chin on his hand. Feeling drowsy now that he was seated in class. Class, before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement. We have a new member joining our class. Please give a warm welcome, Sarutobi declared. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina, she announced, her eyes tightly shut as she raised her voice nervously, immediately covering her mouth afterward. After Kushina introduced herself, a few foolish students below began to mock her hair and mannerisms. Beixuan noted their antics, recognizing them as obstacles on Minato's path to winning Kushina's heart. I want to be the first female Hokage in this village, Kushina declared boldly. Undeterred by the laughter, her resolve echoing what she had learned from SHU. To her, becoming Hokage meant gaining the village's recognition and truly belonging. Beixuan glanced at Minato, keen not to miss this pivotal moment in their budding relationship. As expected, Minato stood up. I too wish to be acknowledged by everyone in the village and become a great Hokage, Minato declared, his sunny smile brightening the room. However, Kushina perceived his words as a challenge, huffing slightly in response without further engagement. Minato, you have a long journey ahead, Beixuan teased, playfully patting Minato's shoulder in a senior-esque tone. Huh? What are you talking about, Beixuan? I'm merely expressing my dream, Minato retorted, flustered and brushing Beixuan's hand away, though the redness on his cheeks betrayed his embarrassment. I hope everyone treats Kushina kindly. Kushina, Please find a seat where you feel comfortable, Saratobi said with a smile. Kushina scanned the classroom, her gaze landing on Beixuan. However, upon noticing Minato beside him, she hesitated before approaching. May I sit here? She asked, somewhat put off by Minato's demeanor, but drawn to Beixuan's proximity. Of course. Please. Have a seat. Minato replied eagerly. As the illustrious Minato Namikaze leaned slightly towards Hokage, he graciously made room for Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, you are indeed courageous. This is Minato. My friend. In my absence from the Ninja Academy, he will look after you. The astute Beixuan, well versed in the narrative, understood that Kushina held some reservations about Minato at this moment, but he was more than willing to assist his friend. Hello, I am Minato Namikaze, and it is a pleasure to meet you. It is truly remarkable to boldly express your dreams. Would you be so kind as to befriend me? Minato extended his hand toward Kushina. Sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his radiant smile, leaving a profound impression on Kushina. It seemed this individual was not provoking her after all. As she contemplated this, she reached out to clasp Minato's hand. Hello, I am Kushina Uzumaki. I look forward to your guidance. Seeing this, Beixuan felt a sense of relief and nestled down to catch up on some much-needed rest. Maintaining his composure since entering the classroom had been quite the challenge. After a long day of work, Beixuan and Tsunade were preparing to leave when a group of Uchiha ninjas entered, dragging along a villager. Initially, Beixuan intended to ignore the situation. But the villager called out desperately, Lady Tsunade, help me. These Uchiha scoundrels are assaulting the villagers you protect. Tsunade, who had planned to disregard the commotion like Beixuan, recognized she could not escape the call for help. Clenching her fists, she exhaled deeply and muttered, damn it. What a waste of my time that could be spent winning at gambling. Annoyed by the interruption, Beixuan felt this villager's plea was quite timely, especially since Tsunade's gambling funds were drawn from his own earnings. Ever since Beixuan discovered he had a salary, Tsunade had not once received any of his wages. But she could never hold on to money for long, quickly directing her attention back to Beixuan when her funds ran low. What has transpired? Tsunade approached. Aware that any hospital visit typically indicated injury or distress, yet everything had seemed normal lately. Lady Tsunade, this group of Uchiha has tormented me with genjutsu. You must take action. Using ninjutsu on civilians without cause is a grave offense. The captured villager cried out as Tsunade approached, prompting murmurs among those receiving treatment. Their conversations laced with disdain for the Uchiha. The Uchiha present displayed their anger through clenched fists and taut muscles, but remained silent, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. I am intrigued. What benefit does falsely accusing the Uchiha serve? The Uchiha do not employ genjutsu on civilians, and I doubt your fragile constitution could withstand it. Beixuan remarked, observing the villager with a bemused expression. It was rather absurd. Even a ninja would suffer mental fatigue and chakra disarray from genjutsu. And here was a mere villager claiming to be tormented by the Uchiha's illusions. Child, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting I speak falsely? You know nothing of the Uchiha. They used genjutsu to torment me. The villager, incensed by Beixuan's retort, raged, nearly lunging forward were it not for the Uchiha restraining him. He is one of our hospital's finest doctors. If he says otherwise, you should undergo an examination. The truth about your condition will soon become clear. Beixuan, possessing insight into the matter, knew Tsunade would easily see through the villager's claims. I can't afford any examination. Don't you know what the Uchiha are like? They have harmed me and now wish to extract money from me. The villager vehemently refused, unwilling to submit to scrutiny. Take him for an examination. If you are protecting the village, you should not be wrongfully accused. Beixuan asserted, following Tsunade as she departed. The onlookers began to disperse, though their prejudices lingered. Chapter 14. I truly owe you the leader of the Uchiha squad. Observing Beixuan depart, unconsciously activated his Sharingan. This individual was none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the clan's young heir. Having been assigned to the Uchiha police force early on, Fugaku gained a profound understanding of the Uchiha standing within the village. Faced with scornful glances, disdain, and insults, this reality starkly contrasted Fugaku's expectations for his clan. Such slander was not a novel occurrence. Whenever the Uchiha police were dispatched to apprehend criminals, they inevitably faced baseless allegations from villagers who seemed to revel in such incidents. The Uchiha were left to continuously defend their honor, and even when proven innocent, little changed. For the first time, Fugaku felt lost, unable to comprehend why his clan, one of the founders of Konoha, faced such treatment. Child, it seems you possess considerable knowledge of the Uchiha, Tsunade remarked, having lost interest in gambling. As she strolled alongside Beixuan towards the Senju clan's territory. I have read a fair amount, particularly concerning the second Hokage. Beixuan nodded. Speaking the truth, most of Tobirama Senju's writings concern the Uchiha. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? Tsunade inquired, her interest piqued. Why do you ask? Beixuan turned to face her, surprised she would pose such a question, given her usual preoccupations with eating, sleeping, and gambling. What kind of look is that? If I ask, you shall answer. Tsunade playfully punched Beixuan on the head, though her strike was mild. The Uchiha, as the second Hokage described, are a clan of passion. Their strength derives from their emotions. However, their naturally dark chakra makes them prone to extreme tendencies. They are akin to a perfectly crafted blade, dependent on the wielder's intent. Beixuan reflected on sentiments shared in his previous life, where it was said the Uchiha regarded all weaker than themselves with disdain. Indeed, the Uchiha revered strength. When one surpassed them, they would yield in admiration. Conversely, they were also the most obstinate and proud, looking down upon anyone they deemed weak. Yet, should you treat them kindly, they would protect you quietly, even if you were considered a weakling. Such is the essence of the Uchiha. Do you believe Konoha has utilized them effectively? Tsunade recalled the jeers of the onlookers and their constant disparagement. Why the sudden inquiry? You are not the Hokage, so why concern yourself with such matters? Leave these issues for the next Hokage to resolve. Come now, weren't you longing for pig trotters? Let's purchase some. I shall prepare them for you. Impudent brat. What tone is that? I am your elder sister. Do not treat me like a child. Buy more. Konoha's renowned medical ninja. Tsunade understood well why Hokage Beixuan suggested entrusting the village's future to the next generation. As a disciple of the third Hokage, she was certainly aware of the current state of the village and the circumstances that led to it. Her sudden inquiry to Beixuan stemmed not only from her desire to protect Konoha, the village founded by her grandfather, but also from a more pressing concern. With the battlefield looming, the influx of injured shinobi was increasing, many of whom would not make it back to Konoha in time for treatment. The hospital was inundated with victims of poison and water techniques, indicating that the source of their injuries was the Sunigakure and Amigakure. Tensions at the borders were escalating, suggesting that war was imminent. Beixuan, with his keen insight into the course of history, understood that soon the Land of Rain would declare war against the two great nations, igniting the Second Shinobi World War. Tragically, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, would perish in this conflict, altering the fate of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade sighed, reflecting on her brother's imminent graduation. With his temperament, he would be vulnerable on the battlefield. Her gaze remained fixed on Beixuan, and when she noticed his lack of attention, she pressed on. What if something were to happen to Nawaki? He is my only brother. Feigning a dramatic sigh, she squinted at Beixuan, only to find him distracted by a food stall on the street. Are you even listening to me? Tsunade exclaimed, delivering a light punch to Beixuan's head, pulling his focus back. I heard you. Isnt Nawaki with Orochimaru? What is there to worry about? Beixuan teased, attempting to lighten the mood. Tsunade expressed her concerns about Orochimaru being overly indulgent with Nawaki, fearing he might get into trouble on the battlefield. Why don't you help me keep an eye on him? She suggested, pulling Beixuan close. I'm only 8. How could you send me into battle? Beixuan retorted, casting her a sideways glance. Although he had considered rescuing Nawaki, he knew he could not do so without some form of compensation. Ah, I almost forgot. Your abilities are anything but ordinary for an 8-year-old, Tsunade remarked, realizing that Beixuan's intellect often made her overlook his age. However, she was not one to back down easily. Noticing Beixuan's reluctance, she employed her charm. You know, I've gotten used to it. How about a little kiss? Before she could finish, Beixuan received another playful punch to the head, resulting in a swelling bump. Stingy, he exclaimed, channeling chakra to heal the bump while giving Tsunade a disapproving look. When Nawaki graduates, I'll request an early graduation alongside Minato. Whether we're placed in the same squad depends on your influence, Tsunade, Beixuan stated, eliciting a grin from her as she affectionately ruffled his hair. I owe you one, she replied, her expression softening. Beixuan rolled his eyes, feeling like a babysitter since he met her, yet he willingly accepted his role, for Tsunade had always treated him well, revealing everything she could about the Senju clan. No, I'm the one in your debt. Don't worry. I, Tsunade, will repay every last bit. Just remember, when I score big, I'll pay you back immediately. She promised, thumping her chest to assert her sincerity. Beixuan merely raised an eyebrow, recognizing that a person who could evade debts with transformation techniques did not have the highest credibility. However, he found himself curious about what a child version of Tsunade would be like, reminiscent of her youthful days. Chapter 15. The Outbreak of War and Early Graduation in the Hokage's Office. 2 graduation applications lay on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, those of Beixuan and Minato Namikaze. After Beixuan approached Minato to propose an early graduation, Minato readily agreed. 2 months prior, the Land of Rain had officially declared war on the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, with the Land of Earth joining in the fray, signaling the onset of war. Following that day, Tsunade had headed to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. During this period, Nawaki graduated, becoming a genin of Konoha. Beixuan and Minato submitted their applications simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that their abilities were more than sufficient for graduation, far exceeding those of newly graduated ninjas. However, war was a cruel reality. Both were highly gifted and his own disciples, inheritors of the will of fire, prompting Hiruzen to hesitate in sending them to the battlefield so soon. While pondering this, Danzo Shimura entered the office, leaning on his cane. Upon noticing the applications on Hiruzen's desk, he stated solemnly, "What if I take Beixuan? The Roots could use such a talented medical ninja." Hiruzen glanced at Danzo but remained silent, continuing to smoke his pipe. Under my guidance, he could become a medical ninja, far surpassing Tsunade, fiercely loyal to Konoha. Danzo pressed on, seeing Hiruzen's silence as an opening. "Are you here just for Beixuan?" Hiruzen asked, rising to face Danzo. "No. I'm here to discuss how Sunagakure has been behaving. Their audacity has become excessive," Danzo replied coldly. Although Sunagakure had not directly declared war on Konoha, they had been persistently attacking Konoha's shinobi, which was why Tsunade had gone to oversee matters in the Land of Wind. To prevent Sunagakure from launching a surprise attack on Konoha, we must intimidate them. Sunagakure will soon make its move. They remain eager for the land of the Fire Country. "Inform all clans to prepare for battle," Hiruzen declared, gazing out the window at Konoha, resolute in his stance against the encroaching threat. "Understood." Danzo turned to leave, but paused at the door, not looking back. "You will squander that child's talent. Only the Roots can truly unlock his potential. Moreover, that peculiar bloodline limit of his has yet to be seen in action. This child is more capable than you realize." With that, he departed, leaving Hiruzen to contemplate. At that moment, Beixuan and Minato were enjoying grilled meat at a barbecue restaurant with Kushina. "What will I do now that you both have applied for graduation?" Kushina lamented, cradling a yellow electric mouse in her arms. "There is nothing I can do. I don't want to go to war either. It's far more comfortable to stay in the hospital and heal people. But Tsunade asked me to look after that fool Nawaki. And Minato needs to train on the battlefield," Beixuan replied casually, skewering a piece of grilled meat Minato had prepared for Kushina, now 9 years old. Beixuan was brimming with youthful energy, having recently drawn another chance for his special ability. The electric mouse Kushina held was the result of this opportunity, allowing her to summon Pokemon as spirit beasts to fight on Beixuan's behalf. In theory, with the right cost, even an alpaca could be summoned, and each summoned Pokemon could utilize chakra for further summons. "Kushina, don't worry, we'll return safely. Besides, our time on the battlefield doesn't necessarily mean we'll be fighting," Minato reassured her as he placed more meat on the grill. "Can I keep that Pikachu? If you both leave, I'll have no one to keep me company." As Kushina held Pikachu, her eyes glistening with tears while gazing at Beixuan, she expressed her longing. However, Pikachu could not remain in the ninja world for extended periods. Once the chakra used to summon it was depleted, it would vanish. Even if Beixuan could allow Pikachu to stay, he would never relinquish it to her. After just an hour with Pikachu, she could easily electrify a group of muggles at school into a frizzy mess. Indeed, Naruto's mischief was not to be taken lightly. Beixuan estimated that if Pikachu were with her, it might very well dash into the Hokage's office and zap Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, this fool had always harbored such thoughts, even tempting Pikachu with its favorite tomatoes to accompany her. Beixuan surmised that it was Kushina's vibrant red hair that endeared Pikachu to her. At the age of 9, Beixuan had significantly enhanced his abilities gained from bamboo sticks. At 3, he acquired the Golden Light spell, granting him a dual cultivation technique for life and death, and the versatile Golden Light as a derivative, laying the foundation for his true strength. At 6, he obtained a soul bone from Tang San's mother, which infused his body with vitality and granted him the powers of flight and remarkable healing abilities. This was also why Tsunade sensed an immense life force from Beixuan's chakra. At 9, he learned to sacrifice various valuable items or the bodies of ninjas to summon Pokemon as combat spirit beasts. That same year, Beixuan's grandmother passed away. However, where had Ju gone? He had searched for him during the gathering without success. Hearing this, Kushina could only regretfully pat Pikachu's head, then recalled something and asked Beixuan. As he was the only one among them who had studied sensory ninjutsu, he was pretending to be profound while stepping on his grandfather's head. So there was no need to mind him. Minato's grilling skills had improved significantly, indeed. At that moment, Ju was sitting atop the Hokage rock, clutching the forehead protector. Typically, outsiders were not permitted to step on Hokage rock, but Ju was evidently not an outsider. As for why so many people stepped on Hokage rock in the original story, well, don't ask, no one knows. Grandpa, I will become a ninja like you. Protecting Konoha and my family. I can do it. Although Ju was usually carefree, he was not foolish. He had seen Mito's sign more than once. And even if he asked, he only received the vague response that he would understand when he grew up. The now desolate Senju clan grounds and the visible filth were clear indicators that Grandpa's village was beginning to tarnish, and Mito surely knew something. Yet, due to his youth and lack of strength, he was left in the dark. Now, having truly become a ninja, this was the first step he had taken toward becoming strong. Lord Ju, Lord Minato's friend, asked me to tell you to stop showing off. If you don't hurry to eat, you'll miss your share. A frog leaped in front of Ju, interrupting his musings, then vanished in a puff of smoke. Ah, damn Beixuan. I want to let you catch my sister. Chapter 16. Journey to the Land of Wind. Neither Beixuan nor Minato participated in the graduation assessment. Aware of their strengths, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately sent the two forehead protectors to them through a messenger, ignoring Tsunade's earlier request to form a team with Ju. The two were indeed capable enough to handle ordinary ninjas. While Hiruzen was unaware of Beixuan's power, he was well acquainted with Minato's strength. You three will form a team and head to the battlefield in the Land of Wind to assist Tsunade. As for your supervising Jonin, I believe you need not worry. Although Hiruzen agreed to Beixuan and Minato's graduation request, he harbored ulterior motives. Sending the three to Tsunade was the optimal choice. Moreover, the situation necessitated an increase in the number of ninjas on the Wind Country front, with the ambitions of Sunagakure being evident. To be cautious, Hiruzen ordered each ninja clan to send reinforcements to the battlefield, allowing the three to accompany them. Soon, Konoha organized a farewell ceremony, with villagers loudly cheering for their triumph. Beixuan, Minato, and Ju donned their ninja warrior vests, marching in the procession outward from Konoha. Beixuan, Minato, do you think we'll head straight to the battlefield? I shall defend the honor of the Senju clan. Chuckling at Ju's fervent declaration, Beixuan played with the golden light in his hand as they walked. Beixuan's golden light spell had evolved beyond its initial form, and with the vitality boost from the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone, his life cultivation accelerated remarkably. Additionally, he had acquired physical training methods from Tsunade and the sinister legacies of Senju Tobirama. Speaking of Tobirama's legacies, Beixuan found Ju to be somewhat foolish. Despite possessing a treasure trove of techniques, he stubbornly pursued Earth Release, claiming it was his own path. Daily, he would boast that his great-uncle mastered Wood Release and his second uncle was formidable in Water Release, insisting he must excel in Earth Release. Both Water and Earth techniques were the Senju clan's forte, and advanced Earth Release jutsu were plentiful. However, compared to Water Release, which had Tobirama's notes, Earth Release was inherently more challenging to master. Yet, under Orochimaru's guidance, Ju was no weakling. His chakra reserve surpassed Minato's, coupled with a myriad of Orochimaru's secret techniques. I don't know, but it shouldn't be the case. We're heading to Tsunade's command center, and she likely won't send us to the battlefield. In the end, it was Ju who continued the conversation, but soon Minato regretted his response. After receiving Minato's answer, Ju babbled incessantly, and Minato could only smile and nod in response. The ninja team advanced at a leisurely pace, as no full-scale battles had erupted on the front lines. Thus they were not in a rush. During a rest stop, the trio gathered around a campfire when they noticed someone approaching. Beixuan was taken aback to see it was Uchiha Fugaku, the one wrongfully accused whom he had encountered earlier in the hospital. Excuse me, may I join you? The newcomer gestured towards the campfire. Welcome, have a seat. Minato, although unfamiliar with the ninja, still offered a spot, recognizing the clan emblem on Fugaku's attire. Hey, Uchiha Fugaku, what brings you here? Ju shouted, unable to suppress his disdain. Despite the Senju and Uchiha clans having settled their grievances, Ju still held a bias against the Uchiha, especially since every time Mito recounted stories of his grandfather, she would mention how Madara monopolized Hashirama's time. Ju's words caught Beixuan's attention. This was the father of the second pillar and the great filial son? He did not expect him to have looked so presentable in his youth, only to become so unattractive later. The Uchiha clan was known for its handsome members. But Fugaku was an exception, especially when considering the second pillar, who had cried, lost, and faced hardships but had never been ugly, though artistic style may vary. Thank you for the previous incident. This is a token of my appreciation, please accept it. Fugaku placed a stack of explosive tags in front of Beixuan, then stood to leave. Damn Uchiha, ignoring me. SHU exclaimed. By the way, Beixuan, what did you do? Explosive tags are quite valuable. Why would he give you so many at once? SHU turned to Beixuan, intrigued, as he counted the explosive tags. The value of explosive tags is not to be underestimated. This stack alone is worth at least 1,000,000 ryo. And a cursory glance reveals there are at least 100 of them. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their ties with the Nikko clan, truly possesses considerable wealth. I did not expect him to be so generous with such trivial matters. A share for each person would be just right since I did not purchase these myself. SHU, take care of them. Do not endanger yourself with your own recklessness. As he presented a small stack of explosive tags before SHU, Beixuan chuckled. Recalling that in the original story, SHU had met his demise due to an explosive tag. How could I possibly make such a foolish mistake? Beixuan, can you not speak so carelessly? Haha, how could my sister possibly like you in this manner? All right, enough of the noise. Beixuan has feelings for Lady Tsunade. Who would have thought? I must tell you, Beixuan delivered a powerful punch that knocked SHU to the ground, then glanced around at the ninjas drawn by the commotion. All eyes that met Beixuan's quickly averted. His reputation had long since spread among the ninja world. The prodigious medical ninja of Konoha Hospital. Having performed no fewer than 10 major surgeries at such a young age, it would be unwise to offend him simply for the sake of gossip. Ahem. Let's get some rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Watergate remarked, casting a glance at the lump on SHU's head, and promptly entered the tent to lie down and close his eyes. Beixuan, wait for me. I will surely tell my sister that I was wrong. I swear I won't say anything else. After delivering the beating, Beixuan felt elated. It was no wonder Tsunade often found excuses to strike SHU. It was quite liberating. After tending to SHU's injuries, Beixuan also retreated into the tent, leaving SHU outside to extinguish the flames. Cursed Beixuan, once I become Hokage, I will make you clean the toilets. You'll stand guard at my office door every day, and you'll cook for me daily. After pondering for some time on how to deal with Beixuan, SHU, full of resentment, utilized Earth Release to bury the campfire before entering the tent. Chapter 17, Declaration of War. In the meeting room of Sunagakure, the third Kazekage sat at the head of the table, surveying the individuals before him. Reports from the front indicate that Konoha has dispatched ninja from various clans to the battlefield, and I am certain you all understand their intentions. The Land of Rain has suddenly declared war on the three nations. I have decided that Ezo will lead a force of 1,500 Sand Shinobi, accompanied by a puppet brigade, into battle. The Land of Rain is but a mere jester. Our primary focus must be on Konoha. As you are all aware, the situation in the Land of Wind is precarious, and for the sake of our descendants, we must seize the territory of the Land of Fire. I hereby declare formal war on Konoha. Chiyo, the front lines are entrusted to you. I will provide whatever manpower you require, including my own. This will be a total war. It is our chance for Sunagakure to rise again. With that, the third Kazekage rose, removed his hat, and bowed deeply. Raza, standing behind him, held back tears. This was the leader he had chosen to follow. Leave the battlefield of the Land of Rain to me, sister. I entrust Konoha to you. Ezo stood and assisted the Kazekage, gazing at his sister, who remained seated, aware that she wished to be at home with her young grandson. However, as the Kazekage stated, Sunagakure needed the Land of Fire. Leave it to me. The flowers of the Sand Shinobi should bloom on the battlefield. For the sake of Scorpion's stable growth and the future of Sunagakure, Chiyo could not refuse. Seeing Chiyo agree, the Kazekage sighed in relief. Since her son had taken over her duties, she had distanced herself from the village's policies. Now let us discuss our strategy to attack the Land of Fire. Yes. The very next day, as Beixuan and the others arrived at the front lines, news of the Land of Wind declaring war on Konoha spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. Ha ha ha. The third Kazekage is indeed relentless. Mabui, the Raikage's secretary, inquired, should we intervene? The war between the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rain does not warrant our involvement. However, with Iwagakure's main forces engaged in the Land of Rain, we could strike at the Land of Earth's rear. Mabui shook her head. The Reikage had strong ties to Kumogakure, ensuring its financial stability, unlike Iwagakure. If we insert ourselves into the conflict among the wind, fire, and rain nations now, we will gain little. It is better to attack the Land of Earth while it is vulnerable. Furthermore, Kumogakure has no need to clash with Konoha, despite their strength. We must acknowledge that Konoha is currently formidable. I see. Then we shall heed your advice. However, arrange for 2 squads to see if we can capture any bloodline limit users from the battles between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. As for Iwagakure, prepare the troops for an offensive. The Reikage, though muscular, was not lacking in intelligence. The battlefield was chaotic, and capturing bloodline limit holders would yield great rewards. Yes, Iwagakure's little pumpkin. This time, I shall have a proper encounter with you. As the ninja world reacted to Tsunogakure's declaration of war, various villages exhibited differing responses. Except for the Mist Village, which was manipulated by Madara. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War officially commenced. At this moment, Beixuan observed SHJu and Watergate laboring to move supplies. Currently, the 3 were mere genin and had been assigned to the logistics department by Tsunade, while Beixuan found himself in the medical department. This naturally stirred dissatisfaction in SHJu, yet under the guise of education through love, he begrudgingly assisted. Why is Beixuan so leisurely while we toil? Watergate, do you accept this? SHJu set down the box he was carrying and nudged Watergate, who was diligently transporting goods, igniting a spark of agitation. Beixuan's role in the medical department holds far greater value. Lady Tsunade herself has stated that Beixuan's medical skills are nearly on par with hers. He is quite impressive, but I will catch up eventually. Watergate glanced at Beixuan, who was resting a short distance away, and spoke earnestly, knowing that Beixuan had undoubtedly grown even stronger now. I knew it would be pointless to say anything to you. How have I, the illustrious SHJu, fallen to this laborious task? It's infuriating. If only my teacher were here, he would surely take me to the battlefield. SHJu stomped his foot on the grass, venting his frustration. All right. Beixuan has mentioned that this labor is an excellent way to temper your character. The battlefield is no mere game for shinobi. Failing to maintain composure and assessing the situation can lead to death. Little Sun offered quiet reassurance, recalling Beixuan's warning that SHJu's temperament posed a significant risk on the battlefield, and that it might be necessary to incapacitate him during moments of reckless charge. Tsunade, do you think this will help temper SHJu's disposition? It seems ineffective, doesn't it? Beixuan queried, glancing back at Tsunade, who was peering from behind the tent. Observing SHJu from a distance, she dared not reveal herself, fearing SHJu's incessant complaints. You little brat, even your sister is not calling you. I'm uncertain. But I consulted someone from the Nara clan about this method. It should be effective. Tsunade expressed a hint of uncertainty, after all. She knew her brother's character all too well. SHJu had an overly idealistic perspective on matters. He had yet to grasp the true horror of war. Once the conflict truly erupted, he would be assigned to the morgue. Beixuan watched helplessly as SHJu engaged in lively conversation with Watergate, relieved that bringing him to the battlefield of the Land of Wind had distanced him from Orochimaru. However, the image of Rope Tree in his heart was such that even without Orochimaru leading him to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he could still find himself in trouble in the Land of Wind. Thus, he decided to hold a brief lesson for Minato. The focus of the instruction was on how to curb certain behaviors of Rope Tree and how to accurately incapacitate him. As a medical ninja, Beixuan excelled in this area. He couldn't possibly follow Rope Tree around like a babysitter. Only by truly understanding war could one learn to preserve oneself. Moreover, Tsunade held paramount importance in his heart, particularly regarding the Land of Rain. It was as if he were trying to feign a deep understanding of warfare. That little rascal. I'm starving. How about whipping me up a little something? After a moment of seriousness, Tsunade immediately revealed her true nature, pulling Beixuan's hand and starting to act cute. Sometimes, I really want to call the authorities. A hug? Sure, come here, but after the hug, you absolutely must prepare me a meal. Isn't it inappropriate to have a separate meal while everyone else is eating from the same pot? What is wrong with that? Besides, the communal meal is terrible. And who would dare say anything about us? We are formidable medical ninjas. What is wrong with having a separate meal? Ultimately, Beixuan found himself unable to resist Tsunade and was led by her to the cooking area. Heaven knows how the cook looked at Beixuan at that moment. After all, Tsunade's commentary while eating was far tastier than the communal meal, and what difference was there from a domestic squabble? Chapter 18. Mission: The outbreak of war was alarmingly swift. At this moment, Beixuan was constantly moving among the injured, followed closely by a peculiar Pokemon with pink and white hues. Happiny, this is your responsibility. I need to perform a surgery. Woo woo. The most troublesome aspect of battling the sand ninjas was the variety of poisons, each unique in its composition. Tsunade was tirelessly concocting various antidotes. Meanwhile, Beixuan remained stationed in the medical department to treat the wounded, with Happiny serving as a summoned assistant. Although he could summon slugs, he simply didn't have an affinity for the slimy, squishy creatures. His contract with the slugs was primarily to learn sage techniques, alongside the fact that he had yet to acquire the ability to summon Pokemon. Moreover, the slugs were immensely powerful, being one of the 3 great sanctuaries. While Beixuan had a preference for the Dragon Cave summons, it had no connection to Orochimaru, given Tsunade's disposition. If Beixuan were to express his disdain for slugs in favor of snakes, Tsunade would likely have him scrutinize her fists for any hidden items. Although medical ninjas are not required to engage in combat, Beixuan yearned to join the battlefield and shove the golden light down the enemy's throat. It was exhausting. Every surgical procedure, no matter how minor, required his involvement in the medical department. Were it not for Tsunade's late-night efforts in preparing antidotes, Beixuan would have long since declared a strike. Beixuan, what's wrong? Did my sister give you a beating? Upon returning to the dormitory, Ropetree was startled to find Beixuan looking half dead. He had never seen him in such a state before. Are you all right, Beixuan? Do you need me to call Lady Tsunade for you? Minato immediately stepped forward to support Beixuan, concerned as he had never witnessed him in such a condition. I'm fine. I've just completed 13 surgeries in a row. I'm not dead, nor am I dying. As he spoke, he pushed Minato away and collapsed onto the bed, pointing at Ropetree before drifting off to sleep. If you dare disturb my rest, I will make you regret it. With that, he fell into a deep slumber. Ropetree promptly covered his mouth. Beixuan was serious about his threats. Despite having the vitality bestowed by the blue-silver royal bone and enhancing his cultivation through the golden light incantation, the consecutive surgeries had drained him considerably. However, the effort was not without reward. Every morning upon waking, Beixuan could feel his mastery of the golden light incantation advancing further. The next day, while Beixuan donned his white coat in the medical department to tend to the injured, Tsunade, accompanied by the battlefield commander Nara Shikaku, approached. Well done, kid. You haven't disgraced the ninjutsu I taught you, ha ha ha. Tsunade, sporting dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the surrounding injured before grabbing Beixuan by the shoulder and laughing heartily. Have you truly taken a rest? If you're struggling, just rest. And I'll handle the antidote preparation. The medical department has eased up a bit. Injuries on the battlefield were commonplace. Yet most injuries stemmed from those who acted rashly or undertook dangerous missions after engaging in combat. As the war progressed, the number of injured arriving at the medical department dwindled, allowing Beixuan some respite. No need, the antidotes are almost ready. I have developed antidotes for all the poisons from Sunagakure and traced their ingredients. As long as all the medical ninjas in the department review the antidote preparation, it should be straightforward. This is Nara Shikaku, the commander of the battlefield. After introducing Shikaku, Tsunade turned back to Beixuan. Naturally, Beixuan recognized Shikaku, as he was responsible for arranging the records of the injured sent to the medical department daily. However, their interaction had been limited. While Beixuan held a position in the medical department, it was merely due to Tsunade's influence. The true authority in the medical department lay with her. Hello, Beixuan. I am Nara Shikaku, and I'm here to assign you a task. It was evident that Shikaku was fatigued from managing the entire camp, his face weary. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken the time to converse with the talented medical ninja before him, but he was currently preoccupied. Please proceed. Beixuan was somewhat surprised. What task could he possibly undertake? Tsunade informed me that she possesses a slug vitality technique that can help stabilize chakra levels and treat minor injuries. Since she requires rest, she recommended you to me. I would like to know if you have mastered this secret technique. We have received intel that this afternoon, the Sand Ninjas will launch a direct assault against us. With Kakashi dispatched on a confidential mission, we lack a ninja to stabilize the morale on the battlefield. And Tsunade's condition is not ideal, which is why I sought you out. You would solely be responsible for maintaining treatment for the ninjas. The rest will be managed by us, and I will arrange for personnel to ensure your safety. Shikaka spoke in one breath, then quietly awaited Beixuan's response. Understood. I am ready at any time. Beixuan glanced at Tsunade, who seemed on the verge of falling asleep, and helplessly moved to her side to support her. Thank you. Please report to the command room after lunch. With that, Shikaka turned and left, burdened with a mountain of documentation still awaiting his attention. Along with the allocation of forces for the afternoon. Is it truly necessary to push this hard? Beixuan guided Tsunade back into the medical department, laying her down on the bed in the post-surgery recovery room. He found himself momentarily entranced by her sleeping face. Preparing antidotes was not a challenge for Tsunade, however. She had chosen to reverse engineer the poisons prepared by Chiyo, unraveling their entire composition, thus enabling the other medical ninjas to treat patients effectively. Tsunade, who had not experienced the darkness of the village or the death of her loved ones, remained the same girl who cherished her village. Gently covering Tsunade with a blanket, Beixuan placed his hand on her abdomen, channeling the vitality from the blue-silver royal bone to flow through her body. The warm current quickly eased the frown on Tsunade's sleeping face. Minato, you cannot let me down. Once you become Hokage, I will shield you from all troubles. The shadows of Konoha needed the light of the sun, and Minato was that person. As for why Beixuan did not aspire to become Hokage himself or support Tsunade in that endeavor, setting aside the fact that he had no interest in the position. What if Tsunade did become Hokage? Would she be trapped in her office as a mere bureaucrat? Most likely, she would drag him along to share her burdens. Thus, the best choice remained Minato. As for Rope Tree, he could go wherever he pleased, for if he became Hokage, the entire Konoha would undoubtedly be in chaos. The Thousand Hands can rise to the position of Hokage across several generations, yet cannot leap over the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue that legacy. Chapter 19. A Great Victory. After dinner, Beixuan arrived at the command room as promised. The room was filled with people, including Uchiha Fugaku and a man who bore a striking resemblance to Hinata's father, albeit with some differences. Just as we were speaking of you, Beixuan. As a shinobi of the lower rank, we must assess your abilities to ensure the battlefield runs smoothly this afternoon. Please understand. Upon entering the command room, Nara Shikaku rose with an apologetic demeanor towards Beixuan. After all, Beixuan was merely a lower-ranking shinobi. Although renowned in the medical department, no one wished to offend him, yet the battlefield was no place for leniency. A single misstep from Beixuan could cost many lives of those heading into combat. Their strategy relied on pressing forward, trading injuries for lives, while depending on Beixuan's slug for sustenance. If he were unable to heal the injured shinobi, those advancing would perish in vain. Thus, they had to seek Shikaku to test Beixuan's capabilities. Understood. Beixuan surveyed the tent and realized that he had been recommended by Tsunade, who would not speak lightly of him. It seemed that the families had exerted pressure. Considering most of those heading to battle were from these esteemed clans, while Beixuan was but a boy of less than 10 years. How shall we conduct the test? How about this? Upon finishing his words, Beixuan's chakra surged forth, causing a powerful wave to sweep through the command room. Trained from a young age in the Golden Light spell, along with the soul bone from Tang San's mother, his chakra had already reached an extraordinarily high volume. Coupled with his meticulous control as a medical ninja and the nefarious notes left behind by the legendary Senju Tobarama, unleashing chakra was merely a trivial feat for him. Stop. Enough. Shikaku exclaimed, as the organized documents on the table were blown about, revealing his astonishment at Beixuan's talent. While he was aware of Beixuan's genius as a medical ninja, he had not anticipated such extraordinary power. Reflecting on Tsunade, he surmised that Beixuan must have learned a great deal from her. As Beixuan dissipated the chakra that had erupted behind him, he stood obediently, smiling at the surrounding shinobi. Everyone, except for Uchiha Fugaku, instinctively averted their gazes from him. You truly are something. With that, I assume no one has any objections? Shikaku gathered the scattered papers and looked up at the others. Who would dare oppose such a prodigy? They thought. The room erupted in praise for Beixuan. Subsequently, Shikaku began to organize the routes and battlefield positions for the various teams. After a considerable time, he closed his notebook and stood resolutely before everyone in the command room. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Everyone. Victory! Victory! Shikaku led Beixuan to the assembled shinobi, who stood resolutely before him. Having been in the medical department for so long, Beixuan had thought he could face war and bloodshed with composure. However, gazing upon the steadfast faces of those before him, his heart thumped uncontrollably. After today, some of these individuals would undoubtedly remain on the battlefield, their lives resting entirely in Beixuan's hands. Am I nervous? He pondered. to carry the fates of so many on my first foray into battle. Shikaku, standing beside him, could clearly hear the powerful rhythm of Beixuan's heartbeat. Though he initially believed he wouldn't be anxious, standing in this moment left him somewhat unsettled. But rest assured, I know what I must do. Beixuan gathered chakra into a surgical knife in his left hand, making a gentle incision across his palm as he formed hand seals. Cry out, mighty slug. With a clap against the ground, a massive slug appeared at his feet. It's Lord Beixuan. How may I assist you? The slug, sensing the chakra above, gently inquired. Mighty slug, please split and crawl onto each shinobi. Employing the slug vitality affinity technique. Understood. Soon, the enormous slug divided into numerous smaller forms, making its way onto each shinobi's flak jacket. Everyone, charge forward with confidence. But be cautious not to let enemy ninjas attack the slugs on you. I wish you all triumph. Understood. Then, onward, troops. With a wave of his hand, Shikaku directed the ninja forces towards the battlefield. Damn it, I want to go to battle too. Shoju, hiding nearby, couldn't he help but shout. Beixuan was heading into battle while he remained in support. After all, he was the grandson of Senja Hashirama. How could he stay behind? Beside him, Minato remained silent, casting occasional glances at Shoju's neck. At that moment, the Leaf Shinobi and Sand Village ninjas faced off against one another, the atmosphere deceptively tranquil, not reflective of a ninja battle. Tsunade, may I see you? I have yet to meet the one who can continuously dispel my poison. Chiyo stood before the Sand Ninjas, addressing the Leaf forces. Coward, if you're not going to speak, then remain here in eternal slumber. Charge. Seeing no response, Chiyo shook her head and signaled the Sand Ninjas to surge forward. For the Leaf Shinobi echoed their battle cry and charged onto the battlefield, where various ninjutsu and shuriken flew in chaos. Do not disturb me. Beixuan instructed the shinobi assigned to protect him, closing his eyes and forming hand seals. Instantly, the injured ninjas on the battlefield received remote healing from Beixuan. Simultaneously, the golden light spell circulated continually, replenishing the consumed chakra. While it couldn't completely balance the expenditure, it did help mitigate chakra depletion. Fortunately, the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone continuously supplemented vitality, so the chakra expended on remote healing was not as significant as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, a fighting ninja glanced at the wound on his hand from a kunai. Noticing it was healing slowly, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he charged towards a sand ninja. Chiyo, who had been observing the battlefield, quickly realized something was amiss. The Leaf ninjas were exhibiting reckless abandon, seemingly unafraid of injury, engaging in a frenzied assault. Change formations. Deploy the puppet brigade. Although unaware of the reason, she ordered an immediate retreat to replace the injured ninjas with those of the puppet brigade. At that moment, Beixuan felt a surge of frustration. Were these ninjas truly unafraid of pain? Upon discovering that as long as they weren't losing limbs, minor wounds could quickly heal, the Leaf ninjas began to act recklessly. Some even faced ninjutsu head-on, directly replacing the Sand Ninjas' casting techniques, disregarding kunai and shuriken as long as they didn't strike fatal areas. Chapter 20, Bloodshed. As a result, Beixuan's chakra consumption escalated rapidly. What a bunch of fools. However, Shikaku was no fool either. Seeing their initial victory, he ordered a retreat as the enemy deployed their puppet brigade. Dealing with the Sand Ninjas' puppet brigade could not follow the strategy of trading injuries for lives. Ninjutsu class. Fire release, lightning release, hand seals. Fire. Shikaku began coordinating with the Yamanaka clan members. Beixuan let out a sigh of relief. Even with an abundance of chakra, he struggled to keep pace with the expenditure. He couldn't help but feel envious of Hashirama and the prince. Although his chakra levels were substantial, he was still far from their legendary prowess. When it comes to chakra, Beixuan immediately recalls Mito's in-sealing technique. Both Tsunade and Sakura later learned this technique, which requires a substantial amount of chakra to execute. However, it seems that in-sealing is predominantly practiced by women. I wonder if men can cultivate it. I should inquire with Lord Mito upon my return, as Tsunade had not yet mastered that technique at this time. Lord Beixuan, do you require rest? A nearby ninja asked, noticing Beixuan's weary expression. Despite his young age, his considerable strength warranted the title of Lord. The ninja, Yamano-kin, of the Inuzuka clan, was entrusted by Deer Forest to protect Beixuan, fully aware of his abilities. To be frank, the success of the first wave of battle hinged entirely on this young boy. No, I will remain here to recover my chakra, Beixuan replied, casting his gaze toward the distant battlefield. In the world of ninjas, one cannot merely hide behind the front lines to survive. Whether in hospitals or the medical department, Beixuan had inevitably been stained with countless amounts of blood from performing extensive surgeries, yet it was all in the name of saving lives. As a ninja, one must learn to take lives. Otherwise, one might find themselves unable to act when the time comes, leading to their own demise. Beixuan, haven't you prepared for this already? He muttered to himself before standing up and vanishing from the spot with a body flicker technique. Oh no, Lord Beixuan. Upon witnessing this, Yamano-kin was momentarily stunned and quickly rushed to report to Deer Forest. What did you say? Beixuan has entered the battlefield. How could you let this happen? Deer Forest roared upon hearing Yamano-kin's report. This boy was a precious asset. If anything were to happen to him on the battlefield, not even Saratobi Hiruzen or Tsunade would spare him from their wrath. At under 10 years old, he was a ninja capable of turning the tide of battle. Though aware of Beixuan's formidable strength, he understood that mere power was insufficient for survival on the battlefield. Except for the founding couple of Konoha, of course. At that moment, Beixuan stepped onto the battlefield, surveying the corpses and pools of blood surrounding him. To his surprise, he felt a sense of calmness, perhaps due to his familiarity with blood. He knelt before a fallen Konoha ninja, gently closing the open eyes. War. Hey, Konoha brat. This is no place for a child. Have all the adults in Konoha perished? Ha ha ha. You dare to step onto the battlefield? Beixuan's presence naturally attracted the attention of the sand ninjas. He turned toward the source of the voice, spotting 3 sand ninjas manipulating puppets nearby. Just you 3. After carefully observing the trio, Beixuan closed his eyes. Hey, kid, are you too afraid to look? Ha ha ha. I'll send you to find your mother. Puppet technique. But the very next moment, the boastful ninja's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, and the puppets he controlled shattered into fragments. Are you kidding me? The remaining 2 sand ninjas were left dumbstruck, trembling as they gazed at the boy crackling with piercing lightning from his arm. It was all too swift. They could not discern any of his movements, and their comrade had been slain in an instant. The lightning coursing through Beixuan's hand was none other than the Chidori, a technique invented by Kakashi in the original story. Over the past few years, Beixuan had endeavored to recreate both the Rasengan and Chidori techniques. It was evident that he had succeeded. However, utilizing Chidori required exceptional visual acuity for target locking, and lacking the Sharingan, Beixuan resorted to sensory ninjutsu. The most formidable sensory technique in the ninja world was undoubtedly the Kagura Shingon, but regrettably, it was a bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, Beixuan settled for learning the sensory technique of the second Hokage, although he often jested about the nefarious Senju Tobarama. Most of the ninjutsu he had acquired stemmed from Tobarama's notes and collections. After mastering Chidori, Beixuan augmented his thrusts with Tsunade's monstrous strength, enhancing the penetrative power significantly. Although it was initially challenging, the results were remarkable. The training dummies in Konoha could not withstand the piercing force of Chidori. Beixuan had also contemplated using Chidori while enveloping himself in a golden aura, transforming into a being of formidable defense and attack. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the simultaneous use of both techniques. Merely adding Tsunade's strength to Chidori was already a daunting task. While enveloping himself in a layer of golden light was straightforward, compressing it to achieve a high level of defense remained elusive. As he dispelled the lightning from his hand, Beixuan stared at the 3 lifeless bodies and the blood staining his hands, momentarily lost in thought. Today marked the first time he had taken a life, and he knew there would be a 10th, a 100th, and perhaps even a 1000th in the future. Initially, his pursuit of medical ninjutsu was to comprehend the effects of fusing chi and chakra for better self-preservation. However, after meeting Tsunade and exploring the joys of medical ninjutsu, he found a deeper motivation, partly to grow closer to her. Yet, the heartfelt gratitude he received after healing a patient for the first time in the hospital remained etched in his memory. Beixuan had once asked Tsunade why she chose to become a medical ninja, although her answer was a jest about money for gambling. He understood that it was merely a joke. When he first met Tsunade, he had boasted about her future words, which were now being refined in her room. And he believed that soon this rule would appear in the Hokage's office. Ah, so I've truly grown accustomed to this, Beixuan mused, shaking off the blood from his hands with chakra before heading toward the Konoha camp. His purpose for this outing was to witness blood and to adapt to the discomfort of taking lives. However, he did not anticipate that he would feel no discomfort at all. Beixuan had many methods to eliminate the 3 sand ninjas. Yet he chose the most visceral and direct means to experience their demise. Chapter 21. cursed necklace the Chidori thrust, enhanced with monstrous strength, created a gaping wound in his target, and thanks to Beixuan's sensory ninjutsu, he could vividly perceive the dying moments of the sand ninja. Yet, not reacting to this was perhaps for the best, as it spared him a potential flaw. My heavens, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Upon returning to the camp, Deer Forest immediately sought him out. Seeing Beixuan unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief, followed by a barrage of complaints. Apologies, this was my fault. It won't happen again, I promise. Beixuan adhered to the principle of promptly apologizing after a mistake. Deer Forest, initially intending to continue his reprimand, was at a loss for words upon encountering Beixuan's sincerity, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Well, it's good that you realize your mistake. You should rest now. The battlefield does not require your secret techniques at the moment. Understood. Beixuan turned to leave, but his destination was the kitchen. As Deer Forest noticed the scent of blood emanating from Beixuan, he quickly deduced what the boy had been up to on the battlefield. Observing Beixuan's retreating figure, Deer Forest couldn't help but shake his head, thinking of his own son, Riku, who was still studying. There is no need to compare my child to a monster, he thought. Instead of returning to his tent to rest, Beixuan decided to prepare some food and headed toward the medical department. At this time, the number of new wounded was quite low, as Beixuan's long-range healing had resolved most minor injuries, while those with serious wounds had perished. Entering the break room, it was no surprise that Tsunade was still asleep, albeit in a rather ungraceful position. Beixuan gazed at the drool trickling onto his pillow from Tsunade and couldn't help but clench his fist. Although he had never spent the night here, he often rested in this very spot. Silently, he patted his chest, reminding himself that he shouldn't lose his temper over such trivial matters. He then opened a container filled with food, and an enticing aroma wafted through the entire lounge. The medical department prohibited bringing food inside. But that was of little concern to Beixuan. No one could reprimand him. He picked up a piece of meat and brought it close to Tsunade's nose. Little ghost, do you think I'm foolish? However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, Tsunade merely lay there, staring at Beixuan as if he were a simpleton. Ahem. You're awake just in time for a bite to eat. I made this especially for you. With that, Beixuan brought the meat to Tsunade's lips. She showed no intention of sitting up and simply opened her mouth to eat, leaving it agape once she finished. Beixuan understood her unspoken desire and began to feed her morsels one by one. The lounge fell into a serene silence, broken only by the sounds of Tsunade munching on her food. Did you go to the battlefield and kill someone? Tsunade sat up abruptly, squinting at Beixuan. What? How did you know? Beixuan, who was tidying up the food container, turned around in shock. Tsunade didn't possess any sensory ninjutsu that could extend to the battlefield, and she had been sleeping soundly when he arrived. What are you thinking? I could smell the blood on you, and your demeanor has shifted, so I merely guessed. Seeing Beixuan's astonished expression, Tsunade knew he was overthinking again and helplessly covered her face, wondering how he had graduated without any ninja reconnaissance skills. What? Beixuan hardly attended classes. I've been the one teaching him. This meant Beixuan hadn't taken his studies seriously. Is that so? I did give it a try. As a ninja, one must confront the realities of life. However, after taking down 3 sand shinobi, I withdrew without lingering. Beixuan recalled Tsunade's warning to him and his companions not to recklessly engage on the battlefield when they first arrived at the front lines, and immediately started to explain himself. But before he could finish, Tsunade wrapped her arms around him, prompting Beixuan to drop the food container and gently embrace her in return. Yet, before he could fully relish Tsunade's warmth, she released him, leaving Beixuan with a hint of melancholy in his gaze. What are you staring at? You're just a little brat. Here, take this. Your innate talent will soon earn you renown in the ninja world, but you must survive to carry the honor of that name. Promise me you'll take care of yourself. Tsunade removed a necklace from around her neck and fastened it around Beixuan's. Feeling the warmth of the necklace that belonged to Tsunade, Beixuan's mind momentarily went blank. He understood the significance of the necklace all too well. His previously steady heart began to race uncontrollably. After all, this was one of the infamous death curses in the ninja world. Just as Beixuan was lost in thought, he was met with an even more shocking sight. Tsunade cupped his face and planted a kiss on his forehead. What are you thinking? This is a blessing. Don't overthink it. Clean up and hurry outside. I still need more rest. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she playfully flicked Beixuan's forehead before ushering him out of the lounge. Standing at the door of the lounge, Beixuan remained in a daze for quite a while, then tightened his grip on the necklace and headed toward his tent. Inside the lounge, Tsunade's face was flushed, and her trembling eyelashes indicated she hadn't truly fallen asleep. That treacherous Beixuan dared to betray us. We promised to stay in the rear together and face the battlefield. As soon as Beixuan returned to his tent, he was seized by Shinshu, who shouted at him furiously. Shinshu, Beixuan must be exhausted. Please don't disturb him. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Minato, observing Beixuan's dazed eyes, asked with concern. I'm fine, Beixuan replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Shinshu, who was preparing to throw a punch. Then he remembered the necklace around his neck, and chakra enveloped his fist. Oh no. I was wrong. Minato, help. Familiar with the power of Shinshu's punches, he immediately released Beixuan's clothing and hid behind Minato. Beixuan. Why don't you take Shinshu outside to spar? His strength might collapse the tent. Minato observed Beixuan's clenched fist and sincerely pulled Shinshu out, pointing toward the exit. Shinshu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Minato. All right, I'm not actually going to hit you. Tomorrow, both you and Minato will report to the medical department's morgue. And after this, I'll have Tsunade assess your abilities. As long as you both pass, you can head to the battlefield. After finishing his statement, Beixuan sat on the bed, removed the necklace, and began to scrutinize it closely while using sensory ninjutsu to scan it thoroughly. To his astonishment, Beixuan discovered not only a sealing jutsu on the necklace but also an immense vitality emanating from it. Although this was merely a rumor circulating among netizens, the necklace certainly held an eerie quality, apart from Naruto, who had miraculously survived and shattered the necklace. Anyone else who donned it and received Tsunade's kiss had met their demise. Thinking of this, Beixuan cast a sidelong glance at Shinshu. What if he wanted to beat him up? Was he inadvertently shielding Shinshu from misfortune? Sensing the malevolence from Beixuan's gaze, Shinshu quickly stood up and scanned the room. His eyes locking onto Beixuan, or more precisely, the necklace in his hand. You rascal Beixuan, you've taken my sister, Shinshu exclaimed, jumping off the bed in shock. His face a mask of disbelief. Minato felt a wave of panic wash over him. He thought he should pretend to be asleep. But he knew he couldn't hide from Beixuan, so he might as well keep listening. With that thought, Minato relaxed and perked up his ears, awaiting Beixuan's response. Could you please keep quiet? What do you mean by taken? If you can't speak properly, then maybe you should donate your mouth. Beixuan donned the necklace, hopped off the bed, and delivered a solid punch to Shinshu's head, instantly feeling refreshed. My sister has given you the necklace that was left to her by our grandfather and says it has nothing to do with her. However, I never expected she would actually like someone like you. Rubbing the bump on his head that Beixuan had given him, Shinshu spoke with a hint of wistfulness. What kind of expression is that? This is merely her blessing. I went to the battlefield today and shed blood, so she gave this to me. Beixuan touched his forehead, recalling the damp sensation. Is that all? Then you must work harder. Shinshu scoffed, returning to his bed to lie down. What? Are you acknowledging me as your brother-in-law? Beixuan was taken aback. After all, Shinshu had vehemently opposed him after hearing his dream talk, considering Beixuan to be even younger than him. You're certainly better than Jiraiya and that blue-haired pretty boy. You know Jiraiya is just a complete pervert. Once I become Hokage, the first thing I'll do is deal with him. As for that blue-haired pretty boy, he laughs like a woman all day long. Clearing his throat, Shinshu continued, Beixuan, I'm not saying anything against you, but while you may be a bit younger, it doesn't really matter. Konoha isn't devoid of couples with significant age gaps. And besides, you and my sister aren't too far apart in age. Moreover, I worry that my sister's temperament might scare away potential suitors. Sigh, as her brother, I am genuinely concerned for her future happiness. Shinshu sighed dramatically, expressing his exaggerated worries for his sister's well-being. Oh, noted. I will be sure to inform Tsunade. Beixuan chuckled, watching Shinshu put on a show, and quietly muttered a remark that would instantly reveal Shinshu's true self. My goodness, Beixuan, you cannot act this way. Minato, stop pretending to be asleep. Quickly get up and join me in sanctioning Beixuan, or I shall reveal to Kushina our secret of sneaking peeks at adult literature. Upon hearing Shinshu's loud shout, Minato immediately sprang up, though not to join Shinshu in confronting Beixuan. Instead, he silently grasped Shinshu's arm and gestured towards Beixuan. However, Minato's face was as flushed as Kushina's hair at that moment. Beixuan glanced at Minato in surprise, taken aback by this unexpected side of him. How could you indulge in such things without inviting me? Are we not brothers anymore? But those matters can wait. We have more pressing issues at hand. Ouch. Just wait, Beixuan. In the days that followed, Beixuan continued his duties in the medical department, while Tsunade took on the tasks previously handled by Beixuan on the battlefield. This continued until a shinobi hawk arrived from Konoha. After completing a surgery, Beixuan saw Tsunade approach him, her eyes red and filled with tears as she embraced him. Upon noticing her tear-streaked face, Beixuan immediately deduced the cause. Mito was nearing her end. "Do not cry. Let us return to see Grandma together," he said softly, wiping her tears. "You call Shinshu, and I will find Kurenai." With that, Tsunade turned to seek Kurenai, knowing they must inform the battlefield commander of their departure from the camp. After watching Tsunade leave, Beixuan made his way to the morgue, where he soon encountered Shinshu and Minato, both of whom appeared utterly transformed from their usual selves, silently recording death registrations. "Shinshu, gather your things. We are returning to Konoha. Minato, you should join us as well." Beixuan did not engage them in idle chatter. He simply instructed them to prepare, as the events unfolding were directly related to Kushina, and it was best to have Minato accompany them. "What has happened?" Minato asked immediately, sensing Beixuan's dark mood. Shinshu looked at Beixuan, equally perplexed. "You will find out once we return. Hurry." With that, Beixuan turned and left, fully aware that he would not return for a while, needing to collect his own belongings as well. Without pause, they quickly made their way back to Konoha. Upon entering the Senju clan, they were greeted by the sight of the frail Mito and a tearful Kushina by her side. The dark seal upon Mito's forehead had dimmed considerably. Note: the original work does not specify who invented the dark seal, but since Mito bears the same mark, this version adopts that premise. Note: in the manga, Mito brought Kushina to Konoha only after her aging. But this version adjusts the timeline to establish a bond with Minato earlier, diverging from the original narrative. Grandma, Tsunade and Shinshu, upon witnessing Mito's current state, understood that her time was drawing near. Tears in their eyes, they approached and embraced her. "You've returned. That is enough," Mito murmured softly, gently patting Tsunade and Shinshu's backs, reminiscent of the time she would soothe them to sleep in their childhood. Beixuan stood quietly at the doorway, observing, before gently pulling Minato away from his intent to comfort Kushina, believing it best for Tsunade and Shinshu to have some time alone with Mito. He led Minato to the Hokage Rock, where they gazed silently at the scenery of Konoha. "Lord Mito is..." Minato could no longer contain his curiosity and finally spoke. "Yes," Beixuan nodded, his sensory ninjutsu perceptively scanning the area, remaining active, and then he turned to Minato, asking solemnly, "Minato, what do you believe Konoha represents? And how do you perceive Konoha today?" This question had been posed to many, and both Beixuan and Minato had provided their answers in the past. Yet now, Beixuan directed the same inquiry towards Minato. Minato, gazing at Beixuan's face, recalled the philosophical discussions they had in their youth. "Konoha is home, but at present, I have seen too little to answer this question adequately." He stepped closer to Beixuan, aware that there must be some darker aspects of the village, for Beixuan would not have concealed so much otherwise. From the moment Beixuan taught Minato the Rasengan and insisted that he claim its creation as his own, Minato had begun to perceive certain truths. However, he had not yet recognized the shadows lurking within Konoha, trusting in Beixuan's judgment, believing that if Beixuan sensed darkness, it must indeed exist. "Then let us witness it gradually, and you shall become Hokage, altering all the darkness you have encountered." Beixuan turned to Minato, his golden hair swaying in the wind. "The most splendid Hokage, I have unwavering faith in you. I shall now discuss matters concerning Kushina and Grandma Mito. Listen carefully." After a moment of contemplation, Beixuan resolved to convey the information to Minato himself, uncertain of whether the third Hokage would embellish the truth. "About Kushina? Please, tell me." Minato eagerly urged Beixuan to continue. "The shinobi world is home to 9-tailed beasts. At the inception of Konoha, all but the one-tailed beast were captured and distributed among the various ninja villages outside of Suna, while Konoha retained the most powerful of them all, the 9 tails. Each ninja village utilized sealing techniques to confine the tailed beasts within their shinobi, giving rise to the Jinchuriki. Lady Mito is the current Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and Kushina is to be the next." As Beixuan spoke, he glanced at Minato, only to find him unresponsive, his eyes urging Beixuan to proceed. It dawned on him that Minato was still oblivious to the true nature of the 9 tails. Every ninja who becomes a Jinchuriki endures torment from the tailed beast, especially the most formidable, the 9 tails. Upon finishing, Beixuan looked intently at Minato, who now wore a face full of concern. The Uzumaki clan was the ideal choice for Jinchuriki, as their mastery of sealing techniques greatly mitigated the influence of the tailed beasts. Thus, you need not worry. Kushina will not only be unharmed, but will also gain formidable power from the Nine Tails. However, being a Jinchuriki carries the risk of losing control. Influenced by the tailed beast chakra, which is significantly affected by the Jinchuriki's emotions. This is where you come into play. With that, Beixuan gently patted Minato's shoulder. Me? What do you require of me? Is it to learn sealing techniques? Minato's excitement was palpable at the mention of Kushina needing him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Your future child will undoubtedly be a fool and a scatterbrain. Huh. Minato was taken aback. I mean for you to love Kushina. Do not let her harbor any feelings of despair or hatred. You must immerse her in the sweetness of your romance. Do not think I am unaware that you two are on the verge of confessing. You are inseparable at school, and Shinshu has mentioned it to me several times. Beixuan covered his face, bemused by Minato's usual sharpness, which seemed to vanish when it came to matters of the heart. Ah, the wicked Tobarama, you speak the truth. Ah, I assure you, Kushina and I are merely friends. I understand. Minato's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in protest. But upon meeting Beixuan's incredulous gaze, he lowered his head in understanding. Does Lady Mito's death have anything to do with the Nine Tails? After a moment's reflection, Minato voiced his concern, pondering how Kushina would react if there was indeed a connection, for Mito was her only remaining family. To some extent, but not considerably. Beixuan shook his head. The passing of Mito is merely a consequence of her natural lifespan nearing its end. The transfer of the Nine Tails will hasten this process. And currently, Konoha lacks anyone capable of forcibly suppressing and sealing the Nine Tails. Thus, the transfer of the Nine Tails into Kushina's body could only occur while Uzumaki Mito was still alive. Mito, being an expert in sealing techniques, was the sole ninja capable of safely transferring the Nine Tails into Kushina. Should they delay until Mito's demise to consider sealing the Nine Tails within Kushina, the consequence would be an early manifestation of the Night of the Nine Tails upon Konoha. Presently, the village lacked anyone capable of subduing the beast. Summoning the third Hokage to perform the dead demon-consuming seal was a futile notion, especially considering the uncertainty surrounding his ability to execute it. Come now. You may go comfort Kushina, surmised that Tsunade and the others had concluded their discussion, and he promptly utilized body flicker technique to depart from Hokage Rock. Upon noticing, Minato immediately followed suit, pondering how best to console Kushina along the way. Upon returning to the Sinja clan's residence, the group gathered around a table, listening to Mito recount tales of Sinja Hashirama. When she noticed return, Mito paused and waved at him with a smile. Good boy. I have heard all about you from Tsunade. Truly impressive. At your age, Hashirama was merely a child skipping stones by the river. Mito chuckled, gently grasping his hand. Grandma, I want to eat the pastries Aunt Chiwa makes from the north of the village. Could you ask her if she has any left? If not, have her prepare some for me. I find myself craving them in my old age, Mito said affectionately as she ruffled the hair of S.H. Ju. I'll do it right away. S.H. Ju, without a second thought, jumped up and exited the Sinja clan grounds upon hearing his grandmother's request. Once S.H. Ju had distanced himself, Mito turned her attention back to Kushina. Kushina, why not tend to our little guest over there? It seems their gaze has yet to leave you. Where? I'm going right now. Kushina's face flushed crimson as she rushed over to Minato, pulling him away. Do you still remember when I asked you your thoughts on Konoha? Has your answer changed? Upon hearing this, merely bowed his head in silence, reluctant to disappoint the elderly woman before him. I only hope you can spare a life for the little monkey in the future, allowing him a dignified abdication. They are not inherently like this. It is power that has led them astray, Mito sighed, gazing earnestly at, as she did not wish for Hashirama's disciple to encounter him drenched in blood. I will ensure that everything will change once the next Hokage ascends, he reassured her. Is that so? It must be that young man from earlier. His chakra radiates warmth. You have chosen a remarkable individual, Mito observed. Having long recognized that would not take up the mantle of Hokage himself, and had also noted her grandson's unlikelihood of doing so. Thus, she had kept an eye on Minato, recognizing his potential. She was pleased with the rapport between Minato and Kushina, satisfied with Minato serving as an anchor for their connection with the Nine Tails. Chapter 24. How are you and Tsunade faring now? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had surmised, Mito also perceived in Minato the potential to unite Konoha. Tsunade remained silent, feeling the weight of the conversation between Mito and the young man. The topics of discussion were quite explosive, beginning with the notion of sparing the old Sarutobi's life. At this moment, Tsunade yearned to escape, puzzled as to why Mito had sent S.H. Ju and Kushina away without dismissing her as well. After all, She was a disciple of the third Hokage. And how are you and Tsunade faring now? Mito's inquiry struck again, catching off guard. Ahem, quite well, he replied, removing a necklace from around his neck to showcase it to Mito. Little rascal, what do you mean by well? This is a blessing, do you understand? Do not return it to me. Tsunade's face turned crimson. While discussing these matters privately was one thing, it was entirely different to bring it before her grandmother. All right. Youth has its own fortunes. However, there are countless couples in Konoha with significant age differences. Little Tsunade, if you truly like, you must seize the opportunity. Mito smiled warmly. Indeed, fervently nodded, giving Mito a thumbs up. You are a fool. Be quiet. Tsunade playfully punched on the head, though it was blocked by his protective charm. Do you dare to block me? Tsunade, incensed, stood ready to deliver another blow. Help! Grandma, Tsunade is trying to kill me, exclaimed, leaping to evade her gathering chakra, fearing that a single punch might land him in the hospital like Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, this is delightful. Hashirama, wait for me. I shall soon join you. Mito extracted a wooden hairpin from her sleeve, caressing its unremarkable design as she reminisced about the man who once gazed at her with a foolish grin. Little Tsunade, do not pursue. Come here, you too. Grandma. Both and Tsunade called out in unison, omitting Mito's surname, which only heightened her amusement. Sit down and give me your hands, Mito instructed, clasping both of their hands together. Beamed with joy, while Tsunade's cheeks flushed. Yet she made no attempt to withdraw her hand. Mito gently placed the wooden hairpin in Tsunade's palm. Grandma, this is... Tsunade recognized it immediately. She often saw her grandmother holding this hairpin in fond remembrance of her grandfather. This was the hairpin your grandfather carved by hand when he married me. Though it may not be beautiful, it consumed much of that foolish boy-esque time. When I wed your grandfather, it was this very hairpin I wore. Now, I pass it to you. I shall soon meet Hashirama, and I will no longer need it. If you truly marry, then use this hairpin to style your hair. This way, I can watch you and your grandfather together as you journey towards happiness. The affection holds for you is evident the moment he stepped through that door. However, I had not anticipated that our little Tsunade would also harbor feelings for this boy. If you have feelings, why not hold on to them tightly? You have not yet taken him as your disciple. If you feel awkward, I could simply announce to the village that is my chosen betrothed for you. How does that sound? Initially grinning, nearly faltered at the last suggestion, but he immediately nodded towards Tsunade, indicating his agreement. She shot him a warning glare. Grandma, he is still young and unable to comprehend what true affection is. Perhaps when he matures, he will fancy other women, and I will only grow older. Do you truly believe we are suited for one another? Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on as she posed the question to Mito. I swear, I will only ever love Tsunade, declared fervently, raising his hand in a vow. Having been single all his life, Tsunade was the sole person to capture his heart, and he was aware of her feelings towards him. Understanding oneself is an essential lesson in the dual cultivation of life, and was resolute that he would never become one who wavers in affection. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, what do you think? Mito turned to her. Let us wait until he is older. Right now, he is too young, and I have psychological barriers, Tsunade replied, casting a glance at before turning away. Fell silent, realizing he had no counterargument. Ha ha. Your matters are for you to resolve on your own. As for me, I certainly will not witness the birth of your children. However, Tsunade, you must be cautious. At least wait until is an adult. Mito's smile had not waned from the beginning, and as if recalling something, she promptly advised Tsunade. Tsunade was well aware of her grandmother's words. In her youth, she had once declared before Uzumaki Mito that if she ever encountered someone she liked, she would directly seize the opportunity to consummate their union within the Senju clan, thereby ensuring their lineage. The mere thought of this made Tsunade's cheeks flush once more. Was that not the innocent chatter of youth? Ha ha ha, is grandmother truly concerned that I might act on such whims? Little Tsunade, I no longer worry about you. You have found someone you cherish and possess the strength to protect him. However, do keep a watchful eye on Shinsuke. Uzumaki Mito felt a twinge of concern for her grandson, who harbored grand aspirations yet lacked the means to realize them. Leave it to me, as your brother-in-law. It is my duty to support his growth, Beixuan interjected. The training plan for Shinsuke had already commenced, and Beixuan was confident in nurturing him into a competent ninja. Brother-in-law? Did I agree to that? Tsunade quickly retorted, though her words went unheard as Beixuan cheerfully explained his training regimen to Mito. Despite her concerns for her grandson, Tsunade found solace in the thought that as long as Shinsuke became an exceptional ninja, she would have the pride to face her son and daughter-in-law, as well as Hashirama. Mito, I would like to request a favor. Beixuan finally expressed his thoughts after a moment of contemplation. Speak. When Tsunade and I marry, I wish to summon you and the first and second Hokage through Edo Tensei to attend our wedding. Rest assured, I promise that the technique will be a modified version, sparing anyone's life as a cost. Beixuan hastily clarified, fearing Mito might misunderstand. Then go ahead and do it. I believe you can improve Tobarama's jutsu. And I look forward to witnessing your wedding with little Tsunade, Mito replied, affectionately ruffling Beixuan's hair. In Chapter 25, longing for a pair of Sharingan. Only Tsunade and Beixuan remained in the courtyard of the Senju clan. Mito, having chatted with Beixuan for a while, claimed fatigue and retired to rest, leaving space for the couple. Despite Mito's departure, Tsunade and Beixuan's hands remained intertwined. Have you had enough, you little rascal? Tsunade snapped at Beixuan, who was playfully toying with her hand, squeezing it incessantly. Although she scolded him, her hand did not withdraw. No, I could never get enough of this, Beixuan replied cheerfully, holding onto her hand. Meanwhile, Mito, using her Kagai's eye to spy on the room, shook her head in disbelief. How could Hashirama never mention such things to me? I must confront him about this, but I will give him the cold shoulder for half an hour, she mused. All right, Shinsuke and the others should be back soon. Tsunade blushed and whispered, realizing she was no match for this cheeky boy, her family standing in a precarious position. No worries, I am your childhood fiancé, certified by Mito herself. Who dares to speak otherwise? Beixuan declared, inching closer to Tsunade. Why are you getting so close? Do you want me to hit you? Tsunade raised her fist, warning him not to overstep. What's wrong with being close to my girlfriend? Beixuan asked innocently. Is that so? Then why are your hands around my waist? Tsunade glared at him, noticing his hand resting on her waist. What is wrong with that? Who says I cannot embrace my own wife? Beixuan responded, still perplexed. Mito, unable to bear the scene, covered her face and shut off her Kagai's eye, deciding she need not witness the unfolding drama. Goodness. Oh no. Tsunade, be gentle. Beixuan's cry echoed through the Senju compound moments later. Mito shook her head, lying down to rest, realizing she could no longer watch this spectacle. In the courtyard, Tsunade sat calmly at the table, sipping tea, while Beixuan stood obediently beside her, his face bearing a slight bruise. My family standing is still higher, Tsunade thought contentedly after taking a sip of tea. Darling, after chatting for so long, you must be thirsty. Have some more. Humph, she added, while Beixuan quickly filled Tsunade's cup, careful to hide the bruise on his face. Lost in her thoughts about her family standing, Tsunade failed to notice that she had grown accustomed to Beixuan's endearing nicknames. Hand over the money. Tsunade extended her hand towards Beixuan. Huh? What money? He replied, slightly confused. I'm feeling lucky and want to gamble, but I have no money. The money I have is saved for baby formula. You wouldn't want our future child to be born without formula, would you? Tsunade declared, puffing out her chest. Do I need to buy formula? Beixuan remarked, glancing at her, noticing that Tsunade seemed to have developed a bit more since he last saw her. What are you staring at? Hand over the money. She insisted. All right, but this is all I have, Beixuan said, pulling out a small amount from his savings and handing it to her. Wow, you've actually been hiding money. So much. I'm going to gamble. When I win, I'll take you out for barbecue. Ha ha ha, here I come, casino, Tsunade exclaimed, excitedly counting the cash and planting a kiss on Beixuan's cheek before dashing out of the Senju compound. Beixuan, still stunned from the kiss, touched his cheek and assessed his savings, realizing he could afford many more kisses from Tsunade. Only a truly capable medical ninja understands the wealth that comes with the profession, especially when dealing with nobles. Additionally, Beixuan's connection with the extraordinary Pokemon, Chansey, made his services even more lucrative. Beixuan effectively earned multiple salaries from the hospital while also profiting from the nobles' patronage, as the vitality from the blue-silver royal soul bone aided in restoring their health. Although it did not enhance others' vitality, it served as a rare remedy for nobles whose health had been ravaged by indulgence. The nobles were interconnected, and what began as a side hustle for Beixuan transformed into a stable income stream. Each year, nobles would visit Konoha seeking Beixuan's treatment, and they were exceedingly generous with their payments. All Beixuan needed to do was cast a small hypnotic illusion to put them to sleep, then infuse their bodies with vitality. As for why he needed to put them to sleep, it was simply to ensure they felt the value of their expenditure, as they would surely feel cheated if they realized he completed the task in mere moments. Tsunade was aware of Beixuan's side ventures, but she often received noble requests for consultations, and aside from a few feudal lords, most nobles hardly offered substantial rewards. As Tsunade's medical ninjutsu had yet to gain widespread fame across the ninja world. Thus, she remained oblivious to the extent of Beixuan's wealth. Huh, Beixuan, why are you grinning like an idiot? Where are my sister and grandmother? Shinsuke asked, returning with snacks and noticing Beixuan's silly smile. What do you mean grinning like an idiot? From now on, you should call me brother-in-law, or I'll have your sister beat you daily, 3 times a day. Grandmother is resting. So put the snacks down for now. Beixuan shot a glance at Shinsuke, silently noting to address the grinning like an idiot remark at a later time, ensuring he maintained some dignity in front of Mito. Did you win over my sister? Shinsuke inquired, surprised, recalling that just the other day, Beixuan had merely gifted a necklace as a blessing. Of course, grandmother personally arranged this. Henceforth, I shall be your brother-in-law. Do you understand? In the future, show a bit more respect. Otherwise, as I mentioned earlier, I shall have my sister hammer you daily. Beixuan lightly tapped the forehead of Shengshu, employing a hint of his strange strength, leaving it a bright crimson. You are indeed a bull, even more violent than my sister. While I knew you could win her over, I did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Shengshu brushed aside Beixuan's hand and rubbed his forehead. At that moment, Kushina entered with Minato, both their faces flushed. Beixuan squinted, scrutinizing Minato and Kushina's lips, then their faces, noticing nothing amiss. Why were their faces so red? There were no signs of kissing or other marks. Surely his sensory ninjutsu couldn't overlook such details. At that moment, Beixuan found himself wishing for a pair of Sharingan. Chapter 26. Confession. Curiosity piqued. Beixuan pulled Minato aside and quietly inquired about what he and Kushina had been up to. Minato, hesitant, began to explain. Earlier, Shengshu had taken me to read some books that we shouldn't have been looking at, and when I was comforting Kushina, I felt it was wrong to keep that from her, so I decided to tell her. In the end, she insisted we buy another book to read together. Beixuan's scalp tingled at the revelation. Was this truly the same little son he knew? Or had Minato always been like this? So, what happened next? Well, we read it together, but Kushina destroyed the book, claiming such literature shouldn't exist. Minato scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, for the book was not suitable for minors. Yet he had read it and failed to show it to Beixuan. He had always promised to share good things with Beixuan, who had taught him a powerful ninjutsu without hand signs. Now, he felt a pang of guilt for not including Beixuan. Didn't anything happen between you two? Beixuan pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. So their flushed faces are merely due to reading about the little emperor? Is Liu Bei truly that charming? And no. Minato's face turned crimson as if recalling something. Do you take me for a fool? Your face is as red as a beet. Beixuan sighed, realizing Naruto had inherited Minato's cluelessness. People have wronged Kushina. When Kushina returned, she actively took my hand, Minato said, his face radiating joy. Oh, at this. Beixuan turned and left, realizing that time spent with Minato was unproductive. If he wanted Minato to gain clarity, he would have to lead by example. Tsunade, I need you. However, it seemed the time had come for Beixuan to leave the Senju clan's grounds. Before departing, he delivered a punch to Shengshu, feeling unrest in his heart without it. Meanwhile, Tsunade exited the Senju clan grounds, but did not head to the casino. Instead, she purchased a bottle of sake and settled at the Hokage Rock, where she sat for quite a while. The conversation she had with Beixuan and Uzumaki Mito had left a more profound impact on her than anticipated. Having lost her parents at a young age, Tsunade was essentially raised by Mito and Hiruzen Sarutobi. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, she had followed Hiruzen, learning from him. Despite the challenges of being Hokage, he made time to take her and her teammates out for barbecue or on various missions. Now, learning from her grandmother and Beixuan that her teacher was one of the very people harming Konoha, and worse, was the Hokage causing this harm, left Tsunade bewildered. Could people truly change so drastically? The jovial Hiruzen she remembered, sharing laughs over barbecue, felt like a distant memory from the stern figure he had become. Having only sipped a little sake, Tsunade felt slightly inebriated. Drinking and being out in the cold can lead to catching a cold, she mused. Turning to see Beixuan standing a short distance away, hands in his pockets. What brings you here? How did you know I was here? She asked, surprised. Remembering she had claimed she was going to gamble. Because you're always in my thoughts, I instinctively understand where you might be. When you ask for money, I know you are not truly going to gamble. After all, you have borrowed from me far too many times for that. Beixuan approached Tsunade. taking the sake from her hands and taking a sip. Ugh, this tastes weak. He set the sake aside and gently grasped Tsunade's hand. What's wrong? I don't need to pay back that money now. What is a child doing drinking anyway? Aren't there 3 prohibitions for ninjas? Tsunade did not resist Beixuan's grasp. Instead, she reciprocated, holding his hand. Don't worry, I will manage everything. Did I not promise grandmother that I would ensure the 3rd smoothly steps down and let the 4th Hokage address all of Konoha's lingering issues? Beixuan spoke softly. Sensing Tsunade's inner turmoil, she feared a conflict between the 3rd and himself. This left her unsure of whom to support. Choosing one would inevitably hurt the other, while remaining neutral would wound both sides. I believe in you. At that moment, Beixuan appeared strikingly handsome to Tsunade, despite the youthful innocence still lingering on his face. Often, I feel you are not like a child. It is precisely this that makes me unwittingly develop feelings for you. Beixuan, you aren't possessed by an ancient demon. Are you? Tsunade squinted at him playfully. Perhaps not, but I am certainly not an ancient demon. By normal standards, I should be a brooding, handsome uncle. Pfft, you narcissist. Is that not the truth? You don't believe me? I am forever 18, after all. That is quite the feat. With the seal, one could remain 18 forever. Right? As dusk fell, the village lights began to illuminate the Hokage rock. The 2 youthful figures sat upon it, gazing down at their home, playfully teasing each other, their hearts drawing closer with each light-hearted exchange. Tsunade, yes? Will you be my girlfriend and marry me when I come of age? Is that your confession? No flowers? No gifts? I have flowers. As for gifts, everything I possess is also yours. Beixuan rose and, facing Tsunade, formed hand seals. Countless blossoms and a few vibrant flowers floated around Tsunade, encircling her in a beautiful display. Simultaneously, the flowers scattered glimmering pollen, transforming Hokage Rock into a dreamlike realm. Tsunade, will you be my girlfriend and marry me when I come of age? Tsunade gently accepted a flower presented by one of the blooms. Gazing at the serene figure amidst the fluttering petals, it felt impossible to utter a word of refusal. Then you must be ready to lose all your wealth to me. You better work hard to lose, for my ability to earn is quite formidable. Tsunade, cradling the flowers, stepped closer to Beixuan, lowering her gaze to meet the boy who was still shorter than her, and tenderly kissed his lips. From now on, please take care of me, my little boyfriend. In response, the flowers erupted in cheers, showering the atmosphere with a cascade of shimmering petals, symbolizing their blessings. The protagonist has never been a sycophant. His generous offerings to Tsunade are merely a reflection of their intertwined futures. Regardless of the circumstances, they are destined to be a unified entity. Furthermore, the invaluable lessons imparted to him by Tsunade, including the notes from the 2nd Hokage, various ninjutsu techniques, and her own mastery of medical ninjutsu and taijutsu, are beyond measure. It is noteworthy that these teachings were shared with him even before he became her disciple. Thus, I implore readers not to label the protagonist as Tsunade's sycophant. In a relationship built on mutual affection, any contributions only serve as a catalyst for love. It is the mindless, one-sided devotion that truly embodies servility. Additionally, let us not forget that the protagonist, as a time traveler, is actually older than Tsunade, although his current form resembles that of a youth. Chapter 27. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The commotion at Hokage Rock naturally attracted the attention of the village's ninjas. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, he chanced upon Tsunade and Beixuan, hand in hand and preparing to depart, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Tsunade, what just transpired here? However, Sarutobi was more concerned with the recent disturbances than the sight before him. I was merely testing some ninjutsu. My grandmother is waiting for me at home, so I must be off, Tsunade replied, casting a complicated glance at Sarutobi before taking Beixuan's hand and leaving Hokage Rock. Is that child upset because of Mito? Sarutobi thought, noticing Tsunade's reddened eyes. He assumed it was simply her disappointment regarding Mito. After all, Tsunade's demeanor had always been like this, and he had grown accustomed to it. Disperse, he instructed, and the umbu behind him vanished without a trace. Those adorable little creatures you summoned, are they your summoned beasts? Tsunade inquired of Beixuan as they strolled down the street, marveling at the multitude of extraordinary beings. Tsunade could sense that the delightful sprites, flitting around her and scattering their enchanting gifts, were imparting to her a peculiar strength, one that gradually fortified her being. Indeed, they are called flabbi, a species known as Pokemon. Just like the previous ones, Chansey and Pikachu, they belong to the same overarching category, despite their differing names and abilities, Beixuan explained, gradually introducing Tsunade to the lore of Pokemon, albeit limited to basic knowledge about their capabilities and the Pokemon he currently possessed. What a wondrous clan, aptly named. Tsunade mused, realizing that these diverse creatures, each with their unique names and powers, formed a species of summoned beasts known as Pokemon. While her understanding was not entirely incorrect, Beixuan refrained from elaborating further, for the true explanation would be far too outlandish. After all, it would not be feasible to discuss Arceus with Tsunade. Yet, pondering Arceus, Beixuan considered whether it would be possible to summon Arceus by offering Kaguya as a sacrifice. With this thought, he gazed up at the moon. "Hey, give me some money." Tsunade's voice abruptly interrupted Beixuan's contemplation, causing several question marks to appear on his face. "Did I not just give you a sum of money? You haven't even spent it," he replied, turning to face Tsunade, who had unwittingly led them to the entrance of a casino, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "What's the big deal? It's only a few rounds of gambling." "I'll lose it all quickly," she said, her expression teasingly defiant. Beixuan suddenly felt he might have confessed his feelings too soon. Her current bravado was a far cry from the usual reticence he had come to expect. In the past, she would have assured him that she would win and return the money promptly. With a light flick of his wrist, Beixuan produced a stack of bills, intending to say something but suddenly at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha ha. Watch me conquer the tables," Tsunade exclaimed, seizing the money and dashing into the casino, leaving Beixuan standing in the wind, slightly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation under the lamplight, he abandoned the thought of retrieving her from the casino and decided instead to head towards the Senju clan's compound. Let her indulge a little. Bottling up her emotions is hardly beneficial. Upon returning to the compound, Beixuan found Mito seated quietly at the table, gazing at the moon. "Back already?" Mito greeted him with a warm smile. "Grandmother, you're still awake?" Beixuan sat beside her. "I want to have the chance to sleep much longer, so I might as well enjoy this moment." "The moon is truly beautiful tonight," she said, her eyes reflecting the moonlight and the longing for her beloved. "Indeed, it is truly magnificent." Beixuan couldn't help but see the resemblance of the moon to Arceus, and he too found it enchanting. "Did you not find Tsunade?" Mito inquired. And Beixuan, unable to suppress a chuckle, covered his face in disbelief. The contrast between his romantic life and that of others was stark. It seemed Watergate and his partner were blissfully happy while he was left to ponder the spectacle of Tsunade, standing at the gambling table, shouting with exuberance over his hard-earned money, which left him with a slight stomachache. "Ha ha ha. When I saw she was not with you, I suspected as much. She has been accompanying Hashirama to casinos since childhood, thus developing a rather unfortunate penchant," Mito remarked. "You must be patient with her. It's all right." "It's good for Tsunade to release her emotions at the casino," Beixuan replied, shaking his head to dismiss any concern. If he were truly worried, he wouldn't have given her the money. As for whether Tsunade would end up losing, he believed no one in Konoha would dare to deceive her at the gambling tables. Moreover, with her luck, she would hardly need any dishonesty. She was famously known in the original narrative as the Big Fat Sheep. "That's a relief," Mito responded, lightly tapping the table. Suddenly, a small square ceiling barrier enveloped both Beixuan and Mito. She then produced a red scroll and handed it to him. "What is this?" Beixuan asked, realizing the significance of the barrier and the precious gift Mito was bestowing upon him. Upon her prompting, he opened the scroll, and his eyes widened in shock as he looked up at her. "Grandmother, this is not appropriate." In his hands lay the foundational cornerstone of the Uzumaki clan's legacy, the compendium of sealing techniques. There is nothing inappropriate about it. The Uzumaki clan is now but a shadow of its former self. While Kushina is still young and I have been teaching her, time is running short. I do not wish for this to fall into the hands of the monkeys after I am gone, causing you distress. Although Tsunade has also studied sealing techniques, her interest in this field is rather limited. What a pity it is that her talent is not adequately nurtured. As for you, you may learn all the sealing techniques contained within. However, I hope you will also take the time to teach Kushina. The child has great potential in sealing techniques and has successfully awakened the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Sadly, my time is limited, and I wish to entrust her education in this area to you, with these techniques serving as your remuneration. Moreover, I firmly believe that there are still scattered members of the Uzumaki clan throughout the ninja world. Though I have married into the Senju clan, I remain an Uzumaki at heart. I cannot intervene in the affairs of the land of whirlpools, but I implore you to gather any remaining members of our clan and bring them back to Konoha once the dust is settled. Chapter 28. my fire. Your regret as Mito spoke. Her emotions surged. After all, it was painful to witness the demise of her clan while being powerless to intervene. Beixuan empathized with her plight. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, Mito had devoted her life to the village he established. The downfall of the land of whirlpools ultimately stemmed from their independence and the wealth they possessed. They were not noblemen, yet they established a nation of their own. This naturally incites dissatisfaction among the prominent figures of several nations. While the various sealing techniques possessed by the Uzumaki clan are highly anticipated by major ninja villages. Thus, their demise seems inevitable, and does Konoha remain unaware? Surely they are aware, yet why do they not send reinforcements? Even Mito, the current strongest of Konoha, merely observes with indifference. The cost of aiding the land of Whirlpool is simply too great, should Konoha choose to intervene. They would face a coalition of other ninja villages and their respective lords, leading to the outbreak of a new world war. Furthermore, the financial backers of Konoha, the Fire Country lords, would harbor resentment towards Konoha for their involvement, for the sake of Hashirama's village and the temporary peace within the ninja world. Mito can only watch helplessly as her homeland meets its end, with or without Konoha's involvement. After all, Konoha stands to gain the most from the fall of the land of Whirlpool, acquiring the most gifted offspring of the Uzumaki clan along with their myriad sealing techniques. The dynamics of the ninja world are grotesquely distorted, with various lords intertwined by differing bloodlines, while their respective ninja villages are perpetually embroiled in conflict and strife. The seeds of the Uzumaki clan's demise were sown during the Warring States period, after the establishment of the one nation, one village system. All ninja clans assimilated into the villages of their respective countries. Only the Uzumaki clan opted for exceptionalism, establishing their own nation and village, occupying land of extraordinary fertility adjacent to the Fire Country and near the sea, akin to the rich coastal cities of China. Other nations, such as the Land of Waves and the Land of Iron, lack ninjas, yet even these nations' nobility maintains intricate connections with the lords of the 5 great nations, including those possessing ninjas. The Land of Whirlpool stands alone, self-established, with no ties to other nations, hoarding countless treasures and fertile lands. Most critically, it lacks the corresponding strength to safeguard these possessions, thus inviting calamity. This is merely a personal viewpoint. Opinions are welcome for discussion. I am confident that the day is not far off when the Uzumaki clan will re-emerge in Konoha and flourish once more. Whether through Hokage or Uzumaki, the intention is to summon the scattered clan members back to Konoha rather than assist in the restoration of the Uzumaki nation. This thought brings me peace. As these words left her lips, the surrounding barrier dissipated immediately. Her mastery over sealing techniques is nothing short of extraordinary. As expected from the wife of Hashirama, a woman emerging from the Warring States period, the commendable sealing techniques truly deserve admiration. Noting the importance of expressing gratitude, Beixuan praised Mito, saying, "Ha ha ha. After a lifetime of studying sealing techniques, it is indeed impressive. The day grows late. You must be weary from your journey. Rest early while I remain here to enjoy the moon and await Tsunade." Mito gently tapped Beixuan's forehead, smiling as she understood his intent to bring her joy. "I am not weary. I shall keep you company for a while," Beixuan insisted, shaking his head. "Enough of this. Go rest. I intend to share some secrets with Tsunade." "What? Do you wish to eavesdrop?" Mito teased, casting a playful glance at Beixuan. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Then I shall take my leave. Good night, Grandma." Realizing Mito was hastening his departure, Beixuan promptly retreated to his room. Such a child, so mature for his age, Mito chuckled. Watching him leave before gazing up at the moon, she felt content knowing there was someone to care for Tsunade after her passing, allowing her to seek out her beloved fool. Having endured so long with Hashirama and that detestable red-eyed creature, she intended to ensure that the great wooden figure would accompany her in the afterlife. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. Observing Shimura Danzo with a furrowed brow, "Hiruzen, you must understand that the warfare will only intensify. Once Lady Mito transfers the Nine Tails and hands over the new Jinchuriki to me, I will train her into a perfect weapon of war. Once we successfully harness the power of the Nine Tails on the battlefield, victory will be within our grasp." Without hesitation, Hiruzen shook his head in refusal. "That is impossible. Kushina is the heir of Lady Mito, and a Jinchuriki's growth cannot be shrouded in darkness. Such a path would only bring disaster to Konoha." Danzo was all too aware that entrusting Kushina to him, regardless of success in controlling the Nine Tails, would inflict significant damage upon Konoha. Hiruzen naturally placed his faith in Mito's words. as she is the one who truly understands the Nine Tails. Monkey, the new generation of Jinchuriki, must be nurtured with love. She must not witness even a hint of darkness, lest even a sliver amplify the Nine Tails chakra, leading to chaos in Konoha. Therefore, please treat Kushina with utmost care. Hiruzen recalled Mito's words from days prior. Lady Mito is simply favoring her clan, Danzo exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with a menacing glare. Do you not wish to end this war in glory during your tenure? He believed Hiruzen had grown weak, that Mito was merely a remnant of a bygone era, and that her influence should not obstruct Konoha's ascendance. Hiruzen, you are unworthy of the Hokage title. If it were me, I would have already led Konoha to victory, and the malevolent Uchiha clan would have long since vanished from our midst. Enough, Danzo. Lady Mito is the first Hokage's wife. She is our elder. I am the Hokage. Know your place and leave. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. Humph. Hiruzen, you will regret this, Danzo retorted before slamming the door behind him. Leaving the night's discussions in the Hokage building in disarray, Hiruzen had forgotten his teacher's admonition. Only he was the true inheritor of his teachers while amidst the war-torn lands of the Rain Country, where Hanzo reigned as the Hokage. Danzo made his way to the rear mountains of Konoha, arriving at the base of the route. Blade. Danzo sat at a desk that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Hokage's office. As soon as he spoke, a figure knelt before him, awaiting his instructions. What is the progress? The Sharingan prototype has been successfully implanted, but it is experiencing severe rejection. It is estimated to deteriorate within a month. With various abnormal survival phenomena occurring during this period, Blade reported, head bowed. Continue. Danzo was well aware that his subordinate had not finished speaking. Yes. The Sharingan prototype will trigger a significant outburst of Yin chakra, and the material lacks the ability to control the Sharingan's transition to the Mangekyo state. Furthermore, we are lacking proficient medical ninjas. We are currently training them urgently, but the anticipated results may not meet expectations. Blade concluded, remaining silent. Is that so? The eyes of the Uchiha are proving difficult to utilize? Danzo pondered, recalling Beixuan, whom he had once sought from Hiruzen. However, the results were predictable. Root lacked excellent medical ninjas, hindering many experiments. You may leave. Yes. The underground office fell silent, with Danzo remaining alone in the shadows, writing incessantly at his desk. The following day at the Senju clan's estate. So you gambled all night? With that amount of money, surely you must have won a hand or two during the night. Beixuan remarked, observing Tsunade as she yawned widely before him, prompting a sudden realization that made him widen his eyes in inquiry. The victory was not truly a victory. It was merely that I had incurred a small debt, which allowed me to play for an extended time. Tsunade, who had been stifling yawns, suddenly appeared flustered and gestured with her hand, inquiring, how much? Hearing this, Beixuan exhaled in relief. Tsunade's gambling was akin to the laws of causality. As long as she wasn't winning, there would be no trouble, but if she did win, calamity would surely follow. 1,000,000 taels, Tsunade said weakly. Damn it. Why does Beixuan exude such an oppressive aura now? Normally, losing wouldn't feel this heavy. So, you lost half a mission's worth in one night? No, wait. Adding the 600,000 I gave you, that's nearly the equivalent of a whole mission. Beixuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although he had mentally prepared for this, the reality still left him astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be fun? Tsunade, standing by, had stopped yawning and was now poking at the air with her fingers. Sigh, you were out all night. Didn't Grandma wait for you for quite some time yesterday? Beixuan took out a handful of cash to give to Tsunade, intending for her to repay the debt. But then suddenly remembered something and looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. Huh, Grandma was waiting for me yesterday? Oh no, I'll go pay her back first. If Grandma asks, just say I haven't returned yet. Tsunade snatched the money from Beixuan's hand and turned to run, only to see Mito, accompanied by Shru and Kushina, standing behind her, smiling at her. Good morning, Grandma. Tsunade froze, raising her hand in a timid wave, while Shru and Kushina regarded her with pity. Indeed. It is early. Are you tired? Would you like to rest for a bit? Mito smiled at Tsunade, but this scene only intensified Tsunade's anxiety. It was a clear sign that Mito was quite upset. I was wrong. Tsunade promptly knelt before Mito with her hands together atop her head. A scene so smooth it left Beixuan in awe. It's all right, but Grandma is leaving tomorrow. Shouldn't Tsunade spend more time with her? The familiar admonition did not reach Tsunade's ears. Instead, it was the last thing she wanted to hear. So soon? Beixuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Mito's form. only to find her life force flickering like a candle, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Grandma, you. Beixuan's expression shifted as he stared at Mito. While sensing her vitality, he realized that Mito was not losing life due to age. Rather, she had constructed a passage using her own life force. This indicated that she could indeed continue living. It was her own desire for death that led to this state. Beixuan, this is a secret. Mito gently shook her head, silencing Beixuan's impending words. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan and the life force imbued by Hashirama, coupled with the Nine Tails and the In Seal, there was no way she should be on the brink of death. Yet, she simply did not wish to face what lay ahead. Moreover, with war looming, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she would have to fight for the village, a concept she loathed. Her husband had spent his life pursuing peace, and she didn't want to step onto the battlefield just as she was about to reunite with Hashirama. Besides, she truly missed the man who had once crafted fruits with his wood release for her to enjoy. I understand, Beixuan nodded silently. Beixuan, go prepare something to eat. I can hardly resist your cooking, Mito remarked, ruffling Beixuan's hair, gesturing towards the kitchen not far away. Tsunade, come with me. With Beixuan off to cook, Mito addressed Tsunade before retreating into her room. The courtyard was left with only Kushina and Zuru, exchanging glances. By the time Beixuan finished cooking and emerged, the courtyard was already filled with people. Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and several others were seated, enjoying tea, while Minato chatted with Kushina and Zuru. Tsunade was nowhere to be seen, presumably off to rest. Oh, we arrived just in time. Little Beixuan, I wonder if we will be fortunate enough to taste your cooking? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engaged in light conversation with Mito, noticed Beixuan carrying dishes. Lord Hokage, Beixuan slightly bowed in greeting. While the others beside Hiruzen were likely the current Hokage's aides, though the rotund figure fixated on Beixuan's food was undoubtedly Akimichi Choji, the most unremarkable of the second Hokage's disciples. Yet, why was this fellow staring so intently? Beixuan shot a glance at Danzo, who had been fixated on him since he emerged. I didn't prepare this much for everyone, haha. Just seeing you all here is already a great joy. You all are busy with your affairs. Best to return and handle them. Come back tomorrow night, Mito chuckled, her ability to perceive good and evil allowing her to gauge the disappointment she felt towards the current generation of the second Hokage's disciples, particularly Danzo, whose malice towards Beixuan was palpable. In that case, we shall not intrude any longer. Lord Mito, please take care of yourself, Hiruzen said, rising gracefully to bow slightly as he prepared to leave with his companions. Wait, let Choji stay. It seems you are the only one with some leisure, and your eyes are practically glued to Beixuan's dishes. After all these years, you remain as gluttonous as ever. Just stay to taste, but don't expect to fill up. Mito suddenly called out, stopping Choji just as he was about to follow the others out. Hiruzen and the others thought little of it, as they were well aware of Choji's singular focus on food, spending each day in his clan researching how to prepare delectable dishes. Thank you, Lord Mito. The aroma is simply irresistible. Choji scratched his head, halting his movement. After Hiruzen and the others departed, Mito and the others began to enjoy the meal together. Laughter and joy filling the air, as if the impending parting the next day was non-existent. After the meal, Zuru and Minato began clearing the table. Choji, among us. You are the only one who hasn't changed, Mito suddenly remarked, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Lord Mito, you jest. I've changed quite a bit. Look, I've gained even more weight. Choji responded cheerfully, lifting his belly as if he hadn't understood Mito's words. Oh, you. Mito shook her head, dismissing the thought, believing that every generation has its own fortune, so she need not intervene too much. However, she added, Choji, remember your reaction today, in the future. Pretend you know nothing and participate in nothing, understood? An invisible aura emanated from Mito, her aged visage appearing grand in Choji's eyes. Understood, Lord Mito, Choji nodded slightly. Though he was unsure why she instructed him thus, he resolved to follow her guidance. You may leave. I wish to rest now. Yes, I take my leave. Upon hearing Choji's address, Mito's eyes flickered with reminiscence before she closed them. The following night, outside the Senju clan's territory, all the elite shinobi of Konoha, except for the Uchiha, were concealed nearby. Not a single fly could penetrate the sacred grounds of the Senju clan. Hiruzen and his companions donned tactical armor, positioned at four corners, forming hand seals, while Mito and Kushina stood at the center. Kushina, as the vessel for the Nine Tails, you may face sorrow and pain, but I firmly believe you can endure it all. The Nine Tails may act mischievously, so I will rely on you to keep an eye on him. Mito said, gently stroking Kushina's head, wiping away her tears. Let us begin, Monkey Beixuan. I entrust little Tsunade and Zuru to you. Mito turned her head to nod at Hiruzen, then smiled at Beixuan. At this moment, Tsunade and Ju tightly grasped Beixuan, tears cascading down their faces. Grandma, I understand now. The seal has been transferred. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his fingers dancing as chains enveloped Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Naruto, you deceived me again. Forgive me, Kurama. I shall sincerely apologize next time. A furious roar echoed throughout Konoha, for Naruto had constructed the transfer passage in advance, allowing Kurama's transfer to proceed smoothly. Under the seal array presided over by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Kurama had barely time to roar before being sealed within Kushina's body. In that moment, within Kushina's sealing space, Kurama was bound by numerous chains. From this, one could discern how gentle Minato was in comparison, even for Kurama. He merely confined it to a place akin to a sewer, where it could at least lie down. Inside Kushina, however, it was suspended, bound by chains on its body and tail, unable to move an inch. The successful transfer of Kurama also signified the impending demise of Uzumaki Naruto. I have come for you, Hashirama. In the haze, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to see the great wooden figure he had yearned for all his life, standing ahead. Scratching his head and smiling foolishly, awaiting his arrival. You didn't bring Madara. I suppose you have some conscience. Thus, the curtain fell on the life of Uzumaki Naruto. The wife of Konoha's first Hokage, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the last elder of the Warring States era. Grandma. Ju's cries reverberated throughout the Senju clan's grounds, and the ninjas surrounding the area stood in silent mourning. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto's funeral was held in accordance with her wishes, conducted discreetly. Attendees were limited to the clan leaders and core members. Beixuan, clad in mourning attire emblazoned with the Senju clan's crest, stood before Naruto's gravestone, lost in thought. At this time, on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, tension ran high. You three are being promoted to Nin effective immediately. Follow Tsunade to the Land of Rain for support. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed Beixuan and his companions. One cannot remain engulfed in sorrow indefinitely. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had continuously requested assistance. Although the military strength of the Land of Rain was significantly inferior to Konoha's, their salamander brigade was exceptionally formidable. The harsh environment and the toxins of the salamander made Konoha's offensive extremely difficult, and without powerful medical ninjas, casualties were heavy. Yes, Beixuan coughed and added, that task will be communicated to Tsunade on my behalf. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze wandered slightly. Since Uzumaki Naruto's passing, Tsunade had been engrossed in gambling, only occasionally returning home when Beixuan sought her out, but she would soon return to the casino. Naturally, Hiruzen had approached Tsunade, hoping she would oversee the hospital, as many injured ninjas had returned to Konoha. Fortunately, Beixuan was also proficient in medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered significant losses of talented ninjas. I understand, Hokage-sama. You've worked hard lately, Beixuan. Once the battle in the Land of Rain concludes, I permit you to learn a technique from the sealing scroll. The two of you as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, offering benefits to his disciples. After all, these were his students, and he had to grant them more privileges. Moreover, Minato had mentioned exchanging achievements for a technique with Jiraiya. It was an opportune moment. Thank you, Hokage-sama. We will take our leave now. We need to prepare our supplies. Go ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the three depart with satisfaction, pondering the future of Konoha, which would only grow stronger under his watch. Chapter 31. Mitsubian, perhaps you are right. The three exited the Hokage building. You all go organize your supplies. This time, we may be gone for quite a while. I will first find Tsunade and Ju to help me prepare a set for your sister as well. Minato, remember to inform Kushina. By the way, please give this to Kushina. It's a temporary sealing summoning scroll for Pikachu. Beixuan instructed the two. As for the scroll given to Minato, it was the result of Beixuan's study of sealing techniques. Summoning Pokemon was inherently a summoning technique. And by sealing the summoning of Pikachu along with his blood into a temporary summoning scroll, Kushina could summon Pikachu. As long as the blood on the scroll was not entirely consumed, Kushina could continue to summon Pikachu, utilizing her own chakra. Given Kushina's current chakra capacity, the likelihood of exhausting it seemed low. That's wonderful. With Pikachu, Kushina won't feel so lonely in Konoha. Thank you so much, Beixuan. Minato happily accepted the scroll and immediately expressed his gratitude. We don't need to mention thanks between us. Ju, have you resolved your summoning issue? Did Orochimaru give you the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave? Beixuan asked Minato before turning to Ju. Despite being Orochimaru's disciple, Ju had yet to sign the summoning scroll, reasoning that a strong person does not require a summoning beast, as neither his great-grandfather nor his second great-grandfather had one. However, after Beixuan had given him a thorough beating, he had complied. My teacher sent the summoning scroll back through Aoi the day before yesterday. It has already been signed. Ju replied, slightly irked, feeling it unnecessary to be beaten just for refusing to sign a summoning beast. Especially since he had told his sister that she was a weakling relying on summoning beasts, and she had actually believed him. Then it's settled. I'm off to find Tsunade. With both having resolved their matters, Beixuan immediately headed toward the casino. However, halfway there, he was intercepted by 3 ninjas clad in umbu attire. Beixuan. A request from Danzo. The leading ninja spoke, and Beixuan immediately understood the reason he was stopped, referring to him as Beixuan. A genin indicated they were unaware of his promotion to Ch Nin. However, being summoned by Danzo could only mean trouble. Ignoring the trio, Beixuan brushed past them. Do you dare to defy orders, Beixuan? Upon hearing this, Beixuan halted, glancing back at them with a mild expression. You'd best not move. It could cost you your life. With that, Beixuan continued on his way, leaving the root ninjas staring in horror at the golden threads radiating from his body. As droplets of blood flowed from where they came into contact with the golden lines. When Beixuan found Tsunade, she was shouting excitedly, big, big, big. However, it was evident that Tsunade was losing. 2-2-1. Small. Yay. Following the princess and betting against her is definitely profitable. With the announcement of the results, a cheer erupted. Having become accustomed to it, Beixuan approached and gently pulled the incredulous Tsunade up. What's there to be surprised about? Haven't you lost enough to get used to it? Beixuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Tsunade, I tell you, this casino is definitely rigged. I used the sound technique my grandfather taught me. The dice inside must be large. Tsunade exclaimed with an air of mysterious confidence. Beixuan observed her, veins popping on his forehead. He truly wanted to inquire with the Great Pillar if the gambling techniques he taught were genuinely like this. Your joyful gambling life has come to an end. The third Hokage has issued a mission. Orochimaru and Jiraiya require support in the Land of Rain. We must proceed. Beixuan took Tsunade's hand, speaking as they walked. I guessed you'd come to the casino for this reason. I received a request for help from Jiraiya and the others this morning. They probably thought the third Hokage couldn't summon me, so they sent me here directly. Tsunade replied, waving a letter with a rather ugly toad drawn on it. It was evident who had written it. Since I've already had my fun gambling, I suppose I might as well go rescue that fool Jiraiya. How can I be happy when you've deposited a quarter of my little treasury over these past few days? Beixuan retorted. What? Is it painful for you to see your sister spending money? Disgusting. What the heck? You used to get your heart racing and couldn't take it. TSK, it seems that once a man gets what he wants, he changes. Don't you feel disgusted yourself? Cough. Indeed, it is disgusting. Ah, women. 2 individuals strolled hand in hand along the street, while a few were ensnared by the golden threads of the curse that had trapped the roots. A fact that North Xian had naturally forgotten. At that moment, in the Land of Rain, the formidable Hans of the Salamanders stood atop a building, drenched by the rain, gazing quietly at the subdued and silent village of Amigakure. I will ultimately see the Land of Rain rise again, without fail. Hans, bestowed with the title of demigod due to his immense power, bore his unique spirit beast as a symbol, thus earning the name Salamander. This title was not a surname, but a distinctive honor exclusive to him. Observing the once bustling Amigakure, where even rainy days saw pedestrians, he now found the streets utterly deserted. Hans clenched his fists unconsciously. I merely wish to alter the predicament of the Land of Rain. Mitsuba, perhaps you are right, but I am compelled to act as I do. I am not in the wrong. Hans, unable to tolerate the friction among the 3 great nations that had unjustly drawn the battlefield into the Land of Rain, had declared war against them, disregarding the warnings of Amigakure. Many fervently followed Hans, yet equally, there were those who failed to comprehend his actions. However, if the Land of Rain continued to search for a way out, it would succumb to a slow demise. The prices of food and goods had risen to unaffordable heights year after year. Countless souls perished from hunger, while many more lost their lives merely by witnessing the conflicts between the 3 nations from afar. Despite being titled a demigod, Hans remained insufficiently powerful. He was merely a demigod and could not attain the level of Hashirama Senju, unable to single-handedly transform a village, thus resorting to war. For redemption. For this nation. Hans-sama. At his call, a ninja clad in a headscarf appeared by his side, gazing at Hans with fervor. Distribute these scrolls. They contain the tasks for your respective teams. Yes. In the battlefield camp of the Land of Rain, North Shin sat at the entrance of the medical department, pinching a leaf and attempting to slice it with chakra. Chapter 32. Practicing Wind Nature Transformation. A year had passed since North Shin arrived at the battlefield of the Land of Rain. During this time, Ju had followed Orochimaru, while Minato trained under Jiraiya, both constantly executing missions outside. North Shin was concerned that Ju might meet a fate akin to that in the original story, being obliterated by explosive tags that even a dog could not survive. However, evidently, Ju had been trained to such an extent that he was no longer so easily defeated, having once looked down upon this and that. Solely aspiring to emulate Hashirama and Tobirama, Ju had resumed practicing water release under North Shin's affectionate guidance. Coupled with Orochimaru's diligent mentorship, Ju could now easily contend with ordinary Nin, relying on his immense chakra. As for Minato, North Shin had no worries. He remained exceptional and had even mastered the Rasengan ahead of time, his speed and reflexes surpassing those depicted in the original narrative. This trust allowed North Shin to confidently send Ju to the battlefield, not out of a desire to act as a caretaker, but due to the wishes of Mito and his own role as Ju's brother-in-law, compelling him to enhance Ju's strength. However, if after such rigorous training, Ju were to fall due to carelessness on the battlefield, all North Shin could do would be to avenge him and offer a memorial when the occasion arose. Have you not yet succeeded in your extraordinary ninjutsu? Tsunade, nibbling on a bun, sat beside North Shin, noticing the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, evidently having just completed a surgery. I successfully harnessed the lightning release reliant on natural energy, yet this wind release requires further time. Moreover, even if developed, it possesses certain flaws. I must seek the slug sage in the wet bone forest to learn sage techniques. North Shin gently discarded the leaf in his hand. Though a medical ninja was not required to venture out on missions, he was still needed to tend to the injured. Tsunade, on the other hand, was often torn between tasks. When called upon, she entrusted the medical department to North Shin while fulfilling her missions, and when there were no tasks, she remained in the medical department to heal. In his spare moments, North Shin diligently practiced the Golden Light spell and various ninjutsu, while also studying the sealing technique scrolls left by Mito. Sage techniques demand high talent. I had wished to learn them as well, but alas, I could not. By the way, I have some ideas on modifying the Een sealing technique for you to use. Stuffing the bun into her mouth, Tsunade excitedly exclaimed to North Shin. Tsunade had now mastered the Een sealing technique, and North Shin had naturally grasped its concepts as well. It indeed appeared to be a ninjutsu best suited for women. Tsunade claimed she would modify it so that North Shin could practice it, yet evidently, progress had been slow thus far. North Shin had unwittingly become a subject for Tsunade to understand the male physique. Although they were a couple, they had yet to engage in complete honesty with one another. Their candidness was solely for the purpose of researching ninjutsu. Despite North Shin's protests advocating for mutual openness, Tsunade had not acquiesced. I have discussed with the slug sage. I will learn there for half a day each day, even if I cannot master it. It is not imperative to use this technique. North Shin was more intrigued by sage techniques than the Rasen Shuriken, even if not for its application. He wished to explore the realm of sage arts. After all, this was the very cultivation system of the ninja world, while chakra was but an external factor. By the way, has Ju recently entered into a romantic relationship? Every time I visit him, he appears flustered, hastily hiding things. Tsunade suddenly recalled and inquired. Given that North Shin had always shared living quarters with Ju and Minato, though Ju was often away on missions. Not at all. This is a battlefield. What romance could he pursue? He is merely reading a manuscript written by Jiraiya, who always seeks Ju's assistance for reviews after completing his works. North Shin promptly divulged Ju's secret. Sighing, Tsunade expressed, I thought he had finally come to his senses, and our family would be expanding. The anticipated scene of Tsunade's fury did not unfold. Instead, she sighed in disappointment. You're not angry? North Shin was taken aback, glancing at Tsunade. Had she known of Ju's association with Jiraiya under ordinary circumstances, she would have been furious enough to confront Jiraiya. Realizing the truth, I suppose with you overseeing him, he cannot stray too far. Besides, he is of an age where he should understand such matters. It would be fitting for him to find a partner to expand our family. The mention of family expansion filled Tsunade with excitement, and she glanced at North Shien, her gaze lingering on a certain part of him, emitting an odd sound. North Shien shot her a disapproving look, continuing to study the properties of wind nature transformation with the leaf beside him. TCH, truly incorrigible. Seeing North Shien's reaction, Tsunade also retrieved a scroll to delve into her ideas for the yang sealing technique. The medical department was unusually tranquil that day, devoid of ninjas poisoned by Hans or fools tripping over explosive tags. Medical ninjas busied themselves, occasionally casting glances at the two seated at the entrance, as their relationship was no secret. With S.H. Ju's loose lips, keeping things confidential was a challenge. When Jiraiya first learned of it, he was nearly shattered, only to explode in rage upon hearing S.H. Ju's claim that it was Mito's matchmaking. The outcome was that he was swiftly knocked down by Tsunade and dragged away by Orochimaru. Moreover, the relationship between North Shien and Tsunade garnered unanimous approval from all in the camp, except for a certain weeping white-haired individual. After all, 80% of the camp had either been saved or treated by the couple. As the leaf in North Shien's hand split in two, he sighed in relief. He had not anticipated this exercise to be so challenging, especially in comparison to his swift success in practicing the lightning release, Kirin. As Beixuan turned to share his triumphant news with Tsunade, he noticed her furrowed brow as she focused intently on a scroll, sketching something repeatedly upon its surface. This sight stirred a sense of admiration within him, compelling him to reflect on the reasons for his deep affection for her. Despite her unrefined sleeping habits, her penchant for gambling, her brash temperament, and her tendency to indulge extravagantly, Beixuan held an unwavering belief that Tsunade was indeed a good person. "What's wrong? Are you finished? If so, could you prepare some food? I didn't feel satisfied after that bun," he called out. Tsunade glanced up at his voice, then cast her eyes back to the ground, where a leaf lay split in two, and resumed her scribbling on the scroll. "No need to be angry. This is my choice," she reassured herself, suppressing her irritation. Just as Beixuan was about to express his feelings, Tsunade's usual nonchalance left him feeling defeated. Nevertheless, knowing she had mentioned food, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 33, The Wet Bone Forest. The following day, within Tsunade's tent. Tsunade possessed her own private tent, established by the Leaf Village ninjas, which Beixuan could have had as well, but he had declined. After all, a medical ninja who frequently performed major surgeries required ample rest. "Let us go, but you must refrain from inquiring about my training in sage arts with the Toad Sage," Tsunade instructed Beixuan solemnly. Her words piqued his curiosity, yet the dangerous glint in her eyes deterred him from pursuing the matter further. "I promise not to ask. I've already informed the Toad Sage. We should be teleported there shortly," he replied. No sooner had he spoken than they found themselves in the Wetbone Forest. "My goodness!" Beixuan exclaimed, shivers cascading down his spine as he surveyed the surroundings. The Wetbone Forest, while renowned as one of the three great holy sites, bore no resemblance to anything majestic or divine. Instead, it was littered with moss-covered boulders and trees stripped down to mere trunks, the most striking feature being the multitude of toads adorning the branches. The ground beneath him was slick with a viscous slime, and true to its name, the air was heavy with moisture. Merely standing there for a moment left his clothing damp. This environment would surely be adored by the slug Pokemon, Beixuan mused. Over the past year, he had not only honed his skills in the Golden Light technique and ninjutsu, but had also summoned numerous Pokemon, including the slug Pokemon, a quasi-deity. The price he paid for these summons consisted of the corpses of enemies and their peculiar summoning beasts, alongside some precious items. "Ha ha ha, coward." Tsunade seized the opportunity to tease her young boyfriend, pointing at Beixuan and laughing heartily, completely overlooking her own initial terror upon her first visit to the Wetbone Forest. "Hello, little Beixuan, and welcome to the Wetbone Forest. And little Tsunade, you are welcome too." A gentle voice resonated throughout the forest. Beixuan looked upwards as the mist parted, revealing a colossal toad that was gazing down at him. Though he had anticipated the Toad Sage's immense size, the reality of standing before a being towering above the mountains left him utterly astonished. He realized that this was not even the true form of the Toad Sage. The myriad toads scattered throughout the forest were merely manifestations of her power. Just imagining their combined size was mind-boggling. "Greetings, Toad Sage. I apologize for the intrusion," Beixuan said, immediately bowing in respect. After all, the sage's strength was formidable simply by virtue of her size. "Not at all. I welcome your intrusion, for it can be quite dull in the Wetbone Forest when I am alone." Little Tsunade rarely visits, so you must come more often, the toad sage replied. Seemingly aware of how her presence intimidated Beixuan, she promptly divided herself into several smaller, yet still formidable toads. I will certainly do so. I believe the toad sage understands my purpose for coming. Since I wish to learn the sage arts of the wetbone forest, I will undoubtedly be a regular visitor. Beixuan stated, observing the toad sage's split forms, feeling an inexplicable sense of endearment towards her, causing his discomfort with the slimy ambience to diminish. Very well, however. It is worth noting that only Tsunade's grandfather has mastered the sage arts here, which is a testament to its difficulty. Be prepared for the possibility of failure. The toad sage advised gently, recalling those who had come before Beixuan, only to leave disheartened after their unsuccessful attempts. Do not worry, toad sage. I possess considerable resilience. Beixuan replied nonchalantly. He was not overly concerned. Whether he succeeded or failed, he had ample means to protect himself. Viewing sage arts primarily as a way to enhance his Rasengan and to prepare for future battles involving yin-yang release. Let us begin. I will have the smaller toads envelop you, assisting you in absorbing natural energy. Your task will be to blend this natural energy with your physical and mental energy to achieve a harmonious balance, the toad sage instructed. As the smaller toads began to crawl over Beixuan, he braced himself against the unsettling sensation of their slimy bodies. He settled into a cross-legged position, silently reciting the golden light technique, though he refrained from using it to push the toads away. Ha ha ha, this is going to be entertaining. Tsunade, having previously studied sage arts, eagerly anticipated the unfolding scene. Soon, as Beixuan calmed himself, he sensed a familiar energy emanating from the toads upon him. Achieving balance might be a challenge for others. Yet for Beixuan, who had harmonized life and energy, it posed little difficulty. Physical energy represented one's vitality, while mental energy embodied one's spirit. Now, Beixuan's task was to integrate the third element, natural energy, into this duality. Golden light enveloped Beixuan, along with the toads clinging to him. What is this light, little Tsunade? Little Beixuan? The toad sage marveled at the sight, detecting a peculiar power emanating from Beixuan's toads, a force distinct from both natural energy and chakra. This is the manifestation of my awakened bloodline limit. I am uncertain of its nature, but it is a result of a series of incomprehensible phenomena, Tsunade explained. Recognizing the golden light surrounding Beixuan, albeit intrigued by its connection to his sage training, the natural energy within little Beixuan is blending remarkably well. His talent for sage arts is exceedingly high, surpassing even that of the young Hashirama, the toad sage noted. Astonished at how swiftly Beixuan was mastering the integration of natural energy, with no signs of resistance or error. Is this boy truly so remarkable? Tsunade felt immense pride swell within her. The more exceptional Beixuan proved to be, the happier she became. She was well aware of her grandfather's legacy, and now it seemed her chosen partner had the potential to surpass him, although this was merely in the realm of sage arts. Tsunade held faith that Beixuan's strength would one day eclipse her grandfather's. At that moment, Beixuan was entirely engrossed in his own experience, skillfully merging natural energy with his own life force. It was crucial to note that he was blending this energy with his chi rather than chakra. Although this might sound convoluted, the natural energy imparted by the toads harmonized seamlessly with the chi cultivated through the golden light technique, culminating in a new force that resided within Beixuan. Despite the chi already having integrated with chakra, the introduction of natural energy prompted an immediate separation from chakra. Chapter 34, Cultivating Immortal Techniques. Beixuan had attempted to merge natural energy with chakra, yet he found himself unable to overpower the chi within his body. The chi, akin to a glutton, incessantly absorbed the natural energy transmitted by the slug, leading Beixuan to feel that the slug's delivery was rather sluggish. As Beixuan continued to absorb the natural energy, the golden light emanating from him underwent a transformation. It became less solid and took on a more ethereal quality, while Beixuan sensed that this golden light was now more formidable than before. Curiously, despite absorbing such an abundance of natural energy, the young Beixuan did not enter sage mode. Instead, the peculiar energy within him persistently absorbed the natural energy. As the messenger of natural energy, the slug sage was acutely aware of Beixuan's condition and promptly increased the flow of natural energy directed towards him. The slug sage understood him. As the slug intensified the delivery of natural energy, Beixuan immediately perceived a change. The chi within him began to absorb and merge with the natural energy. Finally, Beixuan's chakra was able to receive a portion of the natural energy, resulting in the fusion of sage chakra. with the integration of Sage Chakra. A dark circle appeared on Beixuan's forehead, accompanied by the emergence of a twisted facial mask on his countenance, one reminiscent of his grandfather's mask. Was this a success? Had he mastered it on his first attempt? In his childhood, Tsunade often saw Hashirama enter Sage mode, amusing her with his peculiar masks, which made her quite familiar with this particular visage. With both his chi and chakra fully saturated with natural energy, Beixuan stood up, causing the slugs on him to immediately detach. At that moment, the golden light enveloping Beixuan no longer held its usual solid appearance. Instead, it appeared ethereal and elusive. However, underestimating this ephemeral golden light would be a grave mistake. Was this Sage mode? The enhancement was remarkable. Upon merely testing his perception of ninjutsu, Beixuan was taken aback by the overwhelming clarity he experienced. What is most abundant in the wetbone forest? Congratulations, you were correct. It is the boundless slugs. Under the influence of Sage mode, Beixuan's perception ninjutsu enabled him to clearly sense every slug within the wetbone forest. He had succeeded. Yet he felt somewhat unpracticed and realized he needed further training. Could the slug sage teach him some sage techniques pertaining to the wetbone forest? As Beixuan dismissed Sage mode, he found that while he could indeed re-enter it, the speed at which he could gather Sage Chakra was rather slow. If he wished to activate Sage mode as swiftly as Hashirama did in the original story, he would need to practice more diligently. Of course, came the sage's reply. Tsunade, how does it feel to have accomplished this on your first try? Truly a genius. With the slug sage's response, Beixuan couldn't help but boast to Tsunade. A little playful banter between the two of them. Incredible. The slug sage just said you are more talented than my grandfather. Ha ha ha. As expected of my Tsunade. Tsunade approached, ruffled Beixuan's hair, and planted a kiss on his forehead before bursting into laughter. For some reason, Beixuan felt that Tsunade had grown a bit silly since they had been together. Hadn't she been quite composed before her experiences with Rope Tree and Dan's death in the original storyline? Beixuan shot her a sidelong glance, bemused by her exuberance, especially since he was the one who had achieved success. I found it. Here, little Beixuan. The voice of the slug sage broke through his thoughts, and Beixuan turned to see a massive stone slowly moving towards him, pulled by several slugs below. He was startled, and upon closer inspection realized the absurdity of the slugs managing to drag such a large stone. Moreover, some of the slugs were feasting on moss, revealing inscriptions upon the stone. This stone bears the teachings of the sage techniques from the wet-bone forest, something I carved for Hashirama during my moments of boredom. He was a bit slow to remember what I said, so I etched it down for him. The slug sage revealed a nugget of Hashirama's past. Tsunade reminisced about her grandfather taking her on adventures, coupled with amusing anecdotes from her grandmother, rendering her immune to the slug sage's teasing about Hashirama's clumsiness. As it was indeed a fact. Thank you, slug sage. Beixuan approached the stone, which had been thoroughly cleaned by the slugs. Upon examining it, he found a wealth of techniques and methods, even discovering a lesson on the sage art. My Jinmon. Study here for now. We cannot both leave the camp for too long, Tsunade advised, kissing Beixuan's forehead before dissipating into smoke. Both Tsunade and Beixuan were stationed in the medical department of Konoha. They made it a point to always have one of them present there. Beixuan needed to venture onto the battlefield to seek the cost of summoning Pokemon, while Tsunade remained behind, and vice versa, ensuring that the Konoha forces in the Land of Rain faced no injuries. Are little Tsunade and little Beixuan a couple? The slug sage inquired, leaning down curiously at Beixuan. Despite Tsunade's earlier kiss, their demeanor did not suggest a romantic relationship. Hence the slug sage did not leap to that conclusion. Indeed, Tsunade and I have received the personal approval of Granny Mito as a couple, Beixuan replied with a smile, satisfying the slug sage's curiosity. Though he soon regretted opening his mouth, the slug sage began to inquire about Beixuan and Tsunade's past, which was manageable at first, but soon led to an endless stream of questions that made it difficult for Beixuan to focus on studying the techniques inscribed on the stone. Their conversation continued until the slug sage was sufficiently satisfied, at which point he ceased his inquiries. After all, the wet-bone forest was home to only the slug sage. And with the rare company of Beixuan, the sage relished the opportunity to unwind. He decided to consider this earnest teaching of Beixuan as tuition fees, and with that thought, the slug sage placed a small slug on Beixuan as he began to study the sage techniques. This little slug will help you master the techniques more swiftly. It will guide you in the flow of Sage Chakra. Thank you, slug sage. Beixuan expressed his gratitude. With the slug on him, He felt that practicing the sage techniques became considerably easier. He understood the slug sage's desire for conversation, as the sage resembled an empty nester, while he and Tsunade were akin to her children who had wandered away from home. Chapter 35. Preparing for the final battle in the days that followed. Beixuan balanced his duties at the medical department with his studies in the Wetbone Forest. Each time he visited, the slug sage would chatter endlessly, leaving Beixuan with no choice but to summon the sticky beauty dragon and a few other Pokemon to keep the sage company during their conversations. Only then could Beixuan dedicate himself to the study of sage techniques, the complexity of which proved to be even greater than that of sage mode itself. Beixuan's progress was exceedingly slow, yet according to the slug sage, he was already making impressive strides. It was through this experience that Beixuan began to comprehend why the cultivation system in the ninja world had been supplanted by chakra. The emergence of the divine tree in Kagaya was merely a catalyst. The underlying reason remained the formidable difficulty of mastering sage techniques. Having just completed a surgical procedure, Beixuan stepped out of the tent for some fresh air, only to spot Orochimaru approaching with rope tree. Injured? Beixuan noticed a long knife wound on the back of Shengshu. Lord Beixuan, please assist Shengshu with his treatment, requested Orochimaru, who had naturally spotted Beixuan. Rather than searching for medical registration within the tent, it was far more expedient to seek Beixuan directly. What has transpired? Have we failed the mission? Your spirits seem quite low. Beixuan placed his hand over Shengshu's wound, activating his specially designed healing technique. In no time, the injury on Shengshu's back had significantly healed. With a single hand seal, a slug appeared upon Shengshu's wound, settling there. Is he all right? After completing the treatment and noticing Shengshu's silence, Beixuan turned to Orochimaru for clarification. It was revealed that all of Shengshu's temporary teammates had perished during the mission, one of whom, a Chunin named Yamashiro Baiku, sacrificed himself to shield Shengshu from an enemy jutsu. Life is indeed fragile. Since he has been treated, I shall escort Shengshu back to rest. Thank you. Lord Beixuan, Orochimaru gently recounted the events before turning to leave with Shengshu, aware of Beixuan's constant busyness and therefore refraining from lingering. Was this the conclusion of the timeline for Orochimaru? Beixuan narrowed his eyes, watching Orochimaru depart. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet experienced the loss of disciples and friends. He was merely reflecting on the death of a ninja with whom he had a slight connection. Fortunately, Beixuan did not detect any morbid yearning for immortality in Orochimaru's words, attributing it instead to Orochimaru's character, merely expressing a lamentation. What are you daydreaming about? At that moment, Tsunade emerged from the medical tent and approached Beixuan, playfully slapping him on the back. What brings you here? Beixuan was momentarily taken aback. Had Tsunade just come from the medical tent? I just returned from a meeting, only to be summoned by the slug sage for some test. It seems your summoning beast is having quite the time, Tsunade chuckled, recalling the Wetbone Forest resembling a kindergarten. I never anticipated that summoning Pokemon to the Wetbone Forest would allow them to remain there without consuming chakra, especially with the slug sage board and taking the opportunity to teach them a thing or two. Beixuan had initially intended to summon a few Pokemon merely to keep the slug sage company. Although their cries were different, the slug sage understood them well. Subsequently, Beixuan discovered that summoning them to the Wetbone Forest did not require chakra to maintain their presence there. Thus, he summoned all his Pokemon to the Wetbone Forest, except for the Pikachu he had given to Kushina. Beixuan's intention was to take advantage of the slug sage's sage arts to teach these Pokemon, without considering whether they could actually learn. According to reports from scouts at the front lines, the Land of Rain was on the brink of collapse and would likely launch a full-scale attack within the next few days. Our strategy is to take the initiative and withdraw the logistics of the camp, including the medical department. Of course, we are the exceptions. Although the Land of Rain had managed to withstand the attacks from Konoha for over half a year due to the conflict with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, their logistics had completely broken down. After tomorrow, the war in the Land of Rain will be nearing its end. Stretching, Tsunade expressed her impatience with staying in the Land of Rain, yearning to return to Konoha for a good gamble. Beixuan merely glanced at the foolish grin on Tsunade's face, knowing exactly what she was thinking, and unceremoniously interrupted her daydreams. Don't forget about the Land of Wind. It's only thanks to Elder Tsukumo that the entire battlefield of the Land of Wind is being held. Furthermore, the antidote you previously prepared is still effective. However, after the battle in the Land of Rain concludes, we will likely be sent to the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Presently, Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, aside from the hidden mist village, which is being toyed with by its own Mizukichi, the other nations are embroiled in conflict. The land of earth is simultaneously battling the land of wind and the land of fire in the land of rain. However, the land of lightning has taken the opportunity to attack the land of earth, leading to conflict between the two. The land of wind, having had only light skirmishes with the land of rain, withdrew and engaged Konoha instead. Konoha, meanwhile, is simultaneously fighting against both the land of rain and the land of wind. Elder Tsukumo must have made significant progress at the Kage level by now. Speaking of which, what is your current strength? Tsunade recalled the gentle elder who, before becoming a jonin, often took the trio on missions whenever Saratobi Hiruzen was too preoccupied. Guess. Beixuan smiled. TCH, if you don't want to say, then forget it, you weirdo. Tsunade playfully punched Beixuan on the head, not wanting to indulge his arrogance. I almost forgot the main business. I came to summon you for a meeting, but got interrupted by the summoning. Today, Orochimaru and the others will gradually be called back. I wonder how Shingshu is faring. Tsunade suddenly remembered something and pulled Beixuan toward the conference room. Slow down, don't rush. Orochimaru has only just returned. The meeting certainly won't start that early. Have you seen Orochimaru? How is Shingshu? Upon hearing this, Tsunade loosened her grip on Beixuan and slowed her pace to walk leisurely. Shingshu sustained some injuries, but I have already treated him. However, his comrades who were on the mission perished, so he is likely feeling a bit down. As a ninja, he will inevitably face such experiences. Tsunade responded thoughtfully, falling silent as a medical ninja who understood the cruel realities of war. Those who were in the medical department receiving treatment were indeed the fortunate ones. Regardless of their injuries, at least their lives were spared, while many more ninjas fell silently on the battlefield. The war in the ninja world would soon reach its conclusion. Beixuan looked up at the sky, pondering the misfortunes that plagued this world. Chapter 36. Leave Hanzo to me. When Tsunade and Beixuan arrived at the command room, it was already filled with people. Although the nominal leaders of the Land of Rain battlefield were the trio of Huang, Du, and Tu, only Orochimaru possessed the intellect to devise war strategies. Since Orochimaru needed to train Shingshu, they had arranged for a ninja from the Nara clan to assist with the various arrangements for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Upon entering the command room, Beixuan and Tsunade received nods of acknowledgement from the gathered ninjas. Ahem, since everyone is here, we shall commence with the deployment for the decisive battle. Though we call it a decisive battle, in truth, it is a retreat. The Nara clan ninja began, but soon there was a commotion from below. Silence. Just listen. Orochimaru's voice, cold and commanding, reverberated through the room, infused with his chakra. Had Orochimaru taken that step? Tsunade glanced at him, not surprised. After all, she herself was only a step away. She imagined Jiraiya was not far behind either. Ahem, my intention is not to suggest surrender or retreat. The current situation in the Land of Rain cannot sustain continued combat. I anticipate they will launch a full-scale attack within the next few days. Our best course of action is not to confront them head-on. They have no room for maneuvering left, and their fighting spirit will undoubtedly be fiercer. Thus, I have conferred with Lord Orochimaru, and we have decided to withdraw the logistical support from the camp to avoid unnecessary casualties, while the combat ninjas will remain with sufficient provisions for the final confrontation. The Nara ninja paused, drawing the attention of the room. However, we must be mindful that we will be facing the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. The air in the command room became tense. Everyone present understood Hanzo's reputation and prowess, having been bestowed with the title of demigod and recognized by various nations. In previous engagements, the Rain Shinobi and Konoha had not encountered large-scale battles, mostly consisting of skirmishes between small teams, which was why Hanzo had not appeared on the battlefield directly. However, he would undoubtedly be involved in the upcoming full-scale assault. Leave Hanzo to me. Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed in the now-silent command room. I shall join as well. How could such matters transpire without the involvement of myself, the esteemed Jiraiya? Tsunade and Jiraiya's voices resonated together. Have you arrived? The fated battle between the 3 legendary ninjas and Hanzo is upon us. Count me in. My combat prowess remains commendable. Tsunade has joined, and I must keep pace. Moreover, the disgraceful title of the Konoha 3 ninjas should not tarnish Tsunade's name. Beixuan does not believe that his current strength can rival Hanzo's. After all, his most formidable technique, Sage Mode, is still far from perfected. Each time he enters Sage Mode, it demands considerable time to convert the energy and chakra within his body. Beixuan has attempted the methods of the prince, but to no avail. His body harbors not just chakra, but other forms of energy. The shadow clone technique gathers sage chakra. But upon reintegration, his internal energy becomes unstable. Through the life-rejuvenating golden light spell, Beixuan has easily mastered the balance of power within his body. Yet this equilibrium renders him immune to the drawbacks of the shadow clone technique. Of course, there are alternative strategies when Hanzo arrives. Beixuan can gather natural energy while the legendary trio withstands the onslaught, but he quickly discarded this notion. The prowess of the three ninjas against Hanzo would undoubtedly lead to a one-sided affair, should Beixuan emerge and, by relying on Sage Mode, repel Hanzo. All glory would fall solely upon him, leaving the three ninjas further ensnared in disgrace. Such an occurrence is something Beixuan would not permit. Alas, had I known. I should have first mastered sage techniques before delving into the ninjutsu of the second Hokage. Suddenly, Beixuan finds himself envious of the second Hokage's ability to effortlessly enter sage mode with a mere clap of his hands. Beixuan is not overly anxious about his growth and strength. Hence, he initially chose to develop those dazzling ninjutsu from the original work. How captivating, truly a lifelong endeavor. To point skyward as the Kirin descends, undeniably magnificent, a testament to the genius of the second Hokage. So, Hanzo, I entrust this to you for victory is assured. You need not accompany me to confront Hanzo. I am one of the commanders on the battlefield, while you are not. You are young and gifted. Your ascent makes Hanzo seem trivial. In the tent of Tsunade after dispersal, she gazes earnestly at Beixuan and speaks. You did not voice this in the command room. And now it is too late. Furthermore, you appear as if you were courting death. With me present, there is no need for concern. Beixuan observes Tsunade's worried expression and gently smooths the wrinkles from her brow. Hanzo is referred to as a demigod of the ninja world. His strength is certainly beyond your current capacity to contend with. Should any misfortune befall you, do not linger, just flee. I trust in your ability to escape. Tsunade, shaking off Beixuan's hand, gazes intently at him, unafraid of death. Since becoming a ninja, she has prepared to sacrifice herself for Konoha. The Senju clan has always been willing to lay down their lives for the village, and while she does not bear the Senju name, she nonetheless inherits their will. However, Beixuan's future should be resplendent and bright, unburdened by responsibilities that are not his to bear. We have always been a single entity, since my grandmother entrusted you to me. I will not allow you to face danger alone. Do you truly doubt me? Rest assured, I have said there is nothing to worry about. Beixuan understands Tsunade's thoughts, and because of this, he feels compelled to go. Although the narrative of the ninja world mirrors the original intricately, subtle changes have begun to surface. What if Hanzo were to suddenly change his mind? Beixuan cannot gamble with Tsunade's life. Moreover, he is confident that even without entering sage mode, he would not fall to Hanzo. Alas, you are still too young. Tsunade, being Tsunade, shatters the sweet atmosphere between them with a mere statement. My sincerest apologies, then. Beixuan rolls his eyes. Tsunade's remarks are invariably astounding. Oh dear, come here for a kiss. The next day, Konoha's camp commences its withdrawal. Shoshin and Minato Namikaze are among the departing ranks, tasked with protecting the retreating logistics. The medical unit also begins to withdraw, albeit only to a safer distance, as they will still be needed in the aftermath of the battle. Thus, they relocate to the periphery of the battlefield. Beixuan is somewhat taken aback that this time Shoshin does not shout to remain on the front lines to fight. It seems that the loss of comrades has matured him significantly. On the night of the third day of Konoha's logistical retreat, rain falls incessantly. Outside Konoha's camp, Hanzo of the Salamander stands upon a branch, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought. Attack. With a single command from Hanzo, the final counterattack from the Rain Village arrives. A group of rain ninjas, clad in gas masks, emerges from the woods, wielding kunai and ninja blades, charging toward Konoha's camp. Summon. Cry out in the name of the beast. Hanzo forms hand seals, and a colossal salamander materializes. Use the rain summoning poison tiger technique. As the massive salamander appears, Hanzo deftly commands it to unleash a toxic mist into the sky, which mingles with the rain, cascading down upon Konoha's camp. The odds of successfully executing a surprise attack against Konoha are minimal, as the Hyuga clan possesses a natural advantage in reconnaissance. As the rain ninjas encroach upon Konoha's camp, they are swiftly detected by the Hyuga's vigilant ninjas. All units, take your antidotes. Charge. As the toxic rain descends, the captains of each squad immediately order their ninjas to ingest the antidotes hanging at their waists. While they may not immediately negate Hanzo's poison, they can endure for a while, and coupled with the leeches on their shoulders, the ninjas will not lose their fighting capabilities just yet. The Rain ninjas and Konoha ninjas soon clash in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Hanzo observes the four standing before him, his gaze resting on Beixuan with a hint of surprise. Have I sunk so low as to be thwarted by a child? No sooner had the words left his lips than Hanzo, wielding his scythe, appears behind Beixuan and strikes, only to be thwarted by the golden light emanating from Beixuan. Painful sky kick. With golden light enveloping him, Beixuan executes a powerful kick that collides with Hanzo's scythe. Hanzo swiftly retreats, deploying the body flicker technique to land atop the colossal salamander. This little brat possesses remarkable strength, a taijutsu-type ninja, perhaps? That golden light, what a novel bloodline limit. Feeling a tingling in his hand gripping the scythe, Hanzo is somewhat astonished. Although he merely aimed to test this child, the force behind his strike was indeed substantial. Is he truly in at such a young age? Everyone, attack together. Seeing Hanzo's salamander assault Beixuan, Tsunade's face flushes with anger as she forms hand seals. Orochimaru and Jiraiya swiftly follow suit. Summoning technique. 3 enormous summoned beasts manifest, confronting the giant salamander. You are the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you not? Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses, not only possessing you but also such a young ninja. Hanzo gazes at the 4 standing upon the 3 summoned beasts, reflecting on whether the outcome would have differed had the Rain village been blessed with such talent. Jiraiya, you have truly found yourself in a predicament. Even I would find Hanzo's poison daunting. Orochimaru, where's my sacrifice? Lady Tsunade, Lord Beixuan. The moment the 3 summoned beasts appear, they each exhibit distinct personalities, clearly indicating Orochimaru's summoned serpent's rebellious nature. My apologies, One Tai. I have caused you trouble? Jiraiya stands atop One Tai, continuously forming hand seals. Be silent, after this. Your sacrifice will be provided. You shall collaborate with the other 2 beasts to restrain Hanzo's salamander. Lady Slug, please divide into 4 clones and assist in restraining the salamander. Huh, do you truly believe that by restraining the you can defeat me? How naive. Hanzo the salamander stood still, observing several individuals strategizing their tactics. The pride of a strong warrior prevented him from forcefully interrupting their summoning. Clad in golden light, Beixuan wielded lightning that resonated like a chorus of birds, slicing through the darkness to strike at Hanzo. Ninja Art, Needle Earth Store. Ninja Art, Phantom Serpent Hand. Upon witnessing Beixuan's assault on Hanzo, Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately employed their ninjutsu to disrupt Hanzo's movements. Tsunade, her forehead seal released, erupted with an overwhelming surge of chakra. Though she had learned the In seal from Beixuan, she had yet to master the Baiken no Jutsu. At this moment, the In seal served merely as a means to store chakra, which could be unleashed to enhance her combat capabilities. The lightning in Beixuan's hand pierced Hanzo's body, but in that instant, he swiftly turned and charged towards Jiraiya. The Hanzo that had been struck transformed into a puddle of water, while the real Hanzo appeared not far behind Jiraiya, flinging a handful of kunai attached with explosive tags towards him. You fool. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, but he was evidently too slow to intercept Hanzo's kunai, which surrounded Jiraiya. Explosive flame array. Hanzo's cold voice rang out, and all the explosive tags activated, racing toward Jiraiya's legs. Giant Rasengan. A massive blue sphere appeared in Jiraiya's palm, crashing down and obliterating all the explosive tags that had not yet detonated. However, some of the tags did explode, and Beixuan reached Jiraiya's side, pulling him into the golden light. As the explosion subsided, Jiraiya emerged somewhat disheveled, but was healed by Beixuan and the slug on his person. To think Watergate taught you so quickly, Jiraiya chuckled. I am Jiraiya. Beixuan referred to the Rasengan, which Watergate had claimed as his invention. It was entirely up to Watergate whom he wished to pass it on to. Are you all right? Tsunade inquired as she landed beside Beixuan. His instant body technique is too fast for us to catch up. Only Beixuan stands a chance, Orochimaru warned, approaching the group while keeping an eye on Hanzo in the distance. My Chidori can only accelerate in a straight line. Hitting him is quite challenging. However, Beixuan seemed to have an idea, swiftly performing hand seals and summoning a sheep that was munching on grass. We shall move together to restrain Hanzo. Hold off on eating, and wait for the right moment to use cotton spore on that ugly man in the distance. If you miss, keep firing, understood? Beixuan instructed the sheep earnestly. Hanzo's instant body technique was merely a form of speed, not a space-time ninjutsu. and the cotton spore's ability to reduce the target's speed by 2 levels would significantly increase their chances of keeping pace with him. Meh. The sheep resolutely gazed at Hanzo. For a Pokemon, assisting its trainer was of utmost importance. Chapter 38. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen send someone over with everything set. Tsunade charged towards Hanzo, delivering a punch that cratered the ground beneath her. Just as Hanzo evaded her attack and prepared to swing his scythe, a long serpent lunged from behind, prompting Hanzo to swiftly sever it with his blade. Following closely were the golden rays emanating from Beixuan, transforming into weaponry, combined with Beixuan's formidable punch. Unable to confront them head-on, Hanzo instantly dodged away. However, Jiraiya had already been lying in wait, his long hair ensnaring Hanzo's waist. Yet Hanzo immediately transformed into a puddle of water, capturing Jiraiya instead. Orochimaru unleashed a flurry of small snakes that quickly enveloped the area, darting to Jiraiya's side to free him from the water prison technique. Water release, heavenly cry? Beixuan formed hand seals and unleashed water needles aimed at Orochimaru's rear. And as expected, Hanzo appeared there, deflecting the high-speed water needles with his blade. Is that the second Hokage's technique? Impressive. Hanzo regarded Beixuan with a glint of admiration, recognizing the skill of such a young ninja wielding a technique that required exceptional water release talent. Shut it. Beixuan, radiating golden light, executed a powerful kick that struck down fiercely. Just as Hanzo barely evaded Beixuan's whip-like leg, Tsunade followed up with her punch. There's no escape. Realizing he had once again fallen into the trap of overestimating his abilities, Hanzo sidestepped to avoid their lethal strikes, swinging his scythe towards Tsunade's fist. The rope formed from golden light yanked Tsunade away from the strike, and she retaliated with her superhuman punch, followed by another kick. Hanzo's body was immediately encased in a water film for brief protection. However, it was insufficient. He was swiftly sent flying, and as he soared through the air, a long serpent in Jiraiya's hair ensnared one of his legs. Sheep! Beixuan shouted, and the sheep began to shake its body, releasing a flurry of illusory cotton that drifted down upon Hanzo. In midair, Hanzo executed a rotation, using his scythe to sever the bindings of the serpent and hair. But the cotton spore still settled upon him. My speed is slowing. Hanzo instantly realized the effect of Beixuan's summoning beast. He hurled a kunai towards the sheep. Release. Beixuan quickly dispelled the sheep's summoning, allowing it to narrowly escape danger. But the effect of the cotton spore lingered, hidden in the well. Sensing imminent peril, Hanzo bellowed. And the salamander, engaged in combat with the 3 summoned beasts, burrowed underground to launch an upward assault from beneath Hanzo's feet. You truly are formidable. It seems this battle will belong to Konoha. By the name of demigods, I curse you. A long bolt of lightning shot towards Hanzo, interrupting his unfinished words. Knowing what Hanzo intended to say, Beixuan could not allow him to finish. Not only had they not been defeated, but he had also managed to inflict the cotton spore on Hanzo for a nickname. Little brat. Angering me will not end well for you. Hanzo glared coldly at Beixuan, who was maintaining the Chidori. Old turtle. You haven't won yet. Don't flaunt your bravado before me. Hanzo retorted. But his gaze shifted to the severely wounded rain shinobi nearby. Despite possessing his own toxins, the Konoha ninjas had that loathsome slug. Coupled with the medical ninjutsu of that girl and the boy, the toxicity had failed to play a crucial role. If this continued, Hanzo's cold gaze surveyed the group before him, realizing that his speed had been significantly reduced by the unknown technique of that summoning beast. He would not be able to overcome these 4 in the near future. From the onset of battle, Hanzo had noted the presence of Beixuan and Tsunade's shadow clones on another battlefield, while the Konoha ninjas were all accompanied by that disgusting slug. Tsunade and Beixuan jointly expended chakra, which explained why she had immediately released the Yin seal. All her chakra was devoted to sustaining the slug's vitality. Rain Shinobi, retreat. I will cover your escape. Hanzo coldly addressed the group, his heart heavy with sorrow. Oh, land of rain. I cannot lead you out of this predicament. He implored. Allow my subordinates to leave safely, or the outcome will only be mutual destruction. What say you? Hans addressed Orochimaru, perceiving that aside from that young man, it was this more formidable ninja who held authority. Very well. The Konoha ninjas shall retreat immediately. Follow the first deployment plan. With a booming voice, Orochimaru echoed the command, prompting the Konoha ninjas to abandon the battlefield and hasten towards the medical unit, for they were still afflicted by poison. If only you were born in the Rain Village. Hans mused, his tone growing somber as he gazed at the others, particularly at Beixuan. Please, I have no fondness for places where there's no space to hang laundry. Beixuan shot back, delivering a sharp retort. Were it not for the environmental issues in the land of rain, the region would not suffer from such a lack of food. Hans's gaze turned perilous. You ought to learn to respect your elders. If you wish to fight. Then by all means, he taunted. Tsunade immediately adopted a defensive stance, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru raised their kunai. Youngster, you possess excellent companions. Inform Sarutobi Hiruzen to send someone to the land of rain. This war, we have lost. Hans dispelled his summoning technique and began to walk slowly toward the forest, his silhouette appearing starkly solitary. Orochimaru, holding his kunai, contemplated for a moment before abandoning the thought of pursuing him. Phew, the four of us are truly remarkable. We faced a demigod. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya collapsed onto Wentai, laughing heartily. Who would have thought? That kid can talk a good game. Usually, he is so civilized. Tsunade, having released her shadow clone and In Seal, teased as she rested her hand on the now glowing Beixuan's shoulder. What is the point of fighting without trash talk? Ugh, I'm exhausted. As a medical ninja, I've had to take on an offensive role. Leaning against Tsunade, Beixuan exhaled in relief, having thought they might reveal all their trump cards in the heat of battle, only to realize it was merely a minor leak. Hans certainly went easy on us. Hey, can you two pay attention? There are others present. Orochimaru interjected. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Jiraiya queried, noticing Orochimaru staring blankly at the distant battlefield. Nothing, fool, Orochimaru replied curtly. As the serpents at his feet prepared to speak, he dispelled the summoning technique, causing them to vanish in a puff of smoke. I shall take my leave as well, Jiraiya. By the way, the Toad Sage has awakened. You should seek him out when you have the chance. With that, Wentai also dispelled his summoning and departed. Tsunade's summoned slug followed suit, while Beixuan refrained from dismissing his summon, fearing that the Konoha ninjas still en route would perish from the lingering poison. In a cavern deep within the earth, Beixuan and his companions gathered around a flickering flame. I have received word. The toxin from the salamander has been neutralized due to the slug's binding, allowing much of the poison in our bodies to be expelled. We need not return for a special treatment. Tsunade tossed a scroll to Beixuan, who glanced at it briefly. It contained information from the third-in-command of the medical unit, confirming that the Konoha ninjas had officially handed over responsibilities to the medical department. The battlefield in the Land of Rain was effectively concluded, and the prospect of returning home was a relief after such an extended period. Speaking of which, what are you two planning to do upon your return? Tsunade inquired, directing her question at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who found themselves in a leisurely state while Tsunade maintained her duties. I plan to traverse the ninja world in search of the prophesied child mentioned by the Toad Sage, although I may also write another book. You must all buy a few copies. Jiraiya replied cheerfully, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he observed Tsunade and Beixuan holding hands. Why not stay in the village, given the ongoing wars? Who? Tsunade asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, just as she turned towards the darkness of the cavern. Beixuan had already sensed the presence, yet knowing who approached, he chose not to speak, wary of potential watchers. What? Who are you? Tsunade's question hung in the air as a young boy with orange hair, clad in peculiar attire, stepped forth, calmly extending his hand towards them. Share some of your food with us. The boy's expression was resolute, his tone matter-of-fact as though it were an ordinary request. Are you resigned to death? Beixuan observed, recognizing the determination in Yahiko's demeanor. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Yahiko was near his physical limits, on the verge of collapse. Where are your parents? Jiraiya asked, his gaze fixed on the boy, sensing the gravity of his condition. They were killed by a ninja during this war. A heavy silence enveloped Tsunade and Jiraiya as the gravity of Yahiko's words sank in. Jiraiya retrieved some broken pieces of dry bread from his pack and offered them to Yahiko. Take this, it's dry bread. However, Yahiko did not reach for the bread, instead calling out towards the shadows, Nagato, Conan, come out. They don't seem to be bad people. Immediately, two children emerged from the darkness, rushing to snatch the bread from Tsunade and Jiraiya, devouring it hungrily. Both Tsunade and Beixuan were momentarily taken aback. The concept of hunger bore significant weight for those from the land of China, and witnessing the children consume the food left Beixuan in a contemplative silence. Wait. Beixuan's voice cut through the moment, causing the two children to freeze in place, while Yahiko glanced anxiously at him. Without further explanation, Beixuan summoned a glimmer of golden light at his fingertips, transforming it into a blade and making a gentle incision. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a peculiar creature adorned with fruit appeared before them. Your bodies are in dire condition. Consuming this merely staves off hunger. Tropical dragon, I kindly borrow some of your fruit. Rising, Beixuan patted the creature's head before plucking some fruit from its body. Thank you. Now go back and play with your friends. But do heed the words of the slug sage. After playfully patting the tropical dragon, he sent it back to the wet-bone forest. Eat some fruit. The energy within is gentle and will nourish your frail bodies. Tsunade, would you care to try? The tropical dragon's fruit is quite delectable. Though I've never tasted it myself, haha. Beixuan offered a banana to the still-stunned Tsunade, smiling. That creature you summoned. Tsunade stared at Beixuan, her thoughts drifting as she noted the resemblance of the tropical dragon-esque features to its release. It's merely unique. What are you thinking? Understanding her thoughts, Beixuan recognized the significance of wood release to Tsunade. Can I have a taste as well? Jiraiya, watching the three children savor their food, expressed a desire to try the fruit that Beixuan had summoned, feeling too polite to snatch it from the children, yet the source was right before him. No. You didn't see me take only one for Tsunade, did you? We're returning to the village soon, so just buy some for yourself. Beixuan rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, bemused that an adult could act so childishly, especially when compared to the composed Orochimaru. However, when Beixuan turned to face Orochimaru, he felt he had spoken too soon. As Orochimaru appeared engrossed in the fruit Beixuan held, his curiosity piqued. It is indeed quite delicious, and after consuming it, I felt a familiar energy within me gradually assimilating. Tsunade gently stroked her abdomen, aware of the extraordinary nature of Beixuan's summoning beasts, yet still astonished that each possessed such unique energy. Have you all rested well? It's time to leave. Beixuan-kun, would you mind if I visited you after returning to the village? Orochimaru glanced at the three children still indulging in their food and turned to Beixuan. His curiosity about Beixuan's summoning beasts piqued. You're welcome. I currently reside in the Senju clan's territory. You know the place. Let's go, Beixuan replied, rising and pulling Tsunade up with him, as they, along with Orochimaru, disregarded Jiraiya, who remained petrified upon hearing Beixuan's residence in the Senju territory, and proceeded outside. Yahiko and the others, upon witnessing this, quickly packed away the unfinished food and stealthily followed behind, initially hiding but gradually trailing openly. Didn't I just give you food? And Beixuan has already helped you with your health. Why are you following us? Tsunade turned back, unable to contain her irritation as she addressed the trio trailing them. The three fell silent, and the only girl stepped forward, seemingly retrieving something from behind. Tsunade instantly became alert, gripping Beixuan's hand, ready to strike, only to realize she could not pull away. Looking at Beixuan, she found him shaking his head. Turning back, she saw the girl holding a paper flower, smiling at her with it cradled in her palms. Thank you. This is a return gift. Is it origami? Did you fold it from dry bread packaging paper? Jiraiya remarked with a smile, observing the flower in Conan's hands. Chapter 40. Jiraiya remained. Tsunade gazed incredulously at the paper flower in Conan's hands. Is this for us? This is the first time a child from a battlefield has given me something. Previously, those we encountered on missions regarded us with disdain, as we were ninjas from the land of fire. And those we met in the land of rain were, naturally, its inhabitants. You are ninjas from Konoha, right? Please teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko approached from behind, his gaze fixed firmly on them, particularly on Beixuan. Although Beixuan was considerably taller, Yahiko perceived that he was merely a child, not much older than himself. Learning ninjutsu would allow him to take care of Conan and Nagato, and he deemed these ninjas to be good people, worth the gamble. As long as they would teach him. Should we kill them? Orochimaru observed the three in silence, speaking coldly. To him, ending their lives would be an act of mercy. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, Yahiko instinctively took a step back, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He truly sensed the murderous intent emanating from this long-haired ninja. This man genuinely wished to kill him and Conan. I have seen many orphans on the battlefield. Their fates are often dire. Perhaps it would be better to end their lives here. As a form of salvation for these children, Orochimaru quietly expressed his thoughts. But he was interrupted by Jiraiya. Enough. Orochimaru, you and Tsunade, along with Beixuan, should return to Konoha. I will take care of these little ones for now. Beixuan was not surprised by Jiraiya's decision, but would fate indeed change? Jiraiya, how ironic that the ninja you trained would be killed by your hand. Huh. Tsunade was taken aback. Although she knew Jiraiya was unreliable, this was beyond reckoning. Such actions would be considered treasonous for any ninja. as teaching enemy nationals ninjutsu was strictly forbidden. I will return to seek forgiveness from the third Hokage once they can fend for themselves. At least it counts as a form of atonement, Jiraiya stated. Glancing at the quiet red-haired boy who had exhibited a strong animosity since Yahiko had inquired about their status as Konoha ninjas. This animosity was not directed at them, but rather at Konoha itself, leading Jiraiya to ponder whether these children had become orphans due to Konoha's ninjas. Tsunade ceased to speak further, while Orochimaru remained indifferent to Jiraiya's decision to stay behind. To Orochimaru, he saw no issue with whatever Jiraiya chose to do. For he was Jiraiya. Fools often harbor foolish thoughts in all their endeavors. Since that is the case, I shall no longer persuade you, but do remember to return safely. Ultimately, Jiraiya remained in accordance with the preordained fate to care for Nagato, while Tsunade, Beixuan, and Orochimaru returned to Konoha to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about their experiences in the Land of Rain. You did well. Before you even returned to Konoha, your achievements had already spread throughout the ninja world, primarily due to Hanzo's influence. However, Beixuan, what exactly happened with Hanzo? At this, Sarutobi gave Beixuan a peculiar look. Placing an envelope before him, Beixuan accepted the envelope and opened it to find a peace treaty penned by Hanzo. Though the back of the envelope was filled with accusations against Sarutobi for neglecting the literary education of Konoha ninjas. A mere 10-year-old Konoha ninja. Displaying no respect for his seniors on the battlefield. It was evident that the ninja in question referred to Beixuan. Is it not normal to exchange banter during a fight? Don't you all do that? Beixuan gazed innocently at the silent group. He pondered that aside from naming techniques, others generally fought in silence. With the exception of the prince who bantered while battling. Ahem. Since you are back, rest for a few days. Remember to attend the memorial service the day after tomorrow. Yes. The group turned to leave, and Sarutobi, smoking, watched Beixuan's retreating figure with narrowed eyes. A shadow-level powerhouse barely 11 years old, however, with Tsunade around. I trust you will not pose a threat to Konoha, yet precautions must be taken. Reflecting on Beixuan's earlier understanding of the will of fire, Sarutobi finally set aside some of his apprehensions. Within the Senju clan's territory, Beixuan and Tsunade, hand in hand, entered the courtyard to find Kushina buried in scrolls. While Minato stood nearby with a platter of fruits, and Pikachu was gnawing on a tomato, Shinju was not present. As Minato and Shinju had returned to Konoha early with the logistics team, the scrolls Kushina was studying were those left behind by Mito. Yet she had yet to reach the level required to learn sealing techniques. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are notoriously difficult to master. Even Beixuan possessed only a limited understanding, with the techniques on his wrist still derived from the engravings of Mito during her lifetime. Though the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan are challenging, their effects are remarkably powerful. In Beixuan's view, their sealing techniques are akin to the Uchiha's wish machines. For instance, the Reaper's mask used in the Dead Demon-consuming seal, along with many other sealing techniques from the original story, are inextricably linked to the Uzumaki clan. Sister Tsunade, Beixuan, you're back. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Kushina sprang up excitedly, running to embrace Tsunade, while Pikachu leapt into Beixuan's arms, with tiny hands gesturing animatedly. She seemed to convey that she had protected Kushina in Konoha, boasting about her prowess. Beixuan gently patted Pikachu's head, while Beixuan could surmise what kind of protection Pikachu meant. He still patted its head, reasoning that even mischief couldn't have involved anything too outrageous, could it? With this thought, Beixuan cast a curious glance at Kushina, pondering if she could truly be so unreliable. Embracing Pikachu, Beixuan reminisced about his battle with Hanzo. Some peculiar status skills from the Pokemon world also had an effect on ninjas, which amused Beixuan. As he recalled some of the more distasteful skills, a mischievous grin unconsciously crept onto his lips, much to the discomfort of Minato, who had followed him. What are you laughing at? That grin looks rather unpleasant, Tsunade remarked, playfully slapping Beixuan on the back of his head. Cough. Nothing. Just thought of something amusing. I'll show you when the opportunity arises, Beixuan replied, setting Pikachu down. Although small, Pikachu weighed nearly 12 pounds, and while carrying it felt effortless, it oddly reminded him of a certain master with reverse attributes. Beixuan was not foolish enough to entertain any ridiculous notions. Chapter 41. Forbidden Techniques Beneath the Starry Night Sky. Beixuan was inviting Tsunade and the others to enjoy hot pot, a spontaneous idea, considering that the ninja world had its own version of sukiyaki. Unaccustomed to that dish, Beixuan had spent the afternoon devising a ninja world-style hot pot. While it could not compare to the flavors he had savored in his homeland, It certainly surpassed many local delicacies. By the way, Orochimaru came looking for you today. He mentioned he would visit again next time. He has to head to the battlefield in the Wind Country tomorrow, Tsunade said, sweating as she ate the hot meat that Beixuan had prepared. That soon? But they surely need your expertise at the Wind Country battlefield, given that Sunagakure often employs poison. Why didn't you send him? Beixuan had anticipated this. The third Hokage was grooming Orochimaru as his successor, naturally dispatching him to the battlefield. However, he was surprised it had come so swiftly. Considering their return to Konoha had barely been a month. I'll be going with my teacher tomorrow, too. This time, I need to make a name for myself, certainly more illustrious than yours. Beixuan, SHRU shouted from the side. Since Beixuan and the others returned, rumors had begun circulating in the ninja world about the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and the golden ninja of Konoha. It was evident that the nickname had originated from the unremarkable Hanzo, leaving Beixuan exasperated that regardless of the outcome, he had been saddled with the name. This foolish moniker compelled Beixuan to ensure that when he next encountered Hanzo, he would show him just how splendid a revolving lantern could be. Currently, medical ninjas were not in short supply on the front lines, as you had brought a significant number back from the Land of Rain, equipped with antidote formulas he had previously provided. Moreover, due to SHM's actions against Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Chiyo was now relentlessly pursuing SHM. And Sunagakure's poison had not been updated. Speaking of which, Tsunade took a sip of juice and grimaced, casting a glance at Beixuan with a sigh. If you want to drink, just drink. I'm not stopping you. Why the long face? Having spent considerable time together, Beixuan understood Tsunade's intentions. However, after a certain incident where Beixuan had kissed Tsunade while she was drinking, and he had made a jest, she had refrained from drinking at home ever since. Yet, every mealtime, the scene of her sipping juice and sighing at Beixuan replayed itself. Speaking of SHM, you haven't had the chance to meet him yet. Once Orochimaru heads to the battlefield, he'll be stepping back for a while since his wife is about to give birth. And it wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain there, Beixuan noted, his expression somewhat unusual. Was Kakashi's father going to be born so soon? He recalled that the original story had mentioned Kakashi's mother. Which ninja is SHM's wife? I don't seem to have heard of her, Beixuan inquired curiously. Knowing Tsunade surely had insights, as she had previously shared tales of her past with SHM. You mean Natsumi? She is not a ninja, just an ordinary villager. I was quite surprised when I learned this, considering SHM is handsome and powerful. Apparently, he had many suitors. I never expected he would end up with a non-ninja. And they married almost immediately. Now, they're about to have a child, Tsunade recounted. Is SHM really that strong? Minato asked. As he had seldom heard news of SHM in Konoha, with most tales revolving around the legendary 3 ninjas and other notable ninjas. Indeed, when I was still a nin, SHM had already reached the level of a Kage. His swordsmanship was such that even the third Hokage admitted he couldn't withstand it without using his full strength. However, his abilities were more suited for the Umbu, which is why he held the position of Umbu captain and remained relatively obscure in Konoha. After this war, his reputation will undoubtedly soar within the village. The title of Konoha White Fang is now widely known, far surpassing that of the so-called Golden Ninja of Konoha. Isn't it inappropriate for someone suitable for the Umbu to hold such a title? A prominent reputation is not always a blessing. It can lead one to ruin. Beixuan remarked, shaking his head as he placed the cooked meat into Tsunade's bowl. He then turned to Minato, asking, have you made any progress with that technique? It's challenging, and there's no clear direction even for the mere engraving of the seals. The technique Beixuan referred to as Minato's signature jutsu, the Flying Thunder God. Upon their return, the third Hokage had fulfilled his promise, allowing each of them to choose a forbidden jutsu from a sealing scroll. SHRU had initially wanted to select a high-damage forbidden technique, the explosive tag, but Beixuan had insisted he switch to the multiple shadow clone technique. Beixuan was reluctant to let SHRU experiment with explosive tags, as his physique and chakra were far more suited for the specialized jutsu of the prince. As for Minato, he naturally chose the fated Flying Thunder God technique. Beixuan had initially desired to select the reanimation jutsu, but the third Hokage had disallowed it, citing its violation of natural order. After much contemplation, Beixuan ultimately settled on the spirit transformation technique, a jutsu that had been discontinued in the original narrative. This decision stemmed from Beixuan's serious consideration of his path. His physical strength had been growing with age and the nourishment from the blue-silver emperor's bone. Yet the vitality of the golden light charm required a balance. Without achieving this equilibrium, the strength derived from the charm could not progress. Thus, Beixuan sought methods to enhance his vitality. Currently, he had two ideas. One was to alter the golden light charm by tapping into natural energy. Though this appeared exceedingly challenging, the other was to explore the spirit transformation technique to discover ways to enhance his vitality. Of course, there was a more straightforward solution. If Beixuan were to draw a certain ability when he turned 12, it would resolve his issues effortlessly. Reflecting on his current training, Minato ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Despite his exceptional talent in space-time ninjutsu, he still struggled to grasp the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. You could start with the sealing techniques. It would also give you more time with Kushina. She's struggling to keep up with her studies alone, Beixuan jested, teasing Kushina, who had been devouring her food in silence. Of course, but if you need sealing techniques for your new jutsu, I can teach you. I'm quite skilled now. It's just that the third Hokage won't let me leave the village, or I might have garnered my own reputation by now. Chapter 42. The Shadow Sealing Adaptation. Upon hearing this, Minato looked at Kushina with deep gratitude. SHRU, seated among them, glanced between Minato and Kushina, then at Beixuan, who was serving food to his sister. Casting a glance at the meat in his bowl, he suddenly felt that what had once been a delectable hot pot had lost its flavor. The Flying Thunder God technique is the art of my great-grandfather. This technique was never fully developed from the outset, and its difficulty is quite understandable. However, once mastered, it promises a transformative enhancement to one's power. As the princess of the Shinja clan of Konoha, Tsunade is undoubtedly the most aware of the potency of the Flying Thunder God technique. It is said that my great-grandfather utilized this technique to defeat the legendary Uchiha Obito's brother. Have you considered giving it a try? Tsunade glanced at Beixuan, noting that if one were to learn space-time ninjutsu, they could escape almost any peril on the battlefield, provided they wished to survive. Currently, I have an abundance of knowledge to acquire. I shall wait for Minato to master and refine the Flying Thunder God technique before I delve into it. For now, my focus must be on mastering Sage Mode and Senjutsu entirely. Beixuan would not overlook the significance of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet it is certainly not the right time. Once Minato has perfected it, he can teach me, as this technique is my great-grandfather's specialty. Can this little blonde truly make improvements? Tsunade observed Minato, whose face radiated with a sunny smile, and felt he lacked the astuteness that characterized her great-grandfather. Minato is akin to the sun. Given time, he can illuminate all of Konoha. You might want to have a bit more faith in your boyfriend's potential. Beixuan rolled his eyes. Tsunade's perspective was shaped significantly by her grandfather's and her current admiration for Beixuan, thus she failed to recognize Minato's true talent. Presently, Minato has already reached the level of an elite genin, relying solely on his Rasengan and his remarkably swift reflexes. Moreover, Minato is also attempting to learn the Senjutsu of Miyaboka Mountain. I recall the original narrative, where the blonde, despite claiming he was not adept, would instantly manifest shadows in his eyes. Once Minato masters the Flying Thunder God, his strength will immediately ascend to that of a Kage, and not just any ordinary Kage. In the world of shinobi, any technique related to space-time can be deemed formidable. Even the likes of Kagaya have found themselves at odds with such techniques. It is not that I lack confidence in you. Rather, I harbor doubts about Jiraiya. After taking Minato under his wing, look at what he is currently occupied with. Lost to the Rain Country without a trace, while Minato's training is solely guided by the third Hokage. Tsunade could not help but critique Jiraiya, who, despite having a disciple at such a pivotal age for growth, forsook him to instruct others. Only someone as sunny as Minato could accept and endorse such a situation. Had Orochimaru abandoned Nagashi to teach others, Tsunade's fist would have already found its way to Orochimaru's face. Jiraiya is indeed an excellent teacher, but he falters in character and integrity. Nevertheless, Minato does not suffer. Did he not recently learn the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique from the third Hokage? Under the tutelage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu, Minato is poised to grow stronger more rapidly. This lad has integrated an irregular wind chakra, akin to the principles of the Rasengan, into his shuriken, launching them like lasers, resulting in explosive effects. Beixuan reminisced about Minato showcasing his newly acquired Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. In his recollection, this technique was not particularly lethal, yet Minato effortlessly wielded it with remarkable finesse. Furthermore, Minato's chakra reserves are astonishing, far exceeding what one would expect from an ordinary ninja. Beixuan himself possesses immense chakra due to the dual cultivation of the golden light spell, yet Minato has achieved this prowess with nothing but chakra refinement techniques. Indeed, this young man's talent is the strongest I have witnessed apart from yours. It is difficult to envision how formidable you both will become in time, Tsunade said, casting a glance at Nagashi with a hint of regret. Being of similar age to such a prodigy, Nagashi's dreams seem increasingly unattainable. Although everyone but Nagashi understands that he cannot become Hokage, as a relative, Tsunade yearns to support his aspirations. However, her support is merely that Beixuan desires Minato to ascend to the position of Hokage, while Tsunade backs Nagashi's dreams without obstructing Minato's path to the Hokage seat. Due to Beixuan's influence, Tsunade is quite familiar with Minato. She believes that his ascension to Hokage could genuinely unify Konoha as a cohesive village. The brilliance of this young blonde is exceptionally radiant. As Beixuan aptly put it, Minato is destined to be the sun that illuminates the village. The leisurely dinner concluded swiftly, with Nagashi dutifully clearing the dishes, while Minato was pulled along by Nagashi. Kushina had just finished her meal when Beixuan urged her to inscribe the sealing technique that remained unfinished for the day. Beixuan and Tsunade reclined on lounge chairs in the yard, gazing at the moonlit scenery, while Pikachu sat beside them, its ears occasionally twitching. Here, take this. A scroll appeared in Tsunade's hand, which she tossed towards Beixuan. The languid Beixuan caught it with the golden light and slowly unfurled it. Upon examining the contents of the scroll, Beixuan immediately sat upright, engrossed in its details. A revised version of the Yin seal? Tsunade, you produced this so swiftly? Beixuan exclaimed in delight, grasping the scroll tightly. If it were merely a revision of the Yin seal, such excitement would be unwarranted. The true reason for Beixuan's exhilaration was that this scroll contained the capability to store natural energy. I certainly would not have been able to perfect this technique so quickly. The Sage of Slugs and the magical creatures you have stored in the Wetbone Forest have been assisting as well, with the most significant contribution coming from that playful yellow fox. What was its name? Tsunade nodded in satisfaction at Beixuan's excitement, pleased that her hard work had not been in vain. Although she had delegated much of the subsequent tasks to the Yellow Fox and the Sage of Slugs after teaching them, she had consistently overseen the direction of the Yin Seal's revision and enhancement. Moreover, Tsunade found it quite surprising that although the Sage of Slugs is her signed summoning beast, it is typically quite challenging to enlist its true form's assistance. Yet this time, it willingly aided in improving the Yin Seal. Has Hudi truly become this astute? I am very grateful to him, and of course, I must also thank the Sage of Slugs, but the most gratitude goes to my dear Tsunade. Long live Tsunade. Beixuan tucked the Yin seal away and settled beside Tsunade, conjuring a flower of golden light before severing its connection with sealing techniques, ultimately forming a golden rose. For my beloved Tsunade, an everlasting golden rose, far more exquisite than that paper flower the little girl Jiraiya brought. Under the moonlight, Tsunade gazed at the beautiful flower before her, momentarily entranced. It is truly stunning. Pokemon tip. Hudi, a psychic Pokemon with remarkable intellect, it followed the Sage of Slugs to learn upon entering the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 43. The Uchiha Invitation. Uchiha Clan Territory, Konoha. In a clan that co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju, the atmosphere is now exceedingly somber. Fugaku, how are things? Has the village's subsidy been processed? An elderly man, blindfolded, inquired softly while seated on a tatami mat. Lord Tomo, the village has neglected my application. I find myself somewhat lost, Fugaku replied, kneeling before the old man, his Sharingan spinning wildly, revealing the turmoil within his youthful heart. I see. The clan members must be aware of the situation. I can sense the heavy atmosphere within the clan territory. The elder, known as Tomo, sighed softly. From the moment Madara left Konoha and Tobirama ascended as the second Hokage, he had foreseen the Uchiha's current plight. The Uchiha, while proud, are not foolish. Many within the clan understand the intent behind Tobirama's decision to place them in charge of the security forces. However, they disdainfully refuse to engage in debate with Tobirama. To the Uchiha, how could they ever fail to grasp the power that was handed to them? Even if it is a thorny piece of meat, what does it matter? Uchiha can indeed be quite formidable. Moreover, the Uchiha hold great admiration for Senju Tobirama. His talents have earned their utmost respect. However, the Uchiha have underestimated Tobirama's disciples, who view the Uchiha as adversaries. Currently, the Uchiha find themselves in a precarious situation within Konoha, where every action is magnified and scrutinized. Even the routine duties of the security team are met with scorn. Can the Uchiha not discern that they are being guided in this manner? They are aware. And it is precisely this awareness that brings them to a sense of helplessness, as it is the village's power center that resists the Uchiha. Perhaps as their anger continues to fester, the Uchiha will ultimately be compelled to take up arms in rebellion. Fujitake, understanding the current plight, is tirelessly seeking a way out for the Uchiha. It was the suggestion of Hitomi that Fujitake approach the village for compensation regarding the battlefield in the Land of Rain and the death benefits for their clansmen. The Uchiha have an inseparable bond with the Nico clan, rendering them one of the wealthiest clans. A few mere compensations and task rewards are beneath the Uchiha's consideration. Hitomi's intention in sending Fujitake to the village is to make him comprehend the village's current stance towards the Uchiha. In Konoha, the Uchiha seem to be confined within the village. Their ninjas face great difficulty in obtaining approval to go to the battlefield, with the recurring excuse being the need to remain in Konoha to safeguard its security. This time, in the Land of Rain, it was merely Fujitake, as the minor clan leader, who led fewer than 7 Uchiha to the front lines, and tragically, 6 of them perished. Not that the Uchiha lack strength, on the contrary. The Uchiha clan is renowned in the ninja world for the reputation that one Uchiha Jonin is capable of defeating 3 Jonin of equivalent rank in combat. Yet, despite this, those Uchiha who accompanied Fujitake to the battlefield met their demise, prompting Fujitake to awaken his 3-tomo Sharingan. All of these Uchiha ninjas, without exception, lost their lives while undertaking exceedingly perilous missions or in the most dangerous areas of the battlefield. Fujitake, I recognize your relentless pursuit of a path for the Uchiha. Yet as you seek this path, you must also comprehend who the Uchiha truly face in these times. You are still young and possess great talent, and I firmly believe you can guide the Uchiha down a different road. Hitomi gently extended her hand and lightly tapped Fujitake's forehead, her arm unconsciously falling back. Elder Hitomi, may you rest well. Feeling the lingering warmth on his forehead from the elder, Fujitake rose and opened the door, stepping outside. At the Senju clan's residence, Hokuto had just returned from grocery shopping when he noticed a letter stamped with a ping-pong paddle on the mailbox. Is this a letter from the Uchiha? Did I come to the wrong place? Taking a step back, he glanced at the plaque with the characters for Senju at the entrance before looking at the letter in his hand. He chuckled and walked into the Senju compound. Oh, an invitation from the Uchiha. Hokuto handed the groceries to SHU, who was practicing water release nearby, instructing him to wash the vegetables, and then presented the invitation to Tsunade, who was painting with K-Ri. After handing over the Ein sealing scroll to Hokuto, Tsunade began to develop her own jutsu, inspired while assisting Hokuto in improving the Ein sealing technique. K-Ri was specially invited by Tsunade to help refine this technique, with a slug serving as a translator. Since Tsunade, not being a summoner, could not understand K-Ri's speech. The Uchiha? Could this be a mistake? Would they send an invitation to the Senju? Tsunade paused her writing, took the invitation from Hokuto, tore it open, and began to read. Elder Hitomi, is that what this implies? Should we attend? After a brief glance at the invitation, Tsunade handed it back to Hokuto, who then understood that it was regarding the passing of an elder from the Uchiha clan. In the past, Tsunade would likely have discarded such an invitation, as the long-standing enmity between the Uchiha and Senju had long been settled, yet her feelings remained unchanged. However, now that she is Hokuto's girlfriend, she understands his sentiments. He desires for Minato to become the Hokage who unites Konoha, and the Uchiha are also part of Konoha. Thus, Tsunade presented the invitation to Hokuto, allowing him to make a choice. Why not go? It's perfect since I won't have to cook tonight. SHU, stop washing. Tonight, we feast. Hokuto called out to SHU, who was diligently washing vegetables, while simultaneously dragging out Minato, who was engrossed in the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kushina, who was reluctantly learning the 8 trigrams sealing technique. You don't mean to bring everyone along, do you? Tsunade remarked, her lips twitching. Wouldn't that make the Uchiha think we can't afford a meal, bringing a bunch of kids to mooch? So what? The invitation doesn't specify how many people can attend. Naturally, we all go together, Hokuto declared with conviction. Being reluctant to partake in a feast? That's absurd. If there's a banquet, why would we cook for ourselves? Besides, it's a great opportunity for the blonde brat to interact with the Uchiha. Little did they know how the third Hokage and the one-eyed dragon would react to this encounter. The third Hokage likely wouldn't mind. He was merely indecisive at present, while the one-eyed dragon would surely be incensed, shouting about the wicked Uchiha. What feast? SHU asked excitedly. rushing out to inquire of Hokuto. Chapter 44. Uchiha Clan Residence. Ju gazed silently at the Uchiha clan compound before calling out to Hokuto, who continued walking ahead. Hey, Hokuto, are you out of your mind? You brought me, Lord Ju, to the Uchiha for a feast. Do you realize the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha? The Uchiha will surely poison the meal you speak of. Come back with me. Ju rushed forward, grabbing Hokuto's hand, attempting to pull him away, but despite his efforts, he found he could not budge Hokuto. Looking over, he noticed Hokuto was silently observing him, while Tsunade, Minato, and even Kushina were watching too. What are you all doing? Am I wrong? Aren't the Uchiha all evil? Ju exclaimed, seeking Tsunade's support to convince Hokuto to leave. For everyone in the village, including Ju, had implicitly recognized Hokuto as part of the Senju clan. Just not by name. Ju, do you know why I believe you cannot become Hokage? Hokuto gently pushed Ju's hand away, picked up a leaf blown by the wind, and said earnestly, what does this have to do with being Hokage? Aren't you supporting Minato because of your good relationship with him? I will compete fairly with Minato. Ju glanced at Minato beside him and waved dismissively, though it was evident he felt a tinge of melancholy. Hokuto had long told Ju that he would support Minato in becoming Hokage, and Ju had expressed his understanding, stating he would compete fairly with Minato. However, the more time he spent with Minato, the more he realized the disparity between them. Minato's ninjutsu was incredibly superior, and as a common ninja, Ju could hardly match his chakra levels. Furthermore, Minato's powerful non-hand sign techniques and his explosive modified shuriken shadow clone technique only underscored Minato's extraordinary talent. It's not about that. I support Minato because he embodies the essence of a Hokage. The Uchiha were among the founders of Konoha alongside the Senju. They belong to Konoha, and belonging to Konoha signifies camaraderie. While the Uchiha may currently face some alienation from the village, I believe Minato becoming Hokage will bridge that gap. As for you, from what perspective do you judge the Uchiha based on what you just said? Even your most despised Uncle Uchiha would undoubtedly accept the Uchiha clan. You may yet inherit the title of Senju of the Forest, but as long as you remain steadfast in your beliefs, you will lack the qualifications to compete with Minato for the position of Hokage. Now, you must either return to the Senju clan's territory or accompany me inside. With that, he turned and stepped through the gates of the Uchiha clan, where the Uchiha ninjas at the entrance respectfully bowed, having just heard Beixuan's words. Moreover, Beixuan's reputation was known to all in Konoha. The common folk may perceive him merely as a formidable child. Yet the Uchiha ninjas recognized the true strength this young boy possessed, especially since he genuinely acknowledged the Uchiha clan. Added to this was Tsunade by his side, which naturally commanded respect from the gatekeepers of the Uchiha. There's no need to hide, come out, Beixuan called towards a nearby tree as soon as he entered. Uchiha Fugaku, clad in a black mourning robe, stepped forth silently, gazing at Beixuan with a complex expression. When does the banquet begin? I should have arrived quite early, Beixuan asked Fugaku, holding Tsunade's hand and ignoring Fugaku's curious gaze. The duo of tomato and scrambled eggs that had followed remained silent upon entering the Uchiha territory. It was unnecessary for Beixuan to voice his support for Minato's bid for Hokage at the entrance. Even Minato would feel quite embarrassed. And given that Kushina expressed discomfort upon entering the Uchiha grounds, Minato stayed close to her. Is the banquet referring to a meal? We must wait until Elder Hitomi is laid to rest. I am grateful for the presence of the Senju clan. You may rest for now. Yenyu, please escort our esteemed guests to a resting area, Fugaku said, pausing in confusion over Beixuan's words before quickly understanding and shaking his head in response. Yes, young clan leader. One of the gatekeepers stepped forward to indicate for Beixuan and his companions to follow. Wait for me. I'm not with you yet. At that moment, Ju dashed in, prompting the gatekeepers to attempt to stop him, but Fugaku intervened. Tsunade, seeing Ju catch up, felt a flicker of satisfaction, knowing Beixuan well. She understood that if Ju chose to return to the Senju clan, he would likely be absent from Beixuan's future plans, a scenario Tsunade, as an elder sister, wished to avoid. Does the young clan leader mind if I speak a bit more? Without acknowledging Ju, Beixuan turned to Uchiha Fugaku, as he was the one in charge and needed to be consulted. Of course, but Lord Beixuan, may we have a private conversation? I have matters I wish to discuss with you, Fugaku requested, his expression resolute as he looked toward Beixuan. I'm younger than you, so just call me Beixuan. Tsunade, please take them to rest. I'll return shortly. Minato, you should come along too. Kushina will be fine with Tsunade. Beixuan agreed to Fugaku's request but called for Minato, and Fugaku did not object. Soon, the three arrived at a high platform within the Uchiha territory, where the scenery was breathtaking. Do you truly believe the Uchiha clan is part of the village? As they reached the platform, Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, fixated eagerly on Beixuan. Shut your red eyes. There's no need to use illusions to prove the truth of my words. I, Beixuan, would never stoop to such deceit. Possessing the golden light curse and a dual cultivation of life and death, Beixuan was impervious to such hypnotic techniques, and he indeed spoke no falsehoods. Aware of the Uchiha clan's plight, Beixuan understood the power they wielded, and Minato was the key to it. Minato was akin to a walking charm of the ninja world, capable of captivating anyone, even extending his influence to the leaders of other villages. Yet, why does the village now seem to target the Uchiha at every turn? You witnessed it yourself at the hospital. From the third Hokage down to the commoners, they harbor enmity toward the Uchiha. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly, his expression frantic as he questioned Beixuan. As the young clan leader, he keenly observed the discrimination faced by his kin, feeling utterly powerless as the Uchiha appeared trapped in a dire situation. Chapter 45. The Absolute Flash Dance of the Gale Spiral Brothers. Uchiha Fugaku exhibited a madness entirely different from his former self. Although he had not interacted much with Beixuan, he previously exuded the poise of a scion from a noble family, always maintaining his composure. Yet now he appeared deranged, his crimson eyes streaked with tears. The biases in people's hearts are akin to a great mountain. The Uchiha's current predicament is not merely a consequence of the third's targeting. You are far too proud. But not every Uchiha possesses the merit to be proud. While the Uchiha respect strength, not all among them are worthy of the Uchiha name. The dark chakra of the Sharingan amplifies one's inner darkness. Those unable to resist this darkness may develop extreme personalities. And these individuals bear the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard, with inherently extreme natures tasked with managing the village's affairs, compounded by the targeting from figures like Danzo. The Uchiha found themselves in their current plight. So what should we do? Beixuan, please tell me, the Uchiha have always been part of the village. We deserve our rightful treatment. Fugaku stepped forward, grasping Beixuan's shoulder as if clutching a lifeline. Unwilling to witness the Uchiha sacrifice themselves to protect the village while enduring such unfair treatment. He can resolve your Uchiha issues. Beixuan gestured to Minato behind him. Fugaku's Sharingan abruptly halted, turning to the equally stunned Minato. Minato, as a Ch-nin, do you have any solutions? Fugaku inquired expectantly. Enough. Don't ask him. When I said he can resolve it, I meant by becoming Hokage. I know the Uchiha believe that once one of them becomes Hokage, their problems will be solved. But you should understand that the Uchiha cannot become Hokage now, perhaps in the future, but certainly not at present. He is the best candidate I recognize to lead Konoha toward unity. You may observe Minato for yourself and see if he is as I describe. However, I must advise the Uchiha that currently they are unqualified for the Hokage position. Beixuan interrupted Minato, who was about to speak, addressing Fugaku instead. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's Sharingan dimmed, and he fell silent. Furthermore, when did the Uchiha ever need a Hokage to save them? If someone is targeting the Uchiha, why not confront them directly? For instance, Danzo. With that, Beixuan turned to leave, and Minato, acting as a mascot, quickly followed suit. Wait, may I challenge Minato to a match? Fugaku called after the departing duo, to which Beixuan turned, a smirk playing on his lips. You guessed correctly. What do you think, Minato? Although the plan was set, Beixuan still sought Minato's opinion. Fugaku-senpai, let's go. Now a Ch-nin, Minato had no issue addressing Fugaku, who was indeed a J-nin and older than him. Let us head to the training ground of the Uchiha. It's just down there. Fugaku pointed to a spacious area below the platform. At the Uchiha training ground, Beixuan waved a banner formed from his golden light curse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shuriken were launched toward Minato from various angles, while Fugaku also charged at Minato, kunai in hand. Watergate skillfully countered with 3 shurikens, intercepting Fugaku's projectiles, and the two engaged in a fierce physical confrontation. Although Fugaku was slightly older than Watergate, their skills were evenly matched at first, but as time progressed, Watergate gradually gained the upper hand. Their movements were incredibly swift, with Fugaku's Sharingan constantly predicting Watergate's next strike, enabling him to block effectively. You possess great strength. However, if this is all you have, Beixuan would never support your ambition to become Hokage. With a swift kick, they separated, standing across from one another. Through their simple exchange of physical techniques, Fugaku assessed Watergate's approximate prowess. Yet, he understood that as Jiraiya's disciple, Watergate was not primarily a martial artist, while he, being the young head of the Uchiha clan, was naturally a ninjutsu specialist. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Fugaku, but becoming Hokage is my dream. Even without Beixuan's support, I will strive toward that goal. Watergate's golden hair danced in the wind, and a sun-like smile radiated from his face. Observing Watergate's smile, Fugaku began to comprehend why Beixuan, despite being capable of becoming Hokage himself, chose to support Watergate instead. Then let me witness your true strength. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames from his mouth. Now is the time. Swift wind spiral, absolute flash dance of the brothers. A colossal blue spiral began to swirl around Watergate's body as he shouted, culminating in a massive spiral reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's Kaiten. Nearby, Beixuan swiftly covered his face, lamenting that such a ridiculous name should never have been left for Watergate to create. This technique originated from a discussion between Beixuan and Watergate, who noted Watergate's lack of powerful defensive ninjutsu, leading to the development of this technique, inspired by the Hyuga clan's Kaiten. During their initial experiments, Beixuan often found himself injured by the chakra generated from the spirals. Fortunately, his formidable recovery abilities, combined with his expertise as a medical ninja, prevented them from being overwhelmed by their own creation. Ultimately, this lengthy named technique possessed the ability to both ensnare and release chakra. Most importantly, Fugaku's Dragon Flame Song collided with Watergate's spiraling defense, a name Beixuan had hastily altered, as he too was capable of the technique and felt embarrassed to use Watergate's naming conventions. The continuously rotating Kaiten relentlessly tore at the fire dragon formed of flames until the entire Kaiten was engulfed in fire. What is this? The Hyuga's Kaiten? No, wait. As Fugaku noticed his Dragon Flame Song being thwarted, he realized that Watergate's technique was not merely defensive, but also infused with highly unstable chakra. With his Sharingan, Fugaku quickly recognized the true intent behind Watergate's technique. Water release, water barrier. A massive curtain of water materialized before Fugaku, and sure enough, in the next moment, the entire Kaiten contracted into a fiery spiral, which Watergate grasped firmly in his hand. Without further ado, Watergate swiftly hurled the fiery sphere towards the water barrier, enveloping the entire arena in a dense mist of steam. The spiral, having absorbed another's ninjutsu, had become challenging for Watergate to maintain for long, necessitating a quick release. Chapter 46. Might Guy. Meanwhile, Beixuan observed the duel in silence. What prompted this clash? Tsunade appeared beside Beixuan, taken aback by the intensity of the ninjutsu battle unfolding before them. Isn't today the day of that elder's funeral? Isn't it inappropriate to engage in combat on their territory? What brings you here? Fugaku seeks to reform the Uchiha clan, and I mentioned that Watergate is the key, which led to their confrontation. However, Watergate's improvement is remarkable. Had he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could have easily subdued Fugaku in an instant. On the battlefield, Watergate unleashed a barrage of shurikens and shadow clones, creating numerous craters across the training ground, while Fugaku stood in the center, disheveled and panting. Sensing a significant chakra surge, Beixuan had come to investigate. And he was not alone. The third Hokage was likely observing through his spying techniques. Tsunade's observation was astute. After the fierce battle between Watergate and Fugaku, news of their conflict reached the desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage was intently focused on Watergate within the crystal ball, occasionally glancing at Beixuan, who was acting as a referee. Naturally, the Uchiha had sent an invitation to Hiruzen, but it had been declined due to pressing political matters. To his surprise, Tsunade had brought several individuals to the Uchiha clan's estate. Prepare a modest gift to present to the Uchiha clan, expressing that although I am busy with state affairs, I still mourn for the passing of Itomi, Hiruzen declared to the air, and shortly after, a figure swiftly departed from the Hokage building. I concede, Beixuan was correct. Fugaku, observing the growing crowd, lowered his kunai and addressed Watergate, fully aware of the effort he had devoted to the Uchiha clan. Yet, even in this state, he had not managed to draw out Watergate's full potential. As Jiraiya's disciple, Watergate had not once resorted to summoning techniques. Senior Fugaku's prowess is truly formidable. And I am grateful for your guidance, Watergate replied, dispersing the spiral ball in his hand and smiling at Fugaku. In that case, Watergate emerges victorious in this bout. Fugaku, let us depart. The banquet should be commencing shortly, and I am positively famished. Beixuan stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Fugaku's shoulder, transmitting a surge of vitality that calmed the turbulent chakra within him. Feeling the comfort in his body and the refreshing sensation in his eyes, which had grown weary from the prolonged fight, Fugaku gazed at Beixuan in astonishment. What is the matter? As is well known, I am a medical ninja. It was merely a simple treatment. As Fugaku absorbed the coolness in his eyes, he resolved to make some decisions. After dining, Beixuan and Tsunade were escorted by Fugaku as they strolled through the streets of Konoha. Watergate, along with Kushina and Shinaru, were hastily sent back to practice ninjutsu. Beixuan had no desire for anyone to tag along as a third wheel. Your impulsive interactions with the Uchiha are likely to draw Danzo's ire once more. Tsunade was aware of the incident when Root Ninja had previously attempted to invite Beixuan to meet Danzo, only to have Beixuan bind them with golden threads. Moreover, Beixuan had shared with Tsunade all the unsavory dealings that the village's leadership had engaged in. Had Beixuan not intervened, Tsunade would have likely stormed into the Hokage's office seeking an audience with Sarutobi sooner. Tsunade's nature sometimes rendered her intellect merely ornamental. Yet she often chastised Shinaru for his lack of foresight. It matters not. I am not concerned about them seeking trouble with me, especially with you by my side. Princess Tsunade. Beixuan arched an eyebrow at Tsunade, who had recently been dubbed the Princess of the Land of Fire, following the announcement of her title by the daimyo. Though merely a title, it afforded her a measure of protection, as few would dare to risk their lives to harm her. Tsunade had been designated a princess upon her birth, but the title had lacked formal recognition until the current daimyo rectified this oversight. It's all the fault of the daimyo, uncle. This ridiculous title is utterly embarrassing. Tsunade sighed, aware of the close familial ties she shared with the current daimyo, which often led to her being sent to the daimyo's estate whenever Konoha required financial assistance. Just as Beixuan was about to continue his playful banter with Tsunade, a figure clad in green attire caught his eye, accompanied by an infant swathed in cloth and bound with rope. Beixuan immediately recognized this man as the father of the individual who nearly brought about a premature conclusion, might die. And the infant he was carrying was likely that very man. However, at this moment, Might Dai appeared somewhat distressed, clutching a worn wallet while hesitating in front of a baby supplies store. If you wish to purchase anything, feel free to enter. I will assist you if you have any questions. Moreover, binding the infant so tightly is not advisable for his well-being. A mere glance was enough for Beixuan to ascertain the modest amount of money in Might Dai's wallet, sufficient for procuring ordinary baby necessities. Do you recognize him? Tsunade approached, eyeing the infant behind Might Dai and directing her inquiry at Beixuan. The stranger before them was hardly someone Beixuan could have known prior to their acquaintance. I suppose so. He is an exceptionally skilled taijutsu ninja. Lady Tsunade. Then you must be Lord Beixuan. It is an honor to meet you both. Might Dai instantly recognized Tsunade, for in Konoha, it was impossible for anyone to overlook her presence, as if she were emblazoned with the words, I am a traitor upon her face. This must be your child, correct? Where is his mother? Beixuan extended his finger, a soft blue glow appearing at its tip, which he gently touched to the infant's forehead, transferring a tender vitality into the child. The sleeping infant stirred slightly, smacking his lips in comfort. How adorable this little guy looks. Despite the rough appearance he will eventually acquire. Observing the baby's innocent expression, Beixuan couldn't help but glance at Tsunade, contemplating that she too might one day bear a child. Thank you, Lord Beixuan. Might Dai, initially rigid upon witnessing Beixuan's gesture, relaxed as he sensed the warmth emanating from Beixuan's fingertip. No need for thanks, let us step inside and buy some items for the child. His diaper is long overdue for a change. Beixuan took Tsunade's hand and led the way into the shop, choosing not to inquire about the child's mother. The subtle details provided enough insight without needing to expose painful memories. Welcome to our store, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with? As they entered, the shopkeeper approached. But upon recognizing Tsunade, his expression morphed into one of understanding, noting the pair holding hands. This moment rendered even the typically boisterous Tsunade shy. As she reflected on Beixuan's youth, should they truly be shopping for baby items, it would be more appropriate to do so after actually having a child. Tsunade tightened her grip on Beixuan's hand, blaming the audacious boy for leading them into a baby store. It's not for us, rather. My friend needs recommendations for essential baby supplies. Beixuan released his now slightly reddened hand from Tsunade's grasp and gestured toward Might Dai, who had followed him inside. Hello. I am looking to purchase some items for the baby. Might Dai approached, appearing somewhat bashful and lacking the boisterous demeanor from the original narrative. Understood. Please wait a moment. Is the baby a boy? The shopkeeper, slightly disappointed that he was not attending to Beixuan and Tsunade's needs, promptly turned to gather appropriate items for infants. Meanwhile, Beixuan stood beside Might Dai, playfully engaging with Might Kai, who had awakened and was now curiously observing his surroundings. With Might Kai's birth, it seemed that Kakashi and Shin Uchiha's time to welcome their own children would soon follow, as Tsunade had previously mentioned that White Fang would be returning to the village. Tsunade, do you think our future children will be adorable? Tsunade, who had been inspecting baby clothes, blushed fiercely at his words and turned to deliver a playful punch to Beixuan's head. You're still just a child yourself. Can you refrain from such thoughts? Beixuan rubbed the spot where Tsunade had struck him. This time, she had not used much force, suggesting that perhaps Tsunade also harbored some anticipation. At this moment, the shopkeeper had gathered the necessary items for Might Dai. Sir, how much do these cost? Might Dai inquired, lifting the packaged goods and retrieving his wallet, weighing the items in his hands. 17,000 ryo in total, but since you are a friend of Lady Tsunade and Lord Beixuan, I shall offer them to you for a mere 12,000. Thank you. Might Dai bowed deeply in gratitude, causing Might Kai to slip from his back. Oh no. Might Dai, realizing his son's fall, turned to save him, only to see a cradle formed of golden light catch Might Kai, gently rocking him. Elder Dai, being a father requires you to protect your child diligently. Here you go. Beixuan smiled as he guided the cradle to Might Dai, who gazed at Might Kai within, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Lord Beixuan, I am unworthy of such a title. Thank you for saving my son. Might Dai expressed his heartfelt appreciation, cradling Might Kai gently. There is no need for such titles. Let us settle the payment first. We can discuss your matters outside, Beixuan said, patting Tsunade's hand. Since Tsunade had been looking at Beixuan with questioning eyes since he referred to Might Dai as elder, she understood that he had no intention of idly accompanying others in a baby supplies store. Lord Beixuan, I am ready. Beixuan glanced at Might Dai, who had replaced Might Kai on his back with the purchased baby items, while Might Kai was tenderly held in Might Dai's arms. Let us proceed. The three of them strolled slowly down the street, Beixuan occasionally purchasing snacks that Tsunade favored, with Might Dai trailing closely behind. After leaving the baby supplies store, Beixuan remained silent, and Might Dai did not inquire either, choosing instead to follow quietly. They arrived at the entrance of the Senju clan, where Might Dai hesitated about entering when Beixuan's voice broke the silence. Elder Dai, come in and share a meal with us. I have brought plenty of snacks. Minato, SHT, come out to greet our guests. Soon, they found themselves gathered around a familiar table, enjoying the delicacies Beixuan had brought, though Might Dai appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Might Kai slept soundly in the golden cradle conjured by Beixuan. Hey Beixuan, who is this uncle in green? I've never seen him before. SHT mumbled through a mouthful of skewered meat. Shut it, SHT. I am your brother-in-law, so show some respect. This is Elder Dai, whom I invited to assist in training your taijutsu, especially yours. Your clan's robust physique is merely being utilized as a chakra battery. Your taijutsu skills are abysmal. As soon as Beixuan finished speaking, Might Dai stood up abruptly. Lord Beixuan, I am merely a genin, entirely unqualified to instruct your friends. I sincerely apologize. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that he was brought in to help train SHT, Might Dai panicked. Tsunade's reputation extended beyond her medical ninjutsu. She was also known as Konoha's most formidable taijutsu ninja. With Tsunade present, Might Dai felt he could not dare assist SHT in improving his taijutsu. Elder Dai, please sit down. This is not a voluntary endeavor. I will compensate you monthly according to a B-rank mission's remuneration. Besides, with Kai just having been born, you surely want to provide him with a better life. Do you not? Hey Beixuan, what do you mean? Even if my taijutsu is lacking, I am still superior to this genin. And why can't I learn from my sister? Before Might Dai could respond, SHT interjected, feeling targeted upon realizing that Might Dai was merely a genin. Be quiet. SHT, Elder Dai could defeat you 3 times over without exerting himself, and you're dreaming if you think otherwise. Elder Dai is here to train both you and Minato. If Kushina is willing, she can complete the sealing technique course daily and then follow Master Dai for further learning. Master Dai, what do you think? As long as you agree, I can increase your remuneration, but you will need to move to the Senju clan's territory for better training. Meanwhile, Minato is observing Might Dai with keen interest. It is unlikely that Beixuan would randomly select a lower ninja to train a few individuals in taijutsu, especially since he has addressed Dai with such respect throughout. I don't want to learn. The sealing technique is already driving me to the brink, Kushina lamented. But why can your hoodie and that extraordinarily beautiful Pokemon learn the sealing technique, while Pikachu cannot? Hearing this, Kushina immediately deflated. With her head spinning from studying sealing techniques daily, how could she possibly find time to learn taijutsu as well? Tsunade and Hoodie are the same type of Pokemon, so it's not surprising they can learn your sealing techniques. Pikachu only knows Thunder and a few other moves. You aren't seriously considering teaching it sealing techniques, are you? Beixuan looked at Kushina, who was engrossed in her snacks, somewhat exasperated. This fiery-haired girl was rather amusing. How could she expect Pikachu to learn sealing techniques as if it were a deity? Nonetheless, from Kushina's words, it was evident that Tsunade and Hoodie were learning the sealing techniques quite smoothly. Pokemon tip: Tsunade, the Embrace Pokemon, possesses the ability to foresee the future, and can even warp space to create a black hole to protect its trainer in times of crisis. It began learning the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan at Hoodie's invitation. Chapter 48. Changes in the Wetbone Forest. While Beixuan and Kushina were chatting, Shirtai slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Might Dai, "Greenskin monster, I want to duel you in taijutsu." Beixuan observed Shintai's sudden outburst, his forehead adorned with question marks. Was Shintai genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Let him try. I am curious to see how strong this ninja is, who you keep referring to as senpai. With the two of us here, it's unlikely they could meet a grim fate. Tsunade crossed her arms, a smile of amusement on her face. Beixuan held Might Dai in such high regard, which Tsunade understood meant this lower ninja possessed remarkable strength. It would be a good opportunity for Shangtai to temper his disposition. Recently, Shirtai had become a bit arrogant after learning some techniques from his granduncle and forbidden techniques rewarded by the third Hokage. This would be an excellent chance to sharpen him. Might Dai hesitated for a moment, but, after glancing at the cradled Kai, gritted his teeth and agreed. 3 minutes later, Shangtai was seated obediently at the table, receiving treatment from Tsunade. Since Dai-senpai has consented, you should return to gather your belongings. You'll be residing in the Senju clan's territory for a considerable time. I leave these two in your capable hands. Do not hold back. Adhere to your training regimen. Beixuan instructed, handing over Might Kai to Might Dai. Even though it would be inconvenient for Dai to gather his things while carrying Kai, leaving Kai at the Senju clan was not an option. The two were not yet familiar enough for Dai to take care of Kai personally, which would also provide Might Dai with a sense of security. After Might Dai departed, Tsunade immediately confronted Beixuan. How do you know this person? His strength appears to be that of a J-Nin, doesn't he it? Currently, Shangtai's abilities had also reached the J-Nin level, even in a taijutsu match. He should not be at the mercy of a lower ninja. Furthermore, Tsunade could tell that Might Dai was undoubtedly carrying weights on his feet. He is purely a taijutsu ninja with no ninjutsu skills. However, do not underestimate him simply because he is a J-Nin. If it were merely a casual duel, you might win. However, if it came down to a serious fight, no more than 5 in Konoha could defeat him. Remembering the original story where Might Dai kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into a state of confusion and nearly kicked Kai out of the narrative, Beixuan felt a deep respect for the Might family. The 8 gates, while capable of unleashing immense power in a short time, require continuous and relentless training to maintain. Beixuan did not believe he could consistently mold his body year after year, keeping it in a state of perpetual vitality. Thus, he had no desire to learn the 8 gates. If they could simply be learned and activated at will, Konoha would have been invincible long ago. How could someone so formidable still be a lower ninja? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. She could see that Might Dai lived a rather frugal life, and Beixuan's ability to bring him in to train Shingtai and Minato was likely due to financial reasons. I don't know. Perhaps he prefers to keep his strength concealed. Beixuan replied, shaking his head. Although some speculated it was due to the requirement of learning ninjutsu to become a Ch-Nin with Might Dai's strength. Any ninjutsu would be easily dispatched with a single kick. Furthermore, if Might Dai wished to become a J-Nin, he could simply present his strength to the third Hokage and would likely be recognized immediately. This leads to the conclusion that Might Dai simply does not wish to reveal his true capabilities. What an odd person, however. Having such an exceptional teacher like Dai is a blessing for Shirtai. I shall reward you by not going gambling tonight, ha 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 ha. Tsunade clapped Beixuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Beixuan silently bit into a skewer of meatballs, thinking that this reward was truly splendid. By the way, the Sage of Slugs wants you to visit the Wetbone Forest. Your Pokemon have undergone some changes, and she believes you must know. Additionally, The third Hokage asked Shungtai to relay a message that we should visit the Hokage building tomorrow, likely due to a mission that will send us to the battlefield. Currently, the war front between the Wind and Fire nations has calmed since Hatake Kakashi retreated, and Shio has not continued her rampage but has instead resumed developing poison. The antidote Tsunade previously developed can no longer keep pace with the new generation of toxins, making her eventual return to the front lines inevitable. Understood. I also need to see them. As Hoodie mentioned, they have changed significantly. Long before Beixuan summoned all his Pokemon to the Wetbone Forest, he had instructed them to learn alongside the Sage of Slugs. He would occasionally ask Hoodie to bring back some ninjutsu scrolls for the Pokemon to study. Although Hoodie mentioned the learning process was quite arduous, some companions had managed to learn ninjutsu, albeit by releasing it through their own energy. Beixuan had Hoodie, who was perusing sealing techniques, return to the Wetbone Forest to perform reverse summoning. After a puff of smoke, Beixuan found himself in the Wetbone Forest. Is this the Wetbone Forest? Beixuan marveled at the dramatically transformed surroundings. The chaotic and damp environment had given way to a large lake at the center of the Wetbone Forest. He could see some Magikarp and Gyarados swimming, along with other water-type Pokemon, and the previously bare trees were now lush with green leaves. In the distance, the Sage of Slugs was teaching a few gigantic Pokemon. Sage of Slugs, what is happening? How have your Bagon and Drampa grown so large? Beixuan approached, gazing in astonishment at the now massive Bagon and Drampa, their sizes nearly rivaling that of Gamabunta. Roar. The Bagon and Drampa joyfully surrounded Beixuan, nudging him with their large heads. All right. You have all become so powerful now. You can't keep nudging me like before. Beixuan floated up and patted the head of the Bagon. However, as he drew near, he could feel the sharpness of its two axe-like heads. Sage of Slugs, what has happened to them? Beixuan asked, calming several Pokemon while looking at the Sage of Slugs with a puzzled expression. Little Beixuan can even fly now. That's impressive. They have grown this way because I taught them how to harness natural energy. To my surprise, their innate energy is quite close to natural energy. And soon these highly gifted summoning beasts learned to manipulate it. Consequently, their sizes increased significantly. Only those who partially mastered natural energy have not changed in size. I apologize, little Beixuan, for turning your summoning beasts into this. At this moment, the Slug Sage's physique far exceeded that which Beixuan had previously encountered, presumably due to the absorption of slugs scattered throughout the Wetbone Forest. A Pokemon tip. Bisharp, the Scythe Pokemon. A gentle dragon-type Pokemon that has mastered the natural energy of the Wetbone Forest, resulting in its immense size and proficiency in using its robust body to attack opponents. Chapter 49. Chief of the Medical Division. The Slug Sage's words left Beixuan momentarily stunned. This transformation was undoubtedly a positive development. Moreover, the ability to teach Pokemon Sage techniques was something for which Beixuan was immensely grateful. The Slug Sage need not apologize. Beixuan was thankful for their ability to learn Sage techniques and for the transformation of the Wetbone Forest into its current state. The changes in the Wetbone Forest were not limited to the addition of trees and a large lake. Beixuan sensed that at the far eastern edge, Ground-type and Fire-type Pokemon resided there. Furthermore, the environment had been entirely transformed, devoid of the Wetbone Forest's usual humidity. Living alone in the Wetbone Forest had been lonely. But the arrival of these children brought him great joy, and the unique energies they possessed had greatly benefited him. As for the environment, he had taken the initiative to assist them in altering it, as the original conditions were not conducive to the comfort of some of the children. He cherished these pure and kind-hearted children, who possessed delightful qualities, and was grateful to Beixuan for introducing him to this lovely group. The Slug Sage's voice remained gentle. Indeed, they were a remarkable bunch, yet Beixuan expressed his gratitude for the Slug Sage's care. If ever assistance was needed, the Slug Sage was encouraged to speak freely. Beixuan would do everything within his power to help. With a smile, Beixuan sat atop Bisharp's head, stroking its coarse skin. How is young Beixuan's Sage training progressing? I've studied a portion of it, but Tsunade mentioned we will soon return to the battlefield, which will likely slow down our training. Currently, Beixuan, who was practicing the Yang Seal, could activate the Golden Light Sage mode at will. He referred to the unique Sage mode formed by merging natural energy with the Golden Light spell as the Golden Light Sage mode. In this state, Beixuan bore a striking resemblance to the left Taoist Zhang, who had activated the reverse triple, though he lacked the ability to vaporize. However, a golden light enveloped him, coalescing all traits into a mist of golden radiance. Be cautious, young Beixuan. If necessary, you can call upon the aid of these children. They are now capable of assisting you. As soon as the slug sage finished speaking, several Pokemon nearby immediately began performing fitness routines, indicating their newfound strength. They have always been able to assist me. I firmly believe in that. The power of Pokemon is not merely about spewing fire or water. Beixuan has always held the conviction that their power is boundless, and he too possesses that power. In Konoha village, within the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, placing his pipe on the table, but before he could speak, Tsunade interrupted him. Old man, can you refrain from smoking that wretched pipe while Beixuan and I are here? Tsunade waved away the smoke in front of her, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen with impatience. Each visit to the Hokage office was accompanied by the pungent smell of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. I'm accustomed to it. According to intelligence from the front lines, the battlefield is continually being extended by the third wind shadow. Chiyo has also developed a new generation of poison. The ninjas on the front lines face many restrictions. So I wish to send you to lead Beixuan's team to the battlefield. After Shikamaru returns to Konoha, they will require the expertise of you and Beixuan. Both excellent medical ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed awkwardly. Tsunade had never hesitated to show him disrespect, but her temper had been particularly volatile recently. The Wind Country's battlefield is being extended? Are they attempting to avoid direct confrontation? A wise decision, yet with Orochimaru on the front lines, even if the lines are extended, significant losses should not occur. So what has transpired on the front lines? Why are there so many casualties among the ninjas? Where is Orochimaru? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Even if Chiyo had developed new poisons, she, who had worked alongside Orochimaru for many years, understood him well. Before he appeared on the front lines, Orochimaru would never choose battles that incurred such heavy losses. The previous day, Shoshin had delivered not only orders but also requests from the frontline medical division, indicating that the number of casualties had reached a level that the medical division could no longer bear. Such losses could not be dismissed lightly, nor could they be brushed aside with Sarutobi Hiruzen's casual comment about restrictions. Currently, the overall commander on the battlefield was the Hokage's advisor, Danzo. Due to some command errors, they had fallen into enemy traps, resulting in casualties, thus creating an urgent need for both you and Beixuan. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, the nearby Kurama Shikamaru interjected, subtly diminishing the impact of the losses caused by Danzo. Danzo, where is Orochimaru? Where is Narashikaku? A person who loses a battle every time knows nothing of battlefield strategy. Old man, do not tell me this was your arrangement. Tsunade exclaimed angrily, slamming her hand on the desk, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Beixuan had shared many unsavory tales of Konoha with her, and they invariably involved Danzo, who had commanded various campaigns during the First War, all resulting in significant losses. The idea that Sarutobi Hiruzen would entrust command to such a pitiful figure while Narashikaku and Orochimaru stood by was infuriating. Tsunade, Danzo is Konoha's Hokage advisor. He is of the same generation as your teacher. Everything he does is for Konoha. You must afford him the respect he deserves, and this is the Hokage office. It is not a place for you to act recklessly. Kurama Shikamaru immediately retorted, for while Danzo had made considerable mistakes this time, they were not insurmountable. She disapproved of Tsunade's brazen attitude in the Hokage Tower, which had consistently obstructed her authority in the medical division. On the surface, Kurama Shikamaru was the head of the medical division, but since Tsunade's arrival, everything had changed. All medical ninjas, save for Kurama Shikamaru's trusted subordinates, had begun to revolve around Tsunade and the young Beixuan. This had made Kurama Shikamaru's attempts to discreetly manipulate matters increasingly difficult, as that young boy had always kept a close eye on the medical division's finances. This naturally crossed Kurama Shikamaru's line, leading to her deep-seated animosity towards Tsunade and the young Beixuan standing beside her. May I ask who you are? Before Tsunade could respond, Beixuan shot a glance at Kurama Shikamaru and inquired, I am the head of Konoha's medical division and your direct superior. As the disciple of Hiruzen and my subordinate, you should address me as Lady Shikamaru. Kurama Shikamaru coldly demanded Beixuan to change his form of address upon noticing his rudeness. Oh, so you are the head of our department who embezzles funds from the medical division? You are quite ugly for someone who engages in such deceitful actions. Also, I am not a disciple of the third Hokage. I am of the same generation as Tsunade, certified by Lady Mito as Tsunade's future husband. Chapter 50, merely demonstrating ninjutsu. Upon hearing Beixuan's words, Kurama Shikamaru's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was staring down, lost in thought. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade, control your child bride. Hiruzen, you cannot possibly believe this hairless little brat. Boom. Tsunade swung her fist, striking the desk in front of Kurama Shikamaru, her fist mere inches from Kurama Shikamaru's forehead. The fierce gust from her punch caused Kurama Shikamaru's face to sting painfully. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Kurama Shikamaru possessed the strength of a genin. However, after years of living in comfort, she had long since lost that strength. Even if she were at her prime, she would not be a match for Tsunade, who had already surpassed the level of a Kage with a single hand. Old heck. You'd best keep your mouth clean. Next time, I cannot guarantee it won't actually land on your head. Tsunade withdrew her fist, coldly staring at the stunned Konohamaru. As a cacophony of birdsong erupted in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose, exuding an imposing aura. Calm down. Tsunade's temper hasn't changed over the years. I will investigate the matter concerning Konohamaru, and you, Beixuan, cease your actions. At that moment, Beixuan's hands crackled with lightning, producing sounds akin to the chorus of birds. I merely wish to showcase a ninjutsu I created for our dear Konohamaru. What do you think? Is it impressive? Beixuan dissipated the electricity in his hands. Grinning at the motionless Konohamaru, I entrust the frontline matters to you. I have ordered that the frontline commander be reinstated to Rakuen. Moreover, the Hokage's office has explicitly prohibited the use of ninjutsu. Beixuan, remember to choose a different location for your next demonstration. Now, please leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a serious demeanor, signaling for Tsunade and Beixuan to exit, without mentioning Konohamaru's situation. Tsunade cast a disappointed glance at Hiruzen before pulling Beixuan out of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, this is your student. That brat could easily order an arrest. Once Tsunade and the others departed, Konohamaru immediately complained to Hiruzen, leading to another outbreak of birdsong beneath the Hokage building. Konohamaru quickly shut his mouth, nervously gazing at Hiruzen. That old hack. Having dismissed the Chidori, Beixuan turned back, scoffing at the Hokage building. The old man is becoming increasingly muddled. How is it that such individuals remain in high positions? Tsunade felt quite unsettled. Hearing Beixuan's words was one thing, but witnessing the reality was entirely different. Once Minato came of age and became Hokage, everything would change. Besides, with the two of us here, they cannot harm Konoha. If Danzo seeks trouble on the battlefield, I would simply eliminate him. Such a menace is not worth keeping around. Beixuan softly comforted Tsunade, fully aware of her deep affection for Konoha, and thus he was willing to assist her in transforming it. However, altering Konoha would not be accomplished through senseless violence. That would merely render him a nuclear bomb, possessing only a deterrent effect. The true agent of change for Konoha would be Minato, the charming devil. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, once confirming that Beixuan had departed, Konohamaru resumed his lamentations. Hiruzen, you are Hokage. Will you not intervene in this matter? Be quiet. You know better than I whether the medical department's matters are genuine. Do not provoke Tsunade and Beixuan. They are not to be trifled with at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen sternly reprimanded Konohamaru. He was well aware of what his old friends did in private. How could he, the head of the Umbu, not know? He merely turned a blind eye. After all, the Sarutobi clan needed him to act, but Tsunade's status was too sensitive. Angering her would benefit no one in Konoha. The granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and the princess designated by the current daimyo of the Fire Nation. She was also a relative of the Fire Nation's daimyo. Konoha was currently at war, relying on the Fire Nation's funding. If Konohamaru brought issues regarding Tsunade to the daimyo's attention, would Konoha continue to fight this war? Could the Konohamaru clan fund it? Leave. In the future, such matters should be handled more discreetly, but best not to touch the medical department. You and Nin should negotiate that yourselves. I am weary. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. Leaning back in his chair, no longer addressing Konohamaru, his mind occupied with Beixuan's visage and the lightning in his hands. At that moment, Tsunade was dragging Beixuan, her expression dark, standing before a casino. This was the third casino she had visited, all of which were closed. Her frustration had mounted. Although it was understandable for casinos to close during wartime due to unsafe roads, it did little to alleviate Tsunade's irritation. All right, let's go home. I will teach you a new gambling game. Losing to me is better than losing to others. Beixuan sighed, observing Tsunade's demeanor. He couldn't fathom why she was so addicted. Logically, after losing so much, one would expect any vice to diminish. It was no exaggeration to say that the amount Tsunade had lost could have built half a village's worth of houses, fully furnished. What gambling game? You gamble too? Are you capable? Tsunade shot Beixuan a weary glance, filled with skepticism. Having been with him for so long, she had never witnessed his understanding of gambling. Even the basics of dice were things she had to explain to him. When we get home, you'll find out. By the way, does Konoha have a printing shop? It would be perfect to create something to alleviate your fatigue on the battlefield. Beixuan stroked his chin, contemplating whether Konoha had a printing shop. The gambling method he referred to was undoubtedly poker, a game familiar across China. Each region had its unique variants of poker, but the most widely known was undoubtedly dodiju. I believe there is one near the east side of the village, close to a casino. Quickly, tell me what the game is. Beixuan could hardly contain his excitement as Tsunade clung to his arm, her growing figure pressing against him, making it difficult for him to resist her charms. Ultimately, Beixuan explained the styles of poker and the rules of dodiju to Tsunade. As for other games, he was unfamiliar, having never played cards before his arrival in this world. He only knew dodiju, having learned it from classmates during school. That sounds intriguing. You go home and wait for me while I fetch it. I recall there was a shop selling flower cards. We can modify them. With that, Tsunade dashed off, leaving Beixuan standing in silence, gazing at the now empty street where she had vanished. He was uncertain whether sharing the concept of playing cards with Tsunade was a blessing or a curse. Shaking his head helplessly, he acknowledged that even after all this time, he had yet to adapt to Tsunade's personality. Upon returning to the Senju clan grounds, he found only Kushina there, with Might Guy peacefully sleeping beside her. Did they go train in taijutsu? Beixuan inferred, seeing Guy's presence. Yes, that burly man arrived right after you left. Then took Shoshin and Minato out for a run around Konoha. They say they need to circle the village several times. Kushina's small face was filled with concern. She had been shocked to hear they would be running multiple laps around Konoha. They won't die. The elder knows his limits and has faith in Minato. But are you worried about Minato? What about Shoshin? Beixuan raised an eyebrow, amused by Kushina's evident concern for Minato, indicating their relationship was progressing quickly. What? I just... Kushina, flustered, grabbed Pikachu, who was resting nearby, and began to squeeze it tightly. All right, I am not mocking you. Put Pikachu down. He is too young to endure your abuse. However, with only Kushina at home, she would face another kind of torment soon. Huh. Before Kushina could inquire about what that was, Tsunade entered, carrying a bag. Ha ha ha, you little brat. I brought back the playing cards. And since Kushina is here, shall we play together? This is a new game researched by Beixuan. Tsunade pulled a small box from the bag, raising it towards Kushina. It is indeed possible. But I have yet to complete my studies on the sealing techniques for today. With that, Kushina's gaze lingered on Beixuan, as her daily sealing technique assignments were given by him. Oh, missing a day of study is inconsequential, especially since we are soon to head to the battlefield. Kushina will have ample time to learn then. Wouldn't you agree, little brat? Tsunade shot a slightly threatening look at Beixuan, as if to say that should he attempt to prevent her from gambling, he would face dire consequences. Let us take a day off. Balance between work and rest is essential. What else could Beixuan do but acquiesce to her wishes? Are we heading to the battlefield again? Does that mean I will be left alone once more? Tsunade, can I come along too? I am quite formidable now. Kushina's attention was completely captivated by Tsunade's mention of the battlefield. For each time they ventured out, she was left behind at Konoha. Although Pikachu kept her company, it was still rather dull. Kushina, your situation is rather unique. I cannot take you to the battlefield. I am sorry. Tsunade noticed the glimmer of hope in Kushina's eyes, and her desire to gamble began to wane. As Tsunade's successor, she had always regarded Kushina as a younger sister, yet the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was undeniably sensitive. Moreover, should any misfortune befall Kushina on the battlefield, the loss would be catastrophic for Konoha. The village could not afford to lose the deterrent that the Nine-Tails represented. Once you can control the Nine-Tails chakra freely, you may go wherever you wish, and that is my promise to you. However, you must first work alongside Minato. Seeing Kushina's spirits dampened, Beixuan offered words of comfort. By the time she could freely control the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato would undoubtedly have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. In such circumstances, no matter what challenges she faced, with Minato by her side, she would at least be safe. Furthermore, Beixuan was confident that his own strength would have reached extraordinary heights by then. It was easy to imagine that a rampaging Nine-Tails, once sealed, could be handled with ease. Even now, Beixuan was not overly concerned about Kushina losing control. As long as she did not enter her complete form, he could easily manage any other state. The golden light spell, while capable of transformation, was not so outrageous as to manifest a complete Susanoo. If it could indeed materialize a Susanoo in the form of the golden light spell, Beixuan's cultivation would have long enabled him to obliterate the ninja world with a mere punch. After all, the true strength of the golden light spell lies in the dual cultivation of life, not merely in the golden light itself, which is merely an extension of this technique. All right, do not be disheartened. Come, let us try the cards that Beixuan has been studying. I assure you, it is quite entertaining. Tsunade pulled the still sorrowful Kushina into her embrace, explaining the rules of the modified flower card game step by step. Whenever she encountered something she did not understand, she would ask Beixuan beside them. Soon enough, both had grasped one of the fundamental ways to play poker, dodiju. Shall I deal the cards now? Beixuan inquired, holding the deck of cards towards the two, who had before them a large box filled with cash. The money belonged to Kushina, who had amassed an income equivalent to an entire commercial street in Konoha, which Mito had procured from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen dared not refuse, as he had to provide an explanation regarding the extermination of the Uzumaki clan. It was just a street after all, so he relented despite the pain. As for Tsunade's funds, well, those in the know understood. Deal away. Let me showcase my unbeatable gambling skills, Tsunade proclaimed confidently, believing she had mastered the entirety of Dojiju's knowledge, rendering Beixuan and Kushina utterly defenseless. Yes, deal away. Like Tsunade, Kushina was brimming with confidence, clutching Pikachu with determination. This simple card game seemed far easier than mastering the sealing techniques. An hour later, Tsunade stared blankly at the now empty box, while Kushina sat in silence beside her. You cheating scoundrel, Beixuan, Tsunade accused, pointing at Beixuan, who was busy organizing his spoils. How could I possibly cheat when I am the landlord? You played a three of a kind, yet you could throw down a pair of bombs. Do you honestly think I need to cheat? Beixuan suddenly realized that Tsunade's continual losses were not solely due to luck, though luck accounted for 99%. There was certainly a technical aspect involved. Her overconfidence in her gambling skills was unnerving. Tsunade resorted to all sorts of tricks, changing cards, hiding cards, but ultimately lost everything. Her poor luck playing a significant role. Moreover, Tsunade would often throw down a pair of bombs in response to Kushina's three of a kind, claiming that her hand was so fortunate that she could play all her cards at once. Meanwhile, Beixuan had a full hand of 4 twos, and Tsunade and Kushina, having been thoroughly defeated, decided to strategize together, uniting against Beixuan, the great demon king. Just as they were discussing their strategy, Dai entered, dragging SHJu and Minato behind him. At that moment, SHJu and Minato appeared almost like fledglings, being carried by Dai. Dai-senpai. Lord Beixuan. Dai placed SHJu and Minato on chairs and immediately bowed to Beixuan. Didn't I say? Just call me Beixuan, Dai-senpai. Your formality makes me feel quite embarrassed, haha. Are these two really that weak? A few laps and they're already spent? Beixuan kicked the limp SHJu, who, logically, should not have been in such a state. Given the body of the Senju clan, Minato, too, possessed a robust physique, yet both resembled limp fish, piquing Beixuan's curiosity. Yes, young Master Beixuan. They were motivated to wear weights after seeing me, so they put them on while running. I have checked their bodies, and this will not cause them harm. Please rest assured, young Master Beixuan, they truly excel in physical training, showing remarkable progress, and their future potential is limitless. Though Dai had ceased to refer to Beixuan as Lord Beixuan, he still used the honorific young Master Beixuan. He was not exaggerating. These two were indeed the most talented physical practitioners he had encountered, possessing an extraordinary ability to adapt and easily surpass physical limits. Dai's realization of true talent was evident as he glanced at Kai in the crib, filled with anticipation. He believed that his future child would not fall short of them. It's all right. Even if there are any injuries during training, with Tsunade and me around, there will be no issues. However, Dai, I must inform you of something. The third Hokage has notified us that our team is to support the front lines, so their training may need to be temporarily halted, but I will still provide compensation. Additionally, I would like to request Dai-senpai to stay at the Senju clan area and help take care of Kushina while we are away. Her identity is special, and she may encounter dangers, even within the village. When we return, I will also rely on you to continue training them. In the original narrative, Kushina had experienced a kidnapping, though Beixuan could not recall the specifics. only knowing that Minato had come to her rescue. The present storyline had diverged significantly, and who could say whether that event would still occur? Thus, Beixuan sought Dai-'s protection for Kushina, confident that with Dai-'s safeguarding, no one could harm her. Young Master Beixuan, you are too polite. This is what I ought to do. Dai nodded immediately, knowing that renowned ninjas like Tsunade and Beixuan would not remain in the village for long. Yet he had not anticipated that Ju and Minato would also head to the battlefield. TSK, 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 with Ju's physical abilities. I am almost embarrassed to call him my brother. Tsunade, having completed her review, looked at the limp Ju with a smirk. Having pursued the path of a physical ninja since childhood, she could easily tease him in this regard. Tsunade was a child capable of creating a massive crater with a single punch, having once struck a young Jiraiya, leaving him bewildered. At that tender age, she had already exhibited extraordinary physical prowess. Her intention to have him learn martial arts was merely to prevent him from squandering his potential. Ultimately, he would follow the path of the second Hokage, becoming a water-style ninja. Beixuan transferred 2 streams of life force into Shunshu and stood up, stating that while Shinshu's talent was not particularly remarkable, he was still considered a genius among ordinary ninjas. However, one must consider the company he kept, his master Orochimaru, his sister Tsunade, his brother-in-law Beixuan, and his friends Minato and Kushina. Each of these individuals possessed exceptional abilities, which unfortunately placed Shinshu at the lowest tier of their collective strength. Nonetheless, he was also the one with the greatest potential for growth. With a mature template to guide him, the water-style ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Shinshu could become a formidable ninja in the shinobi world if he dedicated himself to diligent study. As he advanced to the level of Tobirama, he would be able to carve his own path. Aided by the drafts left behind by Tobirama and the support of Beixuan and others, ensuring a smooth journey of development. However, this boy was somewhat rebellious, firmly believing that he must learn both earth and water styles simultaneously to awaken the wood release of Hashirama. Even after facing punishment, he remained obstinate, which hindered his progress, as his singularly focused mind struggled to comprehend 2 distinct ninjutsu styles at once. Even Beixuan, who possessed 4 chakra attributes, concentrated solely on mastering lightning release, using wind release merely to enhance his spiral shuriken technique. After all, lightning was the most visually striking and compatible with the use of the golden light jutsu. Lacking knowledge of lightning techniques, Beixuan often substituted lightning release for them, and the Chidori technique proved exceptionally useful for him. The raw power of Chidori combined with the golden light jutsu offered formidable protection. It could only be described as a reckless and violent approach. This boy's fixation on wood release was excessive. The pressure he felt from Minato and others pushed him into a corner, leading him to believe that only by awakening wood release could he compete with them for the title of Hokage. As Shinshu's sister, Tsunade understood his mindset well. But the idea of wood release was too elusive. Apart from Hashirama, whose clan's lineage had been thoroughly examined, no other member had been seen to awaken it. Even with wood release, one could not elevate their power to that of their grandfather's level. Beixuan gently shook his head, recalling characters like Yamato and Obito from the original story, who had mastered wood release. In the end, true strength lay with Hashirama, not the wood release itself. I'll leave Shinshu's matters to you. Feel free to discipline him, as I find it difficult to do so, Tsunade said, patting Beixuan's shoulder with a smile. Though her words caused Kushina and Beixuan to involuntarily twitch their lips. Tsunade's reluctance to discipline him referred to the idea of beating Shinshu to the point where he couldn't even get out of bed but would still go off to gamble happily. Can you not wake me up first before complaining? Shinshu murmured, gazing listlessly at the sky after Beixuan had infused him with life force. Upon awakening, he heard his sister suggesting that someone should freely beat him. Once awake, he got up to gather his belongings, exclaiming, "Tomorrow, we return to the battlefield." Really? Haha. My chance to make a name for myself in the shinobi world has finally come. Minato, stop sleeping. Get up and pack your things. Shinshu sprang up, slapping Minato awake. His ability to regain consciousness was not only due to Beixuan's life force, but also because of the Senju clan's exceptional constitution, which Minato lacked. Minato, still dazed from being slapped awake, looked around in confusion. The next day, Tsunade led Beixuan and the others to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Traveling light, their speed was swift, and within 2 days, they reached the Land of River. The ongoing war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire had shifted to the territory of the Land of River, a tragic fate for small nations, akin to that of the Land of Rain. The The land of river, situated between the two great nations, served as a connector for their territories, lacking a powerful protector like Hans. Thus, the flames of war gradually engulfed its lands. Once they entered the land of river, Beixuan kept his eyes closed, constantly sensing the surroundings. After all, even in the rear of Konoha's camp, a ninja with unusual abilities could appear and launch a surprise attack. His sensing technique combined the perception skills of Tobirama, the spirit transformation technique, and the essence of the golden light jutsu. By simply closing his eyes and projecting his spiritual energy outward, he could sense all fluctuations of ability within his range, encompassing chakra and beyond. Upon entering the land of river, their journey proved smoother than anticipated, as they encountered no ninjas from the land of wind and successfully arrived at the Konoha camp. To prevent infiltration through transformation techniques, even Tsunade and Beixuan underwent various checks. Once inside the camp, Tsunade instructed Minato and Shinshu to report in while she and Beixuan proceeded to the command center. Upon their arrival at the command center's entrance, they were halted by ninjas clad in umbu attire. Lord Danzo is in a meeting ahead. Halt. What nonsense. Get out of the way. While others might have been concerned about Danzo's position as the Hokage's advisor, these two were faced with Tsunade. Already harboring grievances against Danzo, Tsunade erupted with chakra, seizing the two ninjas and throwing them into the command tent. Who goes there? The sudden commotion startled those inside the tent. This was the command center of the Konoha camp. It couldn't possibly be an enemy attack, could it? Upon entering the tent, Tsunade found a one-eyed man seated at the center, flanked by Orochimaru and Dans, prompting her to frown. Orochimaru. This old fool was dismissed. Yet here he is in the position of commander. Perhaps it's due to his large face, Orochimaru remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he joined Tsunade in mocking Danzo. Impudent. As the Hokage's advisor, Tsunade, surely you understand the meaning of respect. This is the command center, where all confidential missions are coordinated, and you dare to intrude. Root personnel, seize them. Danzo remained seated, coldly glaring at Tsunade as he commanded numerous root ninjas to surround her and Beixuan. Since when has the head of the medical department been considered an intruder? Moreover, you are the outsider here. Your identity as Hokage's advisor holds no weight on the battlefield. You brazenly entered the command center and claimed the position of commander. May I consider you a rogue ninja attempting to steal Konoha's battlefield secrets, Elder Danzo? Golden light surged around Beixuan as he gathered lightning in his hands. The piercing sound of birds filled the command tent. Wait. Everyone, calm down. We are in wartime. You are all the backbone of Konoha. Let us not allow misunderstandings to lead to conflict and casualties. Dan's ally, Dans, who had remained silent, quickly intervened, recognizing that Beixuan was preparing to strike. Although he disapproved of Danzo, he understood that Danzo was, after all, the Hokage's advisor. If Beixuan were to act against him publicly, it would be highly detrimental for him. Dans held great admiration for Beixuan and did not wish for him to carry such a stain. What are you waiting for? Seize them. Danzo coldly snorted, ignoring Dan's intervention and continuing to command the root ninjas to apprehend Tsunade and Beixuan. You think you can intimidate me? Chidori scatter. Beixuan unleashed a surge of lightning towards the ground as spikes of lightning shot towards the encroaching root ninjas. Meanwhile, the golden light enveloping Beixuan coalesced into a formidable axe, cleaving towards Danzo with tremendous force. Boom. As the colossal axe descended, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the surrounding root ninjas were swiftly pierced by the blinding lightning, collapsing to the ground. Beixuan, calm down, Lu Lin exclaimed in shock, urgently calling for Beixuan to cease his assault. Yet, Beixuan had no intention of holding back. The golden light transformed into a solid spear, which he hurled into the smoke. At that moment, the command room crumbled under the weight of Beixuan's golden axe, attracting the attention of the ninjas at the Konoha camp. Soon, the area was teeming with ninjas, but upon recognizing Beixuan, none dared to intervene. After all, the title of Konoha's Golden Light Ninja was well known among those on the battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. Beixuan, do you wish to betray Konoha? From within the smoke, Danzo's figure emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled with a deep gash across his chest. Old man, I have made myself abundantly clear. You, a person devoid of any official position, have unlawfully entered the command room, rifling through Konoha's classified information, and orchestrated an attack on the princess of the Land of Fire. As a member of Konoha, I must eliminate you, the traitor. Surely, it cannot be that you ordered the ambush simply because the princess of the Land of Fire sought refuge in Konoha? With Beixuan's declaration, the observing ninjas immediately drew their weapons, eyeing Danzo warily. Some hot-headed ninjas even hurled shurikens at him. Who was Tsunade? She was the granddaughter of the legendary Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, and Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, as well as the appointed princess by the daimyo of the Land of Fire and a direct disciple of the third Hokage. The notion of her defecting from Konoha was ludicrous, and over half of those present had received treatment from Tsunade. How dare this one-eyed old man attempt to ambush the princess of Konoha? Are you all mad? I am the current advisor to the Hokage. Dare you attack me? Do you wish to be branded as rogue ninjas? Danzo bellowed, deflecting a shuriken with a kunai, his face pale as he surveyed the hostile crowd, aware that if this continued, he would be irrevocably tarnished. Losing credibility among the Konoha ninjas would push him further away from the Hokage position, a fate he could not tolerate. Isn't Beixuan speaking the truth? Orochimaru, who had long harbored disdain for Danzo, relished in his predicament, especially since Beixuan's claims were indeed valid. Chapter 54, Mission Level. While Orochimaru reveled in the unfolding drama, Lu Lin could not afford the luxury of enjoyment, despite Danzo's low profile. His position as the Hokage's advisor was indisputable. For the sake of the Nara clan behind him, Lu Lin steeled himself and approached Danzo, casting a pained glance at Beixuan, whose lightning had yet to dissipate. Beixuan, this is a misunderstanding. Lord Danzo is indeed the Hokage's advisor. Can we not sit down and discuss this calmly? Lu Lin's eyes brimmed with desperation. He wished he had not been present during such chaos. Misunderstanding? This half-blind man just commanded others to attack Tsunade. Should I accidentally strike him down, would that also be considered a misunderstanding? As Beixuan spoke, the crackling sound of lightning grew sharper in the air. Let the third Hokage decide on this matter. Tsunade, please lend your voice to this. Seeing Beixuan's intent to continue his assault, Lu Lin hastily called out to Tsunade, who was observing the scene with her arms crossed, knowing she was the only one who could quell Beixuan's fury. Very well, I shall speak, Tsunade replied, raising an eyebrow at Beixuan. Find that old fool. Before Danzo could retort, Beixuan vanished from sight, reappearing behind him and driving a long bolt of lightning through his abdomen. Chidori sharp spear. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Danzo stammered, raising his kunai to retaliate, only to find himself bound by Beixuan's golden light, suspended in midair as his kunai fell from his grip. Simultaneously, the lightning from the Chidori coursed through Danzo's body, paralyzing him entirely. As an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, Beixuan's chakra control had reached astonishing heights. Even Tsunade admitted she could not match him in that regard. I have lived up to my promise, Beixuan declared, extending his golden hand to grasp Danzo, stepping beside Tsunade with a smile. Beixuan-kun, your strength has indeed grown, Orochimaru remarked, approaching and licking his lips in an unsettling manner. While Orochimaru was typically handsome, his actions in real life were rather off-putting. Beixuan could only offer a polite smile in response. Lu Lin senpai, I leave the reconstruction of the command room in your capable hands, and please reassure the surrounding ninjas. As for this old man, Beixuan glanced at the unconscious Danzo in his grip, a spark of lightning flickering around him. Stop, Beixuan. I understand your anger. But have you considered the consequences of your actions? How old are you? The path of a rogue ninja is fraught with peril. If he dies by your hand today, you will undoubtedly face the wrath of the Hokage, who will issue a high-level assassination order. Even Tsunade would struggle to protect you. Do you understand? Lu Lin's gaze bore into Beixuan's, filled with urgency. While Tsunade and others might remain unperturbed, Beixuan, coming from a commoner's background, would be disregarded by those in higher positions, regardless of his close relationship with Tsunade. Most importantly, Beixuan was exceptionally gifted at such a young age. To Lu Lin, he was the ideal candidate for Hokage. His record clean, and with supporters due to his ties to Tsunade and his medical ninja status. It would be a great loss if he were to ruin his future over someone like Danzo. Thank you for your concern, Lu Lin senpai, but this matter is inconsequential. The third Hokage would not label me a rogue ninja during wartime, but war always comes to an end. This is not worth it. Beixuan, you possess wisdom beyond your years. Surely, you can discern the gravity of the situation. Spare him this once. His existence may still hold significance for you. You should understand that. Beixuan recognized Lu Lin's worries and appreciated his care. Looking at Danzo in his grasp, he suddenly slammed him to the ground. Crack. The sound of several ribs snapping echoed. Death may be evaded, but I must collect my due interest. The injuries I inflict upon him will suffice for his sustenance for a long time. Without this old man, the battlefield will be entrusted to you, Lu Lin senpai. Tsunade and I shall retreat to rest, and you may notify me directly of any tasks. Beixuan calmly patted Lu Lin on the shoulder, smiling as he departed the ruins of the command room alongside Tsunade. Left behind were Lu Lin, staring helplessly at Orochimaru, and the motionless figure of Danzo on the ground. A month had passed since the confrontation with Danzo, and as expected, the third Hokage had not mentioned the incident. Given that it involved Tsunade and had been witnessed by numerous ninjas on the front lines, it was unlikely that the third would punish Beixuan and the others. Afterward, Beixuan continued to oversee the medical department as usual, with Lu Lin frequently assigning him high-level tasks due to his exceptional capabilities. Now, Beixuan stood in the newly established command room alongside Minato and Shinosuke, awaiting Lu Lin's instructions for their next mission. Beixuan, your team's mission this time is to sever a supply line of the Sand Ninja, which will take you deep behind enemy lines. Apart from Beixuan, the other two of you may choose to decline. However, due to the considerable difficulty of this mission, the Umbu will discreetly assist you in clearing some obstacles. And this task has been classified as an S-rank mission. Lu Lin, holding a scroll, looked seriously at the individuals before him. Of course, we will accept it. It is merely an S-rank mission. How could I, Lord Shinshu, not accomplish it with ease? Ha ha ha, Minato, don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Shinshu immediately placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, recognizing that an S-rank mission was indeed a fitting challenge for him. Given the strength of this mission, Lord Shinshu decided not to be offended by Lu Lin's unreasonable remarks. Rest assured, Lord Lu Lin, we will handle the task with utmost diligence, said the earnest Minato. Gazing intently at Lu Lin, this was the first time he had received an S-rank mission. Although it appeared perilous, he was resolute that he would not falter. Sigh. You're treating me like a beast of burden. Hand over the scroll. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return. With no objections from Minato or Shinshu, Beixuan naturally had none either and reached out to accept the scroll from Lu Lin. Then I shall entrust the task to you all, Lu Lin said, rising to bow to the three. This was a unique tenderness from Lu Lin. All ninjas who received tasks from him would earn his respect. After all, the outcome of the mission and the specter of death remained uncertain. Perhaps one moment they were sharing laughter, and the next, they would reunite in the Pure Lands. Let us set forth, Beixuan declared, unfurling the scroll and glancing at it before passing it to Minato. Knowing there was a mission, the three had already prepared what was necessary. Thus, they could set out immediately. Upon exiting the tent, the trio walked towards the outskirts of the camp. The atmosphere somewhat tense. What else with the anxiety? This isn't our first mission, and I'm here, Beixuan remarked, sensing the unease radiating from Minato and Shinshu, and smiling to break the silence. Who's anxious? Lord Shinshu is merely contemplating how to execute this mission with style. Shinshu retorted loudly, waving his arms. While Minato chuckled softly, their nervousness alleviated significantly. Chapter 55, Ambush on the Sand Ninja Supply Station after leaving the camp. The trio hastily made their way to the mission site. At a concealed location near the Sand Ninja Supply Station, they gathered around a map, strategizing their approach for the assault. As a supply station for the Sand Ninja, it will undoubtedly be guarded by many ninjas. Minato, how is your Flying Thunder God technique coming along? Beixuan inquired, glancing up from the map at the area circled in isolation. I can now inscribe the technique and perform short-range teleportation, but I am not yet capable of bringing others with me, Minato replied, producing a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the word Sword of Love, leaving Beixuan once again speechless at Minato's naming talent. That is commendable. Therefore, your task of sabotaging their supplies will be entrusted to you. Shinshu and I will create a diversion up front. Once the task is complete, you can leave and signal us. Beixuan instructed, unperturbed by Minato's quick mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, knowing that Minato had even improved upon it later. Currently, the number of ninjas at the supply station ahead was unknown, so Minato, as you act independently, please remain vigilant for your safety. If you cannot complete it, retreat immediately. I can devise another way to disrupt the supply station, Beixuan cautioned seriously. In truth, dismantling a Sand Ninja supply station was quite simple for Beixuan. A few Sage Art Spiral shurikens from a distance would suffice. However, Minato and Shinshu needed the experience. Beixuan could not act as a caretaker to shield them indefinitely. Though Minato was a true genius, Shinshu was akin to a version of Naruto without any enhancements and lacked Naruto's extraordinary combat intelligence. Individuals like him could only survive through luck in the ninja world. Thus, Beixuan was determined to correct Shinshu's shortcomings. Having promised Tsunade and Mito to guide Shunshu into becoming a formidable ninja, Beixuan would seize every opportunity to train him. Summoning technique. Beixuan formed hand seals, and two large purple figures appeared beside him. Gung-Gue, my friends, I entrust you both with this task. You will infiltrate their shadows. Should you gather any intelligence, simply speak towards your own shadow, and I will hear you. The two Gung-Gue embraced Beixuan before entering the shadows of Shunshu and Minato. One of them playfully manifesting two eyes in the shadow, startling Shunshu into trembling. Beixuan, your summoning beasts aren't ghosts, are they? Also, what do you mean you don't know how many ninjas are over there? What about your sensory ninjutsu? Did you learn nothing? Shunshu questioned, touching his shadow, only to see Beixuan regarding him with a look of incredulity. Ahem, well, Shunshu, sensory ninjutsu can sense each other. Aside from some unique sensory techniques, most sensory ninjutsu are ineffective against shape-shifting ninjas. The Sand Ninja supply location ahead will undoubtedly have sensory ninjas guarding it. Which is why I cannot ascertain the situation across from us, Minato explained. After all, Beixuan had not attended school much, while Shunshu, who had been in school all this time, seemed to have missed some fundamentals. Oh, is that so? Ha, of course, I knew. Just testing Beixuan, huh? After all, I fear he might genuinely forget to use sensory ninjutsu and expose us. Shunshu scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. All right, let us commence action once night falls. Shunshu, once you're in, best keep that mouth of yours shut. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your sister won't give you a beating when you return, Beixuan remarked. Casting a glance at Shunshu, who had previously boisterously proclaimed himself the grandson of the first Hokage during missions, but fortunately had not encountered particularly formidable opponents. Otherwise, if he faced ninjas stronger than himself, he would merely be offering them accomplishments on a platter. Moreover, should Shunshu be captured, the losses for Konoha would be beyond description. Shunshu could only pout at this, thinking he would finally have a chance to showcase his own prowess. After a simple tactical arrangement, the trio began to rest and adjust their states as they awaited the arrival of nightfall. In the deep of night, the three, guided by the moonlight, steadily approached the Sand Ninja supply station. They halted before a tree, and Beixuan casually glanced at a wire connected to an explosive tag. Reaching out to extinguish the tag with a flicker of chakra. Minato, we have reached the target location. Your task of destroying their supplies is now yours. Shunshu, summon your shadow clones. Charge forward and trigger all the traps. Beixuan signaled to Minato, and once Minato vanished, he turned to Shunshu. Hey. The shadow clones can send back sensations, you know? Shunshu protested, albeit he still formed seals and dispatched several clones to charge ahead. Beixuan understood the purpose of shadow clones. However, given Shunshu's Senju lineage, the side effects were not particularly impactful on him. Additionally, allowing Shunshu to encounter a few explosive tags would ultimately be beneficial. As Shunshu's shadow clones sprinted forward, countless traps were triggered, filling the air with the cacophony of explosions. Water release, great waterfall technique. Beixuan also formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forward, sweeping away Shunshu's shadow clones as well. Shunshu, continue using water release to bombard ahead. The enemy has been lured in, Beixuan declared, activating his sensory ninjutsu simultaneously to detect the approaching enemies. Understood. Shunshu stood atop the great wave conjured by Beixuan, forming hand seals to unleash 3 water dragons that charged in different directions. This kid has indeed trained well in water release. Under the cloak of night, Beixuan and Shunshu steadily advanced towards the Sand Ninja supply station, inevitably encountering the Sand Ninjas who had come to encircle them. The air was soon filled with the anguished cries of the Sand Ninjas. In Beixuan's hand, the lightning gleamed like the scythe of death as he dashed past. Each foe would promptly fall, lifeless. Before long, Beixuan and Shunshu arrived at the supply station, which was surprisingly quiet, devoid of any chaos. Meanwhile, Minato, who had previously created a diversion to infiltrate the Sand Ninja supply station, stood in an empty warehouse, examining various traces on the ground. Damn it. Gung-Gue informed Beixuan that the intel was incorrect. The supplies have already been relocated. We may have fallen into the enemy's trap. A voice echoed from the shadows, prompting Minato to turn and hasten towards the site of the battle. Chapter 56. The battle with a powerful punch. Beixuan sent a Sand Ninja flying, and upon receiving Gung-Gue's message, his expression shifted as he rushed towards Shunshu's position. Shunshu prepared to retreat, realizing this was a mere empty shell trap. With a swift thrust of his Chidori, he pierced through the Sand Ninja he was engaged with. Beixuan shouted to Shunshu, just as Minato arrived by their side. Good grief. Shikaku. Just as Beixuan was about to withdraw, he sensed an exceptionally violent chakra presence within his perception jutsu and immense chakra. Having spent considerable time with Kushina, Beixuan recognized this chakra all too well. It belonged to a tailed beast. The sand ninjas possessed only one tailed beast, Shikaku, and if Beixuan recalled correctly, Shikaku was currently within the body of an old monk. Minato, if I order you to retreat, you must immediately take Shunshu and flee without hesitation. No looking back. If a tailed beast appears, and if I have not made it back after you two are safe, you must abandon Shunshu and race to the camp. Inform Tsunade of the tailed beast's emergence. Beixuan spoke gravely to Minato and Shunshu. His body gradually enveloped in a golden light as he regarded the encroaching sand ninjas with an icy gaze. Minato, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded resolutely. While Shunshu comprehended that Beixuan's seriousness indicated the presence of a formidable enemy, even Shunshu's single-core processor brain recognized that this was not the time for recklessness. As he remained poised for retreat, Beixuan had always concealed his true strength, whether facing Hanzo or alongside Minato and the others. He believed he could triumph over Shikaku in a one-on-one confrontation. However, this was not a solitary battle. Numerous sand ninjas surrounded them. Minato, your ability to escape safely now hinges on your strength, Beixuan declared, as the sealing mark on his forehead unfastened, sage chakra coursing through his limbs. The golden light around him becoming ethereal. Sage art, water country. Beixuan formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal wave that surged outward, crashing violently around him. Laced with the corrosive slime of slug creatures, the sand ninja's formation was thrown into disarray. Seizing the moment, Beixuan shouted, "Go!" Minato swiftly grabbed Shunshu by the collar and activated Flying Thunder God. Although Minato had never attempted to transport someone with him, circumstances dictated urgency. The three of them reappeared at their designated location, but Minato was now considerably drained of chakra, and Shunshu had lost consciousness. Now is not the time to be asleep. Shunshu, Minato gasped, attempting to rise only to find himself utterly spent. He resorted to using a kunai to jab Shunshu, jolting him awake. The pain stirred Shunshu. But as he attempted to stand, dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse back to the ground. Minato, I never want to experience your Flying Thunder God again. Beneath the influence of his Senja heritage, Shunshu quickly adapted to the disorientation. If he had known the sensation of a washing machine, he would have described the experience as akin to being tossed about inside one for an entire day. Enough chatter. Carry me back to the camp. I need a moment to regain my bearings, then I will return to inform Lady Tsunade. Though uncertain of Beixuan's strength, Minato was acutely aware that this was clearly a trap set by the sand ninjas. Having grown up alongside Beixuan, he could not allow his friend to remain in peril for long. At that moment, Beixuan watched as Minato took Shunshu away with Flying Thunder God. Reflecting on how he had just stated, he could not carry anyone. He was reminded of the original narrative in which Minato claimed he was not adept at sage techniques. The Golden Light Ninja from Konoha turned out to be quite a formidable catch, just as the intel had suggested he would ambush this location. However, he hadn't anticipated that the legendary ninja, who had clashed with the Sand Nin and demigods, was still just a child. Ha ha ha, what a prodigy. Yet, no matter how gifted, he would ultimately fall into our hands. With Beixuan's water style saturating the ground, a sand ninja, marked with face paint, emerged from the crowd, scoffing at Beixuan. You laugh at your own folly. Just a mere Nin. When did you become so arrogant? In an instant, Beixuan appeared behind the cackling sand ninja, the mist-like golden light manifesting as a razor-sharp spike that pierced through the sand ninja entirely. Yamamoto. Damn it. Everyone attack. A sand ninja, intimately familiar with the one Beixuan had just slain, shouted in outrage. No sooner had he spoken than several sand ninjas, armed with weapons, charged at Beixuan, their blades glinting ominously in the moonlight. Summoning jutsu, Beixuan formed hand seals, and a burst of smoke erupted, revealing a multitude of Pokemon surrounding him. Roar. Ka. Cha. Hiss. As the only trainer in the ninja world, I never claimed I would take you all on alone. Let these creatures demonstrate the power of Pokemon. With a single wave of his hand, Beixuan commanded the Pokemon to assault the sand ninjas, while he fixated his gaze on the monk lurking behind them. What kind of summon beast is this? Why has my speed diminished so drastically? Why does this summon beast wield ice style? Curse it. What are these monstrous creatures? Everyone, beware of that rock creature. It explodes. Vegeta was killed by it. In an instant, the sand ninjas found themselves at a loss against Beixuan's Pokemon. who were far too novel for these intel-focused shinobi. Throughout the battle, a few shuriken and kunai occasionally flew toward Beixuan, but they were effortlessly deflected by the golden light. Beixuan propelled himself into the sky with a powerful leap, having only utilized the overwhelming vitality granted by the blue-silver emperor bone since its acquisition. Aside from Tsunade, no one else knew of his flight abilities. Scanning the battlefield with his perception jutsu, Beixuan quickly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Water Style, Heavenly Cry, Pressure-Enhanced Water Needles. Imbued with sage techniques, shot down towards the sand ninjas below. In that moment, aside from a few skilled ninjas who managed to evade or block the needles, the majority of the remaining shinobi fell victim to this technique, which Beixuan had dubbed the quality control device. As Beixuan landed gracefully, his ethereal demeanor starkly contrasted with the chaos and bloodshed surrounding him. The sand ninjas, witnessing Beixuan remain unscathed amidst the carnage, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. And some began to waver in resolve. Fear not. He has summoned so many beasts and unleashed such extensive jutsu. His chakra must be nearly depleted. The lead sand ninja, sensing the change in morale, shouted to rally his comrades. Chapter 57. Shikaku. The remaining sand ninjas were among the strongest, yet if even one were to flee, panic would quickly ensue. The inherent strength of the opposing Beixuan was already overwhelming. If they began to flee, the inevitable outcome would be a one-sided massacre. Moreover, this golden-lighted ninja had the ability to fly. There were few ninjas known to possess such a skill. At this juncture, the leading sand ninja could only pin his hopes on the monk reciting scriptures behind him. Old monk, cease your incantations. Do not forget the purpose of your presence here. The sand ninja turned to see Fanfu still engrossed in his chanting, and he immediately erupted in anger. Beixuan had locked onto Fanfu, lightning crackling around him as he charged forward with astonishing speed. The Jinchuriki was at their weakest when the tailed beast chakra was not unleashed. Killing the Jinchuriki at this moment would also lead to the demise of the tailed beast. Just as Beixuan's Chidori was about to strike Fanfu, a vast amount of sand materialized out of nowhere, pressing towards Beixuan. The golden light radiating from Beixuan expanded outward, allowing him to evade the oncoming sand. Why must you commit such slaughter? Fanfu, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and looked at Beixuan, his expression conflicted. Because this is war, and they are my enemies. Under peaceful circumstances, I might engage in conversation with individuals of a more agreeable disposition, but that is clearly not the case now. What? Are you going to unleash that dirt dog within you? The colossal hand formed from the golden light grasped the sand and cast it aside. Beixuan mockingly gazing at Fanfu, sensing the tailed beast chakra within him surging uncontrollably. Alas, be cautious, master. Shikaku is rather irate, Fanfu warned, clasping his hands together and closing his eyes. Then, an audacious voice emanated from him. You little brat. I am the Tanuki. You remind me of a loathsome fox I know. Die. In an instant, a massive surge of sand erupted from within Fanfu, coalescing into a bizarre Tanuki adorned with purple patterns. Retreat. The one tail does not distinguish between friend and foe. Only monsters can contend with monsters. Leave this to the one tail. We must withdraw. As Shikaku manifested, the sand ninjas began their retreat. Beixuan, however, had no time to concern himself with them. The presence of the one tail before him was immensely pressuring. Is this the tailed beast that anyone can bully in the original story? Surely not. This creature cannot be trifled with. Beixuan observed the massive figure before him, akin to a demonic deity, and sensed the vast chakra within Shikaku, once fully revealed. Shikaku threw back his head and laughed uproariously, the surrounding sand swirling chaotically into a sandstorm. The retreating sand ninjas were soon engulfed by the sand, which Beixuan recognized was Shikaku's deliberate act. Damn you little brat. You're no exception. How dare you mock the great one-tail? Prepare to bear my wrath. The enormous Shikaku glared down at the golden-lighted Beixuan, opening his cavernous mouth, with razor-sharp teeth formed from sand glistening ominously. Wind release, vacuum sphere. As Shikaku amassed an immense amount of chakra, a colossal sphere of wind nature was launched toward Beixuan. You don't even know how to use a tailed beast ball. Are you kidding me? Eat this, you bastard. Beixuan conjured a Rasengan in his hand, and as wind chakra infused it, for high-speed rotating wind blades appeared around the Rasengan. This marked Beixuan's first application of the Rasengan since mastering the Rasen Shuriken, and with the infusion of Sage Chakra, its power was significantly amplified. He hurled the Rasen Shuriken, slicing through the air toward Shikaku, while the incoming vacuum sphere was cleaved in half and detonated. Seeing this, Shikaku immediately unleashed a barrage of gigantic vacuum spheres toward the approaching Raisin Shuriken. Naturally, Beixuan would not merely stand by and watch. He charged toward Shikaku as well, utilizing low-altitude flight for greater speed. Meanwhile, the golden light around him transformed into a spiraling vortex. The successive vacuum spheres struck the Raisin Shuriken. But even the mightiest of ninjutsu could only be neutralized in midair. However, the Raisin Shuriken was merely a feint. Beixuan had already reached Shikaku's side, and the spiraling golden light penetrated Shikaku's form. A massive void appeared in Shikaku's body, yet in the blink of an eye, the gaping hole was swiftly covered by sand, healing almost instantly. Ah, damn you little brat! Taste my wrath! With Shikaku's furious roar, the sand accompanying him began to form numerous sand spikes, shooting toward the airborne Beixuan. No, I must find a way to control it and utilize sealing techniques. As Beixuan deftly dodged the sand spikes, he contemplated how to deal with Shikaku. Although Beixuan was formidable in various aspects, he lacked experience in battling giant monsters. Even the dual axe-wielding dragon was insufficient to confront a tailed beast. Heavenly Foot. Beixuan spun around and kicked, shattering the sand spikes gathering behind him. Then charged toward Shikaku, cloaked in golden light. He intended to confront Shikaku head-on. If he could create an opportunity to employ sealing techniques, Shikaku would become a mere plaything. The sage mode of the wet-bone forest emphasized recovery, and combined with the blue-silver Emperor's spirit bone, this was Beixuan's rationale for direct confrontation. If death was not imminent, then he would charge recklessly. Haha. The little brat finally stopped fleeing. Prepare to be slain by me. Shikaku cackled, his claws gathering a massive sand claw aimed at Beixuan. Beastly strength. Yet, with a single, powerful punch, Beixuan shattered the enormous sand claw, then leaped onto Shikaku's head, delivering a fierce kick that deformed Shikaku's grotesque visage. Sage Art, Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade. Following the successful strike, Beixuan swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a spiraling water blade that struck Shikaku's head. As the water blade spun, Shikaku's body split apart. The Hard Vortex Water Blade was the second Hokage's most potent water ninjutsu, and with Beixuan's Sage Enhancement, its power was even greater. However, it was evident that tailed beasts were not so easily subdued. Shikaku, battered by the Hard Vortex Water Blade, transformed into a puddle of sand that fell to the ground, subsequently whipping up a sandstorm that surged toward Beixuan. Damn it! I have never seen you use such a tactic in the original. Dispersing the Hard Vortex Water Blade from his hand, Beixuan swiftly evaded the sandstorm tornado conjured by Shikaku. Chapter 58. Root Ninja as Beixuan battled Shikaku. Minato had regained consciousness and quickly rose from the back of the rope tree, hurrying toward the Konoha camp, with the rope tree following closely behind. Minato traveled at great speed, and upon arriving at the Konoha camp, he instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in his tent. Inside were specially made kunai placed from the start. Upon returning, Minato immediately exited the tent and seized a passing ninja, inquiring about Tsunade's whereabouts. Upon receiving the information, he hurried toward the medical department while simultaneously sending a shadow clone to the command center. At that moment, Tsunade was in the medical department preparing antidotes. She and Chiyo were tirelessly engaged in their work, one constantly developing new poisons, while the other worked on new antidotes. Lady Tsunade, Beixuan has encountered the sand ninjas and the tailed beast. He requires support. Ignoring the protests of the other medical ninjas, Minato burst into Tsunade's independent research room, calling out urgently. The test tube Tsunade held was crushed in her hand at the news. Lead the way. In the command room, the shadow clone of Minato briefly explained to Riku and Orochimaru the current situation regarding Beixuan. This mission had been verified by the Oil Woman clan. It was undoubtedly not a trap. Damn it. Our intelligence has been compromised. Assemble the Jonin immediately to rescue Beixuan. Riku slammed his hand on the table, ordering the troops to gather. If Beixuan's talent were to flourish, Konoha would be without worries. He must not perish on the battlefield due to the village's negligence. Quickly send someone to inform Tsunade. She must know about Beixuan's predicament. No need. Lord Riku, my main body has already notified Lady Tsunade. The shadow clone of Minato shook his head, indicating that Tsunade had already been informed. This is bad. Tsunade will surely rush ahead alone. Riku-senpai, I will follow her. You all come afterward. As Tsunade's teammate, Orochimaru understood her temperament all too well. True to form, upon hearing the news brought back by Minato, Tsunade immediately instructed him to lead the way to Beixuan's location. At this moment, on the battlefield where Beixuan and Shikaku were engaged. The entire forest had been transformed into a desolate landscape, strewn with puddles and sand, devoid of its original appearance. The original story is deadly. Is this really the Shikaku that fought against Gamabunta? Beixuan gasped for breath, glancing at the equally fatigued Shikaku not far away. This creature had explosive power and remarkable recovery abilities, and it occasionally employed sealing techniques to ambush Beixuan. Is this truly the one tail that anyone could confront in the original story? You little brat, are you even human? Beixuan exclaimed in shock, equally astonished by Shikaku's strength. This little demon was stronger than he was, with an endless supply of chakra, and even when hit by its own sand, it would recover swiftly. Additionally, the golden aura surrounding this little demon was exceptionally resilient. Inflicting harm upon it proved to be exceedingly difficult. The most critical issue was that the old monk within was on the verge of collapse. Of course, I'm not human, are you? Stinking mutt. Shikaku retorted vehemently. Ark, you annoying little brat, let me say it again. I'm a tanuki. You're more detestable than that wretched fox. Stinking little brat. I'll let you off this time. Don't wait for me to break the seal. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly kill you. After a few furious roars at Beixuan, Shikaku's sand began to retract and dissolve, leaving only a slumbering old monk in its wake. The power dynamics of the ninja world are truly absurd. These tailed beasts are beyond ridiculous, and the nine tails can even access a heavy particle mode. Seeing Shikaku return to the body of the old monk, Beixuan exited the sage mode, the sun seal on his forehead closing, and approached to press down on the monk's belly. A trigram seal. A series of sealing techniques spread across the monk's body, ultimately forming an 8 trigram seal on his abdomen. With the seal reinforced, Shikaku began to curse vehemently within the sealing space. Just as Beixuan was preparing to seize the monk, a shuriken shot from behind, which was instantly blocked by the golden light surrounding Beixuan. However, a barrage of ninjutsu followed closely behind. Upon noticing this, Beixuan swiftly grabbed the monk and evaded. Looking towards the source of the ninjutsu, he saw several masked members of the Umbu, wearing the Konoha forehead protector, gazing at him. Through their masks, Beixuan could see their emotionless eyes and deduce their origins. Rude? Did Danzo send these people after me? Could that old coot not stay in Konoha and wait for the blame to fall on him? Did he think he could kill me now? Beixuan tossed the monk to the ground, his expression grave, realizing that his sensory ninjutsu had failed to detect these individuals' presence. The root ninjas did not speak but charged at Beixuan with their kunai drawn. Beixuan had no choice but to condense the golden light into a blade and engage in combat. Having fought with Shikaku for an extended period, Beixuan's chakra was running low. Even with the sun seal active, and he had just entered sage mode. While entangled with the root ninjas, Beixuan assessed their strength. If he found himself outmatched, he would flee immediately. However, it was evident that Danzo, knowing Beixuan's capabilities, would not continue to send low-level ninjas against him. The strength of these root ninjas was at the Jonin level. Normally, Beixuan could dispatch such ninjas with a single punch, but in his currently weakened state, overcoming several root ninjas was a daunting task. Damn it, I should have never toyed with Shikaku. He ducked to avoid a slash from one root ninja, then kicked another away, quickly retreating while remaining cautious of the encircling foes. Eager to test his strength and siphon some chakra from Shikaku, Beixuan made the decision to engage in battle only after confirming that there were no other enemies nearby with his sensory ninjutsu. Yet, it turned out that Danzo's subordinates possessed means to evade sensory techniques. In the ninja world, one cannot overly trust their sensory ninjutsu, as all manner of strange and terrifying abilities can emerge. A technique from a white zetsu that could evade sensory detection was one thing. Even Danzo could employ such methods. However, Beixuan was mistaken. Danzo's techniques were specifically tailored to counter Beixuan's abilities. As a disciple of the second Hokage and a high-ranking member of Konoha, Danzo was well aware of the sensory ninjutsu utilized by the second Hokage, as long as he relied on original techniques to target Beixuan. Even if Beixuan had modified the sensory techniques, they ultimately still depended on the second Hokage's original techniques. The root ninjas, as the sacrifices in this scenario, only needed to make minor adjustments to their bodies to evade Beixuan's sensory ninjutsu. Chapter 59. SHJU, you wait for me. Surrounded by the root ninjas, the golden light enveloping Beixuan had lost its solidity compared to when he fought Shikaku. At this moment, besides the long sword formed from the golden light gripped in Beixuan's hand, the aura encasing him appeared somewhat translucent. As a ninja of Konoha, how could they harm their own comrades? Do you not feel shame for the peace that Konoha has afforded you? Beixuan addressed the root ninjas. but it was evident that they were beyond caring. Their humanity had long been lost. As the root ninjas began forming hand seals, Beixuan prepared to evade. Damn it. Although I was only joking, do I truly possess no talent for verbal jutsu? Once Naruto is born, I must seek him out to learn a bit of that remarkable tongue of his. As Beixuan grumbled, he forcibly deflected a water dragon bullet aimed at his face with the golden light, then swiftly dodged to the left to evade another incoming slash. Enjoyed your attacks? Now it's your turn, Grandpa Beixuan. Having been meticulously controlling his chakra, Beixuan felt that his chakra had nearly replenished. He clenched his fist and aimed a kick at the approaching root ninja. Instantly, that root ninja was sent flying backward, crashing into a puddle. The tide of battle had shifted. Beixuan smiled at the few remaining ninjas, the golden light around him gradually solidifying. Meanwhile, Tsunade, accompanied by Minato and S.H. Ju, arrived not far from Beixuan. Beixuan, we're here. Just as Beixuan was engaged in battle with the root ninjas, he suddenly heard S.H. Ju shout. Rather than feeling joy at the arrival of reinforcements, Beixuan's expression shifted. With S.H. Ju's voice came a noticeable change in the eyes of the root ninjas. And Beixuan immediately noticed that all of them were covered in explosive tags. S.H. Ju, you wait for me, Beixuan exclaimed, swiftly kicking one root ninja away. Realizing that evasion was no longer an option, Beixuan activated his golden light technique to its full capacity, the aura surrounding him solidifying further. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out, and at the center of the blast, Beixuan struggled to withstand the force with the remnants of his chi and chakra. Tsunade, who had just arrived, witnessed Beixuan's figure amidst the chaos of the explosions. Beixuan, Kagura promptly entered the state of sealing, stepping boldly into the explosion, grasping the now shattered Beixuan and carefully shielding him from the blast. At that moment, Beixuan lay charred, with blue particles of life energy flowing from his body. Kagura gently laid him down on the ground, placing her hands on him to perform medical ninjutsu in an effort to save him. After a tense 10 minutes, Beixuan finally regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with Kagura's worried gaze, accompanied by Orochimaru and other Konoha ninjas. You nearly caused me to become a widow, Kagura. Don't forget to give him a beating for me, he muttered before losing consciousness again. Upon his awakening, Kagura sighed in relief and tenderly wiped the soot from his face with a damp cloth. Nearby, S.H. Ki, who had been anxiously waiting, was taken aback when Beixuan's first words were a request for his sister to hit him, leading him to wonder if he had fallen under a genjutsu. After much contemplation, he couldn't fathom what he had done to offend Beixuan. Was this truly the work of Beixuan? It seemed to be the manifestation of the Jinchuriki of the Sand Ninjas, a truly peculiar little monster. Lulin and Orochimaru stood beside the unconscious Beixuan, astonished by the drastically altered landscape surrounding them, deeply impressed by Beixuan's power. Orochimaru cast a curious glance at the young man in Kagura's arms. Lady Kagura, we should return Beixuan to the Konoha camp. The environment here is perilous, and the Sand Ninjas may strike again. It was Watergate who first noticed Beixuan's clothes drenched from the water on the ground, concerned for his well-being. He immediately addressed Kagura, who was tightly holding on to Beixuan. S.H. Ki, come here and carry your brother-in-law. What have you done this time? Speak honestly. Kagura lifted Beixuan, giving S.H. Ki a swift kick to the backside. Knowing that for Beixuan to wake and demand she hit S.H. Ki meant he must have done something particularly aggravating. Sister, I'm innocent. Did that mutt fall under Genjutsu? S.H. Ki was about to refer to Beixuan derisively, but quickly changed his tone upon seeing Kagura's expression. Silence. Just carry him properly. As a medical ninja, I can assure you Beixuan is not under any Genjutsu. Make sure you hold him securely. If you drop him, you'll face dire consequences. Kagura gently placed Beixuan onto S.H. Ki's back. As Watergate had pointed out, the possibility of a Sand Ninja ambush loomed. And among the group, her combat prowess was unmatched, necessitating that her hands remain free to protect Beixuan. Regroup. We must retreat. A mission to destroy a supply station has transformed into the capture of a Jinchuriki. Beixuan's contributions this time are immense. Lulin understood the danger present. With a Jinchuriki in their midst, the Sand Ninjas would not overlook the situation, and reinforcements were likely on their way. However, he would never suspect that beneath the piles of sand lay the corpses of the Sand Ninjas, as the emergence of Shikaku had initially targeted them. This led to the ambush of the Sand Ninjas by Beixuan and Shikaku, unaware of the unfolding events. S.H. Ki, you look exhausted. Let the teacher carry Beixuan. On their way back to the Konoha camp, Orochimaru remarked beside Shiki. Fantastic. Thank you, teacher. I was afraid to carry Beixuan too roughly. Now that it's in your hands, there will be no issues. Shiki beamed with relief, careful to maintain his posture to avoid jostling Beixuan. Kagura, seeing Orochimaru take over, said nothing but sensed his concern for his student. As Orochimaru secured Beixuan on his back, a small snake emerged from his sleeve, biting Beixuan's thigh before retreating. A glimmer of excitement crossed Orochimaru's eyes upon noticing the snake's return. Soon, the reinforcements for Beixuan arrived at the Konoha camp. The moment they returned, Kagura immediately took Beixuan from Orochimaru's back, heading to her tent. Meanwhile, Shiki and Watergate needed to file their mission reports, while Orochimaru retreated to his own tent with the small snake. The Jinchuriki, upon arriving at the Konoha camp, awoke without any signs of resistance. The sealing technique on his abdomen rendered him oblivious to Shikaka's movements. After being escorted by the Konoha ninjas to his holding area, he found a comfortable spot and lay down to sleep. As the story unfolds, Beixuan lay languidly on Kagura's bed, perusing the novels Watergate had fetched. Kagura, seated beside him, casually draped her legs over a nearby table, engrossed in studying a scroll. Meanwhile, Hoodie hovered nearby, also examining the scroll. This regeneration technique is so vexing. Achieving it without side effects is incredibly challenging. Hoodie, why don't you continue your research alone? I could play cards with your master instead? Kagura exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she startled Hoodie, who had been engrossed in her work. Hoodie retorted, what you're doing is wrong. Besides, I'm injured and can't afford to be disturbed while resting. As Beixuan translated his novel, he received a playful thump on the head from Kagura. Enough. Hoodie is usually so clever. How could you believe you're still injured? I taught you medical ninjutsu. And by the second day after bringing you back, you were perfectly fine. Kagura glanced at Hoodie, who had rushed to check on Beixuan upon hearing him, shaking her head in disbelief at how Beixuan had acquired such a remarkable summoning beast. All right, you're right. My injury is long healed. You and Kagura must be tired from your research. Why not take a break? After petting Hoodie on the head, Beixuan sent him back to the wet-bone forest. Sighing, Kagura expressed her envy for Beixuan's summoning beast. I truly envy your summoning creature. Even though slugs are obedient, they lack the versatility of yours. These so-called Pokemon are just too comprehensive. Kagura lay down beside Beixuan, startled by Hoodie's instantaneous teleportation. The mastery of space-time ninjutsu significantly determines one's strength. Only the most exceptional geniuses can learn such techniques. How about you and Venusaur? Have you made any progress? Can you feel that grass-type energy? Beixuan set aside his novel, turning to embrace Kagura gently. Given their similar heights, it was somewhat challenging to hold her close. I suppose I haven't awakened the would release talent. Their powers and chakra are distinctly different. They can utilize chakra, but tapping into their energy is quite difficult for me. The energy within Venusaur and the others seems to stem from their unique physical structures. Kagura shook her head. A month had passed since Beixuan's battle with the tailed beast, during which he had feigned illness. Kagura had spent most of her time by his side, and even Lulin and the others had undoubtedly suspected Beixuan's ruse. However, no one dared to comment on Beixuan's significant achievement in capturing a Jinchuriki. After all, we are Kagura. Even without would release, aren't we still formidable? Once Hoodie and the others develop a regeneration technique devoid of side effects, your strength will undoubtedly approach that of the Hokage level. Since Beixuan's severe injury, Kagura had also begun focusing on enhancing her abilities, including sparring with Kairiki and learning some of their fighting styles. It's essential to try to communicate with Venusaur to see if I can awaken would release, and work with Hoodie to refine the nascent regeneration technique. However, the technique of creation rebirth was rejected by Beixuan. While it is indeed powerful, its side effects are quite apparent. Therefore, Beixuan insisted that anyone wishing to develop this technique must eliminate its adverse effects. Furthermore, Beixuan did not remain idle. He initially attempted to pass the light of gold technique to Tsunade, but it was utterly futile as she could not enter the desired state no matter what. Guhu believed this was related to Tsunade's lack of aptitude for learning sage arts. Beixuan could not comprehend these matters and subsequently entrusted everything to Guhu and Shinai. However, since Shinai was engrossed in sealing techniques, the responsibility fell solely upon Guhu. After this mission, Beixuan reaped numerous rewards. Foremost among them was the summoning of Pokemon. Upon ordering the Pokemon to attack the Sand Ninjas, Beixuan commanded that the corpses of the slain Sand Ninjas be brought back to the Wetbone Forest. Coupled with the chakra obtained from his battle with Shikaku, Beixuan made sacrifices that resulted in an increase in Pokemon within the Wetbone Forest. The most significant gain was a green dinosaur, gnawing on the chakra of Shikaku that Beixuan had divided. Ban? Little Bangilas shouldn't eat too much. Little Beixuan said you can only consume one portion of Shikaku's chakra each day. Eat this, and you'll soon grow as tall as Little Axe. Beside Bangilas, the Sage of Slugs pushed a collection of stones imbued with natural chakra in front of it. Ban. Imagining the colossal form of the twin axes war dragon. Bangilas eagerly nodded and began to devour the stones. Can the Pokemon truly adapt to the chakra of tailed beasts? Tsunade was naturally aware of Beixuan's intention for Bangilas to ingest the chakra of the tailed beast. Although there have been historical instances in the ninja world of consuming tailed beast chakra, she was particularly familiar with the example of the second Hokage Tobirama's adversaries, Kin and Jin. Shikaku's chakra was particularly suitable for Bangilas, known as the Desert Tyrant, and Beixuan had divided the chakra into many portions for Bangilas to consume gradually. Currently, this child seemed to feel that it was still insufficient, but with the Sage of Slugs watching over, there was no cause for concern. While speaking, Beixuan could not help but let his hands wander towards some areas while holding Tsunade's hand. Little brat, stop looking at such books. Let go, while you're lying around slacking. I still have to work. Tsunade smacked Beixuan's hand away, stood up, and adjusted her attire in preparation to head to the medical department. While Beixuan was pretending to be ill and resting, she had no such luxury. In the battle against the Sand Ninjas, anyone could be absent, but Tsunade could not. She was even able to completely suppress Chiyo. Therefore, every time Chiyo led the puppet army into battle against the Konoha ninjas, she would send greetings to Kakashi and Tsunade, only to be swiftly driven away. It is worth mentioning that, at this time, the Sand Ninjas had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Shikaku even after a month had passed. After all, the battlefield had been left devoid of any signs of the ninja conflict. The third Kazekage dared not inquire whether the Konoha ninjas had captured Shikaku, for the tailed beast served as a deterrent for any village. Furthermore, the third Kazekage did not dare to reveal the news of Shikaku's disappearance. Otherwise, morale on the front lines would undoubtedly falter. Pokemon tip: Bangilas, armor Pokemon, possesses a body impervious to any attack, continuously fed with Shikaku's chakra by Beixuan, while also being instructed in sage arts by the Sage of Slugs, and consistently consuming stones rich in natural energy, leading to gradual transformations. Chapter 61. The Land of Grass. After Tsunade exited the tent to head towards the medical department, Beixuan found himself feeling somewhat bored. Despite having frequently visited the Wetbone Forest, he had grown a tad weary. Thus, he rose and made his way outside the tent, frequently encountering ninjas greeting him along the way. Beixuan closed his eyes and activated his sensory ninjutsu, quickly locating the positions of Minato and S.H. Suk, who were en route to the command center. After all, while Beixuan could afford to slack off, they could not, especially after learning that Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, leading to him being treated like a workhorse by Kakashi. If there were a labor bureau in the ninja world, Minato would surely file a complaint against Kakashi. Ah, good afternoon, Minato. Off to a mission? Beixuan waved to Minato, while he had yet to deal with S.H. Suk due to his current pretense of illness. Hey, dog Beixuan, you're not pretending? S.H. Suk was somewhat surprised to see Beixuan. But before he could finish, Minato smacked him on the back of the head. Minato, why did you hit me? Ha ha ha, good afternoon, Beixuan. After being struck, S.H. Suk questioned Minato, then suddenly remembered that Beixuan had wanted to take his revenge for quite some time, and he quickly laughed it off. Beixuan, are you feeling better? Want to join us for the mission? Minato asked cheerfully, though the dark circles under his eyes were quite conspicuous beneath his smile. TCH, Kakashi really treats you like a slave, doesn't he? Beixuan scrutinized Minato, silently expressing sympathy for him, while feeling grateful that he decided to wait for Minato to perfect the Flying Thunder God technique before learning it himself. I'm glad to be able to contribute in ways within my capacity. I believe the war will conclude soon. Upon hearing Beixuan's jest, Minato merely chuckled nonchalantly. After mastering the Flying Thunder God, his role on the battlefield became increasingly pivotal, making him feel closer to the title of Hokage. Beixuan, you still haven't said whether you want to accompany us to the Land of Grass for the mission? S.H. Suk, feeling left out of the conversation between Beixuan and Minato, waved his hands to assert his presence. The Land of Grass? Upon hearing this name, an image of a red-haired girl with glasses inexplicably surfaced in Beixuan's mind. Indeed, the Land of Grass was an ally of Konoha, and Iwagakure occasionally took advantage of it, prompting the Land of Grass to seek assistance from Konoha. Subsequently, Kakashi approached both Beixuan and SH Suk. Would you like to join us, Beixuan? With your participation, this mission will be significantly easier. As SH Suk usually tires Minato out during their tasks, it would indeed be worthwhile to visit the Land of Grass. Beixuan recalled Uzumaki Kirin. While she was certainly not present, her mother, who was likely around SH Suk's age or slightly older, was. Previously, when Mito was still around, Beixuan had promised her that he would bring back the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world to Konoha, though Nagato's situation prevented him from being included. Since Kirin's mother already knew of their whereabouts, this presented an opportunity to retrieve her. This would also avert the fate of Kirin's mother meeting a gruesome end as depicted in the original story, and with the conclusion of the Second War, the third would soon follow. It was a perfect opportunity to bring back a member of Kushina's clan to keep her company. Otherwise, it would be rather lonely for Kushina to remain in the village alone. Then you all wait here. I will go find Kakashi to register and inform Tsunade. Konoha ninjas need to register with the chief commander before undertaking missions for the sake of garnering credit, and since the last explosion incident, Beixuan was required to inform Tsunade wherever he went. However, recalling that Tsunade was aware that the root ninja had been the source of the last explosion sent a shiver down Beixuan's spine. Even if it wasn't aimed at him, Tsunade in that state was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Beixuan managed to hold Tsunade back. Otherwise, the following day would likely have seen headlines proclaiming that the princess of Konoha had slain the Hokage's advisor. Then we will wait for you at the camp entrance. Upon hearing Beixuan's agreement, Minato's smile widened, relieved that he would no longer have to endure SH Suk's antics alone. Upon entering the command room, Beixuan found Kakashi buried under a pile of documents. Kakashi, is there really this much to do as the chief commander? Observing Kakashi engrossed in paperwork, Beixuan couldn't help but think of the Hokage. Whether it was Tsunade from the original story or Naruto, their desks were always cluttered with a mountain of documents. Ah, it is you, my young friend. Have you finally healed yourself after a month of recuperation? Lu Lin raised his head, and, upon seeing Beixuan, lowered it again, scribbling on various documents. Of course, recently, my medical ninjutsu has advanced, and I had a moment of inspiration that allowed me to heal myself. He picked up a file, only to see the words medical ninja assignments for Tent 4 and promptly closed it, nonchalantly placing it back in its original spot. Now you understand why I, as the chief commander, am so busy? I truly owe a debt to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Lu Lin, observing Beixuan's demeanor and glancing at the file that had been returned, naturally deduced that Beixuan had guessed the contents. A significant portion of these documents pertained to missions from Tsunade and Orochimaru. While Tsunade's involvement was expected, Orochimaru's recent activities were unknown, resulting in the files being handed to Lu Lin. Speak, what brings you to me? You know it's rare for someone to seek me out without a reason. Setting down the document, Lu Lin regarded Beixuan with a hint of annoyance. Regarding the mission from Minato and the others, I wish to join. It pertains to the Land of Grass. Since you're joining as well, we can adjust the mission. The situation in the Land of Grass is rather complex, and you may need to showcase your strength when necessary. However, this is not directed at Iwagakure, but rather at the Land of Grass itself. As there have been whispers of defection within Kusugakure towards Iwagakure, given the strategic significance of the Land of Grass, such occurrences must be prevented. As Lu Lin spoke, he rose and rummaged through a cabinet, eventually extracting a document and handing it to Beixuan. This contains intelligence gathered by the Umbu regarding the Land of Grass, detailing all personnel affiliated with the Land of Earth. When the time is right, you may create some unforeseen incidents. Beixuan glanced over the document briefly before stowing it away. He had heard of Kusugakure's reputation for wavering loyalties even before his arrival. He hadn't anticipated that his mission would involve altering this precarious situation. Very well, you may leave now. I have much to attend to. Oh. And please inform Tsunade about your mission. Just as Lu Lin was about to lower his head again, he suddenly recalled something and spoke earnestly to Beixuan. How does Senior Lu Lin know this? I was just about to seek her out. Beixuan felt a tinge of embarrassment at being reminded by Lu Lin, as the notion of being under the thumb of his wife was not something he wished others to know. Yet, upon recalling that Lu Lin's son and grandson were also under similar circumstances, he straightened his posture without realizing it. I do not wish to know. It was Tsunade who consented to approach me and express her concerns, fearing that I might inadvertently involve you with the tailed beast again. I must apologize, as I bear some responsibility for the leak of information. At this, Lulin stood and offered a slight bow to Beixuan. Chapter 62. Kusagakure cunning as he was. Nara Lulin likely deduced who had leaked the intelligence based on the fragments of Umbu attire discovered at the battlefield. While the overall situation did not directly implicate Lulin, the mission ultimately passed through his hands, following the incident involving Beixuan. All documents from the command center could only be processed through him. You bear no fault, Senior Lulin. Those truly at fault will receive their due punishment. I shall take my leave to find Tsunade. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a meal. Beixuan waved his hand and exited the tent. Lulin observed the gently swaying flap of the tent for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. Then I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Ah. And let us invite that roly-poly fellow as well, so he may also contribute to the occasion. Lulin then picked up a pen and began reviewing the documents, paying little heed to Beixuan's remark about justice being served. In other words, he had long suspected certain truths, but could not openly support Beixuan given his current position. Nevertheless, Lulin was eager to see if Konoha, now infested with troubles, might attain a renaissance due to Beixuan's arrival. After his brief conversation with Tsunade at the medical department, Beixuan made his way to the entrance of the Konoha camp. Upon exiting, he spotted SHRU, who was animatedly expressing his grievances to Minato about the land of grass. We haven't even finished our own battles in Konoha. Why should we assist Kusagakure? SHRU questioned, perplexed. Given the numerous ongoing missions at the front lines, it was evident that Konoha's situation was tense. Why should the formidable SHRU and his companion Minato be dispatched to aid Kusagakure? You should focus on your studies instead of sneaking peeks at irrelevant books. Assisting Kusagakure is due to our alliance. Additionally, the land of grass borders the lands of earth and fire, making its strategic position vital. Konoha cannot allow Kusagakure to fall into a Wagakure's hands. Before Minato could respond, Beixuan, having approached, began his customary banter with SHRU. You've recovered so quickly? I thought you would engage in a prolonged discussion with your sister. Although SHRU was teased by Beixuan, he could only endure it, knowing that he still had a small advantage over Beixuan. I'll be sure to relay that to your sister. Now, let us hurry. Time is of the essence. However, Minato, feel free to take a short rest. Summoning technique. A colossal eagle was summoned by Beixuan. This is the eagle. We shall ride upon it. And Minato can catch some sleep during our journey. Those dark circles under your eyes make me fear you might doze off during battle. Wow. Beixuan, can I skip the snakes from Orochimaru and sign my name on your summoning scroll instead? SHRU exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the majestic eagle, which he deemed the perfect summoning beast, far superior to the unruly snakes. Stop dreaming, Beixuan retorted, casting a sideways glance at the overly excited SHRU, signaling for Minato to board first. Subsequently, Beixuan leaped onto the eagle, which took flight, swiftly grasping SHRU with its claws. Ah, Beixuan, I'm definitely going to tell my sister. SHRU screamed, realizing his fate as the eagle soared through the sky towards the land of grass. Ultimately, SHRU found himself seated upon the eagle's back, and Beixuan merely intended to give him a fright. His character remained unscathed by the trials of war. A summoning beast is a ninja's partner and an integral part of their strength, not something one can easily exchange. Especially when the snakes from the Dragon Cave are no mere weaklings. With the eagle at their disposal, the trio swiftly arrived at Kusagakure. However, puzzlingly, after presenting their Konoha ninja credentials at the main gate, they encountered no ninja to receive them. Beixuan, didn't you say Kusagakure was our ally? Why is there no one to greet us as we come to assist? Unlike Minato's indifferent demeanor, SHRU was incensed by Kusagakure's lackadaisical reception. If you were to seek assistance and were met with 3 clearly juvenile ninjas, you wouldn't bother to welcome them either, though it is indeed a bit disheartening. With that, Beixuan unleashed a surge of chakra, causing the ground of Kusagakure to fracture and erupt. Grandfather's techniques are used daily to show off. I must learn this when I return, SHRU remarked, rolling his eyes at Beixuan's dominating presence. However, SHRU was merely vocalizing his thoughts. The ability to unleash chakra was not simply about expelling one's chakra recklessly. It required exquisite control, which SHRU evidently lacked. As Beixuan's chakra erupted, the leader of Kusagakure watched in terror from his office. What is happening? This level of chakra indicates that a Wagakure has sent a tailed beast to attack Kusagakure. The narrow-minded leader could only speculate about the sudden outburst of formidable chakra within the village, believing it could not possibly belong to any ninja. Did you not say to disregard the reinforcements from Konoha? Whose chakra has erupted from the leading lord? The ninja known as Jiaxing, drenched in cold sweat and half kneeling on the ground, could discern that it was the chakra of Beixuan due to his proximity. The overwhelming force of chakra felt akin to facing a natural disaster. It was simply terrifying. What? It is those three little brats. Konoha is not merely toying with us. We must leave at once. The leader of the grass-hidden village urgently grasped Jiaxing, hastening towards Beixuan, his heart filled with dread. Is this truly Konoha? Even three seemingly underage children possess such formidable power. The leader silently dismissed any notions of himself being the shadow of a village. Humph, Beixuan, your strategy is of little use. No one has come to greet us. I might as well go and teach those disrespectful fellows a lesson myself. Observing the absence of a welcoming party, Shengtian displayed signs of impatience. Calm down, Shengtian. We are here to offer support. Watergate, rejuvenated from a nap, quickly restrained Shengtian, who was ready to charge into the village. What is the hurry? Aren't they on their way? Beixuan retracted his explosive chakra, gazing at the approaching ninjas in the distance. I have met with the three gentlemen before. I sincerely apologize for any oversight due to our focus on preparing for the Rock Ninjas' assault. The leader of the grass-hidden village immediately bowed in respect, accompanied by those behind him. This scene unfolded with a precision that suggested it had been rehearsed countless times. One could hardly deny the leader's adaptability. Pokemon tip: Pidgeot, a bird Pokemon, achieves an astonishing flight speed of 2 Mach. It has attained a significant size and enhanced speed by training under the guidance of the Slug Sage in the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 63. Uzumaki White. The grass-hidden village leader's demeanor left Beixuan's companions, Shitian and Watergate, momentarily stunned. After all, he was a village leader. Why did he seem so lacking in grandeur? What are you doing? I have no interest in knowing. However, we are here to carry out a mission and would prefer to avoid unnecessary obstacles. Understood? Beixuan's gaze swept over the individuals present. Those closely associated with the rock-hidden faction, whom he needed to manipulate for unexpected outcomes. The grass-hidden village leader, under Beixuan's scrutiny, nodded in agreement, adopting a demeanor entirely compliant with Beixuan's wishes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt a slight relief upon witnessing the three individuals who had rejected his arrangements for accommodation departing. Leader, these Konoha brats are treating us with such disdain. Perhaps we should. A ninja beside the grass-hidden village leader, named Guangtai, spoke through clenched teeth, but was abruptly interrupted by the leader. Guangtai, some things are not to be spoken lightly. Disperse. The leader cast a meaningful glance at Guangtai, though his expression was more akin to that of viewing a corpse. To reach the position of the grass-hidden village leader, one must possess at least some intelligence, and the strength exhibited by Konoha's envoy was indeed formidable. Hence, any disparaging remarks circulating within the village needed to be addressed. Otherwise, it would be him who faced the consequences. Meanwhile, the trio led by Beixuan meandered through the grass-hidden village. What are you searching for, Beixuan? After walking this far, can't we find a place to rest? Shitian, unable to contain his frustration, voiced his concerns. Ever since parting ways with the grass-hidden village leader, they had been aimlessly wandering. Watergate hasn't he complained. Why are you so anxious? Just follow along, Watergate reassured him. Beixuan, employing sensory ninjutsu to locate members of the Uzumaki clan, grew increasingly impatient as time passed without success and interrupted Shintian's complaints with a wave of his hand. Beixuan must have important business, and besides, we arrived on Pidgeot. We're not fatigued. Let us allow him to finish before resting, Watergate suggested, signaling to Shitian to refrain from disturbing Beixuan. Ah, Shitian exclaimed, reflecting on his previous predicament while being whisked away by Beixuan on Pidgeot. Suddenly, he felt as though the world were conspiring against him. Just as he was about to argue with Watergate, his gaze fell upon a flash of red in a nearby alley. Wait, Grass-Hidden Village also has someone with hair like Granny and Kushina. How rare is this? Beixuan paused, taken aback, and opened his eyes to look where Xingtian pointed, but saw nothing. Closing his eyes to employ sensory ninjutsu yielded no results either. Are you certain you didn't miss? Beixuan inquired. I'm not blind. The red hair was quite conspicuous. She peeked at us from that alley before running away. Shitian insisted, pointing towards the alley. If true, you might just achieve something great. I want to let Pidgeot carry you back. With that, Beixuan strode towards the alley. The lack of any leads through sensory ninjutsu seemed unusual. Yet Beixuan felt Shitian had no reason to fabricate such a tale, and furthermore, Shitian was unaware that Beixuan was searching for members of the Uzumaki clan. Hey? Beixuan, what do you mean? Do you still want that incredibly handsome giant bird to carry you back? Ignoring Xingtian's protests, Beixuan continued down the alley until he halted before a basket. Beneath its cover, a strand of red hair stood out starkly. Closing his eyes, Beixuan activated sensory ninjutsu, but found the basket empty. The malevolent Senju Tobarama, your sensory ninjutsu is quite lacking. Having been misled by sensory ninjutsu twice, Beixuan couldn't help but ridicule this typically reliable technique. Come out. We are ninja from Konoha and mean no harm. He stood before the basket, gently tapping it. After a moment, the cover was lifted, revealing a trembling red-haired girl staring warily at Beixuan. Uzumaki clan. Upon seeing the girl, Watergate immediately recognized the resemblance. Understanding the connection to Kushina, especially given Beixuan's deliberate search. See, I told you so. I absolutely did not miss see. This is the same hair color as Granny Mito. Xingtian exclaimed, his earlier excitement reigniting. Uzumaki clan. Is she a relative of Granny? Do you need something? The girl quivered as she regarded Beixuan, her face betraying a hint of fear. Noticing the lingering bite marks on her arm, Beixuan understood the trial she had faced. Yes. We are here to protect you and escort you to Konoha, where a person named Uzumaki Kushina awaits you. Beixuan placed a hand gently on the girl's shoulder, channeling a surge of vitality into her. Startled by the sudden touch, the Uzumaki girl shivered but gradually relaxed as her body felt lighter. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she observed Beixuan diligently tending to her. Really? Is Kushina truly waiting for us? The girl's gaze brimmed with hope. Indeed. Kushina has longed for the reunion of her clan. Greetings, I am Namikaze Minato, a friend of Kushina's. She often speaks fondly of her days in the Whirlpool village. Watergate interjected, assisting Beixuan in reassuring the girl. He spoke truthfully, having spent considerable time with Kushina. He was acutely aware of how much she missed her previous life in the Whirlpool village. My grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. My name is Xingtian. We are genuinely here to help. Rest assured, with me, Lord Rope Tree, no one can bully you. Rope Tree patted his chest beside him. Lord Mito. I am Uzumaki Bai, a lower ninja who escaped from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Bai lowered her head, seemingly unsure of how to introduce herself, worried that her weakness might lead to abandonment. Meanwhile, Beixuan, who was treating Uzumaki Bai, finally understood why she could evade his sensory ninjutsu. She bore a seal inscribed with the hidden transition technique. Chapter 64, The Ghost Learning Ninjutsu. The hidden transition technique was also included in the sealing technique syllabus Beixuan had given to Mito. A ninja inscribed with this technique could completely conceal themselves. But it came with the drawback of being unable to utilize any jutsu. Once activated, the technique would dissipate. We will stay in the grass-hidden village for a while, and then I will send someone to escort you back to Konoha to find Kushina. For now, you will accompany us. Rope Tree, you go and escort her. I'll lend you my Pidgeot. After speaking, Beixuan addressed Rope Tree, who, as expected, readily agreed, having coveted Beixuan's Pidgeot for some time. Simultaneously, Rope Tree contemplated how to build a good rapport with Pidgeot, hoping that if Pidgeot were pleased, it might agree to sign a summoning contract with him. Ignoring Rope Tree, who was lost in a reverie and smiling foolishly, Beixuan and Watergate led Uzumaki Bai out of the alley, leaving Rope Tree standing in place, finally snapping back to reality after some time. Damn, once again, the Great Lord Rope Tree has been left behind. As the four walked through the streets of the grass-hidden village, compared to the bustling Konoha, the grass-hidden village resembled a shabby settlement, or perhaps a slightly improved version of one. It truly fell behind in development. After searching for a while, they still hadn't found a single inn. Rope Tree, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass, had his hands behind his head, surveying the surroundings. I brought a tent. We can camp out. Watergate patted his ninja pouch, which contained various sealed scrolls with assorted items. With Kushina's support, Watergate's scrolls were almost excessively plentiful. Rope Tree scrolls were mostly borrowed from Watergate. When Kushina arrived in Konoha, she didn't come empty-handed. She brought most of the Uzumaki clan's wealth with her. Although Mito was no longer present, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hesitated to act against Kushina due to the many formidable individuals involved. Thus, Kushina's assets remained with her, with Sarutobi having only taken some of the sealing technique scrolls she had mastered. As for the sealing technique syllabus possessed by Beixuan, even Kushina was unaware of it. She only knew that Beixuan was proficient in many sealing techniques. Both the third Hokage and Kushina believed that Beixuan had learned alongside Mito. and Sarutobi had even hinted that Beixuan should share his techniques with the village. However, Beixuan had cleverly evaded this, and Sarutobi could not press further, as even though he was a village ninja, he was not obligated to share his skills. If such a precedent were set, it would create unease among the clan of secret arts within the village. Even the closest families to the Hokage would feel estranged due to such matters, as secret techniques are not bound by bloodlines. Watergate awkwardly glanced at Uzumaki-bai, feeling uneasy about having a girl share a tent with several men. Unfortunately, Watergate only brought a large tent, which had never been used. They typically just found a tree to lean against and slept when on missions. I'm fine. As long as I have a place to sleep, it's okay. I usually find spots to sleep in boxes. Seeing Watergate looking at her, Uzumaki-bai immediately blushed and waved her hands, knowing he was concerned about her feelings. However, after escaping to the land of grass, she had not experienced good days and had grown accustomed to being caught by grass ninjas who used her as a medical pack. Now, simply following Beixuan and the others could alter her previous life, whether sharing a tent or not. Being with them was a blessing for Uzumaki-bai. The distinction between genders had completely lost significance for a girl who had endured countless hardships. Let us find a place to set up the tent, and Watergate. You go hunt something. We can't just eat military rations, can we? Ultimately, Beixuan decided to set up a tent, as finding food in the grass-hidden village was unlikely. After all, with the repeated raids by the rock-hidden village, how many restaurants could still be open? The group casually selected a spacious patch of grass, with Watergate going out to hunt while Rope Tree began erecting the tent. If you ask what Beixuan was doing, it's obvious among the group. Beixuan was the best cook, so he was taking a moment to rest before preparing the meal. However, Beixuan was not idle. He was forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Koko. Koko emerged, scratching his head as he looked at Beixuan. You're learning how to form seals? Can your hands even come together? But first, let us pause the lesson. Koko, could you please protect her for me? Upon hearing Koko mention that he was learning to form seals with the Koga ninja frog, Beixuan unconsciously glanced at Koko's stubby little hands. Then, pointing to Uzumaki-bai, who was curiously observing Koko, he instructed Koko. Koko glanced at Uzumaki-bai, leaped into the air, spun twice, and executed a graceful diving motion, landing within Uzumaki-bai's shadow. Perfect. Koko's diving skills have become increasingly elegant. He will hide in your shadow and protect you when you encounter danger. We came to the grass-hidden village on a mission, and to avoid unforeseen circumstances, he will accompany you. Koko is quite powerful, and even if he can't defeat an enemy, he can help you escape, so you needn't worry with him around. Watching Uzumaki-bai freeze in place, startled by Koko's blood-red eyes peering from her shadow, Beixuan gently explained. Understood. I will rely on you, Koko. Hearing Beixuan's explanation, Uzumaki-bai finally set aside her fears and greeted the crimson eyes in her shadow. Koko, this child says you are much more polite than Rope Tree. He will take good care of you. Beixuan couldn't help but chuckle. Koko had previously entered Rope Tree's shadow but had apparently remembered Rope Tree's lack of manners for quite some time. Thank you. Uzumaki-bai immediately bowed to her shadow, chatting with Koko, while Beixuan watched the two converse without a care, feeling slightly bewildered. Can you understand what Koko is saying? Beixuan asked Uzumaki-bai in surprise. Yes, I can understand some. I awakened part of the Kagura Hard-Eye ability when I was young, so I can comprehend some animal speech. Is that a problem? Uzumaki-bai timidly asked, recalling her teacher's warning to never disclose her abilities to others. However, after trying to exchange food and inadvertently revealing her healing ability, she had suffered greatly. Chapter 65. No wonder your sister beats you daily. However, Uzumaki-bai believed Beixuan to be a good person, so she shared her abilities. Does the Kagura Hard-Eye have such a function? Beixuan paused, having always thought of the Kagura Hard-Eye as merely an exceptional sensory ninjutsu. Indeed, the Kagura Hard-Eye possesses the ability to sense what others are thinking, and it is also a broad-range sensory ninjutsu, Uzumaki-bai explained softly. Beixuan was aware of the broad-range sensing capability of the Kagura Hard-Eye, as both Mito and the character from the original story, Yakumo, had demonstrated its remarkable effectiveness. In the original story, a character who appeared to be Uzumaki-bai's daughter, Yakumo, could sense Sasuke's death and weep from thousands of miles away. The nefarious Senju Tobarama. Your sensory ninjutsu is utterly subpar. In his heart, Beixuan quietly belittled Tobarama's sensory techniques, before turning his gaze to the struggling Rope Tree, who was diligently attempting to pitch a tent. Both Rope Tree and Tsunade possessed traces of the Uzumaki bloodline. He wondered if they might unlock this ability. However, it seemed unlikely to be too challenging, as both Rope Tree and Tsunade had a strong Senju lineage. Speaking of bloodlines, Beixuan couldn't help but think of Minato, who had been a bright beacon for several generations. His genes were remarkably astonishing, overshadowing even the purest bloodline of the current Uzumaki clan, Kushina. Just as Beixuan pondered Minato, he returned, carrying a large wild boar. With Tsunade's permission, Minato had also learned to wield her extraordinary strength. In Beixuan's vision, Minato would employ the Flying Thunder God technique, utilize Might Guy's 8 gates, and possess Jiraiya's Sage techniques alongside Tsunade's monstrous strength. Would a hereditary kidney strike suffice to challenge the formidable Kamui? However, the 8 gates technique would require some modifications, as it seemed incapable of integrating with other jutsu during its use. In Beixuan's plans, he did not intend to obstruct Madara's ambitions, but the execution of these plans must align with his own strategy, necessitating certain alterations. For instance, Minato and his wife must not perish. If they did, Beixuan would lose face in his friendship with Minato. As for other sacrifices, such as the Jinchuriki from other villages, Beixuan was no saint. For the success of his plans, he would not hesitate to personally assist Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. His vision extended further. His ultimate adversary was not the Na'vi figure on the moon, but the other impending Otsutsuki. The helplessness of Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto irritated Beixuan, not at their abilities, but at the orchestrators who had diminished the vigor of the spirited youths from Shippuden. Yet, Beixuan understood that the strength of the Otsutsuki would not be so easily surmountable. Thus, the ninja world must elevate its power and unify. Minato becoming Hokage was the first step. The second involved presenting them with a formidable challenge. If Beixuan personally conveyed this, no one would believe him due to their narrow-mindedness. Even if he possessed overwhelming strength in the future, it would only compel superficial submission from these individuals. Therefore, a user of the Betensai technique was essential to unify the entire ninja world. Beixuan's considerations also stemmed from a desire to avoid the inability to attain immortality, as aging and frailty would jeopardize the safety of his and Tsunade's descendants in the future. After all, in that era, a young yellow-haired Minato would already have grandchildren, and they would be formidable indeed, like a slaughter machine of the Otsutsuki. The Edo Tensei technique was another safeguard in Beixuan's mind. Although he had yet to acquire it due to the third Hokage's prohibition, obtaining it was merely a matter of time. Once Beixuan sacrificed to obtain extraordinary Pokemon like Giratina, he would prepare to collaborate with exceptionally intelligent Pokemon to study the Edo Tensei technique. He also intended to summon the nefarious Senju Tobarama for joint research. Having the original developer would undoubtedly simplify the refinement of Edo Tensei. As for conducting the research himself, Beixuan was acutely aware of his limitations. He had never been particularly adept at developing ninjutsu. This was also why, despite the convenience and outrageous strength enhancement of the Flying Thunder God technique, Beixuan still awaited Minato's optimizations before learning it. While his primary reason was that he had a multitude of things to learn, Beixuan possessed a clear self-awareness. Beixuan, barbecue time. Minato returned with a large wild boar, exclaiming with delight, "Haha, I'm going to devour a huge leg all by myself." Rope Tree, who had nearly finished pitching the tent, danced around Minato, overjoyed at the sight of his favorite food. "Honestly, you better rebuild the tent properly. If it collapses while we sleep tonight, I'll make sure you end up in a heap as well." Beixuan punched Rope Tree lightly on the head, pointing at the shoddily assembled tent. "Ah, you're using Tsunade's strength to hit people now, are you? Fine, let us get it done." Rope Tree, his eyes teary as he shielded his head, immediately ran to Minato for comfort. "I'll help you." Unable to endure the sight of his pleading eyes, Minato sighed, abandoning his intention to rest, and stood up to assist Rope Tree with the tent. Meanwhile, Uzumaki White, conversing with Jengar, cast an envious glance at the trio's playful antics. "Thank you, Jengar. I'm all right. Soon, I'll be able to seek out my friends. I just wonder if Kushina still remembers me." Uzumaki White gazed up at the sky, reminiscing about the days spent teasing their teacher in the Uzumaki village, his eyes brimming with hope. Before long, Beixuan had prepared the entire wild boar, skillfully slicing the meat with a kunai. Considering the kunai's short blade, he pondered whether he should seek a kusanagi sword for convenience in cooking and cutting meat, as the beasts in the ninja world were rather large. The kusanagi sword was a common term. There were many in the ninja world. If Beixuan were serious about finding one, it wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, Orochimaru likely had some extras, and with Rope Tree's connection, he would probably be amenable to a trade involving ninjutsu. Wow, this is delicious, Rope Tree exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he devoured a piece of meat, while simultaneously maintaining his banter. If you keep talking, the piece you're eating will be the last bit of meat I ever cook for you. He handed the neatly cut meat to Uzumaki White, who was somewhat shy but eagerly swallowing. Beixuan cast a cold glance at Rope Tree, who was chewing voraciously. It's no wonder Tsunade often scolds her little brother. He truly deserves it. Even after all these experiences, he still hasn't changed his gluttonous ways. Beixuan had always been an exceptional cook, and his ability to impress Jiraiya enough to take him as a disciple stemmed from his grilled fish. Minato's eating manners were far superior to Rope Tree's, and as he savored the grilled meat, he reminisced, this is much better than Rope Tree's. The protagonist's fourth ability is about to emerge. 1. Crimson Eye of Slaughter, Empyrean artifact, manifestation of demonic essence, possessed by his death, capable of creating and controlling ice. Even freezing time. The protagonist acquires ice manipulation abilities and draws inspiration from wood release to enhance the Gundam, though it may not be suitable for Gundam usage. 2. Assassin Wu Yochi, demonic blade of 1,000 edges, held by Assassin Chi, Wu Yochi, solely for offense, unparalleled in the world, with malevolent spirits sealed within the blade. The protagonist obtains a striking weapon and masters the malevolent spirits to gain unique abilities, akin to Jinchuriki. 3. Death God, Mirror Flower Water Moon, slashing blade, wielded by Aizen, possessing absolute illusion capabilities. This technique is exceedingly powerful. The protagonist will impose some limitations, but not excessively. 4. Reader recommendations. Dear readers, please be cautious. Too overwhelming, and we shall forego it. The above does not count towards this chapter's word count. Please read with ease and feel free to vote. Additionally, I humbly request a wave of 5-star reviews, I beseech you. Chapter 66. Do you wish to ignite a war between the Rock Ninja and Konoha? Upon hearing Minato's words, Beixuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the moment he had met Minato and the three Sannin. However, it was surprising that Minato had attributed his apprenticeship under Jiraiya to grilled fish. Soon, the entire boar was consumed, with most of the meat finding its way into Uzumaki White's stomach. This terrifying appetite left Rope Tree astonished as he cleaned up the remnants on the ground. In Rope Tree's memory, he had never encountered a girl who could eat as much, aside from the Akimichi clan. Neither his grandmother nor Kushina could consume this much. Of course, Rope Tree had yet to meet the princess, whose small stature belied her enormous appetite. Beixuan, although Kushina can add another member to her clan. What about White's identity? Despite being from the Uzumaki clan, this is a time of war, Rope Tree inquired, gathering the leftovers as Minato sat beside Beixuan, expressing his concerns. During the tumultuous era of war, an unfamiliar individual entered Konoha, boldly proclaiming to be a member of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, who could foresee the circumstances that might unfold? Moreover, her intention was to engage with the host of the Nine Tails, a notion that seemed utterly improbable. Such a venture would undoubtedly face opposition not only from Danzo, but also from Hiruzen Sarutobi. It appears I have overlooked certain considerations. Let us allow Uzumaki to accompany us back to the battlefield first, and then she may return to Konoha alongside us, with both Tsunade and myself present. The third Hokage would likely remain silent on the matter. Beixuan glanced at Uzumaki, who was assisting Shinshu in tidying up the remnants of their previous endeavors. He was confident in Uzumaki's integrity, yet both the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo would harbor doubts. It would be ill-advised to return her to Konoha at this juncture. However, observing the two engaged in light conversation while cleaning, he felt an inexplicable harmony between them, especially considering their distant familial ties. Reflecting on the task assigned to him by Tsunade, Beixuan's thoughts began to wander, prompting him to pull Watergate into a discussion. Isn't it rather inappropriate? Is not affection for another born from genuine feelings? Watergate's face flushed slightly as he recalled the first encounter with Kushina. That resilient girl with red hair, passionately declaring her dreams from the podium, had truly captivated his heart. Stop, Beixuan interjected, interrupting Watergate's musings. Who is he? Shinshu. Do you believe he could ever comprehend what it means to be smitten? I would wager he would become enamored simply upon seeing a beautiful older sister. Is that truly what we call being smitten? Why not give it a try? We are not coercing them. Am I the type to do so? Beixuan raised an eyebrow, casting a mischievous glance at the increasingly flustered Watergate. Aren't you curious about how Shinshu behaves when he is in love? He mocks you daily about your demeanor around Kushina. Enough. Watergate clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Beixuan, taken aback by Watergate's sudden ire, pondered what Shinshu had done to provoke such a reaction from the usually sunny Watergate. What do you mean by enough? Do you have a plan, Beixuan? Shinshu approached, having finished tidying up, and inquired about Watergate's vexation. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I was merely discussing how to approach our current mission. As we cannot remain in this dilapidated village indefinitely, Beixuan coughed lightly, swiftly redirecting the conversation. As expected of Shinshu, he remained oblivious to the underlying tension and eagerly joined the discussion on how to accomplish their task. Meanwhile, Uzumaki cast a knowing glance at Beixuan and Watergate, fully aware that she was not as naive as Shinshu. However, even with her awareness of the secrets Beixuan and Watergate were keeping from Shinshu, she remained silent. Recognizing that her current situation did not afford her the luxury of speaking freely, those who have endured hardship cherish warmth more deeply. After deliberating various strategies, the trio ultimately resolved that Beixuan would proceed to the outpost near Kusagakure to deliver a proclamation to the IWNE. With the conclusion of the war in the Land of Rain, Konoha faced only the resistance of the Land of Wind, which could not persist for much longer. Meanwhile, Iwagakure was embroiled in fierce conflict with Kumogakure and would likely not welcome Konoha's interference. Inoki was not a fool. He could discern the shifting tides of battle. As for Kusagakure, they would be responsible for establishing a barrier, though the costs associated with it were their concern. With the barrier in place, Kusagakure would effectively distance itself from Iwagakure. The barrier served purposes beyond mere protection. The next day, Beixuan would venture to Iwagakure's encampment near Kusagakure, while Watergate and Shinshu would engage in dialogue with the leader of Kusagakure. Should he agree, Beixuan would return to initiate the sealing barrier. If not, they would depart. For it was likely Inoki would not be foolish enough to let the opportunity slip by. The three of them were tasked accordingly, while Uzumaki remained behind in the tent, safeguarded by Gangue, alleviating concerns for her safety. The following day, Beixuan prepared a meal for 3 hungry little birds before setting off alone to the Iwagakure outpost. Meanwhile, Watergate and Shinshu followed their original plan to seek out the leader of Kusagakure, armed with a list of names. Perched atop a giant eagle, Beixuan silently surveyed the languid IWNE encampment below. In an effort to impress, he had summoned the eagle rather than flying himself, carefully selecting an optimal vantage point. Yet it took several minutes for the individuals below to notice his presence. The eagle, however, appeared dramatically different, its feathers now a deep black, with elongated tail feathers adding to its formidable presence. Eagle, use a gentler gust of wind, Beixuan commanded, with a powerful flap of its wings. The eagle unleashed a tempest infused with natural energy, sending debris and personnel scattering in chaos. Only then did the inattentive IWNE finally catch sight of the giant eagle and the figure of Beixuan atop it. Greetings, IWNE. It seems your vigilance as ninjas has waned. I am Nan Fong, a Nin from Konoha, here to convey a message to your Tsuchikage. The eagle descended, offering Beixuan a suitable angle as the IWNE, armed with kunai, hesitated to charge at him. Upon a cursory examination of their chakra, Beixuan noted that these individuals primarily comprised lower-ranking ninjas interspersed with a few mid-level ones. How could such a contingent challenge Kusagakure? Unless, of course, they had not engaged with Kusagakure at all. Understanding the opportunistic nature of Kusagakure, Beixuan surmised the reason for their inaction. Konoha's ninja, what brings you to our IWNE encampment with such audacity? Do you wish to incite war between IWA and Konoha? A mid-ranking ninja emerged from the group, his voice quavering despite his bravado. War? Shouldn't that question be posed to me? Kusagakure is Konoha's ally. Yet you have repeatedly intruded upon their territory. Konoha could quite reasonably interpret your actions as provocations. Thus, I have come to warn you. Should you challenge Konoha again, we shall retaliate. With that, Beixuan unleashed a surge of chakra that enveloped the entire IWNE encampment, not waiting for a response before guiding the eagle to depart. These words, spoken in the heat of the moment, were little more than bravado. The prospect of war was not his to determine. If Inoki possessed any sense, Beixuan's mission would unfold smoothly. Should Inoki prove foolish, the actions of a Nin named Nan Fong would bear no consequences for Beixuan. As for the eagle, its appearance had been altered by Beixuan's transformation jutsu, and who could recognize it? Moreover, Beixuan typically refrained from summoning the eagle for combat. Meanwhile, in Kusagakure, Watergate found himself in a stalemate with the village's leader, while Shinshu stood solemnly behind him, silent as instructed by Beixuan. During negotiations, Shinshu was to remain a stoic presence, with Beixuan having threatened that if Shinshu disrupted Watergate, he would be bound and made to watch as Beixuan feasted on sumptuous meals. However, the threatened Shinshu, believing himself merely to be in a foul mood and choosing silence, remained steadfast in his demeanor. I have already dealt with some individuals in the village who were close to the rock shinobi. All that remains is for you to protect the Hidden Grass Village. Is it not? The leader of the Hidden Grass Village is making a final stand. Once the barrier is established within the village, it will have to rely solely on Konoha. We have other tasks at hand and cannot remain in the Hidden Grass Village indefinitely. Furthermore, the establishment of the barrier is intended for the village's safety. I trust, dear leader, that you understand that once the barrier is in place, it will be exceedingly difficult for the rock shinobi to disturb the village. With a smile, Minato addressed the visibly troubled leader of the Hidden Grass Village. Though the leader had little experience, he was acutely aware of the barrier's significance. It was not merely a tool for defense, especially one erected by others. Thank you. Esteemed sir, he replied, slumping in his chair as if deflated. When he took on the mantle of leadership from the previous leader, he had been educated on the necessity for a small village to not depend solely on a great nation. A delicate balance was the true path to survival. The current situation effectively locked the Hidden Grass Village in Konoha's grasp. To refuse? The leader cast a cautious glance at the figure of S.H. Ju behind Minato. Since entering his office, S.H. Ju had been glaring at him, and it was evident that if the leader opposed the establishment of the barrier, he would meet the same fate as those he had eliminated the previous day. At that moment, the leader's heart brimmed with loathing for those who had allied themselves with the rock shinobi. Although their closeness was under his directive, their boldness was irksome. How could they allow Konoha to dispatch 3 formidable warriors to suppress the Hidden Grass Village? Suddenly, the leader regretted the hasty assassination he had orchestrated the day before. Recalling the chakra unleashed by Hokuto, even a day later, his hands trembled slightly. Such individuals who brought despair to the Hidden Grass Village deserved to be dismembered. The leader cursed those he had assassinated, oblivious to the fact that the confirmation of the barrier's establishment was a direct result of his own cowardice. With the leader's consent, Minato and S.H. Ju departed from the office. Upon returning to their tent, they found Hokuto assisting Ginguei in transforming the shadow ball into a spiraling sphere. However, it was evident that Hokuto was not a particularly adept teacher. The area around the tent lay in ruins from the shadow balls, and Ginguei had failed to succeed. You're back? How did it go? Hokuto inquired, amused by S.H. Ju's stern demeanor, then turned to Minato. The leader of the Hidden Grass Village agreed, and his consent may be related to S.H. Ju, as he cast wary glances at him throughout the discussion. Minato glanced at S.H. Ju, who remained stiff-faced, his unwavering gaze suggesting a readiness for conflict. What about the individuals on the list? The village had no objections to this reasoning, did they? Hokuto instructed Ginguei to play with Uzumaki Bai, then approached Minato. The list referred to was that of the individuals close to the rock shinobi, which Rulin had handed to Hokuto. Given that the task might conclude swiftly and unexpected developments were not easily controlled, Hokuto had directed Minato to request the individuals from the leader of the Hidden Grass Village, claiming they were spies implanted by the rock shinobi. All the individuals on the list are deceased, but it was not I who killed them. It was the leader of the Hidden Grass Village himself. And he acted last night. Minato shook his head, recalling how he and S.H. Ju had barely arrived at the leader's office before being handed a dossier. The contents were nearly identical to Hokuto's fabricated narrative, though one was concocted by Hokuto and the other by the leader. Is that so? The Hidden Grass Village is rather ruthless. Let us proceed to establish the barrier. We can return afterward. The establishment of a relatively modest village barrier could be accomplished with Hokuto's assistance alongside his shadow clones. However, the expensive materials required for the barrier would need to be procured by the Hidden Grass Village itself. Hokuto had provided a list of these materials before Minato's departure that morning. Naturally, this list fell into the leader's hands after he consented to the barrier's construction. The exact resources required for the barrier would be unknown to someone unversed in barrier techniques, leaving the leader to present whatever was written. Upon beginning the construction of the barrier, Hokuto couldn't help but marvel at how, despite the village's apparent poverty, they had managed to gather the necessary materials without any preparation time. It was known that Hokuto had received a modest kickback, yet even so, the village had managed to assemble the resources. Were they truly impoverished or merely pretending? Savoring the kickbacks. Hokuto found himself inexplicably curious about the true wealth of the hidden grass village. However, he recalled that there was an artifact known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss, and he was intent on acquiring it to experiment with what Pokemon he could summon through a sacrificial offering. Yet that was not feasible at the moment. He would need to create an alibi after departing the Hidden Grass Village. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hidden Grass Village sat in his office, heart heavy with grief, as those materials represented the village as treasures painstakingly acquired from the leftovers of the Land of Whirlpools. Chapter 68. Is Minato still scheming? Above the Land of Fire. On the back of an eagle, Hokuto sat cross-legged, reviewing the recent acquisitions. The barrier of the Hidden Grass Village was not particularly formidable, and Hokuto had not expended much time on its establishment. Hokuto, ISNT this somewhat inappropriate? Minato, possessing some knowledge of sealing techniques, was aware that Hokuto had embezzled certain items. I have no need for them. They are perfect for you as you learn sealing techniques. Hokuto handed a sealing scroll to Minato, who looked puzzled at the scroll being offered. That's not quite what I meant. The items from the Hidden Grass Village had been embezzled. Yet the village would never involve itself with advanced sealing techniques such as the barrier arts. Take it. Furthermore, what Hokuto did not mention was how the villagers of the Hidden Grass Village had treated members of the Uzumaki clan in the original narrative. Consider these items as reparations. This Minato felt somewhat flustered. Was this what Hokuto referred to as bribery? Yet he had not even become Hokage yet. What is this? You don't intend to live off Kushina forever, do you? Learn from me. Tsunade is living off my merits, and you have a long way to go, Minato. Hokuto playfully patted Minato on the shoulder, causing Minato's face to flush with embarrassment. Even the ever-bright Minato felt a mixture of indignation at being accused of living off someone. Minato ceased speaking and quietly stowed away the scroll, contemplating how to earn money. For Hokuto was right, he could not rely on Kushina indefinitely. At that moment, while collecting rent, Kushina suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Is someone thinking of me? Could it be Minato? She mused, petting Pikachu's head and casually slipping a cherry tomato into its mouth. Pika! Pika! No, the third Hokage's office is guarded. Attempting to contact him now would surely fail. Once we finish collecting rent, why don't we reach out to Dai-senpai? Pika! Pika! Pikachu shook its head vigorously. Oh, but Dai-senpai won't be angry this time. Last time, who told you to accidentally zap Kai's little brother? Don't you want to see Dai-senpai's explosive hairstyle? Don't you? Kushina lifted the frantically shaking Pikachu high, her eyes fervent as she gazed at it. Pika! Pika! Ahem, well I did give the order. It was meant to be a gentle shock to calm Kai down. I never intended for you to zap his younger brother. Kushina blushed as she set Pikachu down, recalling the awkwardness of the situation. Upon returning from grocery shopping, Senior Dai happened to witness a scene involving Pikachu and little Kai, which left him momentarily frozen in shock. Shaking his head to dispel the unwelcome images from his mind, he then noticed a white-haired man approaching from the front. An unfamiliar face? Pikachu, we have a new target. Are we in or out? Kuina bent down, her expression resolute, as if tasked with a significant mission. Pikachu. The creature extended its hand, matching her determination. The Konoha Electric Shock Team, mission initiated. As Rope Tree neared the increasingly familiar path to the camp, he reveled in the anticipation of completing the task flawlessly. Once he returned by to Konoha, he intended to boast to the third Hokage about his impressive stature. After receiving praise from Minato, Rope Tree was entirely absorbed in the success that had led the Grass Village leader to agree to the construction of the barrier. I forgot to mention that the arrangement for you to return by to Konoha has been cancelled. Beixuan stroked the feathers on the back of his bird and spoke. Upon hearing this, Rope Tree showed little reaction, but beside him, Uzumaki stiffened, his eyes narrowing. Please, do not overthink it. Beixuan means to take you with us to the battlefield's Konoha camp first. Minato, ever observant, recognized Uzumaki's discomfort. Realizing that this last-minute decision had not been communicated to him beforehand, leading to some misunderstandings. Minato was correct. Konoha was currently embroiled in war, and given Kuina's unique status, Rope Tree would swiftly return to the battlefield after escorting you back. Being alone in Konoha may not be advantageous for you, so it is best to stay with us for now. Once the war concludes, you can return to Konoha alongside us. By then, both I and Tsunade will be present, allowing you to connect with Kuina. However, I may need to inscribe a sealing technique upon you. This technique will not impede your normal movements or daily life. You, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Should have heard of the sealing technique of the body of absolute restraint. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki felt reassured. Though he was curious about how Beixuan possessed such extensive knowledge of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. The sealing technique of absolute restraint combines illusionary suggestion with sealing, embedding a predetermined thought judgment within the target's neural pathways. Once triggered, the inscribed sealing technique will immediately activate, binding the target. I understand, and I can accept it. It merely adds a limitation to myself, which Uzumaki found entirely acceptable. In fact, it was precisely this limitation that allowed him to relax further. If he merely relied on his connection with Kuina to remain with him, a barrier would inevitably exist. As Uzumaki was acutely aware that he was merely an unexpected member of the Uzumaki clan. Beixuan, are you truly a member of the Uzumaki clan, or is Kuina? How do you know such a hodgepodge of techniques? It seems Kuina knows far less than you do. Rope Tree, overhearing their exchange, appeared puzzled. What is this technique? Rope Tree admitted he had never heard of it. Granny Mito wanted to teach you sealing techniques, but you refused to learn. You should be quiet now. Beixuan shot Rope Tree an irritated glance. Aside from himself, this fellow was actually the most likely to become a strong ninja in Konoha. Yet, Rope Tree completely lacked the understanding of how to enhance his abilities. Beixuan had tried to guide him, but Rope Tree's nature dictated that he would not diligently study ninjutsu. Holding a treasure trove of potential without realizing it, if Rope Tree had focused on water release from the start, avoiding the detours of unnecessary complications, he would have excelled. If he had simply embraced the second Hokage's water release techniques and learned under Orochimaru's guidance, it would have been difficult for Rope Tree to remain weak. To say Rope Tree was weak now would be inaccurate. He possessed the strength of an elite jonin. However, in comparison to Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, as well as its advanced applications, combined with Tsunade's taijutsu, Minato had successfully entered the realm of a shadow. Once the war concluded and he returned to undergo Senior Dai's specialized training, coupled with his own studies of the sage art from Mount Myaboku, Beixuan could hardly fathom what Minato would become by the time of the Third Great Ninja War. Unfortunately, it seemed the 8 Gates of Death could not be utilized alongside other ninjutsu. He would have to see if Hudi and the others could improve upon it. After all, some Pokemon could also try the 8 Gates. Yet, if Minato could fully utilize it, he would likely be unfathomably powerful. Chapter 69, A Perfect Conclusion, first chapter of additional content. In the Konoha Camp's command center, Deer Forest stared blankly at the report submitted by Minato. Are you saying you set up a barrier for the Grass Village during this outing? And that the control over all the techniques within the barrier remains with Beixuan? Yes. Furthermore, Beixuan also warned the Rock Shinobi, but he used a false identity. Minato dutifully detailed all aspects of the mission. Where is Beixuan? Shouldn't he be the captain of your team? Has that kid gone off to rest after getting injured? Seeing only Minato and Rope Tree reporting the mission, Deer Forest's forehead twitched with tension. There was no danger during this mission. Beixuan was merely seeking out Lady Tsunade after bringing back a member of the Uzumaki clan. Minato quickly clarified. The Uzumaki clan. At this, Deer Forest furrowed his brow, not because Beixuan casually brought an unfamiliar person into the Konoha camp, but because, aside from Rope Tree, all members of Beixuan's team were deemed reliable. The two, Beixuan and Minato, were individuals he had absolute faith in. What concerned Deer Forest more was the potential repercussions of bringing back an Uzumaki clan member. Surely, Konoha possessed the capability to summon and seek out scattered members of the Uzumaki clan? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Thus, it was evident that Konoha did not desire the emergence of another formidable clan. 1 or 2 Uzumaki members would not cause Konoha any distress. They would even welcome them. After all, they were naturally suited to be Jinchuriki. However, should a trend of forming a clan arise, the higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly grow restless. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, which could be scrutinized by the entire ninja world, were a testament to their might. Konoha was not particularly friendly towards ninja clans. Nonetheless, since Beixuan had brought the individual back, it was clear that this lad possessed a solution, and thus, Deer Forest need not trouble himself with the matter. Unbeknownst to Deer Forest, he had already developed a strong inclination towards Beixuan. He was well aware of the wisdom of the Nara clan. However, he had overlooked this fact. As the brilliance surrounding Beixuan was simply too radiant, and the individuals standing beside him equally so, Beixuan led the somewhat apprehensive Uzumaki along the path to the medical department. Uzumaki had already learned the identity of the person they were about to meet, a distant relative from the Uzumaki clan, the princess of the Senju clan. one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Moreover, according to Beixuan, whether Uzumaki-bai could live peacefully in Konoha would depend on Tsunade's assistance, which made Bai exceedingly anxious and fearful. Do not worry, Tsunade is very approachable. Beixuan, noticing Uzumaki-bai's tension, turned to offer reassurance, recognizing that this girl might very well become Tsunade's sister-in-law if all went well. Beixuan lifted the curtain of the medical department, but upon seeing the situation inside, he promptly closed it again, inhaling deeply before reopening it. Inside the medical tent, Tsunade was intensely focused on a game of poker, her expression serious, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. The two nurses playing with her wore excited smiles, with small piles of cash stacked before them. Meanwhile, a wounded soldier on the nearby bed propped himself up, intently watching the cards in the nurse's hands, while the nurse tending to him occasionally glanced between the medicine and the unfolding game. "What are you all doing?" Beixuan silently lifted the curtain and walked in, unnoticed by Tsunade, who was focused on the small cards in front of her. Accompanying Beixuan, Uzumaki-bai stood frozen, utterly shocked. The person so engrossed in the cards before her was indeed the legendary Lady Tsunade? Moreover, each individual had money in front of them. It appeared to be gambling. "Didn't he it? Quiet down. If you need to change bandages or require treatment, please register over there. I must insist." Beixuan's voice cut through the atmosphere. Tsunade abruptly raised her head, mechanically turning to see Beixuan staring at her with a serious expression. She glanced at the other two nurses, only to find them hastily pretending to be busy, having already set aside their cards. No activities unrelated to medical duties are permitted in the medical department from now on. This time, I will overlook it. Shall you, please help clean this up? Come here, Beixuan commanded. Bai, follow me. He firmly grasped Tsunade by the collar and pulled her toward the surgery break room. Hey, Beixuan, I could win this round. Slow down, I can walk by myself. Uzumaki-bai trailed behind them, her anxiety about Tsunade crumbling into pieces. Once the trio entered the surgery break room, the nurses and medical ninjas swiftly dismantled the makeshift table. And soon the medical department returned to its usual state. Inside the surgery break room, Tsunade sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, watching Beixuan. Ahem, well, today there was only one patient left in the medical department, and I was a bit bored, so I played a little. Next time, when feeling bored, I will ensure to arrange the medical department's affairs before heading elsewhere to play. Gambling within the medical department is rather inappropriate. The work in the medical department is already cumbersome, and many tasks cannot afford mistakes. The fact that even the nurse changing bandages occasionally glanced over at Tsunade while she was gambling speaks volumes. I understand. By the way, who is this? A member of the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade asked, somewhat surprised as she glanced at Uzumaki-bai, who appeared timid due to her question. This is Uzumaki-bai, whom we encountered during our trip to the Land of Grass. There is no problem. Considering it's wartime, it's inconvenient to send her back to Konoha. Beixuan explained. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately understood, momentarily distracted by the color of Uzumaki-bai's hair. I'm Tsunade, but you can call me Sister Tsunade. I'll be returning to Konoha soon, so you can come back with us. You'll be a companion for Kushina. Rest assured, with me protecting you in Konoha, no one will bully you. Tsunade stood and affectionately ruffled Uzumaki-bai's hair, although Bai bore no marks or wounds from Beixuan's healing. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she had undoubtedly suffered greatly while fleeing. The connection between the Senju and Uzumaki clans runs deep, and Tsunade could only strive to protect these orphans. As for Nagato, Jiraiya had sensed his hostility toward Konoha, and Tsunade had also picked up on it, making it impossible to bring him back to Konoha. Moreover, Beixuan had not indicated any desire to take Nagato back either. Tsunade was aware of the wishes entrusted to Beixuan by Mito. Returning to Konoha? Don't you need to stay on the battlefield? Beixuan paused, surprised at the thought of returning after completing a mission. I'm not made of steel. I need rest. And the types of poisons from the Sand Ninja are hardly infinite. Most of the poisons I need to crack have already been dealt with. That old woman from the Sand Ninja ultimately cannot compete with me, huh? Tsunade said confidently, crossing her arms with a smile, signifying her victory in the silent war between her and Chiyo. Chapter 70. Forgive me, Shikaku, this is the last time. Additional chapter. The rivalry between Tsunade and Chiyo has been ongoing since the war between Konoha and the Sand Ninja began. One employs poison while the other dispels it. Their struggle significantly determines who holds the advantage on the battlefield between the Wind and Fire nations. Nonetheless, it is evident that even as the one dispelling poison, Tsunade far surpasses Chiyo. Is the war coming to an end? The medical department seems rather deserted today, Tsunade observed, noting the unusual quietness that allowed her to play cards in the medical department. Once a war begins, ending it is still a distant prospect. It's just that both sides have entered a team combat mode. Actual battlefield confrontations will likely not occur for some time. Now, it boils down to which side's command is superior. Individual strength on the battlefield does not play as significant a role as one might think. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Beixuan rolled his eyes. You have no idea what your grandfather could accomplish if he teamed up with Madara. However, Tsunade is correct. Unless the disparity is absurdly large, even the most exceptional individual can succumb to exhaustion. For instance, even the third Raikage was dragged down on the battlefield by IWA Ninja. Having faced Shikaku, Beixuan understood the power of Tailed Beast well. Even Gyuki, the strongest tailed beast beneath the Nine Tails, could pursue the third Raikage with ease. Although the third Raikage ultimately collapsed, he sustained no injuries. This only highlights the immense strength of the third Raikage, though it likely has little to do with Beixuan, as he probably wouldn't encounter the third Raikage anytime soon. If it's a matter of command, shouldn't we assist Konoha? It seems you and Orochimaru have handed your tasks over to him. Beixuan recalled the mountain of documents on Konoha's desk, silently mourning for him for a moment. Oh, has Orochimaru also learned to be lazy? That's rare. However, since you brought back the Sand Ninja's tailed beast, I haven't seen him around. Beixuan pondered. It was impossible for Orochimaru to vanish on the battlefield, so perhaps he had begun experimenting with science? Beixuan had never doubted that Orochimaru would embark on a scientific path. It was in his nature. The death of Rope Tree merely accelerated that progression. Even if Rope Tree had survived, Orochimaru would still have gradually ventured into the realm of research upon encountering anything he found intriguing or perplexing. It remains uncertain what prompted Orochimaru's current studies. It couldn't possibly be Shikaku, could it? Is it just the two of us, and by returning to Konoha? Beixuan stroked his chin and inquired. What else would it be? Tsunade replied, exasperated, when she had approached Konoha to express her need for rest. He had been near frantic. If we were to drag Rope Tree and Minato along, Konoha would likely have a meltdown. I've heard he is particularly fond of the yellow-haired Minato. The Flying Thunder God technique is incredibly overpowered on the battlefield. I didn't mean to bring Rope Tree and the others back to Konoha. They are ninjas, not my babysitters. I was referring to that Shikaku. The one-tailed Jinchuriki and a captured tailed beast would undoubtedly be highly strategic resources for Konoha. Forget about that. It's merely temporarily in our possession. Once the war concludes, it will inevitably be returned to the Sand Ninja. The current landscape of the ninja world does not permit Konoha to have another tailed beast alongside the Nine Tails. Even if the Sand Ninja are unaware that the One Tail is in our hands, they are not fools. Konoha is currently engaged in battle with the Sand Ninja. Even if they don't know whether the One Tail is with us, they will inevitably suspect it, especially since it truly is. Regarding tailed beasts, Tsunade found herself at a loss. While they are touted as deterrents, their true function is as instruments of war. The arrival of any tailed beast on the battlefield results in significant casualties. Moreover, this particular beast was distributed by her great-grandfather. She often wondered what he was thinking at that time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was busy in a hastily constructed, rudimentary laboratory. In his grasp lay a test tube, and at that moment, Orochimaru's face was alight with excitement as he gazed at the vibrant liquid within. The fluid pulsated with vitality, as if it could sprout into a tree upon touching the ground. Ha ha ha, even Danzo possesses such a thing. Although the cells of Beixuan also resonate with life force, they are starkly different from this terrifying vitality that can be sensed even through the test tube. This aggressively potent life force, could it indeed herald the possibility of immortality? Summoning forth a serpent, he gently inserted the test tube into its mouth before rising and departing the laboratory. Meanwhile, various sheets of paper on the laboratory table bore markings of Beixuan's chakra power and blood data. In the next moment, flames erupted, incinerating the entire laboratory to ashes. After entrusting Uzumaki White to Tsunade's care, Beixuan made his way to the detention area where Fuku was held. At that moment, Fuku sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, reciting scriptures. Despite being imprisoned, his living conditions and sustenance bore no resemblance to those of a mere captive. Ah, you have returned, benefactor, Fuku said, pausing his chanting and opening his eyes to regard Beixuan. The contrast between his current demeanor and their earlier encounter was striking. I find myself in need of a bit more chakra from the One Tail. Vanquilas has quite the appetite. And since Tsunade mentioned that the One Tail would eventually be returned to Sunagakure, I intend to take a significant portion this time. Typically, areas where Jinchuriki were held were off-limits. Yet Beixuan, who had personally subdued the One Tail, could hardly be considered an outsider. Please, feel free. However, he harbors a deep resentment towards you now. So I hope you can treat him gently, Fuku replied, deftly rising and lying down on the bed nearby. No worries. It is only natural for him to harbor some animosity after I have extracted chakra from him so many times, Beixuan reassured, nodding in satisfaction at Fuku's cooperation. Ever since Beixuan had placed the 8 trigram seal upon Fuku, the latter had expressed immense gratitude, readily complying each time Beixuan came to extract Shikaku's chakra. Beixuan placed his hand over the 8 trigram seal on Fuku's abdomen, and with a mental shift, he entered Shikaku's sealed space. Ah, it's you again, that annoying brat. If you have the guts, set me free and let us have a proper battle. You have no honor. Shikaka bellowed, pounding against the confines of his cage. His face twisted with rage as he beheld Beixuan inscribing the familiar sealing technique. Do not be so tempestuous, Shikaku, when we meet next. I shall show you something truly magnificent. As the sealing technique was completed, Beixuan grinned as he observed the forceful extraction of Shikaku's chakra. He approached the large door, extending a finger to lightly tap it. Forgive me, Shikaku. This will be the last time. He then vanished from the sealing space, leaving behind the furious roars of Shikaku, who continued to strike the door in vain. Chapter 71. Support from the Inuzuka clan. Additional Chapter 3. Thanks for the explosive increase symbolizing good fortune. Having resolved Banquila's food issue, Beixuan turned to leave the cell. Before departing, he reinforced the 8 trigram seal on Fuku just a tad, as they were still within the confines of Konoha. Although Shikaku had become a mere shadow of his former self, one could never be too cautious in case the tailed beast displayed any unforeseen abilities and went berserk. At the Konoha Command Center, you're quite something. Just as you've recovered from your injuries, you're back for another mission. Yet the battlefield isn't as tense as before, remarked Riku. It's good for you to take some time to rest, but speaking of which, Riku glanced at Minato beside Beixuan. Minato was someone who could handle anything, and he wouldn't speak carelessly about matters that should remain undisclosed. Riku intended to share some sensitive information with Beixuan. I truly envy the bond you share, but I too have 2 brothers with whom I share a profound connection. Ha ha ha. As the current head of the Inuzuka clan, Riku naturally came with his own set of allies, the Inuzuka trio. Riku, let us get back to business. You mentioning this reminds me that I owe you a meal when you return to the village. I assume you'll bring along the elders from the Akimichi clan. Want you? Beixuan rolled his eyes, knowing it was merely a jest. Treating one Akimichi ninja was trivial, let alone 10 Hanadas. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you remember. But let us focus on the matter at hand. You surely know who was responsible for your injuries? Rika said with a serious tone directed at Beixuan. Of course, it was Danzo. After I return, I'll be sure to give him a taste of his own medicine. Beixuan shrugged nonchalantly. The last time Danzo had meddled behind the scenes, he had suffered a setback. This time, he would ensure Danzo received due retribution. Minato's expression was one of shock. Beixuan had not disclosed the details of that night's battle to him. And Minato had assumed that Shikaku was solely responsible for Beixuan's injuries. The revelation that a high-ranking official from Konoha had leaked village intelligence and orchestrated an attack was a bitter pill for Minato to swallow. I knew you wouldn't just let that slide, but if you want Minato to ascend to Hokage, you must restrain yourself and not kill him. Currently, even with all his filth and darkness, there's no direct evidence to execute him. The 3rd Hokage is still too concerned with camaraderie among comrades. However, I trust you have a plan in mind. If you need any assistance, the Inuzuka clan can provide support, Riku said, gazing firmly at Beixuan, uttering words that were markedly different from the usual Nara clan rhetoric. Beixuan patted the silent Minato on the back, smiling as he turned to Riku. This isn't your usual style, Riku. Is it my magnetic charm that has drawn you in? Spare me. After Uncle Kaze visited your Senju clan's territory, he returned and urged me to find a way to intervene. Initially, I intended to remain a passive observer, but as you said, your charm is quite compelling. However, what I value more is your strength. You have no aspirations for the Hokage position, yet you wish to reform Konoha's current decay. Minato is the one you wish to elevate, and upon discerning your intentions, I have been observing him and preparing him for the role. I must say, Beixuan, you have an eye for talent. Minato is exceptional in both capability and character, so I am willing to take a gamble. I recognize this as uncharacteristic of me. But for the sake of Konoha, I am willing to take a risk. With the support of the Princess of Senju and the prodigious medical ninja Beixuan, along with the Inuzuka clan, can we not elevate Minato to Hokage? In the empty command room, Riku's voice resonated as he fixed his determined gaze upon Beixuan and Minato. Riku had grown up listening to Akimichi Keisuke's recount the origins of Konoha, and he too cherished that homeland. Had the opportunity not presented itself, he would have maintained his usual demeanor, allowing events to unfold naturally. Yet now, the chance lay before him, and he was eager to seize it, confident that his two brothers would support him. Rest assured, Minato will undoubtedly become Hokage. I will become Hokage. Their voices rang out in unison, yet unlike Beixuan's calm demeanor, Minato's conviction was palpable. Then you must strive diligently. Conveniently. I have an exceedingly important mission for you, Minato, Riku said, narrowing his eyes as he held up a scroll. As expected, the next moment, Minato took the scroll with eager hands. Riku, you're hardly serious for more than 2 seconds. Give Minato a moment to breathe. He has nearly become a workhorse. Beixuan scoffed at Riku. The very last person qualified to utter such words is you. Perhaps you should take a look at the documents piled on that desk and consider who should be responsible for them. Moreover, I am striving to enhance the reputation of Minato. Do you not understand? The moniker Yellow Flash has already begun to circulate among the Sand Shinobi. It is evident that after a few missions, Minato's name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the shinobi world. Others' Yellow Flash is far more melodious than your so-called Golden Ninja. Lulin, veins bulging on his forehead, restrained his anger towards Beixuan and pointed at the stack of documents on the adjacent table. Beixuan, what my elder Lulin said is indeed correct. This is also to assist me in elevating my reputation. And completing more missions will surely reduce the sacrifices of Konoha's shinobi. Little Sun remains as radiant as ever. After a few more exchanges, Beixuan led Minato out of the command room. Lulin stood at the entrance, watching the departing duo with ample anticipation. Believing that Konoha would ultimately flourish into a harmonious forest once again, thanks to the budding of these two seeds. Upon my return to Konoha, I shall entrust SHJu to you. With your Flying Thunder God technique, the Sand Shinobi should pose no threat to you now. However, should any issues arise, simply send a frog to notify me. You need not worry about Kushina. With Uzumaki White around, she will likely forget you by the time you return. Beixuan jested with a smile, playfully teasing Minato. That won't happen, Beixuan. This is for you. Knowing that Beixuan was merely joking, Minato chuckled and retrieved a black scroll. This contains the training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique, along with all my experiences and some minor modifications. Although it is not yet fully refined, it poses no issues for regular use, and I will continue to improve it. Your extended time in Konoha will allow you ample opportunity to study it. Given Beixuan's talent, it is likely that he will master it swiftly. Beixuan had never doubted Minato's abilities, but he had not anticipated Minato's rapid modifications. Indeed, for certain exceptional geniuses, enhancing ninjutsu is as effortless as eating. Chapter 72. It is you who betrayed the village. The following day, Tsunade and Beixuan, accompanied by Uzumaki White, set off on their journey back to Konoha. As usual, they traveled by Giant Eagle, and soon the trio arrived at Konoha. You take White home first. I need to consult the third Hokage and report on some battlefield intelligence. Quite bothersome, having to relay information he already knows a second time. Tsunade ruffled her hair in frustration, yearning to return to her comfortable bed for a good sleep. Followed by a round of gambling. Yes, the sooner we return, the better. I can prepare a meal. Beixuan felt a sense of relief upon returning to Konoha. Although he had remained relaxed on the battlefield, it could not compare to the tranquility of Konoha. No wonder the third Hokage was reluctant to venture into battle. While other Kage remained stationed on the front lines, Konoha truly is a haven of comfort. Is this Konoha? It's so grand. Uzumaki White gazed in astonishment at Konoha, which was far more luxurious than the hidden whirlpool village. The aroma of dumplings wafting from the roadside made his stomach grumble audibly. First, let's take you to find Kushina, and then she can show you around Konoha. Okay. Beixuan led Uzumaki White towards the Senju clan's residence, while not far from them. A root ninja vanished from the tree. Beixuan had long since noticed, from the moment he and Tsunade entered Konoha. Over 5 pairs of eyes had been intently fixed upon him. Among them were even Uchiha ninjas. It seemed Fugaka had also received news of his return to Konoha, as the Uchiha clan's channels of information were remarkably efficient. Upon entering the Senju compound, Beixuan was momentarily taken aback. There were 2 figures in the courtyard engaged in a one-handed handstand, while Kushina, resembling Pikachu, was attending to a baby carriage. The green-clad ninja performing the handstand was undoubtedly Might Guy, but the other white-haired ninja could not possibly be Kakashi Hatake. Beixuan's return immediately drew the attention of several individuals in the courtyard. "Beixuan, you're back?" Kushina exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over. With Pikachu chirping and fluttering into Beixuan's embrace. "Where are Minato and the others?" Kushina glanced behind Beixuan, searching for Minato, but was instead captivated by the presence of Uzumaki White. "Sister White, is that really you?" Uzumaki White excitedly gazed at Kushina, wishing to embrace her, but hesitating upon recalling Beixuan's warning regarding Kushina's special status. "Go on, it's a rare reunion." Beixuan smiled, giving Uzumaki White a gentle push. Kushina and Uzumaki White immediately embraced, tears streaming down their faces. "After Grandma Mito passed away, I thought I was the last of the Uzumaki clan in this world. Sister White." The two sobbed in each other's arms, sharing their grievances and heartaches. Unable to bear this sight, Beixuan approached Dai and Tobarama, who had stood up. "Elder Dai, this must be the legendary Tobarama. Welcome to our humble abode. Is this your child? She is truly beautiful." Beixuan approached the baby carriage, admiring the striking white hair, instantly deducing that this was indeed Hatake Kakashi, and marveling at the child's beauty. It was no wonder Tobarama kept his mask on. "Forgive my intrusion. I have heard of you, the genius who fought alongside Tsunade and emerged victorious against Hanzo. Truly impressive," Beixuan complimented, turning to Tobarama, who exuded a gentle aura as he watched Kakashi being playfully teased by Beixuan. "Ha ha, Lord Tobarama is correct. Indeed, Beixuan is remarkable. And my guy is my treasure too." My guy enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, flashing a brilliant smile while watching the antics of the rolling guy in the baby carriage. "I have mentioned this countless times, Dai. Just call me Tobarama. Formalities among friends create distance." Tobarama feigned annoyance as he patted Dai's shoulder. "Elder Dai is just like that. I also insist he call me Beixuan, yet he remains stubborn. Do you still have vegetables at home? It would be perfect for Tobarama to sample my culinary skills." Setting aside the future Hatake Kakashi, Beixuan stood and addressed Dai. "Tsunade should return shortly, having mentioned cooking. I must go prepare." At that moment, in the Hokage's office. "That is how it is. Do you have any objections?" Tsunade, seated across from the third Hokage, expressed her grievances regarding battlefield matters in a rather crude manner, also mentioning Uzumaki White. "Tsunade, your temper remains as fiery as ever. I will have someone ensure that Uzumaki White is properly documented. However, can you guarantee her safety and proximity to the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the office door, which had been broken by Tsunade upon entry, displaying a hint of exasperation. While he was not particularly concerned about the addition of another Uzumaki clan member, he understood that being a member of the Uzumaki clan would mean she would be close to Kushina. Any potential mishaps could be a liability for Konoha. Beixuan had inscribed a sealing technique on Uzumaki White. Should any issues arise, she would pose no threat to Kushina. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. I am quite fatigued." As Tsunade stood to depart, a voice interrupted from the doorway, where the damaged office door stood ajar. "The safety of the Ninetales cannot be ensured by a mere sealing technique. Hand over that Uzumaki White to me, and I will ascertain whether she poses a threat." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Tsunade's chakra erupted, her fist charged with immense energy, aimed squarely at Danzo Shimura, who stood at the entrance. However, just as Tsunade's fist was about to connect with Danzo, two members of Root stepped forward, using their bodies to shield him from the strike. "Tsunade." Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the scene before him, quickly retreating to grasp Tsunade's arm. The Root ninja, struck by Tsunade, collapsed onto the ground, his chest caved in. "Get out of the way, old man," Tsunade exclaimed, yanking Hiruzen's hand away as she continued her assault on Shimura Danzo. Summoning Jutsu. Back in the Hokage office again. "Are you here for tea?" "There's no time for explanations, transform now." Meanwhile, Danzo, evading Tsunade's punch, glared at her with fury. "Tsunade, are you attempting to betray the village? You are the one betraying the village." As Danzo dodged, Tsunade swung her leg down heavily, only to be blocked by a thick iron rod. Chapter 73. This is the last time. Enough. With a forceful strike, Hiruzen pushed Tsunade aside, his anger directed at her. "Tsunade, why would you attack a comrade of the village?" Gripping the raging monkey's staff, Hiruzen glared at Tsunade with a furious expression, drawing attention from many outside the Hokage building. However, no one could approach to investigate, as they were obstructed by the Umbu, The destruction caused by Tsunade's battle was too great, leaving the hallway at the Hokage office littered with debris. Heh, the true traitor against comrades is this one you protect from behind, Hiruzen. Tsunade coldly regarded Danzo, who stood behind Hiruzen. Long ago, when rescuing Beixuan, Tsunade had noticed that Beixuan's injuries were not from the beast's explosion, but from explosive tags. Concerned for Beixuan's condition, she hadn't examined the scene closely, but Tsunade could inquire with Shika, thus she was already aware of the truth. Nonsense. I am solely devoted to Konoha. How could I harm my own people? Danzo coldly replied from behind Hiruzen, though his hands were discreetly issuing commands. Indeed, Tsunade. Danzo is your grandfather's student. How could he possibly do anything to harm the village's comrades? Stop this foolishness, Tsunade. Hiruzen immediately attempted to mediate, believing Danzo to be more loyal to Konoha than even the likes of Nara Shikamaru or Mido Gate. Then what about the root ninja who attacked Beixuan? Don't tell me you know nothing. That could just be an impersonation from another village, aimed at sowing discord within our village. Tsunade, let us calm down. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. At his words, Tsunade gazed at Hiruzen with disappointment, knowing her mentor had truly changed, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong as Hokage. Just then, a cold gleam shot towards Tsunade, who immediately formed a chakra scalpel in her hand to slice the incoming shuriken. Soon after, a group of root ninjas surrounded her completely. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, how dare you harm a fellow ninja of the village? Seize her, Danzo ordered, looking at the assembled root members. Stop, Hiruzen shouted, his pupils constricting as he reached out. However, the root ninjas only followed Danzo's commands. At that moment, a cacophony akin to 1,000 chirping birds echoed throughout the Hokage building. A rapid bolt of lightning radiated from behind Tsunade, striking in all directions. I'm not late. Am I Tsunade? Tsunade turned to see Beixuan standing behind her, smiling with one hand raised. The terrifying lightning infused with natural energy pierced through all the incoming root ninjas. You arrived just in time. Tsunade noticed the apron tied around Beixuan, realizing he had rushed over from cooking. Indeed, while preparing a meal, Beixuan had sensed Tsunade's chakra flaring and came running. Accompanying him were Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, but they were halted outside by Beixuan's shadow clone. Beixuan, stop. This is all a misunderstanding, Hiruzen exclaimed, panicking as he saw Beixuan arrive and swiftly eliminate the root ninjas. Hiruzen, what are you saying? Beixuan and Tsunade should be captured on the spot. Danzo's Sharingan spun wildly beneath his bandages as he witnessed the slaughter of his root ninjas. Shut up. How could you? Hiruzen shouted angrily at Danzo, then turned to Beixuan and Tsunade. Please, give me a moment. I will provide you with an accurate answer. During this time, I will detain and investigate Danzo. Sighing heavily, Hiruzen retracted the raging monkey's staff and looked despondently at Beixuan. Hiruzen, do you really believe these two traitors of Konoha? Danzo's disbelief was evident, as if he could not fathom that his friend would abandon him. Be quiet. How could you? Hiruzen quietly awaited Beixuan's response. Again with this. Beixuan, I'm hungry. As Beixuan prepared to retort to Hiruzen, he suddenly heard Tsunade speaking beside him. Looking over, he saw her gazing at Hiruzen with a complex expression. Then let's go home for dinner. Dispelling the lightning from his hand, Beixuan's mask gradually faded as he held Tsunade's hand. Hiruzen, I hope you will conduct a serious investigation. Tsunade expressed her disappointment to Hiruzen before turning to leave with Beixuan through the broken window of the Hokage building. Hiruzen, hearing his name called, Hiruzen felt as if he aged in an instant, bending over in despair. Hiruzen, keeping such a person will only bring disaster to Konoha. You will regret this decision. Take him away for detention. Hiruzen, you will regret your decision today. Ignoring Danzo's shouts as the Umbu took him away, Hiruzen sat silently in his chair, reminiscing about the times he trained the legendary Sannin. I am the Hokage Danzo. Beixuan silently walked alongside Tsunade down the streets of Konoha. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Tsunade spoke up. Why the sudden apology? Did you lose money? What is there to apologize for? Your husband is never short on cash here. Knowing the reason for Tsunade's apology, Beixuan smiled as he handed her a large stack of bills. Beixuan, this is the last time, the very last time. Tsunade embraced Beixuan tightly, tears streaming down her face. Beixuan said nothing, simply wrapping his arms around her waist and gently patting her back, while not far behind. Kakashi stared in shock at the scene, and Guy wore a broad smile. Chapter 74, Bankiris. Time passed, and a long while had elapsed since the previous conflict. Beixuan reclined in a lounge chair, engrossed in some books on space-time ninjutsu, with two small children nestled beside him. The two little ones are, of course, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, has returned to the battlefield under the orders of the third Hokage. Before leaving Konoha, Tsukumo entrusted Kakashi to Might Guy, or rather to the north, as Guy was not particularly skilled in child-rearing. During the times when North was away, most of the responsibility for caring for the children fell to Kushina. However, after the incident involving Pikachu and the little one, Guy dared not let Kushina look after them anymore. With North at home, the children were naturally placed in his care, and North subsequently entrusted them to Aikanji, who became the official steward of the Senja clan, overseeing all the needs of the clan. Aikanji, has Tsunade not returned yet? At this hour. She should have finished her gambling, North remarked, putting down his book and addressing Aikanji, who was using telekinesis to manage the two little ones. After the stability of Konoha was restored, Tsunade's penchant for gambling resurfaced, though she had been quite unlucky, winning nothing at all. Was I summoned by the Sage of Slugs? Then why wasn't I called? North asked, as he stroked Aikanji's small horn before summoning himself to the sage. In a puff of smoke, North appeared, and the two little ones excitedly reached out to grab him, only to be gently moved aside by Aikanji's telekinetic control. Children should not smoke, North quipped as he arrived. Immediately met with a gust of sand. Cough, cough. What are you doing, Hudi? North exclaimed, bewildered as he surveyed the surrounding desert and gaped at Hudi. Hudi pointed towards the center of the desert where a sandstorm was brewing, gesturing for North to look. Due to the dense sand and wind, visibility was severely compromised, prompting North to employ a sensory ninjutsu to assess the situation. Upon activating his sensory technique, North quickly detected Tsunade's chakra alongside that of the Sage of Slugs. Placing his hand on Hudi, North instantly appeared beside Tsunade, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, with his mark on Tsunade ensuring his swift arrival. Tsunade, Sage of Slugs, could this be the work of Bangilas? North inquired as he materialized next to them, gazing towards the center of the sandstorm. The storm carried an incredibly violent chakra and natural energy, obscuring the view even for North. The Sage of Slugs confirmed, indeed, after consuming the last remnants of Shikaku's chakra. Bangilas has transformed. To protect the environment of the Wetbone Forest, I brought him here. I was unsure of his condition, so I summoned you. Tsunade stood beside Shinedo, who was creating an oval light shield around her, shielding her from the fierce winds. The Sage of Slugs was enveloped in natural energy, forming a barrier to isolate them from the storm, clearly displeased by the chaotic environment. My apologies, Little North, for not summoning you sooner. With such a pressing issue, I was at a loss for how to inform you, the Sage of Slugs said softly, her head lowered. She was equally perplexed, as Bangilas, usually stable, had gone berserk after consuming the last chunk of Shikaku's chakra and natural energy. To prevent Bangilas from affecting the other children in the Wetbone Forest, the sage coordinated with Hudi and other Pokemon skilled in teleportation to bring him here. Now, Bangilas had conjured a sandstorm, and the situation was uncertain. Though it was clear that the power of the sandstorm was formidable, there should be no cause for concern. I can still feel a stable connection with Bangilas. He is undergoing a transformation and is conveying excitement to me, North reassured, standing amidst the storm, where the swirling sand seemed to avoid him entirely. Save for the gust he encountered upon his arrival. A thunderous roar erupted from within the storm, and a massive shadow emerged slowly. It worked, North exclaimed, sensing Bangilas' success and eagerly watching the figure emerge from the chaos. As the winds began to calm with the appearance of the shadow, they danced as if welcoming their sovereign. As Bangilas approached, his form became fully visible, a colossal figure adorned with impenetrable armor, now covered in fearsome spikes, with a demonic visage prominently displayed on his chest. Thanks to the absorption of Shikaku's chakra, Bangilas now bore violet markings reminiscent of Shikaku on his limbs. Remarkable! Such an intimidating aura, Tsunade gasped, staring in awe at the once small Pokemon that had now transformed into this formidable entity. Bangilas, you did it! North cheered, soaring into the air and excitedly addressing Bangilas, who had successfully adapted to the tailed beast's chakra and integrated it with natural energy. Bangilas had achieved a stable form, one that would not regress. Bangilas, ha ha ha, if there's a battle, I will surely call upon you. You are now incredibly powerful. North laughed, affectionately patting Bangilas' large horn. The purpose of a Pokemon growing stronger is always to assist their trainer, and they toil tirelessly for that cause. However, With Banjila successfully merging with the tailed beast chakra, did this mean that other Pokemon, if compatible with the tailed beasts, could also merge with their chakra? North's mind raced with images of Pokemon from the original story that had a strong affinity for the tailed beasts. Pokemon tip, Ikanji, the affection Pokemon, exhibits different appearances between males and females. As a psychic-type Pokemon, it is exceptionally intelligent, making it well-suited for the role of a steward. Entrusted by North to care for Kakashi and Guy while managing the affairs of the Senju clan. Chapter 75, North's unique Sage Mode. Dismounting from Banjila's, North approached Tsunade, who remained in a state of shock. Are you back with us? North waved his hand in front of her face, prompting her to snap out of her daze. What happened to him? Is he now considered a tailed beast? Tsunade asked, pointing at Banjila's, her lovely face displaying a bewildered yet endearing expression. This is a form of evolution for Banjila's, however, he is not a tailed beast. He possesses a physical entity, and should he encounter Shikaku now, he would dominate him effortlessly, North explained with a smile, playfully pinching Tsunade's cheek, finding her current state irresistibly charming. What are you doing? Tsunade swatted North's hand away, giving him a playful glare. Little North, I apologize, but Banjila's must reside here from now on. He is not suited to return to the wet bone forest at this time, the Sage of Slugs interjected, interrupting their playful banter. The sandstorm surrounding Banjila's would severely impact the wet bone forest's environment, and despite her affection for the child, she could not neglect the needs of the other Pokemon in the forest. The Slug Sage was overly concerned. Bandiras, Beixuan said with a smile to the Slug Sage, then shouted towards Bandiras. Upon hearing Beixuan's call, Bandiras let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding sandstorm to gradually dissipate as if merging into the void. As the dust settled, the vision of all beings present became clear. It turned out that this was all controllable? How wonderful little Bandiras. Since being summoned, Bandiras has been nurtured by the Slug Sage, who has truly watched him grow. Thus, Bandiras' ability to freely manipulate the sandstorm and continue living in the wet bone forest brought her great joy. From a small creature, he had grown taller than the Shoha. How could that not be considered growth? Bandiras' innate talent for controlling sandstorms, coupled with the absorption of Shoha's chakra and the mastery of natural energy, made manipulating the sandstorm a simple task. Bandiras was the primary weather manipulator and damage dealer of the sandstorm team, naturally handling the storms with ease. How remarkable. Yet these Pokemon are indeed astounding, capable of harmonizing such diverse powers. Tsunade approached and gently touched the violet patterns on Bandiras' legs, feeling a sense of wonder. The chakra of tailed beasts cannot be easily adapted. It is said that someone from the Cloud Village perished after recklessly consuming the chakra of the Eight Tails. Yet, these Pokemon not only consume tailed beast chakra without side effects, but also fuse it with their own powers, including natural energy, to create a new force. They are aptly named Miraculous, representing infinite possibilities. Beixuan recalled Sakaki's Speedrill and an old man's Shiny Swinub and Messenger Pidgey. Ordinary Pokemon that triumphed over level 1 gods due to their trainer's cultivation. Let us return to the Wetbone Forest. The children there are worried about Bandiras, Hoodie, and Shinado. Please. The Slug Sage, with a clone in the Wetbone Forest, naturally knew that the children there were concerned for Bandiras. Let us go? Hoodie waved the spoon in his hand, and with a flash of light, they vanished from their location, reappearing in the familiar Wetbone Forest. The Wetbone Forest had undergone significant changes, with floating islands constructed by Hoodie and others, where most flying Pokemon resided. Upon returning, Bandiras excitedly dashed off to play with other large Pokemon like the Bagon. Truly combative, I hope the Bagon doesn't become withdrawn. Watching Bandiras depart, Beixuan silently shook his head. Time trickled by. In the dense forest near the Senju clan in Konoha, Beixuan sat cross-legged on a wooden stump, golden light enveloping him like liquid. The Een seal on his forehead was completely unsealed. Nearby, Hoodie, Shinado, and Tsunade watched Beixuan anxiously. The natural energy around him continuously flowed into his body, merging with the golden light enveloping him. However, unlike past instances of entering Sage Mode, this time Beixuan's face did not display the usual exaggerated expressions. Instead, his eyes bore a faint golden glow. Had he succeeded? Hoodie? Shauna? The three surrounding Beixuan exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing his successful entry into Sage Mode. Meanwhile, within the sacred ground of Mayaboku Mountain, the slumbering Gamamaru opened his eyes, gazing bewilderedly in the direction of the ninja world. The fourth Sage Art Inheritance had been born. The White Snake Sage in the Ryuchi Cave opened his eyes, calmly flicked his tongue, and then closed his eyes once more. The slug sage, who was teaching a group of Pokemon how to harness natural energy, also lifted his head. Did little Beixuan succeed? That sage mode unique to humans is indeed a terrifying talent. Beixuan raised his hand, gently clenched his fist, feeling a sage mode entirely different from that taught by the slug sage. Hoodie, your concept is truly brilliant. A sage mode perfectly suited for humans. Designed based on the golden light spell. The energy within me feels inexhaustible, as if I have been fully accepted by the world, with everything around me rejoicing for my existence. Hoodie, in summary, it is to forget everything. Hoodie inquired how Beixuan had succeeded. After Hoodie proposed the idea of a sage mode exclusive to Beixuan, he had repeatedly failed, entering only the sage mode imparted by the slug sage. Hoodie? The key to success lies in complete forgetfulness of body and mind. The body is the abode of energy, and the heart is the dwelling of spirit. My body and consciousness have become accustomed to the slug sage mode, which is why we have faced repeated failures. My understanding of sage arts and natural energy is quite profound, yet I have embarked on a different path of sage arts. What we must do is return to the starting point and traverse a new path, which will be exceedingly difficult because I cannot shield my subconscious. Hence employing a little sealing technique. Beixuan smiled, dispelling the sage mode, and the golden light faded away. Such extraordinary talent is truly absurd. While others strive to learn the sage arts of the sacred grounds, you not only mastered it, but also derived your unique sage mode. Tsunade, leaning against a tree, remarked with an expressionless face. She also wished to learn sage arts, but regrettably lacked the talent for it. Chapter 76. The Magic Blade of 1,000 Edges. Seeing Tsunade's demeanor, Beixuan chuckled and reached out to grasp her hand, swiftly appearing within the Senju clan's territory. Kyubi and Uzumaki Mido, who were practicing sealing techniques, were unperturbed by this. Ever since Beixuan learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it can be said that every place he frequently visited in Konoha has been marked by him. Meanwhile, Shinedo and Hoodie, still in the forest, exchanged glances and sighed. Releasing their summoning contracts. Is Dai once again taking Kakashi and Guy to experience youth? Noticing that only the two Uzumaki women were in the courtyard, Beixuan inquired of AI, who approached with tea. Since these two infants have outgrown their fragile stage, Dai has been carrying them out for runs, claiming it allows Kakashi and Guy to experience his youth. I wonder what Kakashi will think when he returns and sees how Dai has been helping him with the children. Tomorrow, that brat Naraz will return. It said he performed reasonably well this time, and didn't he bring shame to our family? Tsunade handed Beixuan a small note and took the tea from his hands, sipping it contentedly. Oh, does that mean Minato will be back soon too? Kyubi, who was teaching Uzumaki Mido the sealing technique, brightened at the mention and rushed to Tsunade's side to ask. Oh, Kyubi, are you so eager for Minato's return? Tsunade teased, her smile wicked, until Kyubi blushed deeply, prompting her to burst into laughter. Tomorrow, a majority of the Konoha ninja forces will emerge, aside from some station shinobi. Minato will naturally return. The yellow flash of the spiral. Minato has indeed made a remarkable name for himself. Tsunade reminisced about the sunny smile of that youth. Perhaps Beixuan's earlier remark about Minato being incomparable to anyone was entirely accurate, a comprehensive evaluation of a person that transcends mere strength. However, although Naraz performed well, he seemingly hasn't gained any notable titles. It is said that he almost got himself into trouble during a scuffle with that scorching ninja from Sunagakure. It was Minato who saved him. Tsunade felt a pang of melancholy. Despite Naraz having experienced so much on the battlefield, he still exhibited a bit of Nav-vet. The next day, all the members of the Senju clan gathered at the village entrance. Today marked the return of Konoha's ninjas, as the war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire swiftly reached its conclusion. The war concluded with the surrender of the sand. And since the conflict between the third Hokage and Danzo arose, Tsunade and Beixuan have not returned to the battlefield. Although they are absent from the front lines, Beixuan, who maintains close ties with the Uchiha clan and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, is constantly aware of the developments in the ninja world. At this moment, the ninja world has not only witnessed the decisive outcomes between the Wind and Fire countries, but the Earth and Lightning countries have also ceased their hostilities. The Second Great Ninja War, instigated by Hanzo of the Salamander, has come to an ambiguous end, and the entire ninja world is poised to enter a period of tranquility. During this time, various nations will diligently stockpile strategic resources for the next inevitable conflict. Meanwhile, The residents of Konoha have gathered at the village gates to warmly welcome the return of their heroes, their joyous laughter echoing throughout the area. Soon, Beixuan spots Minato, Shinsuke, and the esteemed Kakashi Hitaki. With age, Minato has grown increasingly handsome, reminiscent of his portrayal in the original narrative, and Shinsuke has matured into a striking young man. It seems our hopes of greeting them at the gates have been dashed. Tsunade gazes at the throng, pondering whether the villagers are genuinely excited for the hero's return or merely caught up in the frenzy. Let us return for now. They will come back after the award ceremony. Observing the fervent scene below, Beixuan shakes his head, placing a hand on the shoulders of his companions, and employs the Flying Thunder God technique to materialize in the courtyard of the Senju clan. Sister, we're back. The familiar voice of Shinsuke resounds, even reaching the ears of those engaged in a game of cards from a distance. Ha ha ha, my dear little brother, Tsunade exclaims, tossing aside her nearly losing hand and dashing toward the entrance with exaggerated enthusiasm. Beixuan silently places down the remaining 2 bombs in his hand, contemplating the force needed during the game. Kushina, also setting down her good cards, nods toward Beixuan. Moments later, Shinsuke's voice carries through again. Hey Beixuan, come and greet us. Wait. Sister, help. Beixuan has gone mad. Tsunade watches with an awkward smile, for Shinsuke's misfortune stems from her own actions. That feels good. Holding onto a royal flush without playing it nearly drove me crazy. After dusting off his hands, Beixuan notices the stunned expressions of Kakashi and Minato. Is this some peculiar welcome ceremony? Should I come back later to fetch Kakashi? Observing Shinsuke, who is battered and bruised on the ground, Kakashi can't help but smirk, while Tsunade, who understands Beixuan's usually serious demeanor, chuckles at the sight. It's been a while. Forgive me for the ruckus. Please come in. Minato, welcome back. With a swift motion, Tsunade helps Shinsuke to his feet, channeling a pure vitality into him, visibly healing his wounds. Why did you hit me again? Shinsuke inquires, directing his question towards Tsunade. As Shinsuke is sent away, Beixuan approaches Kakashi. Have you taken up swordsmanship as well? That is quite an impressive blade. Kakashi's attention is drawn to the purple long sword strapped to Beixuan's waist, sensing its exceptional quality. Just dabbling a bit, Beixuan replies, patting the sword and smiling. This blade, known as the Demon Blade Qianren, was acquired by Beixuan at the age of 12. He has carried it ever since. As it is more than just an ordinary sword, it is sealed with a malevolent spirit. However, the spirit has been well nourished by Beixuan's life force. Consequently, as long as Beixuan bears the sword, his mental prowess continues to strengthen, allowing him to manipulate objects. This realization also taught Beixuan that the items gained from the bamboo slips were not solely about power, but could also encompass various extraordinary artifacts. After all, even the blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone he previously acquired had melded seamlessly into his being without him ever witnessing its form. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to ask. I possess some expertise in the art of swordsmanship. Kakashi gestures toward the short white blade sheathed on his back. Certainly, Kakashi. You should go and see him. I assume you miss him dearly. Although Kakashi and Beixuan are reminiscing, Kakashi's thoughts have already drifted toward the Senju clan residence. Beixuan notices this and steps aside, allowing the others to enter the courtyard. He only hopes that Kakashi will not be overwhelmed upon learning how Dai has been assisting him with his children. At the same time, in the depths of the Root organization, Danzo sits solemnly in the main seat, casting a cold gaze upon the androgynous figure standing before him. Surrounded by masked Root ninjas, their visages appear even more ominous in the dim light. You are rather late, Orochimaru. Oh, I do not recall scheduling a meeting with you upon my return to the village, Orochimaru retorts, clad in familiar attire, having shed his ninja garb. Where is it? Danzo demands, ignoring Orochimaru's sardonic tone, though a simmering intensity is detectable in his voice. That item is not easily procured, and given your current house arrest, I doubt you have the standing to negotiate with me. As Orochimaru morphs into a puddle of mud, he declares, Earth clone. Danzo quietly observes the puddle for a moment before a cryptic smile graces his lips. Once the desires of man are unleashed, they cannot be contained. Orochimaru, I await your return. While Orochimaru has unilaterally dissolved their partnership, Danzo remains unperturbed, having discerned Orochimaru's true nature. Lord Danzo, the 37th adaptation fluid configured for the priestess has proven effective. Take me there. At once. The victory in war is naturally accompanied by rewards, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire is sure to express his gratitude. Beixuan watches Tsunade cradling a box in her arms, her expression one of sheer delight. And he remains contemplative. Is it fair to say that she truly knows Tsunade well? The reward from the daimyo for Beixuan and Tsunade is succinctly encapsulated in one word: money. Although they have not remained on the battlefield, everyone understands that these two are the true heroes of this victory. Setting aside the tailed beasts, their medical prowess alone has undoubtedly saved countless lives among Konoha's shinobi. Yet, at this moment, Beixuan is less concerned with the monetary reward than with the decorative embellishment on Kakashi's sleeves. The daimyo's gift to Kakashi is a fire shadow half-sleeve, a designation that does not exist in the original narrative but is a peculiar addition by the author. Although Kakashi has received other rewards, they pale in comparison to this half-sleeve. Presently, Konoha appears outwardly stable. However, this does not imply that Sarutobi Hiruzen is eager to witness the emergence of the next generation of Hokage candidates. In Sarutobi's mind, Orochimaru remains the ideal candidate for Hokage, and the selection process for Hokage in Konoha is not directly influenced by the daimyo. The choice is made within Konoha itself, after which the selected individual is presented to the daimyo for approval. If Kakashi were to ascend to that position, it would be utterly unacceptable to the higher echelons of Konoha. The esteemed Shuamao, though aware of your status as a warrior, could hardly be so lacking in emotional intelligence. One can only wonder at the sight of Shuamao carrying Kakashi to enjoy tea early in the morning. As Beixuan observed the embellishments on Shuamao's sleeves with a bemused expression. Moreover, Shuamao seemed to be flaunting it, as this was for him an exceedingly resplendent honor. Ah, Beixuan, if you could be a bit clearer, you want me to take lives, and I might comprehend. Have I perhaps committed some grave misdeed? Shuamao paused while watching Kakashi and Dai engage in their playful tussle, turning to Beixuan for clarification, genuinely perplexed. Your sleeves, Beixuan remarked, gesturing towards Shuamao's cuffs. While it is understood that such an honor bestowed by a lord is monumental for a warrior, it would be prudent to refrain from wearing them in Konoha. What is wrong with that? Shuamao inquired, feeling the exquisite fabric of his sleeve. Is there something inappropriate about this design? Can you guess who typically dons such patterns in Konoha? Reflecting on Kakashi's apparent intellect in contrast to Shuamao's naivety, Beixuan cast a sidelong glance at Minato, who was engaged in conversation with Kushina, his complexion flushed. It was the opposite for Minato. He was the clever one, while his son appeared somewhat dull. The third Hokage likely would not take offense, and I harbor no intentions of aspiring to the title of Hokage, Shuamao stated, his mind quickly connecting the dots. The intricacies of this matter were somewhat convoluted, yet for Kakashi's sake, it would be best to store this honor away for display. Clearly, discussing Konoha's politics with Shuamao was futile, so Beixuan promptly brought up the topic of Kakashi's treasured possessions. Upon hearing this, Shuamao decisively removed the ornamental cuffs, even contemplating having them cut off by White Fang. Wait, I merely suggested you not wear them. I did not mean for you to destroy them. It is, after all, your honor as a warrior. There is no need for such drastic measures. Beixuan felt inexplicably fatigued. If Uchiha's antics were tolerable, why did Shuamao have to be so oblivious as well? Regarding the Uchiha clan, Beixuan occasionally strolled through their territory, as they were considered part of his lineage. He often accompanied Minato during casual chats with Uchiha Fugaku, and when the topic of the Uchiha Guard came up, Beixuan casually remarked that it was a source of disdain for the Uchiha clan. Fugaku seemed ready to resign his position, believing that the only reason he held on to the Uchiha Guard was because it was the only domain they could control. However, in the future, with Minato as Hokage, the Uchiha clan would not be excluded from the circle of power. What use did they have for a department that even dogs scorned? In a moment of drunken camaraderie over tea, he contemplated resigning from his post, but it was evident that Beixuan would not allow such a thing. Beixuan could hardly comprehend why Uchiha, who was perpetually sullen in the original narrative, transformed into someone akin to half of Naruto after interacting with him. Since Fugaku had come to know Beixuan, the Uchiha Guard faced significantly fewer grievances. Why? Because anyone attempting to fabricate accusations would be swiftly taken to the hospital for examination, and if nothing was found, they would be charged with maliciously defaming the guard and imprisoned. Furthermore, Konoha's princess, Tsunade, was willing to socialize with the Uchiha. What could the villagers possibly say? Adding to this, a certain one-eyed dragon was under house arrest. It could be said that the Uchiha situation had inexplicably improved considerably, especially after Beixuan encouraged Fugaku to discipline some of the more unruly members. Those who were less amenable were dealt with by Minato, resulting in a notably submissive demeanor both internally and externally within the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha were known for their respect towards the strong. Beixuan and Minato's visits to the Uchiha clan were marked by formalities, and the ordinary Uchiha residents would often share food from their homes. Chapter 78, Luo Sha. Merely a nouveau riche who squandered his fortune. At this moment in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat expressionless, pipe in mouth, enveloped in a haze of smoke. On his desk lay the complete list of rewards from the feudal lord, conspicuously absent of his name. It seemed as though the victory in the recent war held no significance for the feudal lord in relation to him. Thus, the report from the Umbu regarding Shuo Mao adorned in the Hokage's half-sleeve struck a particularly discordant note. Xiaochun, Yin, what do you think the feudal lord intends? Hiruzen inquired, passing the list to the two before him. In Shuo Mao's rewards section, alongside some common items, there was also a note about a warrior's honor decoration. However, the report from the Umbu indicated that this so-called warrior's honor was no ordinary embellishment. The list of rewards did not feature Hiruzen's name, while Tsunade, who had not even ventured to the battlefield, and that young boy received numerous accolades. The financial rewards alone were equivalent to the costs of launching a minor campaign. It was indeed biased. Mito minions scrutinized the figures next to Tsunade and Beixuan's names, noting that their rewards were wholly monetary, nothing extravagant. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that incited envy in both Mito Minion and Zhuangqi Xiaochun. The rewards from this conflict were far more substantial than those from the First Shinobi World War. It was evident that the feudal lord was quite pleased. Though the distribution of rewards reeked of discontent towards Hiruzen, Zhuangqi Xiaochun closed the list, casting a significant look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only were their names absent from the list, but also that of Danzo. However, Danzo's rewards seemed laced with an air of humiliation. The sum even lower than that of an ordinary J-ni. It is of no consequence. The feudal lord's dissatisfaction with Konoha is not a recent development, as evidenced by the warning he sent regarding Tsunade. However, what we need to address now is the issue of Shuo Mao. Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his gaze icy. At present, Hiruzen may not be old, but he could hardly be considered young either. Other ninja villages had plans for their successors, while Konoha remained conspicuously silent. Shuo Mao's donning of the half-sleeve could easily disrupt the tranquility of Konoha, even if Hiruzen did not take to the battlefield. What if an unexpected event occurred? The Hokage could not simply ascend to power as he had done before, proclaiming himself the successor of the second Hokage while seated in the office. It is worth noting that Hiruzen did not ascend to the position of Hokage without significant struggle. At that time, Konoha was not as it is now, and many of the elders from the Warring States period were still alive. It could be said that if not for the support of the Uzumaki clan, who knows which ninja clan would currently occupy the Hokage's seat. Perhaps we should lift Danzo's house arrest? Zhuangqi Xiaochun ventured tentatively, as she lacked Danzo's support, and relying solely on Yin made many matters difficult to navigate. Do not bring this up again. Danzo cannot be released. I have promised Tsunade and Beixuan, and I cannot go back on my word. If Beixuan were to become enraged and incite conflict, my chances of victory would be only 50-50. Hiruzen drew on his pipe, his eyelids heavy. Beixuan was simply too young. At such a tender age, his prowess was unprecedented in the shinobi world. The cessation of the last conflict was entirely due to Beixuan's sharp blade being sheathed by Tsunade, who still held affection for their mentor-student bond. Yet now, Hiruzen reflected silently on his three disciples. He had completely severed ties with Tsunade, and even their meetings were reduced to formalities. Orochimaru was up to no good behind the scenes, and their exchanges had dwindled to nearly nothing, while even Shina, his disciple, had become a rare sight. The thought of Jiraiya caused Hiruzen's forehead to throb. This disciple, who bore the closest resemblance to him, had gone completely silent. Initially, he had no intention of delving deeply into Konoha's political intricacies with Shuo Mao, yet he found himself ensnared, eager to learn more. Under the guise of concern for Kakashi's potential negative influence, Mizumoto observed Beixuan with a twinkle in his eye. For Mizumoto, the political insights shared by Beixuan were highly appreciated, and he diligently noted them down, recognizing their significance for his future role as Hokage. Taking a deep breath, Beixuan subtly pointed at the empty teacup on the table, prompting Mizumoto to immediately refill it. Savoring a sip from the cup, Beixuan glanced at the crowd gathered around him, comprised of people and Pakmon, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Before we proceed, I pose a question. Aside from the inheritance method of the Xuanwu Gate utilized by the Hidden Mist Village to select their leader, Do other villages have their own successors? Upon hearing this, Mizumoto cast a glance at the Hokage as short sleeves set aside by Tsukumo and seemed to grasp something. What is the Xuanwu Gate inheritance method? However, it was clear that other villages were indeed nurturing their successors, especially Sunagakure with their Sand Ninja and Kumobakure with Ei, the latter being particularly ostentatious. Tsukumo contemplated for a moment before speaking. As the head of the Umbu, he was privy to such information. All villages were quietly training successors for their leaders. Kumogakure was especially brazen, announcing the next Reikage successor in advance and bestowing the title upon Ei, all while selecting a partner from within the village who could potentially inherit this title. The successor of Sunagakure's Kazekage was familiar to everyone present, as they had encountered the Sand Ninja more than once in battle, particularly Watergate, who had heard rumors of how he had swiftly defeated the Sand Ninja with a single move. Humph, that nouveau riche? Watergate dispatched him with ease. The future of Sunagakure appears grim with such an unreliable individual as their Kazekage. At this juncture, Shina expressed his disdain, clearly having a strong impression of Rasha, especially since he had experienced the inexplicable disappearance of his pocket money at the hands of a certain blonde woman. The ability to command a multitude of gold sand for combat was the hallmark of a nouveau riche. It was merely luck at that time. Tsukumo-senpai had already breached his sand defenses, allowing me to approach him for a Rasengan. Upon hearing this, Watergate scratched his head, laughing, in the realm of shinobi combat. Luck does not exist. Watergate's prowess indeed surpassed that of Rasha. As Tsukumo had partnered with Watergate, he naturally held sway in this conversation and wholeheartedly acknowledged the sunny, golden-haired youth's capabilities. Chapter 79. Healing while fighting. Regarding Tsukumo's inquiry about the Xuanwu Gate inheritance method, Beixuan chose not to answer, but continued his exposition. The successor of Sunagakure, regardless of strength, had already been determined, while Kumogakure operated on a familial inheritance model, with their clan's prowess akin to that of the former Senju clan. All the prominent families within Kumogakure held the Reikage lineage in high regard, leading to the understanding that Kumogakure was the strongest, with the current generations being predominantly from the Yagami clan. In Iwagakure, the succession was similarly based on the master-apprentice relationship. As for Kirigakure's Mizukage, it was merely a matter of who could eliminate the competition to rise to power. Strikingly, it was only in Konoha that no concrete information regarding the next Hokage had surfaced. Should Tsukumo-senpai's half-sleeve of Hokage circulate more broadly within Konoha, one might ponder whether the identity of the Hokage's successor would inadvertently fall upon Tsukumo-senpai, even if this identity lacked universal acceptance. Many would instinctively regard him as a candidate for the next Hokage due to his accomplishments and reputation. The potential support garnered by an early candidate for Hokage is something I trust all of you understand. At this point, Beixuan couldn't help but jest, noting that if any of Konoha's exceptional shinobi appeared in other ninja villages, it would be a different story. If Watergate were to emerge as a genius in Iwagakure, Beixuan surmised that Noki would likely prepare a coffin for himself to signify his desire for Watergate to become the Tsuchikage. This also subtly highlighted Konoha's current prosperity, managing to maintain exceptional performance amidst internal strife and warfare. As the head of the Umbu, Tsukumo was well aware of the seedy underbelly of various villages. Yet he maintained a clear understanding of his own role. The Umbu was merely a blade, and could only serve as such. Hence, Tsukumo had never contemplated these matters deeply. Unexpectedly, today, such issues had found their way to him, and he cheerfully accepted them as an honor to carry daily. Thank you, Beixuan. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Tsukumo gazed steadfastly at Beixuan, reflecting that without Beixuan's warning, he might have remained blissfully ignorant while Kakashi's future could have faced dire circumstances. Time has accelerated. The narrative shifts to the training grounds of Konoha. Time flew by. Compress. Do you understand what compression means? Your water release technique couldn't even pierce your sister's skin. What have those tutors been teaching you? Due to Orochimaru's prolonged absence, Beixuan had been tasked by Tsunade with rigorously training Shina in water release techniques. After just 3 days of instruction, Beixuan began to suspect the true reason behind Orochimaru's seclusion. Beixuan summoned all his water-type Pokemon to assist in teaching Shina, yet he stubbornly struggled to grasp the more advanced water release techniques. It is worth noting that these techniques were bequeathed by Shinji Tobarama, and during the Fourth Great Ninja War, they showcased Tobarama's various forbidden techniques. While Watergate had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Shina, who inherited all of Tobarama's water release techniques, still lacked any notable title. The more Beixuan delved into Tobarama's techniques, the more he marveled at Tobarama's extraordinary abilities, leaving him perplexed about how Tobarama met his demise during the war. Presently, Watergate was virtually untouchable. Even if sealing techniques were employed against him, with the Uzumaki clan's legacy of sealing jutsu, Beixuan could not fathom who within the ninja world could surpass the Uzumaki's sealing capabilities. Moreover, it could be argued that most of the forbidden texts from the second Hokage revolved around sealing and summoning techniques, areas in which Shinju Tobarama excelled. What is this? This compression is too difficult. I can't comprehend what the water turtle is saying. And Shinedo's voice is too melodious. I couldn't focus on what was said. Shina, rubbing the bump on his head caused by Beixuan, could not help but protest, feeling that Beixuan was becoming increasingly harsh. Had living with his sister begun to influence him? Beixuan senpai, I've learned Chidori, but I still can't strike the target accurately. My vision is unclear. At this moment, a masked figure with white hair approached Beixuan, raising a bandaged hand in his direction. Once I teach you a sensory ninjutsu, that should resolve the issue. Where's Guy? Look at Kakashi. He has already grasped Chidori. Yet you can't even manage a simple water blade. Beixuan smiled at Kakashi and then playfully punched Shina, whose bump had subsided. Beixuan, I challenge you to a duel. Shina exclaimed, clutching his head, ready to leave with Kakashi when Beixuan shouted in response. Oh, is that so? Beixuan, grinning, slightly drew the enchanted sword from his waist. Eyeing Shina. Huh? Beixuan, did you call me? Wait a moment, I'm still learning. Water Turtle Sensei, is this how I compress the vortex? Shina, with a swirl of water coalescing in his hand, earnestly asked the sunglasses-wearing Water Turtle, who was sipping tea nearby. Shina-senpai is truly something else, thought 5-year-old Kakashi. Observing Shina's antics, somewhat speechless. Guy was already outrageous. He hadn't anticipated that Shina-senpai would also behave this way. From a young age, he has been like this, however. Do not underestimate him. Presently, aside from some minor details, the strength of SHJu is such that Kakashi would take a considerable time to catch up to his shadow. Let us go and see Kai. With a smile, Beixuan ruffled Kakashi's hair and shook his head at SHJu, who had begun to slack off again in the training field after Beixuan's departure. Kakashi, now 5 years old, was at the age when he graduated to become a ninja in the original story. Due to the recent war, the enrollment age for the ninja academy in the village has been lowered by 1 year, allowing children to enter at 5. In other words, this white-haired boy with dead fish eyes has just enrolled and already graduated. Is that so? Then, how strong are you now, senior? Kakashi asked earnestly, recalling what his father had said about Beixuan being the strongest in the village. Me? Perhaps as strong as 3 or 4 floors high. I haven't fought anyone in a long time, so I'm not quite sure. Hey, Kai, did you secretly add more weight again? I told you to practice chakra control first and master that brute strength. Are you trying to get yourself beaten? Kakashi observed thoughtfully as Beixuan angrily lifted Kai by the collar and spanked him. Beixuan, be gentle. The bruises from yesterday haven't even healed yet. Kakashi, help. I told you to call me uncle. Have you forgotten that your uncle is a medical ninja? No worries. I will heal you first before punishing you. Do you even understand how precious brute strength is, you little rascal? Is this truly the strongest in Konoha, as my father mentioned? Kakashi silently watched Beixuan, who was both treating and chastising Kai. Chapter 80. I have a Pokemon in my shadow. After disciplining Kai, Beixuan instructed Kakashi and Kai to stand properly. I heard from Kai that you wish to graduate early? Beixuan glanced at Kakashi sideways. Currently, Kakashi holds quite a reputation in Konoha. He had already defeated his teacher in a practical class shortly after enrolling and had also cut down many trees on the back mountain due to skipping class to practice the techniques Beixuan had taught him. The academy does not offer me much improvement. Besides Kai, I cannot even be outmatched by the teachers. I feel there is no need to remain in school, especially with Beixuan senpai guiding me. Stop. While I may teach you ninjutsu, I have no intention of taking you on as a disciple. Nor do I wish to take any disciples at all. I taught you Chidori simply because the technique suits you. However, I do not know how senpai has discussed early graduation with you. Yet, for you, it would be better to stay at the Ninja Academy. If you graduate early, you will immediately be assigned to various missions. The improvement in strength will not be significantly faster than what you could achieve now. It merely involves getting accustomed to the bloodshed of the ninja world. So, it would be wise to remain in school to hone your ninjutsu and illusions. When you graduate normally, you will have Minato as your guiding jonin. By then, if your strength is sufficient, you may even get to experience some challenging missions. rather than those mundane weeding tasks. Do you understand? Cutting off Kakashi's next words, Beixuan advised him, jokingly stating he had no intention of taking on disciples. For one cannot haphazardly gather apprentices in the ninja world. Hearing this, Kakashi pondered, realizing that Beixuan's words rang true. After becoming a ninja, he would indeed be faced with a myriad of tedious tasks. I understand. Thank you, Beixuan-senpai. Well then, you two should train on your own. I must return. As it seems Minato has come back from training. Kai, if I sense you running again without practicing your brute strength, I will come back to punish you. With that, Beixuan vanished before the two. Kai, having had his thoughts laid bare, immediately deflated. Practicing brute strength is such a hassle. It lacks the invigorating sensation of running with weights. The application of brute strength requires meticulous chakra control, and Kai's talent in this regard is somewhat lacking, though Beixuan occasionally boosts his vitality to enhance his physical attributes. Nevertheless, Kai still finds running with weights to be far more enjoyable. After silently cursing Kai, Kakashi drew out the small knife strapped to his back and began to practice his swings. Having grown up together, Kakashi was well aware of the weight Kai carried. It was no exaggeration to say he could not walk 100 meters with that burden. As Beixuan entered the courtyard of the Senju clan, he spotted Minato and Kushina embracing each other. Is it really necessary to be so affectionate after just a few months apart? Beixuan remarked with a roll of his eyes while accepting a cup of tea from the attentive attendant. What do you know? You spend every day cozying up to Tsunade, and I haven't said anything about it. Is it wrong for us to enjoy a moment of intimacy after so long? Do you have a problem with that? Kushina had inherited the fiery personality of her character from the original story, and her temper only seemed to grow with age. All right, Kushina, Minato said sheepishly, trying to placate her. Have you successfully mastered sage techniques during this time? Were you just visiting SHU for training? I didn't run into you. Sipping his tea, Beixuan looked at Minato, who was beginning to embody the fourth Hokage's essence, and smiled, wondering why he hadn't asked about Tsunade. It was obvious she was currently at the gambling den. Humph, sage techniques are nothing special. My Minato can handle it with ease. Why not let him learn your sage techniques rather than the toad's? Thankfully, Minato's sage mode merely adds to my shadow. If he turned into a toad, it would be quite terrifying. Before Minato could respond, Kushina interjected, clearly displeased with Minato's training at Mount Maiboku, especially after their months apart. Kushina and Minato's relationship had progressed much earlier than in the original story, largely due to the presence of Beixuan and Tsunade's encouragement, further aided by Beixuan's subtle push. As for SHU, it could be said that while the Vortex clan's fight had been resolved, SHU remained oblivious, treating their relationship more like that of brothers than lovers. The expansion of the Senju clan would have to rely on Tsunade and Beixuan. My sage mode requires the Golden Light spell to enter its true form, and as Minato is the contract holder of Mount Maiboku, he is certainly more suited for their sage techniques. Humph. Kushina merely grumbled, letting out a huff before leading Pikachu away from the two, knowing that Beixuan and Minato likely had matters to discuss that she found less interesting. Long time no see, Minato. Has the prophecy from the Toad Sage changed? Before Minato set off for training at Mount Maiboku, Beixuan had asked him to inquire if the Toad Sage could foresee the future. It has changed. On the boundless earth, a boy with azure eyes calls out the names of tailed beasts, the moon falls, and an unprecedented war unfolds. As a terrifying dragon from another world disrupts the tranquility of the ninja realm. Beixuan, can you comprehend this? Is the child of prophecy that Jiraiya-sensei has long sought truly capable of saving the ninja world from the impending upheaval? Minato's expression darkened with worry. The absurdity of the prophecy weighed heavily on him. Could the ninja world survive if the moon were to fall from the sky? You are the future fourth Hokage. Namake's Minato. What is there to fear? Besides, you have me. Gengar. How long will you hide? After comforting Minato, Beixuan called out to Minato's shadow. Soon, a plump purple figure leapt out. The Gengar now bore the same shadow as the sage techniques of Mount Maiboku. With a leap, Gengar executed a perfect landing but immediately hid behind Minato, trembling as he glanced nervously at Beixuan's shadow. What is going on, Gengar? But Beixuan, are you sure Gengar won't be discovered by the Toad Sage? I have a feeling he's particularly strong, even if he seems a bit daft. Seeing Gengar's terrified expression, Minato instinctively assumed he was just playing around and patted Gengar's head, addressing Beixuan. In my shadow resides a Pokemon, perhaps startled by its presence. However, there is nothing to fear from Gungue, as he is one of our companions and will not harm you. His ability to conceal himself is likely beyond your detection. Even if you were to notice, it would pose no threat, would it? Beixuan approached and gently patted Gung Gui's head, offering him comfort before turning to speak with Watergate. Beixuan remained curious about the sage mode of my Bokuzan, yet with the inheritance from the Wetbone Forest. He found himself unable to enter my Bokuzan, nor would Watergate be able to divulge its secrets. The sacred places such techniques are sealed and cannot be learned haphazardly. Thus, Beixuan devised a plan for Gung Gui to stealthily learn from within Watergate's shadow, subsequently entrusting the analysis of my Bokuzan's sage mode to Metagross and Alakazam. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Beixuan now had an extraordinary research team dedicated to ninjutsu under his command. Chapter 81, Nine Tails. Kurama. While Watergate and Beixuan were engaged in discussion, Kushina sat on her bed, visibly troubled. Watergate had grown increasingly powerful, and Kushina found herself lacking in skills beyond sealing techniques. She could not even utilize the Rasengan. Could she truly accompany him outside of Konoha in such a state? Having never experienced combat, Kushina gazed at the sealing technique inscribed on her palm in a daze. Are you bewildered? All you need to do is accept my power, and neither Beixuan nor your Watergate will stand a chance against you. Power? Indeed, unmatched power. Are you trying to deceive a child? Being bound. You should be more compliant. Suddenly, Kurama felt the chains binding him tighten, pulling at his tail. Wait, do you not desire power? I am the Nine Tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts. As the sensation of being pulled intensified, Kurama roared in anger. Who cares for your power? Be silent. Irritated, Kushina formed a hand seal, summoning a chain to bind Kurama's mouth. Beixuan, conversing with Watergate, abruptly turned his gaze toward Kushina's room. What's wrong? Is something amiss with Kushina? It's nothing. Kurama just stirred a bit. I have a few matters to discuss with him. Please, go in and bring Kushina to the back mountain. It's the perfect opportunity to resolve her issues with Kurama. Understanding Watergate's concern for Kushina, Beixuan offered reassurance to prevent him from rushing into her room. He then vanished before Watergate, only to reappear in a tranquil spot in the back mountain of Konoha. The remnants of charred grass and half-burned bamboo skewers indicated that someone had indeed come here for a picnic. Within 5 minutes of leaning against a tree, Watergate and Kushina appeared before Beixuan. Beixuan, Watergate said you have a way to make Kurama obey? Is it true? As soon as she arrived, Kushina eagerly inquired, for this was crucial to her desire to leave the village with Watergate. That is not true. Whether Kurama listens depends on you. However, I can offer some insignificant assistance. To truly harness the power of a tailed beast, one must gain its acknowledgement, much like Naruto did. Otherwise, it would merely be a forced extraction of Kurama's chakra, failing to maximize his potential. Come on, I thought you had discovered some extraordinary sealing technique. Kurama never listens to me and only urges me to release him. Kushina, let us allow Beixuan to try. We won't know unless we attempt it. Watergate, gripping Kushina's shoulders, briefly conversed with her and quickly understood why Kurama's chakra had become volatile. Let us go see our Lord Nine Tails together. Beixuan placed his hand on Watergate and Kushina's shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, their consciousnesses appeared within Kurama's sealing space. Kushina, your taste is quite peculiar. Watergate, you may have a tough time ahead. Observing Kurama bound in chains, Beixuan couldn't help but jest. What? This is Grandma Mito's seal. It merely employs my adamantine sealing technique. You, on the other hand, have such strange proclivities. Watergate merely blushed momentarily, while Kushina transformed into a furious shade of red, pointing angrily at Beixuan. Kurama, noticing the trio, glared with wide eyes, but his mouth was restricted by chains, preventing him from speaking. Kushina, your temper is certainly escalating, but at least loosen the chains on Kurama's mouth. I wish to converse with him. It must be said, an irate Kushina was quite fearsome, rivaling Tsunade. Humph, but is Kurama even a fitting name for the Nine Tails? It sounds dreadful. Despite her words, Kushina reached out to perform the hand seal, releasing the bindings from Kurama's mouth. Kushina, you are not suited to be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, regardless of Watergate or otherwise. However, I wish to convey that Kurama can become a friend. Beixuan approached Kurama, gazing into the astonished eyes of the tailed beast. I believe this marks our first meeting, yet I have witnessed you numerous times throughout a child's growth. Beixuan smiled as he stood before Kurama. How do you know my name? Kurama stared silently at Beixuan, his expression devoid of the usual hatred and anger. He sensed a sentiment within Beixuan that he had never encountered before in humans. Kindness, a benevolent intent towards tailed beasts. Beixuan did not respond, but instead crouched and lightly touched the ground, a golden light barrier composed of sealing techniques forming to shield Watergate and Kushina behind him. As for me, I learned of you through the tale of a boy growing into the strongest, a rather proud fox, haha. After speaking, Beixuan couldn't contain his laughter, only to suddenly quiet and gaze at Kurama. Oh, did my future perish? I never imagined a tailed beast could die, haha. To Beixuan's surprise, Kurama chuckled in response. What are you laughing about? I haven't said anything yet. Kurama's laughter took Beixuan aback, causing him to forget the multitude of thoughts he had prepared. He stared blankly at Kurama, recalling that the tailed beast lacked any ability to read memories. Hey, kid. If you know me so well, you should be aware that I possess the ability to sense others' intentions, good or evil, though I do not recognize you. It feels as though I have known you for a long time, yet I refuse to acknowledge being a proud fox. Are you not afraid that my illusions may have created this delusion? Moreover, how do you know your future is doomed? That has no relation to good or evil. Beixuan approached and sat beneath the suspended Kurama, looking up at him. Humph, can you get that stinky brat outside to loosen these chains? And why are you beneath me? Instead of answering Beixuan's questions, Kurama began thrashing wildly, glaring down at him in fury. Just a moment. Realizing that this manner of conversation was less than ideal, Beixuan flew to a level equal to Kurama, placing his palm upon him. Chapter 82. Speak your plan. As chakra flowed from Beixuan's hand, the chains binding Kurama began to loosen until they completely vanished. Kurama, upon being released, landed on the ground. The moment he touched down, Kushina, who had been waiting somewhat impatiently, noticed the change in her expression. My adamant sealing technique has been undone. What is Beixuan up to? Kushina gazed in terror at a blurred barrier of sealing techniques, her entire body trembling. Even though this was still within the confines of Konoha, she could not shake her fear. She trusted Beixuan, for he never undertook actions without certainty. Upon hearing her distress, Minato broke into a cold sweat, yet he simply placed a reassuring hand on Kushina's shoulder, his gaze fixated on the shimmering barrier. Although he could not fathom why Beixuan had erected this barrier to obstruct him, nor why he had unsealed the Nine Tails, he remained steadfast in his belief in Beixuan. Inside the barrier, the Nine Tails, now upright and seated cross-legged before Beixuan, regarded him with mockery. You unsealed me, yet you fear I might escape and wreak havoc upon Konoha? The QB's tone was teasing, yet there was no hint of hostility in his demeanor. You cannot defeat me, he scoffed. Am I to believe that my future demise is tied to your salvation, or is it connected to the child you spoke of? Despite his reluctance to concede, Beixuan emanated a peculiar aura that was undeniably stronger than his own, even surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths, though it seemed somewhat incomplete. Let us set aside those matters for now. I am curious how you are aware of your future demise. Surely, you cannot truly sense my thoughts? Beixuan's curiosity was piqued. Could the Nine Tails possess such a plethora of abilities? No, it is merely that you regard me with a look of regret, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Despite having no recollection of me, you are the first human I have encountered who gazes upon me without malice or fear, and with kindness. Furthermore, it seems I cannot best you, so I am willing to sit down and converse. As for your claim that you can influence my judgment through illusions, while I may be susceptible to illusions, discerning right from wrong is instinctual for me. Not even the Sage of Six Paths can deceive my perception. The Nine Tails regarded Beixuan with a look of contemplation. I see. It is fortunate you are willing to converse. I anticipated a confrontation instead, which would have been far more taxing. I am Beixuan. Though there are many matters I cannot disclose, you, QB, will one day encounter a human who will wholeheartedly accept you. You shall become partners, willing to entrust your lives to one another. He is indeed the child spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths, a child conceived by Kushina and Minato, inheriting Ashura's chakra. Upon hearing this, Beixuan fell silent, his gaze lingering on the Nine Tails. The future he spoke of had never been shared with Tsunade or Minato, yet the sight of the Nine Tails compelled him to reveal it. It was not that Beixuan wished to conceal anything from Tsunade. He would still risk his life to save her should she face danger. However, this future was burdensome. Even a being as formidable as Beixuan felt the pressure to continue growing stronger, knowing that the Tsutsuki posed a threat far greater than they appeared, including an undisclosed Tsutsuki deity. Tsunade need not bear this burden alongside him. Beixuan understood that should she learn of the impending changes, Tsunade would no longer be the carefree woman. Instead, she would likely strive relentlessly to aid Beixuan. This was not the outcome Beixuan desired. He wished for Tsunade to simply enjoy her life and indulge herself. Shall we fist bump, Beixuan? I believe you are familiar with this gesture. The Nine Tails extended his fist towards Beixuan, awaiting a response. Oh, But I am not your Jinchuriki. Beixuan replied, eyeing the outstretched fist with unexpected anticipation. Reminiscent of a scene from the original narrative. Very well, but in doing so, I shall glimpse parts of your inner self. And you may absorb some of the negative emotions that linger within me. However, I suspect those feelings will serve as a delightful feast for the entity within you. Beixuan was taken aback, realizing the Ninetales could sense the malign spirit residing within him. This spirit, rather than being an intrinsic part of Beixuan, was more accurately a manifestation within the cursed blade, Senbenzakura. Beixuan found it tedious to supply life force daily, allowing the malevolent spirit to enter his body and absorb energy. The vitality produced by the blue-silver royal soul bone could easily sustain several malevolent entities. So, shall we? Why not? Thus, two beings, one human. One beast, who had never met before, shared a fist bump as if they were old friends. Is this what Naruto experiences? It seems the Ninetales has quite the tragic tale. Is this your burden? Truly terrifying. As they sensed fragments of each other's inner worlds, the malevolent spirit within Beixuan revealed itself, voraciously consuming the black and crimson chakra emanating from both the Ninetales and Beixuan. Outside, the cursed blade, Senbenzakura, trembled, its entire form radiating a gentle purple glow. Soon, the malevolent spirit finished its feast and retreated back into Beixuan's body, and the two beings released their fists. Now, let us discuss your plans, Beixuan. I never anticipated you would so thoroughly best that wretched Tanuki. The Ninetales chuckled heartily after retracting his fist. The barrier shielding Minato and Kushina gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the Ninetales and Beixuan. Minato immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Kushina, watching the Ninetales with vigilance. Humph, on account of Beixuan. I have no interest in attacking you two. The Ninetales scoffed, noting their wariness. Relax, the Ninetales is one of us now. Beixuan reassured them with a smile as he approached. Did you learn a particularly powerful illusion to control the Ninetales, or is it a unique sealing technique? Do share. As Beixuan drew closer, Kushina whispered to him, her voice barely audible, yet clearly heard by all present. The esteemed Ninetales, Kushina merely enjoys jesting. My apologies, Minato said, awkwardly covering Kushina's mouth, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and concern regarding her choice of words. I am not so petty. Just refrain from binding me with that technique in the future. The Ninetales shot an incredulous glance at Minato, who, upon hearing Beixuan's declaration of the Ninetales as an ally, felt his previously faint hostility transform into goodwill. Rest assured, Lord Ninetales, Kushina will no longer do so. The current Lord Ninetales is now an ally of Kushina. Should you require anything, feel free to speak with either me or Kushina, Minato said, releasing his hold on Kushina's mouth and gently squeezing her hand. My apologies, Kyubi. Right? I should not have spoken so rashly. Remembering her past habit of binding the Ninetales with chains when upset, Kushina's face flushed crimson. Realizing no one had suggested she become friends with the Ninetales. The wicked whirlpool Kushina, I shall not forgive you easily. The Ninetales adopted a phrase from Beixuan's memories, recalling how he often referred to others in such a manner, particularly a certain white-haired individual who used it to address the Uchiha clan. Despite his disdain for the Uchiha, the Ninetales found unexpected satisfaction in uttering the phrase aloud. What? Kyubi, I have apologized. Why do you still call me the wicked whirlpool Kushina? Kushina, calm down. The Ninetales is now an ally. Minato gently reassured her as Kushina's indignation flared once more, his hand still on her shoulder. All right, the matter is resolved. So let's head out. From now on, Kushina should interact well with Kurama. I believe you two will surely become friends. Ha ha ha. Then, farewell, Kurama. Beixuan waved his hand and then grasped Kushina and Minato's shoulders, vanishing into the ceiling space in an instant. However, a sly expression appeared on the face of the Ninetales, who remained seated. As they returned to reality, Kushina immediately reached to touch her belly, her face filled with disbelief. The seal is truly gone? The Ninetales hasn't emerged. Beixuan sighed at Kushina's foolishness. In her mind, it was impossible for her to ever gain the Ninetales' approval, as she viewed the creature solely as the culprit preventing her from living a normal life. Yet, this also indirectly highlighted Naruto's terrifying nature. Although the influence of Ashura's chakra might play a role, Beixuan mused that if he were treated in such a manner, he would have swiftly transformed into a mess. Then, with the integration of yin-yang chakra into the Rasengan, and a sprinkle of natural energy, he could set off a firecracker in Konoha, allowing the entire village to experience flight. However, despite not receiving the Ninetales' approval, Kushina should still be able to utilize the regular Sage mode, as the Ninetales currently does not restrict her use of his chakra. That's merely because I, the old man, am unwilling to fuss over her. Otherwise, that little brat would never be able to use even a bit of my chakra. Just as Beixuan pondered over Kushina, Kurama's voice resonated from within Beixuan, a voice that both Kushina and Minato could hear. What the heck? How did you end up on me? No, wait. You merely projected your thoughts and formed a new body using my chi, yet I feel absolutely nothing. Beixuan exclaimed in surprise as he examined his body. Logically, it was impossible for him not to feel anything when the Ninetales entered him. The dual cultivation allowed Beixuan to maintain an extraordinary grasp over his body. Yet Kurama's entry was not through chakra infusion, but rather a mingling of consciousness during their fist bump. Simultaneously, it latched onto the chi within Beixuan, assimilating it as his own power while still resembling Beixuan's internal chi. How did the Great Fox end up on you? No, wait, the Great Fox is still on me. Kushina, somewhat confused, sensed that the Ninetales still lay at rest, seemingly asleep. Humph, my methods are beyond the comprehension of mere humans like you. However, Beixuan, you actually master yin-yang release. No, the principles behind this power are even more formidable than yin-yang release. The Ninetales, composed entirely of chi within Beixuan, continuously drew upon the chi in Beixuan to replenish his body, while the blue-silver Imperial Spirit Bone ceased supplying life force to the evil spirit and redirected it to the Ninetales instead. You just hopped onto my body without a word. How rude, Kurama. Despite saying this, Beixuan persistently transmitted chi to Kurama, simultaneously unlocking the Yang seal on his forehead. Entering Sage mode, the infusion of the Ninetales' power now included an exceptionally pure, golden-hued natural energy. Haha, I am a tailed beast. I have never heard of courtesy. However, this energy is far more amusing than chakra. Rest assured, I want to take advantage of you. Once this body forms, I'll let you experience being a special Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. You seem to quite enjoy that chakra connection with me. No, in other words, this body should master the chi mode. Gathering this thing on your own is somewhat challenging. As he spoke, the chi-formed Ninetales enveloped itself in a familiar golden glow. Did you pay the copyright fee before playing around? Beixuan silently observed the Ninetales, which was altering the golden glow on its claws, forgetting that he had once stubbornly transformed to show off upon acquiring the golden light spell. I must concentrate on consolidating this body. Let that little brat use her chakra freely. After all, most of the negative emotions have been consumed by my neighbor. Hey, this chi keeps getting better. I wonder how you managed to create it. As he spoke, Beixuan's vision darkened, and his thoughts were pulled back to the outside world. Frowning, Beixuan covered his Dantian position. Although he could choose not to come out, Kurama's lack of courtesy truly infuriated him. Beixuan, are you all right? Minato asked, observing Beixuan's displeasure with concern, wondering if something had happened with the Ninetales, given that the voice had emerged from Beixuan's body. I'm fine. I was just irritated by a rude fellow. Let us go home. By the way, has Fugaka caught up with Makoto? He should have, right? Kushina, more familiar with the situation, responded, I just got back. Why are you asking me? He, curious, huh? The group did not utilize the Flying Thunder God to return directly, but instead leisurely strolled towards the Senju clan's territory, accompanying the now much more relaxed Kushina. The existence of the Ninetales had brought Kushina considerable distress and pressure, which had now completely dissipated. This also made Kushina look forward to the days of undertaking missions and adventures with Minato, as she had not ventured out of the village since arriving in Konoha. Furthermore, she had often been under surveillance by the Umbu. Although they were ultimately driven away by Beixuan, that lingering sense of being watched would occasionally resurface. Now, however, she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having exhausted all her pocket money, returned home to find the empty courtyard, a question mark appearing on her forehead. Chapter 84. Is Kushina brain dead? In the land of rain, Jiraiya quietly gazed out at the heavy rain, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, we're back. An excited shout broke Jiraiya's reverie. He turned to see the three young ones, who had grown considerably. Initially, Jiraiya had intended to teach them for only 3 years, as he had other disciples as well. However, upon receiving Beixuan's message, he decided to stay an additional 2 years. Although Jiraiya was unaware of how Beixuan had learned about Nagato possessing the Rinnegan, he chose to heed Beixuan's advice and continued to care for them. However, the curriculum had expanded to include more philosophical teachings. Jiraiya-sensei, are you leaving? Conan, who had just entered the house with a beaming smile, sensed Jiraiya's complex emotions. Well, You all should know that your teacher is a ninja of Konoha, right? I feel somewhat guilty about your senior brother, so. Jiraiya scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for how to convey his departure to them, as Conan had seen through him. An awkward silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of Conan's tears hitting the floor, drowned out by the rain. Sighing at the sight, Jiraiya gently ruffled Conan's hair and placed an origami flower before her. Conan, you are the most thoughtful and understanding among the three of you. Ultimately, I am a ninja of Konoha, and it is time for me to return. Besides, your senior brother is likely missing me as well. This is a flower made by your teacher's own hands. Although it cannot compare to your craftsmanship, it is the first flower I successfully folded. Jiraiya smiled at Conan, whose face was streaked with tears, raising the flower. Conan, sobbing, reached out to accept the paper flower, prompting Jiraiya to gently embrace the three of them. Yahiko, the road to peace is fraught with difficulties, but you must persevere. Nagato, the use of power is determined by your heart. Do not let it cloud your vision. Conan, I leave the two troublemakers to you. I believe you can take good care of yourself and them. After briefly imparting his wishes to the trio, Jiraiya picked up his belongings and slowly walked into the rain. Soon, amidst the torrential downpour, only a silhouette could be seen waving back at the three. In the small cabin, the three little ones watched silently with tears in their eyes as the figure gradually faded into the rain. So, you actually released the seal of the Nine Tails? You truly have some audacity. If the person in the Hokage office found out, it would surely cause quite a stir. While chewing on the snacks brought back by Beixuan, Tsunade remarked with exasperation. That is no trivial matter. It is the Nine Tails, which even my great-grandfather deemed too powerful to remain unsealed. Only Beixuan would dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Tension is one thing. It is not as if he is the Jinchuriki. Beixuan rested his chin on his hand, quietly observing Tsunade as she ate, seemingly indifferent. TSK. I wonder if SH Moku has any thoughts about this couple's antics? Tsunade glanced at the duo nearby, feeding fish, and inquired of Beixuan. Let us be realistic. Expecting SH Moku to branch out is less likely than us having several children. This fool, I wonder. Beixuan closed his eyes, sensing the ninjutsu as it unfolded. A purple eye opened in the Konoha training ground, sweeping across the area before finally locking onto SH Moku and Uzumaki White. At that moment, SH Moku was surrounded by swirling water, continuously drilling into the shell of a water bullet turtle, while Uzumaki White stood by, cheering him on. Sigh, what a waste. Beixuan dispelled the technique and shook his head at Tsunade. He could not comprehend why SH Moku attempted to slack off in his presence, while Uzumaki White practiced diligently when he was around. Jiraiya will be back soon. Perhaps he can take SH Moku under his wing for a while. Tsunade buried her face in her hands, not wanting SH Moku to associate with Jiraiya, but she had no other options. The only time he seemed to grasp anything was when he was fooling around with Jiraiya. Yet, after a few laps on the battlefield with Minato, he returned to his foolishness, having learned nothing of Minato's charm. Time is running out, and his return as a missing nin could help Minato ascend to the Hokage position, alleviating some concerns for the third. Only Jiraiya, as a Hokage's disciple, could get away with such behavior. Had it been anyone else, they would be labeled as a rogue ninja. In the original narrative, the second son was marked as a defector for failing to report his exit from the village, leading to Tsunade issuing a pursuit order. Konoha maintained stringent control over its ninjas. Without approval and orders, leaving the village is not taken lightly. Even Beixuan had reported to the third before venturing to the grass village on an errand when Kakashi turned 3. It is not that one cannot leave without reporting. Rather, it is to avoid unnecessary complications, as Beixuan must remain stable in Konoha, especially with Minato yet to become Hokage. If he were to act recklessly with his strength, the cultivation of the golden light spell would undoubtedly slow, deviating from the path of practice. While conversing with Tsunade, Beixuan suddenly noticed a flash of light beside him. Turning to see Kushina had transformed into a small golden figure. Your golden light spell? No, that is the Nine Tails chakra. Goodness, has she lost her mind? Tsunade was momentarily stunned by the golden aura surrounding Kushina before quickly rising from her seat, dumbfounded by Kushina's actions. Releasing the Nine Tails chakra within the village. Has she truly lost her wits? As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office immediately recognized the familiar chakra, his expression tightening as he summoned all the Umbu. Soon, the Senju clan was surrounded, and upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina realized she might have done something foolish, promptly retracting the chakra into her body. Minato, why didn't you stop her? I didn't have the chance. Minato silently recalled Kushina mentioning she had seemingly mastered a strange technique and realized he hadn't intervened in time. Tsunade, why has the Nine-Tails chakra suddenly erupted? Sarutobi, donned in combat attire, landed in the Senju compound's courtyard, bewildered by the calm scene. What happened to the eruption of a Nine-Tails? Kushina had just been testing her newfound control over the Nine-Tails chakra. Noticing Tsunade's reluctance to address the third, Beixuan stepped forward to clarify. I see. Just refrain from causing an outburst within the village next time. It is rather inappropriate. Sarutobi, aware of his unpopularity, glanced at Tsunade, who was engrossed in her meal, dismissed the surrounding umbu, and departed from the Senju compound with a forlorn demeanor. This scene did not escape Tsunade's notice, yet she remained remarkably composed, as if watching this unfold was less significant than savoring another dumpling. Chapter 85, The White-Haired Peeping Tom After School, having completed today's training. Kakashi and Guy were heading to the Senju compound. Following each training session, Beixuan would instill vitality into them. Initially, it was solely to enhance Guy's physicality. But with one more participant, Kakashi also joined in. Then, Kakashi spotted a lewd figure leaning against the wall of a hot spring inn, drooling and grinning foolishly. And to make matters worse, this person shared his white hair. Guy, look over there. Kakashi tugged at Guy, who was walking on his hands, urging him to notice the peeping pervert. Is that a pervert? This scene is far from youthful. Kakashi, let us teach that pervert a lesson together. Guy, upon spotting the foolish figure, immediately discarded his weights and charged ahead without waiting for Kakashi's response. Boom. The sound of the weights hitting the ground was deafening, catching Jiraiya off guard as he turned to see a foot growing larger in front of his face. Danger. That fool, Guy? Realizing Guy had already charged forward, Kakashi reluctantly placed his backpack atop the discarded weights and sprinted toward the white-haired voyeur. Sensing the impending danger, Jiraiya leaped away just in time, while Guy's foot slammed against the wall of the hot spring inn. Boom. A section of the outer wall collapsed instantly. Countless cries erupted from the patrons inside, jolted by the sudden chaos. As the dust from the fallen wall settled, those inside could finally discern the situation outside. 2 children and a familiar white-haired peeping Tom. Among the children, the one with the green watermelon head rushed toward the white-haired voyeur, visibly enraged. It was clear to the patrons of the hot spring inn who the real peeper was, but they hadn't anticipated his audacity to demolish the wall. Is that Tsunade's monstrous strength? No, it resembles a technique akin to monstrous strength but seemingly not mastered. How long has it been since I last saw these brats? Observing the young Guy and the wary Kakashi beside him, coupled with the insults ringing in his ears, Jiraiya felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Run. Realizing the peril, Jiraiya immediately activated the body flicker technique to escape the scene. The white-haired peeping Tom is fleeing. Kakashi, let us chase after him. Wait, Guy. At that speed, we cannot catch up. Let us go back and find Senior Beixuan. Kakashi, calmly assessing the now empty street where Jiraiya had vanished, concluded that such a speed was beyond what he and Guy could handle. Right. Let us find Uncle Beixuan. He will surely be able to apprehend that pervert. But Kakashi, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Guy, noticing Kakashi's flushed face, immediately grew concerned. I'm fine. I just thought we encountered an enemy, so I got a bit tense. Unconsciously glancing at the now empty hot spring inn, Kakashi brushed off Guy's hand and replied with a hint of anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently regarded the downcast Jiraiya before him. Initially, he had intended to reprimand his overly carefree disciple upon his return, but after witnessing the preceding scene, he suddenly found himself unsure of whether to scold him. Having just returned to the village, rather than seeking him out to register, I chose instead to indulge in a surreptitious observation, only to be caught in the act by 2 students. Jiraiya, do you have anything to say? Ahem. I will go apologize to the boss and offer compensation. Jiraiya intended to argue that he was merely gathering material, but upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inscrutable expression, he immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault. Well, you shall handle this matter yourself. Jiraiya, you are no longer a child. It is time you exhibit some decorum. This position will one day require your stewardship. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his cigarette and spoke in a somewhat somber tone. Old man, I have no desire to occupy that position. It's still Orochimaru, isn't it? At the very least, there is Tsunade. Besides, I believe my disciple, Minato, is quite exceptional. Ha ha. What about you, old man? Jiraiya initially regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain, then burst into laughter. However, as laughter subsided, He noticed the melancholy etched on Saratobi's face. Such an emotion had never been witnessed on the face of this formidable ninja. What had transpired in the village during his absence? All right, you must be weary after your journey back to Konoha. Go rest. Saratobi waved his hand dismissively and returned to his paperwork. Jiraiya, who had more questions, observed Saratobi's indifference and silently exited. The office was left with only Saratobi, who continued to smoke, murmuring softly as he perused his documents. Orochimaru, Tsunade. The documents in Saratobi's hands detailed the activities of Orochimaru within the Senju clan's territory. Beixuan was imparting vitality to two small beings while listening to their accounts of the white-haired voyeur. It was evident without speculation that the watermelon-headed individual they referred to was indeed Jiraiya. Truly, he had not changed at all. Suddenly, it seemed that Ju was better off not following him. Remaining somewhat aloof was perhaps wise. Tsunade, merely overhearing, quickly deduced the identity of the white-haired voyeur whom Guy and Kakashi had encountered. Meanwhile, Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Jiraiya was, after all, his mentor. Minato, you must not emulate your master's behavior. If you do, I shall have no choice but to discipline you myself, even without Kushina's assistance. Tsunade concluded with a threatening glare directed at Minato. Jiraiya's lecherous tendencies, alongside his relationship with the third Hokage, had undeniably contributed to the current predicament. Spare Minato. He is on the verge of breaking down. Ha ha ha, but I doubt Minato would dare imitate him. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina could very well hold her own against him. More importantly, I believe Minato would lack the courage to retaliate. Beixuan jested, for Kushina's temper was notoriously formidable. To this day, the moniker red-haired demon still circulated within Konoha, said to be a devil with crimson hair who delighted in zapping others with her electric powers, accompanied by a deceptively adorable yet fearsome creature. Interestingly, upon Beixuan's return, it seemed that a mix-up had occurred. Kushina had mistakenly electrocuted Hataki Sakumo, who had lodged a complaint for nearly 10 minutes. Humph, my Minato would never venture into such a place. If he did, I would simply ignore him. Kushina huffed. And upon witnessing this, Minato quickly attempted to appease her. Tsunade sighed quietly at the scene, pondering how Ju had failed to learn anything after being Minato's teammate for so long. Perhaps I should have this fellow teach Ju? Tsunade cast a fleeting, rosy glance at Beixuan, who was playfully tugging at her hand, and her mind drifted to the beautiful sea of flowers atop Hokage Rock, causing her heart to flutter. Chapter 86. Irika. The following day, invited by Fugaku, Minato and Beixuan were en route to the Uchiha clan's territory. As for why only Minato and Beixuan were present, Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, needed to maintain a facade of neutrality, while Ju had been sent off for training after receiving a punch from Tsunade. You ask about Tsunade? Ah, how vexing. Bring it on. This time, I'll win. At that moment, Tsunade was at the newly opened casino in Konoha, showcasing the ancestral gambling skills of the Senju clan. As for who owned the casino, Beixuan silently touched the sealing technique on his wrist designed for carrying money. Even Beixuan's swift earnings could not keep pace with Tsunade's extravagant spending. Thus, Beixuan had opened 2 casinos in Konoha, strategically located on the street belonging to Kushina, satisfying Tsunade's gambling cravings while continuously raking in profits. This casino was situated on one of Konoha's busiest streets, ensuring a constant influx of patrons. The security of Konoha's bustling avenues was beyond question, representing one of the village's primary sources of revenue. As Beixuan and Minato chatted while walking, Beixuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, prompting him to halt abruptly. Have you encountered an acquaintance? Minato followed Beixuan's gaze but saw no familiar faces. Ordinarily, anyone Beixuan recognized, he would too. Kind of an acquaintance. One must pay their respects, and many would need to do the same. Beixuan observed a small child nearby, his nose adorned with a peculiar mark. Minato was momentarily bewildered. Pay respects? Is that the kind of respect you're implying? Beixuan ignored Minato and approached Hade Irika, now of a similar age to Kakashi, and squatted beside him. After searching for quite a while, I couldn't determine Irika's exact age, so I set it to be roughly the same as Kakashi's. Given that many have speculated about the age gap between Kakashi and Irika, Beixuan's sudden appearance startled Irika's parents, but upon recognizing Beixuan's visage, they enthusiastically greeted him as Lord Beixuan. Greetings, are you Irika? Beixuan smiled gently at the frightened little boy. Yes, I am the ninja, Hade Irika. Although Irika did not recognize Beixuan, he had heard his parents refer to this handsome older brother as Lord. No need to fear. I harbor no ill intentions. I have come to present you with a gift. Here it is. A blue scroll was extended toward Irika by Beixuan, who wore a cheerful smile. Is this a ninjutsu scroll? Is it for me? Irika gazed at the scroll in Beixuan's hand with excitement, yet he hesitated to reach out. Instead, watching Beixuan with eager eyes. Yes, this is a signature ninjutsu of the older brother beside me. Once you master it, you will become quite formidable. However, I have placed a seal on this scroll. It can only be opened when you are about to graduate. As Beixuan spoke, he gently patted Irika's shoulder. A sealing technique imbuing the boy's shoulder before vanishing. Yes, thank you, Lord Beixuan. And thank you to this older brother. I will strive to become a ninja like Lord Beixuan. Clutching the scroll, Irika's eyes glistened with tears of joy, and just as he was about to say more, he realized that Beixuan and Minato had already vanished from his sight. Were it not for the scroll in his hand, Irika might have thought it all a dream. The two departed, nearing the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. That child from earlier? You wouldn't want to know, and it's improbable that anything will transpire. Are you reluctant to part with the Rasengan? But remember to treat that child well once you become Hokage. Beixuan chuckled as he draped an arm over Minato's shoulder, tousling the boy's spiky yellow hair. You still speak in such profound riddles, and besides, the Rasengan was originally your research. I was merely curious. We have arrived. Minato's smile remained radiant as he gazed at the Uchiha gates, greeting the two Uchiha sentinels standing guard before entering the clan's territory alongside Beixuan. Seated on tatami with Fugaku, both Beixuan and Minato regarded the wedding invitation on the table in silence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto poured tea, attending to them. You're getting married so soon? Beixuan stared in bewilderment at the invitation, recalling that Fugaku's pursuit of Makoto had hardly spanned a considerable length of time. Although it is known that the filial son from the original text also ventured onto the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, it seems rather hasty, does it not? Ah, Makoto is truly remarkable. To use Beixuan's words, she aims to avoid prolonged dreams during the night. Moreover, both of you must be eager to marry, am I correct? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled, having resolved a significant issue within the Uchiha clan, and now appeared to have completely diverged from the original narrative's grim demeanor. You're still too young. And would Kushina even agree to marry me? Minato's face flushed slightly. Usually a bright sun in the daylight, he would blush at the mere mention of his little tomato. TCH, if Kushina doesn't marry you, will she marry the heir? What nonsense are you thinking about? Tsunade would undoubtedly marry me. Who else could possibly support her? Observing Minato's bashfulness, Beixuan expressed disdain, proudly asserting his capability to sustain Tsunade, unlike a certain golden-haired fellow who relies on others. By the way, Makoto, how did you agree to Fugaku's pursuit? He currently resembles a clumsy dog, making it far too easy for him to succeed, does it not? Beixuan inquired with genuine curiosity, as Fugaku hardly struck one as a suave charmer. Uchiha Makoto, however, merely smiled in response. Upon reflection, it made sense. Although Uchiha Fugaku had transformed into an awkward figure, he was nonetheless the clan leader, possessing considerable strength and the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, capable of defeating the second strongest ninja in the future as depicted in the original text. As for his appearance, this could be overlooked, while no Uchiha is truly unattractive. Even Fugaku did not detract from their lineage's aesthetic. Thus, it seemed quite reasonable that Makoto would consent to marry Uchiha Fugaku when the time comes for our wedding. I humbly ask for your support, Makoto said cheerfully as she served tea to the group before gracefully exiting the room, leaving the space for the others. TSK, TSK, TSK. Makoto's domestic charm is something Minato can only dream of. With Kushina as his future wife, he is bound to be henpecked. Ha ha ha. Tsunade's teachings have certainly influenced Kushina. Initially intending to tease Minato, Beixuan fell silent, sipping his tea. Noticing the sudden quietude, Uchiha Fugaku felt a peculiar satisfaction. Reflecting on the fact that, though he could not match the prowess of these two formidable individuals, he had undoubtedly triumphed in the realm of spousal character. Naturally, Fugaku's mischievous thoughts did not escape Beixuan's perception. He silently contemplated the notion of Fugaku fathering several sons to assist Minato in the future, given that his lineage had proven quite remarkable. Chapter 87. The Malevolent Rebirth of Senju Tobarama Kumo Village. This is troublesome. How could Burubi suddenly resort to taking his own life with medication? And does this fool not realize that such a dose would merely allow the Eight Tails to escape? The third Reikage, scowled as he observed the rampaging eight tails in the stone forest, shouting angrily at the Tsuchikage nearby. The sealing team of Kumo Village continuously deployed chains formed from sealing techniques acquired from the Whirlpool Village, yet it appeared increasingly difficult to truly subdue the already rampaging eight tails. Since becoming the eight tails Jinchuriki, Barubi's sporadic outbursts had garnered considerable disdain from the villagers, despite his gentle disposition, as he likely wished to avoid facing their contempt. After the Tsuchikage voiced his thoughts, he fell into silence, recalling that Barubi had once been a remarkably cheerful individual, but everything had changed upon becoming the Eight Tails host. Moreover, the Tsuchikage introspectively acknowledged that he too seemed to instinctively distance himself from Barubi. You fools! Even as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Barubi remains one of our comrades. The third Reikage declared, his resolve ignited. It is now my responsibility to resolve the mess left by Barubi. With that, he removed his hat, his body crackling with lightning as he charged toward the eight tails. Lightning release, chakra mode. The Tsuchikage shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene. For while the third Reikage had always managed to suppress the eight tails during its rampages, this time was different. The eight tails had completely lost control, its true form unleashed. Soon, the Tsuchikage witnessed the third Reikage sever one of the eight tails' octopus-like legs with a single strike. That has taken care of. Originally, Orochimaru was responsible for this chaos. But as he has no reason to venture to Kumo, the plot has been adjusted to reflect Barubi's suicidal tendencies, which were hinted at in the original text. In the Wetbone Forest, Beixuan anxiously formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone beside him. He then extended his hand, channeling pure life energy into the clone's form. Kongjin, apologies for the confusion with Pokemon names, please bear with me. The silver-white Metagross, ever vigilant, immediately responded, and the various Pokemon prepared their energies to solidify the clone's presence. Now is the moment. Beixuan continued to weave hand seals, and a coffin emerged from the earth, a sight that filled the distant Reaper with delight. Reanimation Jutsu. Beixuan, this technique is rather sinister, remarked the nine tails within Beixuan, observing the jutsu with a smirk, surprised that someone wielding such potent energy would resort to such a method. Whether the technique is malevolent depends on its application. Now, do not slumber. Assist me in establishing a connection with the Pure Land. Beixuan retorted to the nine tails while calling out to his shadow. The coffin, seemingly about to retract due to an unsuitable sacrifice, was suddenly anchored by a peculiar force, gradually returning to the surface. As the coffin opened, a white-haired man clad in armor emerged, his face adorned with 3 red markings and a mask. Is this the reanimation jutsu? No, this is not the reanimation jutsu. It does not possess the life force that repels death. Senju Tobarama raised his hand, examining his cracked palms, quickly grasping the situation. However, he was perplexed by the unfamiliar power coursing through him, which was entirely different from what he expected from the reanimation jutsu. Hey, great-granduncle. How about you take a look at me first? Study your body for a while before delving deeper. Beixuan remarked, somewhat exasperated that the malevolent Senju Tobarama was too preoccupied with examining his own form. Is it the case that those with sharp intellect always gravitate toward inquiry when confronted with the unfamiliar? Great-granduncle, you are SH Tree? Though, if I recall correctly, SH Tree was rather unattractive in his youth, Senju Tobarama commented, glancing at Beixuan, only to find no memory of him, leading him to speculate whether he might be his grandson. Ahem, I am not SH Tree. Could you trouble the slug sage to summon Tsunade? Unsure of how to address Senju Tobarama, Beixuan ultimately decided to leave the matter in Tsunade's capable hands. Very well, replied the slug sage, intrigued by the experiments unfolding before him. Tsunade, little Tsunade, young man, did you use such a technique to summon me because Konoha is facing some trouble? No. Even if there is a problem, it should be my elder brother who is summoned for the reanimation jutsu. Furthermore, despite the environment having drastically changed, the multitude of peculiar creatures and the abundance of slugs indicated that this was indeed the Wetbone Forest. Young man, could you clarify the situation for me? Being in the Wetbone Forest suggested he was not an enemy, and recognizing Tsunade, Tobarama sensed the unusual power emanating from the peculiar beings surrounding him. With no chance of victory, these beings possess natural energy akin to my elder brothers, along with another strange energy. For the next step, I must raise the stakes. Tsunade, summoned by the slug sage, slammed her money onto the head of the silver-white Metagross, exclaiming loudly, massive, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Tsunade snapped back to reality, observing the various Pokemon surrounding her, along with her great-granduncle and Beixuan, who were both silently observing her. Wait, great-granduncle. Tsunade stared blankly at the reanimated Senju Tobarama. With a swift motion, he stuffed the bills in his pocket and silently approached the two, extending his hand. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama also reached out, yearning to embrace his now-grown granddaughter. But in the next moment, he froze. Tsunade had thrown herself into Beixuan's arms. Gritting her teeth and whispering in frustration about the embarrassment she had suffered during their summoning, questioning why he hadn't warned her beforehand. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, his body stiffening, lowered his raised hand, awkwardly grasping at nothing as if he were unaccustomed to being without a weapon. How does one utilize the Flying Thunder God technique again? Clearing his throat, he said, "Little Tsunade, why not introduce your mischievous fiancé to your second grandfather?" Unable to bear the sight of Tsunade and Beixuan in such an embrace, Tobarama coughed a few times and inquired, his tone having shifted from that of a youth to a playful jab at a little rascal. "This is Beixuan, my fiancé. I never expected to see you again." Second grandpa, Tsunade introduced confidently, disregarding Tobarama's tone. After all, this was a person recognized by Mito Granny. Even her second grandfather had to behave in her presence. Pokemon Tip, Silver Gardevoir, the Ironfoot Pokemon, possesses 4 brains that surpass even supercomputers in speed and strength. Upon being summoned by Beixuan, it serves as one of the chief researchers in the Wetbone Forest's Ninja Technique Study Group, distinguished by its unique coloration, setting it apart from the Gardevoir lineage. Chapter 88. Will you not return to witness the current state of Konoha? Though he had suspected it, when Tsunade voiced it directly, Tobarama felt a pang in his heart, as if his cherished treasure had been sullied. With a disapproving glare, he scrutinized Beixuan, contemplating whether the reanimation technique could be used to summon his elder brother. Wait. Second grandpa, Beixuan and I were brought together by Mito Granny. Tsunade interjected, stepping protectively in front of Beixuan, sensing Tobarama's hostile gaze. So what is this? An unconventional version of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship? Humph, you're Beixuan, right? Which clan do you hail from? Do you have your own home? Strength is secondary. When are you planning to marry Tsunade? Upon learning that Mito had played matchmaker, Tobarama reluctantly set his displeasure aside and turned to Beixuan with his inquiries. Hello, second grandpa. I am Beixuan of commoner origin. I currently reside with Tsunade in the Senju clan's territory. My strength is decent, and I intend to marry her once I reach adulthood. Beixuan replied respectfully, fully aware that this was a meeting with his future elder. Commoner? Huh? Tsunade can support you, but you're not of age yet, are you? Tobarama regarded Tsunade with a hint of surprise. While Konoha had seen marriages with significant age differences, it was unexpected that his granddaughter would show interest in such a match. How did his elder sister arrange this? Tsunade, hearing Tobarama assert that she could support Beixuan, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. While it was true, the dynamics had merely shifted. What is the purpose of summoning me using the reanimation technique? I should have been sealed away within the sealing jutsu, and you have modified this technique, Haven Tiyu? Quite a brilliant idea, Tobarama pondered aloud. His curiosity piqued as he examined his peculiar body since being summoned, realizing that the sacrifice for this form was an unusual shadow clone. The reanimation technique is considered unnatural, as each time it is used to summon a ninja from the Pure Land, it requires another life as a cost. Even if the summoned deceased is released from the summoning, the sacrifice will perish, leaving behind an empty shell. Yet, the granddaughter's husband had used a bizarre shadow clone as the sacrifice. If life force was used to substitute for the body, how had he managed it on the soul level? Tobarama was intensely curious. This was an experimental endeavor, as I had promised Mito Granny that upon my marriage to Tsunade, I would use the reanimation technique to summon you to witness the occasion. Of course, this is contingent upon the modified version of the technique, and thus far, it appears quite successful, Beixuan explained, gently stroking the nearby Gardevoir. The modifications to this jutsu were largely his own accomplishment, surpassing even the cleverness of Hoopa in terms of technique, simulation, and calculations. Not quite a success. While this reanimated form exists, it will automatically dissipate once the life force within fades. Such vitality is rare, and given that the reanimation technique is inherently malevolent, manipulating the deceased attracts the negative energies of the Pure Land. This death energy poses a threat to your body, Tobarama mused, though he harbored a dislike for Beixuan. It stemmed from his impending marriage to his beloved granddaughter rather than any personal grievance. Life force is in abundance. We can have as much as we desire. As for this death energy, it's the first I've heard of it. Second grandpa, you need not worry about the death energy. It has no effect on me, Beixuan replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The term death energy seemed absent from the Naruto universe. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto seemed to thrive without concern. However, since Tobirama had mentioned it, there must be some validity to his words. I see. Release. Upon hearing this, Tobirama formed seals and struck the ground, and Beixuan immediately felt the connection to the reanimated Tobirama sever. He was momentarily taken aback by Tobirama's release from the reanimation control. This technique is ultimately my creation. Your summoning beasts are fascinating. Is this technique the result of their assistance and modification? Tobirama remarked, glancing at the oddly shaped Gardevoir, who seemed less than intelligent yet had contributed to the improvement of the reanimation technique. You are correct. The reanimation technique was indeed refined with the help of my Pokemon. This one is Gardevoir, possessing 4 brains and remarkable intelligence, Beixuan said, patting Gardevoir's arm. After Tobirama released the technique, Beixuan had a fair idea of Tobirama's thoughts. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to instruct him in the knowledge of the reanimation technique. You should be thinking along those lines as well, otherwise. Testing the ninjutsu could easily be done with the reanimation of your elder sister, Tobirama teased, casting a sidelong glance at the smiling Beixuan, who was clever enough to deduce Tobirama's intent. However, he too was eager to learn more about these astonishing summoning beasts. Furthermore, he wished to perfect the reanimation technique himself. It was unreasonable for his descendants to improve upon his work without his involvement, especially since this technique would be used at Tsunade's wedding, and he could not allow anything detrimental to tarnish such a sacred occasion. Indeed, for you are the founder of this technique, and no one understands its principles and intricacies better than you, Beixuan acknowledged. Will you not take a moment to return and observe the current state of Konoha? It has undergone significant changes, Tsunade interjected, her expression revealing a complex mixture of emotions. I shall not. I am already deceased. And Konoha is in the hands of the monkey. Therefore, its fate rests solely on his choices. Even if Konoha begins to decay, can this boy remain indifferent? After all, he is my Senju clan's son-in-law. From Tsunade's gaze, Tobirama gleaned something deeper. Initially considering a visit to see the present-day Konoha, he ultimately dismissed the thought. He feared that his intervention could lead to catastrophic consequences for Konoha, especially with its enemies lurking, eager for any opportunity to strike. He did not wish to ignite a new war due to his actions. Grandfather Heir shall reside in the wet-bone forest for the time being. Should his vitality wane, let the slug sage summon me. As for Shinado and the tree of rope, there is no need for your assistance just yet. You may accompany Grandfather Heir from now on, as he cannot comprehend the words of the Metagross. Upon realizing the dissonance in the emotions between the grandfather and grandson, Beixuan promptly arranged matters with Senju Tobirama and the Pokemon before bidding farewell to Senju Tobirama and departing the wet-bone forest with Tsunade. Chapter 89. The official commencement of ninja technique research. Upon returning to Konoha, Beixuan gently enveloped Tsunade in his embrace. Are you feeling unhappy? He inquired softly. Tsunade buried her head within Beixuan's embrace, responding in a muffled tone. Would you care to share your thoughts? Let us see if your invincible boyfriend can assist our Princess Tsunade in overcoming this persistent gloom. Beixuan gently patted her back, speaking in a soothing manner akin to that of a parent comforting a child. I thought I would face Grandfather Heir with composure, yet upon seeing him, I feared disappointing him, whether it be the Senju clan or Konoha. I must surely be a source of disappointment to them. Though the dissolution of the Senju clan stemmed from the policies of the second Hokage, Tobirama, there remained a few elders reluctant to part ways. These individuals are among the dwindling few still bearing the Senju name, and once they pass, Konoha shall bear no trace of the Senju legacy. Even with Tsunade and the Tree of Rope, the direct descendants still present in Konoha, they have long since discarded the Senju name. What are you pondering, Grandfather Heir? Having ordered the integration of the Senju into Konoha, must have his own considerations. Moreover, we, the Senju, still exist, do we not? Grandfather Heir likely understands the current state of Konoha. There is no need to worry. Wiping away Tsunade's tears, Beixuan was taken aback to see the usually boisterous Tsunade so affected by such matters. The concerns she held were rendered irrelevant the moment Tobirama removed their surname from her and her brother. After much coaxing, Beixuan eventually managed to cheer Tsunade up by taking her to gamble, as he observed her exuberantly shouting at the gambling table. He inexplicably felt as though he had been duped, for he had just agreed to let her play without any limits this time. To prevent Tsunade from neglecting him by spending all her time in the casino, Beixuan allocated her a daily allowance, though she invariably sought credit from the casino. The manager, aware of her status as the boss's wife, though she herself was oblivious to it, still allowed her to gamble on credit. Fearing the repercussions should she discover the truth, Beixuan had not disclosed his ownership of the casino to Tsunade, while he could share other matters with her. This was one secret he could not reveal. If Tsunade were to learn that the casino belonged to her, it would likely be mortgaged by the following day. Thus, Beixuan entrusted the establishment to Deer Forest, who then handed it over to his son, Deergio, securing 2 prime locations for the casinos. In the Wetbone Forest, Senju Tobarama gazed eagerly at the Venusaur demonstrating its abilities. This power bears a striking resemblance to my elder brother's would release. Metagross. Could you assist me in calculating the fusion point of your energy and chakra? Moreover, it appears I have previously stored some of my brother's biological materials. Perhaps I shall have that young lad bring them back next time. As he stroked his chin, Tobarama observed the Venusaur, utilizing natural energy with fervor. A myriad of ideas blossoming in his mind. His gaze shifted to the surrounding Pokemon, growing increasingly fervent, particularly as he watched the Tyranitar gnawing on stones. The perfect amalgamation of tailed beast chakra and natural energy. Does this imply that it can continue to consume the chakra of other tailed beasts? During Konoha's capture of all tailed beasts, Tobarama had indeed conducted extensive research on them. Though reluctant to admit it, the nefarious Uchiha Obito was not entirely mistaken. Tailed beasts are merely creatures wielding formidable power without the knowledge of how to utilize it. If a tailed beast could learn to wield its power, it would truly become a cataclysmic force. Yet, the Tyranitar before him appeared to have perfectly mastered the chakra of Shikaku. Tobarama's research revealed that the chakra of all tailed beasts possesses a certain degree of connectivity. Does this imply that the chakra of tailed beasts can be fused? If a Tyranitar were to amalgamate all tailed beast chakras and master that power, how formidable would it become? Most importantly, Tobarama discerned that it was not solely the Metagross that exhibited intelligence. All Pokemon displayed remarkable intellect, starkly contrasting with the tailed beasts that, despite their ability to speak, often appeared devoid of rational thought. Tsunade's young boyfriend has indeed harnessed a collection of exceedingly formidable powers, even having witnessed the strength of his elder brother. Tobarama could not deny the terrifying prowess possessed by the Pokemon left in the Wetbone Forest by Beixuan. These Pokemon's powers diverge entirely from the chakra system of the ninja world, exhibiting abilities that, in many cases, necessitated bloodline limits. Ice release, explosion release, and an array of bizarre yet astonishingly effective powers were all present. As for how Senju Tobarama knew so much, it was simple. His reanimation allowed him to experience it firsthand. Nothing surpasses personal experience in understanding such power. He must find a way to bring his brother back. If would release were to resurface within the Senju clan, no. It is still premature to resurrect him. Beixuan's modified reanimation technique is not yet fully perfected. Should he attempt to resurrect his brother, the consumption of vitality would be immense. Research must continue. After all, some of the techniques from his lifetime remain undeveloped. Since the opportunity has arisen, it is prudent to explore them together. With a swift motion, Senju Tobarama formed hand seals and struck the ground, causing a multitude of boxes to materialize before him. Although in the reanimated state he lacks blood, he can still utilize summoning techniques, with the materials still intact. Having access to this data will facilitate the refinement of these techniques. Metagross, come examine this. It pertains to knowledge of the soul. Hudi approach. This is information regarding the Pure Land. Tobarama distributed various documents, and thus, the Wetbone Forest Ninja Technique Research Group embarked on a genuine journey of ninja technique exploration. At Konoha's mission office, Minato Namikaze was engaged with a temporarily assembled team, receiving their assignments. Rather than merely collecting tasks, it felt more akin to the third Hokage dispatching them. As Minato accepted the mission scroll, he scrutinized it intently until the words Dragon Vein caught his eye, eliciting a flicker of surprise. Then, I entrust the task regarding Lulan to you three. This mission is classified. Please be mindful to conceal your identities, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, addressing Minato and his companions. Understood. The trio exited the mission building, with Shino Aburame remaining taciturn, merely trailing behind Minato and Choji Akimichi. Gentlemen, this task may involve an additional individual, but rest assured, the rewards will still be evenly distributed among the three of us. As they walked, Minato suddenly spoke with an apologetic tone. It seems we may need to bring rope along. Just inform the third Hokage, and it will be arranged. In Dingzwa's impression, During the wartime, Watergate had always teamed up with Shinshu. Hence, when he heard Watergate mention the addition of another person, his first thought was Shinshu. However, it was not Shinshu. He was currently compelled by Beixuan to learn some special water techniques. This time, accompanying us on the mission was Beixuan. The thought of Shinshu's frantic demeanor while learning ninjutsu made Watergate chuckle, and he turned to Dingzhou, saying, "Beixuan, huh?" Upon hearing that Beixuan would be joining, Dingzhou fell silent. Although they were classmates and shared a good relationship during their time at school, where he often shared snacks with him, he recalled his father's words when introducing this classmate. "Dingzhou, your classmate got into a dispute with the third Hokage at the Hokage building today, resulting in a considerable altercation that necessitated the entire reconstruction of the building. Although a reconciliation occurred for unknown reasons afterward, the following night, the root base of the confined Hokage advisor was obliterated overnight, with no traces of chakra left at the scene, save for some ice shards and rubble. It was then that they learned one of the root base locations of this Hokage advisor, while there was no evidence linking it directly to Beixuan. Everyone was aware that only this usually amiable medical ninja could erase a base within Konoha so silently. This was a conjecture from Lulin. The casualties at the root were severe, yet the third Hokage suppressed the incident. Therefore, Dingzhou, under no circumstances should you engage in any disputes with Beixuan. The Inuzuka clan was unified. Since Lulin had made his choice, they too must follow suit. It was not necessary for you to excessively curry favor with your father, but it was absolutely forbidden to become adversaries. A person like him is quite terrifying. Dingzhuo's father did not hold a particularly favorable opinion of Beixuan. Since the establishment of Konoha, the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans had been staunch supporters of the Hokage lineage. However, Lulin had chosen a different path. And while the two old friends did not fully comprehend this choice, they trusted Lulin's intellect. Thus, they entrusted all matters to him. Nevertheless, Dingzhuo's father still believed that instigating an argument with the Hokage was inappropriate. Not everyone in Konoha is Tsunade. As of now, while the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans uniformly supported Beixuan, the clan leaders of both clans had not engaged in extensive communication with him. Currently, the highest-ranking Akimichi Torikes, remained mindful of Mito's teachings, refraining from getting involved. Who the lower families supported was their own affair, but Akimichi Torikes himself neither supported nor opposed anyone. "I have no objections," the usually inconspicuous Yamanaka Shirui said while standing beside Watergate. Regarding this exceedingly renowned classmate, Yamanaka Shirui contemplated having a taste of his prowess. Since their time at the Ninja Academy, he had sensed that Beixuan was anything but ordinary. Although he consistently conceded in sparring matches against Watergate, the insects within him yearned for Beixuan's body. This desire had even reached a point where he began to disdain his own chakra. Thankfully, Beixuan later went to study under Tsunade. Otherwise, Yamanaka Shirui would have contemplated withdrawing from the academy, as he lacked the strength to control his swarm at will. "I have no objections either. Would you like some chips? Limited edition." Yamanaka Shirui's outburst interrupted Akimichi Dingzhuo's reverie. Realizing he had been daydreaming, he immediately spoke up, producing a half-eaten bag of chips from his pocket. "Thanks, Dingzhou, but I need to head back to inform Beixuan, so you can enjoy my share," Watergate gently said to the visibly conflicted Dingzhou, knowing how much Dingzhou valued this limited edition snack. "I don't need it." Yamanaka Shirui remained taciturn, clearly inheriting a certain demeanor from someone. "Well then, see you at the gates of Konoha," Watergate said with a smile as he vanished before the two. "Flying Thunder God is so convenient. Do you think Watergate would agree to use it to help me buy the latest chips?" Dingzhou remarked, enviously watching the spot where Watergate had disappeared, but it was apparent that Yamanaka Shirui was not inclined to indulge Dingzhuo's fantasies. "That was quick," Beixuan said. Setting aside the magical blade he was inscribing with sealing techniques, glancing at Watergate. "You mentioned the dragon veins of the ninja world before. I believe you will find this mission intriguing, as Dingzhou and Shirui are joining us." Watergate produced the mission scroll and handed it to Beixuan. Although the mission was classified, Beixuan was to accompany them to the dragon veins, so he could take a look. As for the third Hokage, Watergate felt he would likely approve. "Luolan. It has been so long that I've almost forgotten. Are we departing now? I'll go inform Tsunade and look for the third." In the original narrative, Watergate was supposed to take Kakashi along on this mission, but now Kakashi was being held back by Beixuan and had not graduated early. Consequently, the third Hokage had dispatched Watergate to bring Kakashi along, while Dingzhou and the others awaited at the village entrance. Beixuan immediately dispatched a shadow clone to report to the third Hokage before heading to the casino. After notifying Tsunade, Beixuan left a shadow clone and a few special Pokemon stationed at the Senju clan's territory, then teleported to the gates of Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, Watergate and Dingzhua had been waiting for quite some time. Apologies for the delay. I needed to inform Tsunade about our trip. It's been a while, Dingzhua. Shihui, Beixuan said, suddenly appearing behind Watergate, greeting Dingzhua and Shihui with a smile. Both Beixuan and Watergate bore each other's Flying Thunder God seals. However, Watergate's seal had been concealed by Beixuan using a sealing technique, as the phrase sort of ninja love was rather abstract, while Beixuan's technique was the innate 8 trigrams. As for others marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, Beixuan was uncertain of their satisfaction. Watergate was quite fond of it, almost wishing to replace his own seal with the same design. However, the symbols for the Flying Thunder God technique could not be changed at will, which had almost led Watergate to use the time meant for improving the technique to experiment with replacing the seals. Chapter 91. Naruto still riding on the giant condor. It took Beixuan and the 4 of them 3 full days of flying intermittently to arrive at Luolan. Even with a map, locating the kingdom of Luolan in the heart of the desert remained time-consuming. Reaching it in 3 days was largely thanks to the condor's swift flight. Had Beixuan summoned a Dragonite, they would have arrived even faster. The 4 of them, donning masks, gazed upon Luolan, which resembled a paradise adorned with exquisite and magnificent towers. Compared to Konoha, it felt as if they had transitioned from a rural village to a bustling city. Is this Luolan? Why does it seem like their puppet techniques are more advanced than those of Sunagakure? Watergate, who had also studied sensory ninjutsu, quickly noticed that throughout the kingdom of Luolan, there were puppets everywhere, and these puppets exuded a more formidable aura than those from Sunagakure. Suddenly, Watergate's brow furrowed as he spotted an area that had exploded. There stood a blonde youth clad in a red ceremonial robe, battling several puppets. From the shadows beneath his eyes, it was evident that the boy was currently in sage mode from Mount Myaboku. Watergate could sense this, and naturally, so could Beixuan, who smirked and swiftly ascended to a higher vantage point to observe the blonde youth below. Does he possess such strength at this age? Naruto. Watergate followed suit, joining Beixuan. Observing the fighting youth with curiosity, he felt a strange familiarity, especially with that Konoha headband, which seemed oddly out of place. Beixuan, do you know him? Is he also a ninja from Konoha? Watergate inquired, noticing Beixuan's focused gaze on the ongoing battle, his expression one of satisfaction. Ah, it is Konoha. Albeit a Konoha from many years hence, and it should bear some relation to you. Beixuan remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Minato. In the original narrative, this character never acknowledged Naruto as his son until the very end. He merely stated that he would name his own child Naruto when sending the latter off. Does it concern me? Minato gazed tenderly at Naruto, who was engaged in battle below. Observing the azure sphere in Naruto's hand, Minato, with his astute intellect, deduced the identity of the individual below. Somewhat reckless, reminiscent of Kushina, yet already quite impressive. As the number of puppets surrounding Naruto increased, spewing countless strands of purple chakra aimed at him, Minato quietly complimented before thrusting a kunai, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, into the ground. In a flash, Minato vanished from his position, reappearing beside Naruto. He grasped Naruto's arm and vanished amidst the onslaught of chakra strands. A bit reckless, young man. Could you assist in treating him? Minato gently laid Naruto, who had exited sage mode, on the ground and addressed Beixuan. After a prolonged struggle, Naruto bore numerous wounds inflicted by the sharp chakra strands. In sage mode, and still managing to injure yourself while battling a puppet? That's rather disappointing, isn't it? Young Naruto? After swiftly healing Naruto, Beixuan chuckled as he spoke to Naruto's abdomen. Humph, aside from lacking brains, you are decent in other respects. But gaining my approval is still far off. A chakra fox head emerged from Naruto's shoulder, yet at that moment, a peculiar symbol appeared on the forehead of the Nine Tails. Ah, my future self, it seems you haven't improved much, have you? Beixuan's shoulder gradually formed a chi-like fox head, teasingly observing the fox perched on Naruto's shoulder. Humph, I could defeat you using just one hand. Feeling that arguing with himself was somewhat foolish, Naruto's fox head retracted back into his body after making that declaration. Hey, you know the Nine Tails. And how do you possess that troublesome uncle's healing abilities? Plus, why do you have a different Nine Tails? Having witnessed the exchange between the two foxes, Naruto appeared astonished. immediately jumping up to point at Beixuan, his face filled with trepidation. Beixuan, won't he revealing your identity disrupt the future? Minato, feeling a bit anxious, inquired of Beixuan. As his original intention had been to return Naruto to the future without revealing anything. Only the past is immutable, the future lies in our own hands. If one merely fears altering the future, then that is not my style, Beixuan replied, fully aware of Minato's concerns. Beixuan? Sharing a name with that troublesome uncle and possessing the same healing prowess? You can't possibly be his illegitimate son, can you? Haha. I must return and inform Sakura that she has an older brother, and then have Tsunade give that troublesome uncle a good beating. Upon hearing Minato's address, Naruto immediately doubled over in laughter. Your son, I'll leave it to you to educate him, Beixuan remarked, a vein suddenly appearing on his temple as he turned away from Minato. Naruto, I apologize. It seems Kushina and I spoiled you too much in the future. Rest assured, I will be gentle. Naruto's brief statement carried a multitude of implications, and Minato felt a bit embarrassed, silently chastising himself for neglecting Naruto's upbringing. With Beixuan and the Ninetales present, he felt assured that Naruto wouldn't perish. With that thought, Minato removed his mask and enveloped his fist in chakra. How do you know my mother's name? Wait, why did you call him Dad? What the heck? Wait, I made a mistake. Darn it. I must return and tell Mom. Beixuan, save me. In a short span, Naruto found himself battered and bruised, standing obediently to the side, his face rife with indignation. By the way, Dad, why are you here? Are you worried I might have tagged along? And why do you look so handsome now? Have you been secretly using Mom's skincare products? Naruto queried. Curiosity etched across his face. Naruto, to clarify, it's not that I have become more handsome, I am still quite young. You must have arrived in the past of your timeline due to certain events. Minato scrutinized Naruto's now swollen face, smiling as he acknowledged that Beixuan's observation about his future son was indeed accurate. He was a bit foolish. So, you and Uncle Beixuan were both quite young at that time. Does that mean upon finishing, Naruto couldn't help but glance at Beixuan, who was watching them with arms crossed. What? Do you want to see if you can defeat me as I was in my youth? Beixuan intuited Naruto's thoughts without needing the Ninetales' assistance. Ha. How could that be, Uncle? With his thoughts exposed, Naruto scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 92. What good can come from being named in Lushan? Seeing Naruto's reaction, Minato could only stand by with a smile. Naruto's presence signified that he and Kushina had truly come together and had a wonderful child. When Naruto referred to Kushina as his mother, Minato nearly broke into a wide grin. Naruto, how did you end up here? Will you be able to return safely? Minato inquired softly, as the priority remained to ensure Naruto returned to the future. After all, his appearance here would inevitably lead to his disappearance in the future, which would surely cause Kushina great distress. Oh, this? It was your order, Dad, for our team to guard the power of the Dragon Vein at the Lulan ruins. And then to capture a rogue sand ninja whose name I forgot. Then that person forcibly unsealed Uncle Beixuan's seal, leading to an eruption of the Dragon Vein. And after a flash of light from a green onion-headed fellow, I found myself here. I just wonder if Sasuke and Sakura came along too, and what happened to Yamato-sensei. Concern was evident on Naruto's face, clearly anxious about the disappearance of his companions. A green onion-headed fellow? Rest assured, your companions should be fine. Aside from Yamato. The others you mentioned likely were not transported here. Do not worry, Dingzu and the others have already located your Yamato-sensei. Beixuan had long since spread his newly refined sensory ninjutsu throughout Lulan upon his arrival. Inspired by the original work Shikakuzai, Beixuan combined the powers of evil spirits with sensory ninjutsu to create a new form of sensory technique, aptly named Net of Insight. Previously, Beixuan had employed this technique to observe the training of Shinosuke. If Uncle Beixuan says so, then I'm relieved. But since we are here, that rogue sand ninja must have come as well. Naruto exhaled, feeling reassured. Despite his troublesome demeanor, Uncle Beixuan's reliability was acknowledged by all. As the group chatted, the cheers of the residents outside reached their ears. Turning their gaze, they beheld an entire street filled with people fervently calling for their queen. That girl? She is the one I saw when I awoke. So she is the legendary queen, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the elegantly adorned girl on the high platform. However, in the next moment, the smiling queen standing atop the high tower suddenly plummeted from her perch. Oh no, Naruto cried, immediately leaping into action. springing off various beams of the high tower to catch the queen midair, ultimately landing safely on the ground with her in his arms. As Naruto eagerly anticipated the queen's praise, 2 resounding slaps struck his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Your son bears a resemblance to the rope tree," Beixuan observed silently from a distance, watching the two engrossed in conversation as they turned to the somewhat reticent Minato. "Indeed, but he possesses a kind heart," Minato mused, his satisfaction with Naruto evident. After all, Naruto was the cherished offspring of him and Kushina. Sigh, it seems hopeless. By the way, that strong girl Naruto speaks of must be my child, right? I wonder what this future little darling will be like, Beixuan pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps I should inquire about the queen's current situation, and Naruto will need to locate that rogue sand ninja to return home. With that, Minato vanished in a flash, appearing amidst the 2 conversing individuals, with Beixuan following closely behind. "Naruto, let's chat later. Your Majesty, I am Minato Namikaze, a jonin from the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. May I ask if you have any information regarding a ninja who once entered Lulan?" Minato smiled warmly at Queen Sarah, suspecting that the ninja in question was the rogue sand ninja, Baizu, who had accompanied Naruto. 6 years ago, a ninja came to Lulan. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Sarah replied, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Minato. Although he was undeniably handsome, his inquiry was perplexing. "This ninja, Baizu, is the root cause of the recent turmoil surrounding the dragon vein. We must defeat him so that Naruto can return to the future and we can reseal the dragon." "Absolutely not," Sarah interjected vehemently, cutting Minato off, her eyes blazing with indignation as she regarded the group. "The ninja who came to Lulan 6 years ago was in Lushan. Not some Baizu as you claim. And Lushan is a remarkable man who cherishes peace and carries on his mother's legacy. He is a minister of Lulan. How could he possibly be responsible for the chaos of the dragon vein?" Completely blinded by her admiration for Baizu, Sarah shot an angry glare at the group before hastily departing. Naruto, witnessing this, appeared conflicted. "Go after her, Naruto, but take this with you." Sensing Naruto's internal struggle, Minato handed him a special kunai. "Dad," Naruto exclaimed as he accepted the kunai, fully aware of its significance. "Then I entrust the matter of Queen Sarah to you, Naruto," Minato encouraged with a smile, watching as Naruto acknowledged him and dashed off after Sarah. "This child is indeed spirited. By the way, Beixuan, aren't you curious about your daughter?" Minato smiled, recalling their previous discussions about the future. Beixuan had expressed a desire for a little girl, while Minato had mentioned wanting a son to inherit the Senju name. "There is no need to ask. I prefer to learn about her on my own rather than through others. Besides, your son keeps referring to her as a strong girl," Beixuan mused, unexpectedly reminded of Tsunade. "If my little darling resembles Tsunade, will she be prone to mischief? Haha, I'll certainly strengthen my son's education on that front," Minato chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit helpless as he witnessed his son's antics, well aware of Beixuan's eagerness for a daughter. "Let us proceed. I've asked Gungue to follow your son. We should head to the source of the dragon vein. Your foolish son will undoubtedly join that Sarah. I truly wonder what that girl is thinking, calling herself in Lushan. What good could possibly come from that? It sounds like a pseudonym. However, we must first deal with this mess." Thousand Blades release. Beixuan unsheathed his magical sword, Thousand Blades, and with a gentle swing, the blade shattered into countless sharp fragments, which swiftly flew in all directions, piercing through the puppets that had surrounded them and reducing them to mere debris. Chapter 93, Riding Dialga. The fragments of the Thousand Blades automatically coalesced back onto Beixuan's sword as he effortlessly sheathed it, marveling at the weapon's remarkable nature. Each shard bore the imprint of the Flying Thunder God, showcasing a brilliant idea. Minato gazed in awe at the Thousand Blades in Beixuan's hand, its design leaving a lasting impression. The entire blade was composed of innumerable sharp and unyielding fragments, adapting to the will of its user with ease. "All right, let us go. I've also informed Dingzu with Gizatong. Let us witness the so-called dragon vein that can traverse time and space." Beixuan's gaze fixed on a particular direction, a thought blossoming in his mind. If we were to sacrifice the entire dragon vein, could we summon time-related Pokemon such as Dialga or Celebi? If I'm not mistaken, the green onion-headed Pokemon Naruto mentioned must be Celebi, as it thrives in forests. Thus, the one Naruto encountered must have been arranged by his future self to accompany him. Lost in contemplation, Beixuan suddenly found himself in a fragmented world, surrounded by floating debris and islands. "Why have you summoned me, Giratina?" Beixuan observed the imposing figure of Giratina before him, adorned with a golden half-ring encircling its neck. black and red stripes elegantly displayed, and its 6 legs gently resting upon the void, resembling a ghostly pair of wings that fluttered behind it, adorned with crimson accents. Roar. Your original essence has only gathered 1/5 after all this time? Yet, does natural energy even affect beings of your caliber? Beixuan reached out to place his hand on Giratina's forehead, noting how it had grown significantly since their last encounter. However, rather than Beixuan summoning Giratina, it seemed that Giratina had sought him out. During the war, Beixuan had ventured to the grass-hidden village and had made a sacrifice using the untouched bliss box. He had expected to summon a Pokemon like the Nightmare God, but the entire area had been consumed by a mirror-like surface, leading to the emergence of the reverse master before him. Giratina revealed that it had seized the opportunity of this summoning, capturing a Pokemon that was meant to be summoned, namely Darkrai. However, forcing itself to come was not without consequences. Giratina's original power had been left behind in its former world. Moreover, Giratina did not have a realm of reversal in the ninja world. Thus it resided within Beixuan's shadow. It could be said that Giratina lived within the reverse world Beixuan had crafted, slowly reclaiming its original essence while absorbing the natural energy of the ninja realm. Most importantly, Giratina was gradually shaping a reverse world unique to the ninja realm. And Beixuan found himself in one of the locations already established within this realm. Roar. Is my current form incapable of summoning another level 1 deity? Then the dragon vein must be sealed as per the original narrative. Is the establishment of your reverse world progressing smoothly? Beixuan surveyed his surroundings, uncertain if Giratina's taste was lacking, as it would alter the environment depicted from the ninja world in its own manner. Roar. Giratina responded with a roar, a series of golden runes coalescing into a golden chain that began to wrap around Beixuan. Finally, it constricted around Beixuan's wrist, forming a unique mark. Indeed. Upon entering the shinobi world, one cannot escape the inevitable fate of being tattooed. I am now adorned with numerous ink designs. Raising my hand, I gazed at the dark golden mark glimmering upon my wrist. Smiling at Giratina, I remarked, since you have successfully established the distortion world, I shall not disturb you further. Kindly escort me out, Giratina. Or perhaps, it seems I can exit on my own now. So, farewell, Giratina. With that, I vanished from the distortion world, reappearing beside Minato. The mark bestowed upon me by Giratina signifies my authority within the distortion world of the shinobi realm. To put it in simpler terms, Giratina is akin to a group leader, while I occupy the role of an administrator, and this distortion world is representative of a group. Welcome back, North. Where have you been? I couldn't even sense the flying thunder god mark on you. Minato nervously scrutinized me. Little did he know how frightening it was when I abruptly vanished after mentioning my intent to visit the dragon vein. Initially, he thought I had left via the flying thunder god technique, but no matter how he tried, he could not detect the mark upon me. Had I not returned in time, Minato might have speculated that I had unexpectedly traversed time, as the flying thunder god mark never disappears. It's nothing. I merely visited a friend and acquired a small token, I replied with a smile, patting Minato's shoulder, sensing his tension. Is that the source of your power? Minato inquired. Although the power is incomplete, I can sense that at its peak, it undoubtedly surpasses that of the Sage of Six Paths. As we journeyed, Kurama spoke to me, his tone filled with astonishment. In his view, before that terrifying beast, the tailed beasts were hardly considered monsters. After all, it was he who created this world. Furthermore, this was accomplished even in an incomplete state. Though it might merely be a lifeless world, it is still immensely formidable within the shinobi realm. Even the Sage of Six Paths, as per Kurama's recollection, lacked the ability to create worlds. The shinobi realm's existence predates him, and so does the Pure Land. He is Giratina. I cannot gauge his power accurately, as he is not in his complete form, but he is certainly more potent than the Sage of Six Paths. I held a firm confidence in Giratina's strength, for he is the master of the distortion. You are indeed enigmatic, North. It is fortunate that your intentions towards us are benevolent. Otherwise, even the Sage of Six Paths would be incapable of preventing your annihilation of the shinobi world. I eagerly anticipate the expressions of those Otsutsuki upon witnessing this creature, Kurama remarked with a mischievous grin, genuinely looking forward to the Otsutsuki's reactions. Pokemon tip, Giratina, the renegade Pokemon, master of the distortion world. A legendary Pokemon that governs the entire distortion world. Summoned to the shinobi realm out of curiosity, he harnesses the local powers and natural energy to carve out his distortion world. Chapter 94. Shall we use the spiral shuriken together? Naruto upon hearing this, I merely rolled my eyes. It seemed that since Kurama had entered my body, he had become somewhat foolish. Instead of anticipating such things, you would be better off continuing to develop your Sage Fox mode. Do not find yourself powerless when the time comes. Chakra holds no value against the Otsutsuki. As if I needed your advice. However, what exactly is this energy you call chi? Even if I understand the principles behind its formation, I cannot condense it back into my original form. Kurama's voice carried a hint of frustration. Since utilizing this chi, he had lost all respect for chakra. Although he is a conglomerate of chakra, it does not preclude him from becoming a conglomerate of chi. Yet, within my body, condensing this energy is straightforward. But attempting to do so upon returning to his original form proves impossible. Thus, Kurama and I deliberated on pursuing the path of natural energy. As chakra ultimately imposes too many limitations, especially considering how severely it is countered by the Otsutsuki. Kurama is determined to shed the title of a beast wielding terrifying power, yet unable to wield it effectively. And he has been tirelessly researching what he calls the Sage Fox mode. As Kurama puts it, what is so remarkable about a Sage mode developed by a mere frog? He intends to create a Sage Fox mode for Naruto. However, it is evident that he has yet to accomplish this. As the Sage mode Naruto utilized today was still from Myobokuzen, possibly because the current Naruto has not yet gained Kurama's approval. After all, I am not privy to Kurama's concept of the Sage Fox mode, nor have I paid it any mind, as I possess my own Sage mode. Regrettably, I cannot assist you. The origin of chi is not of my creation, nor can I enlighten you. During our light-hearted conversation, Kurama and I arrived at the source of the dragon vein. As we drew near, a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Minato's expression shifted as he hastened towards the source of the dragon vein. Puppets? Upon arrival, Minato observed Naruto engaged in combat with a humanoid spider puppet. Despite Naruto's relentless assaults, shattering the puppet repeatedly, it would invariably restore itself in the next moment. As Naruto and Dingzwa launched a combined offensive, the puppet seemed to realize that despite its ability to persistently recover, it could not overcome their might, and it began to cackle maniacally. Ha ha ha. With the power of the dragon vein at my disposal, I am invincible. I am immortal. The puppet laughed maniacally as the shattered components of puppets nearby drew towards it, merging into its grotesque form. Soon, the puppet appeared before us with an even larger and more hideous body. TSK. The last one who claimed immortality was buried alive and starved to death. I observed the ongoing battle from a vantage point, beginning to study the surrounding dragon vein energy. While I could not sacrifice the entire dragon vein, surely extracting some energy would pose no issue. As I gathered the dragon vein's power, the battle below intensified. Naruto utilized one of his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique, creating countless clones that leapt upon the puppet's form, relentlessly pummeling it with Rasengan. Dingzwa employed a portion of the multiplication technique, delivering a powerful punch that sent the puppet crashing into a wall, while Shihui's insects followed closely behind, gnawing at the puppet's body. Although we combined our efforts to inflict significant damage, the puppet, empowered by the dragon vein's energy, quickly recuperated, summoning all nearby puppets to absorb them. As a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, the puppet emerged in an even more formidable form. Its giant figure rising from the ground, green eyes gleaming with malevolent light. How are we supposed to defeat this creature? Uncle North, can you please stop slacking off and come help? Naruto exclaimed in frustration as he witnessed the puppet rise again, now in a stronger form. I remained calm, suspended in the air, my hands forming seals as I sealed away something of significance. Naruto, do not disturb North. He surely has matters of greater importance to attend to. Leave this monster to me, Minato interjected, placing a hand to block Naruto's path, smiling reassuringly before vanishing in an instant before the puppet. I apologize for the delay. I reinforced this area with sealing techniques, hence the wait. Now, I shall be your opponent. With the flying thunder god Kunai in hand, Minato stood confidently before the now colossal puppet, having noted the presence of several civilians from the city of Lulan nearby. To prevent any accidental harm from the ensuing battle, Minato had taken the time to employ sealing techniques to protect the area and fortify the surroundings of the civilians. No one can surpass my current self, not even the fourth Hokage of the future. You are utterly oblivious to the power of the dragon vein. The 100 Feet recognizes the man before him. Known in the future as the strongest shadow, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, a fearsome ninja who gained great renown during the Third Great Ninja War. However, bolstered by the power of the dragon vein, The 100 Feet does not believe that any past Hokage could defeat him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, countless laser-like shurikens struck the 100 Feet's puppet, rendering it battered and exposing its core. How is this possible? But I am immortal. Immortal. Soon. The power of the dragon vein restored the 100 Feet's puppet body, and he roared, swinging his arm to attack Minato, only to have it severed in an instant by a Rasengan. Is Dad really this strong already? Naruto exclaimed, watching the battle with sparkling eyes. The same Rasengan felt more potent when wielded by his father. The power of the dragon vein is indeed formidable. But now it was a chance to test Uncle Beixuan's technique. Although he had mastered Sage Mode, he still lacked proficiency. As soon as he finished speaking, an orange-yellow shadow appeared at the corner of Minato's eye. He tossed a specially crafted flying thunder god kunai, which Minato infused with sharp wind chakra, embedding it into the 100 Feet's puppet. Minato's Rasengan began to spin wildly, and 4 sharp wind blades emerged, stirring the surrounding air. That's the spiral shuriken. Uncle Beixuan's technique. I can do that too, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the spiral shuriken in Minato's hand, while Beixuan, watching from the sidelines, awkwardly scratched his nose. Naruto, since you can do it too, shall we join forces? Minato asked, lifting the spiral shuriken with a smile, then turning to Beixuan, who had already retracted the scroll into the sky. Chapter 95, Gale Dance, Taichi's spiral shuriken. Seeing Minato extend an invitation, Naruto rushed excitedly to his father's side, gathering energy to form his own spiral shuriken. Beixuan silently observed the scene, feeling a twinge of pity for the 100 Feet. What began as a father-son collaboration with the Taichi Rasengan had now transformed into a dual attack with the spiral shuriken. On the dragon vein side, the main body has already arrived. Minato, unleash your power, Beixuan instructed, voluntarily dispelling his shadow clone, knowing it was time for Minato to face the awkward naming process again. Naruto, Dad. With their shouts, 2 spiral shurikens were released from their hands, colliding in midair and gradually merging. The azure and cobalt chakra intertwined and spun, giving birth to an even more colossal spiral shuriken, influencing the surrounding area. As a violent storm erupted, the underground arena descended into chaos, with fragments of puppets and limbs flying everywhere. Akimichi Choza immediately activated his multiplication technique, shielding Oil Girl Shiho and the somewhat dazed Yamato beneath him. Go, Gale Dance. Taichi Spiral Shuriken, Minato exclaimed with excitement, forming hand seals, unleashing a multitude of laser-like shurikens that joined the colossal shuriken to assault the 100 Feet, who was also channeling his ultimate power. The formidable spiral shuriken shattered the 100 Feet's puppet body upon contact, heading straight for the 100 Feet's true core. Meanwhile, Beixuan, having arrived at the source of the dragon vein, was unexpectedly greeted by Sarah, who had already been there. He had assumed that without Naruto's chatter, this woman would not venture here. My lord, I am currently obstructing the power of the dragon vein. Please assist me in driving away this threat to my people. Sarah implored, her hands resting on the source of the dragon vein, tears welling in her eyes as they fell to the ground, stirring up dust. With Minato present, I can seal the dragon vein, ensuring that even you cannot wield its power. Are you willing to pay such a price? Beixuan understood that Lolan's demise was imminent, as the era of Naruto was not far off. This power would inevitably give rise to another 100 Feet, so he beseeched the lady to act. As they spoke, the source of the dragon vein beneath Sarah closed completely, and the 100 Feet, struggling against the spiraling shuriken, realized that the power of the dragon vein within him was no longer replenished. No, my power, my dragon vein power. This cannot be real. This cannot be real. It's all false, ha ha ha. Even in death, I will ensure you accompany me to the grave. The 100 Feet, within his core, was in disbelief, unwilling to accept that he was about to lose his power, and soon, in a fit of madness, he detonated the remaining energy within him, roaring. Just as Minato realized the 100 Feet was preparing to self-destruct and intended to activate the flying thunder god to escape with everyone, a deafening roar resounded, and the entire underground space was filled with sand. The 100 Feet's puppet was instantly encased in a massive sandball, adorned with a special violet sealing technique. What is this? Uncle Bankira's power. Before Minato could recognize it, he heard Naruto's excited shout. A muffled explosion emanated from the sandball, which only quivered slightly in response. A small sand Gajira emerged beside Naruto, softly roaring at him, seemingly questioning why Naruto recognized it. Huh? Is the sand transforming into Gajira? Is it different from the one with the strong girl because it's a different breed? Naruto pondered, scratching his head as he gazed at the diminutive Sand Gajira. Naruto. This should be Bankira's, just a sand clone, Minato sighed, covering his face in exasperation. Naruto was genuinely so naive that he couldn't help but doubt his own educational skills in the future. Ultimately, Minato decided to entrust Naruto's upbringing to Kushina, believing that Naruto would not turn out like this if he hadn't spoiled him so much. Is that so? Uncle Bankiras, do you have a son too? I want one as well. The strong girl brags about hers every day, and I want one too. Boo-hoo. In the next moment, Naruto blurted out something astonishing, prompting Minato to cover Naruto's mouth, feeling embarrassed as he glanced at Bankira's sand clone. Naruto was just joking. Please don't take offense, Bankira's, Minato awkwardly said, realizing how inappropriate it was for his future son to ask for the son of his counterpart. Bankira's shook his head, indicating it was fine, and then slowly dissipated before Minato, while the enormous form of Bankira's outside the tower transformed into a cloud of smoke, returning to the wet-bone forest. Oh. The 100 feet has been dealt with. Now it's time for the dragon vein. However, I will seal this dragon vein for 20 years. After 20 years, someone will come to retrieve it. What do you think? Beixuan produced a scroll and placed it beside the source of the dragon vein, addressing Sarah. Since the power of the dragon vein had manifested, it could not be forsaken. While unable to bear the power of other high-level deities now, it would surely be possible in the future. Retrieve it? Sarah gazed at Beixuan in shock, questioning if she had misheard. The dragon vein connected to the earth vein was not something that could be taken lightly. Was it not meant to be sealed? Yes, retrieve it. But rest assured, my extraction of the dragon vein will not affect Lulan, and after we leave, I will leave some friends behind to help improve Lulan's environment, providing you with an endless water source and adding some oases. This is absolutely feasible. Recalling Lulan's harsh environment, aside from a few oases, Beixuan spoke, confident that Sarah would find it impossible to refuse this condition. Really? The esteemed individual may take as they please, even if they were to do so now. It would pose no issue. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sarah immediately expressed her delight, for she was well aware of the significance of water sources and oases in Lulan, especially in her capacity as queen. Though it is not required at this moment, since you have agreed, the contract is thus established. I hope that when I return here in the future, I shall not encounter any obstructions. As she spoke, Beixuan retrieved the scroll imbued with the essence of numerous dragon veins and, forming a hand seal, unleashed a series of sealing techniques that radiated outward from his feet, enveloping the entire tower. 9 Provinces Cauldron Sealing Technique. A golden cauldron materialized above the source of the dragon vein, effectively containing its power without a trace of leakage. Now, remember not to let anyone tamper with that cauldron. It could be quite fatal. Beixuan clapped his hands, satisfied with his independently developed sealing technique. After Hu Di and the others arrived, he generally became disinclined to create new techniques himself, only occasionally inspired to devise methods aligned with ancient cultures. Chapter 96. Breath of the Sun. After Beixuan sealed the dragon vein, a brilliant white light enveloped Naruto and Yamato. It seems the time to bid farewell is upon us. Naruto. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed earnestly at the yellow-haired youth, the embodiment of his and Kushina's love. I am overjoyed to witness you in your youth. Upon my return, I shall tell your mother that I have seen what you once were. Naruto beamed, giving a thumbs up, his radiant smile showcasing his gleaming white teeth. Fourth Hokage, I apologize for being in a stupor and not being of assistance. Yamato, now alert, scratched his head with a hint of embarrassment. No need for self-reproach. Moreover, I am not yet the fourth Hokage. Naruto, if possible, I hope you can take good care of your mother in the future. It must be quite challenging for her now. Minato gently patted Naruto's head and leaned forward, resting his forehead against Naruto's. Yes, I will. Well then, farewell, father. As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto and Yamato vanished from Minato's sight. Stop lingering. Just hurry and have Kushina bear Naruto. Beixuan, who had just arrived via Flying Thunder God, remarked, noticing Minato lost in thought as he stared at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. How can that be? Minato's face flushed with embarrassment. Even the most reliable of individuals would turn red when discussing matters concerning Kushina. Dingzhua, Zhiwei, the mission has been accomplished. However, due to the gravity of this situation, I must seal your memories. Is that acceptable? Beixuan did not address Minato, instead focusing on Dingzhua, who approached. From Minato's lack of memory sealing regarding Naruto, Beixuan discerned that Minato had not made the same judgment as in the original narrative. With Minato as the fourth Hokage in the future, along with his own presence, the power of the Dragon Vein posed no threat. However, the current circumstances were vastly different. Understood. Beixuan, do as you see fit. To be honest, this mission turned out to be quite effortless. I can return to the village early to snatch some limited edition chips. Dingzhua, well aware of the terrifying power of time travel, readily agreed, while Zhihui silently nodded in agreement. Beixuan crouched and lightly touched the ground, sealing the memories of the two concerning the Dragon Vein's time travel. Thus, the Dragon Vein mission concluded successfully, upholding his promise. Beixuan left behind some extraordinary Pokemon suitable for environmental improvement and, alongside Minato and the others, soared toward Konoha on the back of a giant eagle. Naturally, these Pokemon would return to the Wetbone Forest after effectively improving their surroundings, as Beixuan had never entertained the thought of abandoning any Pokemon. Upon returning to Konoha, Minato continued to undertake missions intermittently, while Yamato began expressing his desire to learn sage techniques from the land of Earth after making progress in water release. This, of course, led to him being reprimanded by Tsunade. Although Yamato could utilize certain high-level water release techniques, he was far from mastering them. Such eagerness to run before he could walk was bound to attract Tsunade's ire. A tranquil period lingered for quite some time until Kakashi and the others were on the verge of graduation. Beixuan reclined peacefully in a lounge chair in the courtyard of the Shinja clan, the branches of a willow tree swaying gently in the breeze behind him. Now an adult at 18, Beixuan exuded an ethereal aura, though this was contingent upon his silence. At 15, he had acquired the unkillable totem from my world, which allowed him to finally relax, especially considering the dual curses imposed by Tsunade still lingered upon him. Just days ago, at 18, he had received a set of sword techniques, or rather, a breathing technique known as the Breath of the Sun. Initially, Beixuan felt a tinge of disappointment upon acquiring this breathing technique, as its combat prowess and his recollection of Demon Slayer seemed somewhat lacking. He wondered if he could utilize it without the Sun Blade, but after attempting to wield the magic blade, he was astounded. The power derived from this technique bore no relation to chakra or natural energy. Rather, it was intrinsically linked to one's own strength. And what Beixuan possessed in abundance was not merely chakra or natural energy, but the essence of life that he had cultivated through relentless training. Moreover, the technique proved far more potent than Beixuan had anticipated. Even the basic form, which he executed with little finesse, elicited a remark from the Ninetales about the intense flames produced by this sword technique, posing a significant threat to him. The tranquility of time. Alas, the third great ninja war loomed on the horizon. Beixuan gazed at the azure sky until it was obscured by two indistinct figures. Tsunade, didn't you just step out? Why have you returned? Did you forget your money? Beixuan sat up to inquire, puzzled, as she had taken money from him before leaving. No. The former clan leader of the Hyuga family passed away yesterday, and they have invited us to the funeral feast. Tsunade handed Beixuan an elegantly embossed invitation. And upon receiving it, he was immediately struck by the crest of the Hyuga clan. We haven't had much interaction with the Hyuga, have we? Why would they send us an invitation? Beixuan pondered, examining the invitation. Aside from a minor acquaintance with Hinata, he had little to no connection with the rest of the Hyuga clan. Previously, when the elder of the Uchiha family passed away, they had attended. As the Hyuga clan had long contested the Uchiha for the title of the foremost ocular jutsu family. Given their status, no. It should be my status. If even the Uchiha could attend, not going would surely lead the Hyuga to think I hold them in contempt. Alas, my plans for gambling. I had expected my luck to be quite favorable today. Tsunade, slightly perturbed, nestled beside Beixuan, her splendid figure showcased exquisitely. Then let us go. It would be a good opportunity to engage with the Hyuga clan. By the way, where has that rascal Minato run off to? I haven't seen him for days. He must join us this time. Beixuan inquired curiously, as he had been preoccupied in the Wetbone Forest, exploring various applications of the Breath of the Sun in conjunction with the magic blade. Isn't it because of that Chinese-style wedding you mentioned? It had me utterly enchanted. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she spoke. I arranged for him to procure some fine fabric from my distant relative at the daimyo's estate. I might as well use the Flying Thunder God technique. But he should be back soon. He has been gone for quite a while. Upon mentioning this, Tsunade's gaze gleamed with anticipation, for she had long awaited the day she could wed. Indeed, this is a matter of significance. Now that Beixuan had reached adulthood, He too began to make preparations for his marriage to Tsunade, while Minato and Kushina intended to host the ceremony together. As for Yamato, he still had time ahead of him. Demon Slayer tips sun breathing, the technique of the esteemed Kagaya Yurichi, accompanied by a complementary swordsmanship. The radiant glow emitted from the Nichiren blade, when wielded, evokes the deepest fears within Musen Kibutsuji. This is an author's creation, where all sword techniques materialize into reality, enhancing their combat efficacy. Undying Totem, a unique item from the game Minecraft, which shatters upon receiving a fatal blow, altering the impending death of its bearer and granting a triplet of enhancements post-fracture. Chapter 97. Your golden light is not a bloodline limit, but rather a technique. As Watergate was speaking, he appeared in the courtyard, clutching a colossal scroll beneath a willow tree adorned with 2 special shurikens. Speak of the devil. Is this what you brought back? Beixuan inquired, gazing at the enormous sealing scroll in Watergate's grasp. How much does it contain? Let me see it. Before Beixuan could take the scroll, Tsunade snatched it away and unfurled it. Tsunade-sama, no. Watergate, still pondering the meaning of speak of the devil, shouted. But alas, it was too late. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with an array of crimson fabrics and lavish treasures, along with several chests of currency and jewels. The Lord had sent these gifts upon hearing of Tsunade's impending marriage, insisting on attending the ceremony himself. Watergate scratched his head, his gaze wandering. This must be worth a fortune if sold, right? Stop looking around. Kushina has taken Pikachu to assist Kai with his training. Tsunade emerged from the pile of treasures, her eyes sparkling as she held a precious ivory cup. Noticing Watergate's distracted demeanor, she inferred his thoughts were with Kushina. Sigh, how long has it been since we parted? Why doesn't Beixuan ever think of me? Huh, is he really still electrifying? Watergate expressed concern to Beixuan. Since the incident where Kai accidentally pressed Pikachu and got shocked, he had been exclaiming it felt like a memory. With Beixuan occasionally mentioning lightning training, Kai had requested Pikachu to shock him daily. Naturally, Kushina and Pikachu, being the electric duo, readily accepted this request. Thankfully, Kai had been nurtured with vitality since childhood by Beixuan, and his father, Dai, had provided medicinal baths. Otherwise, he might not have endured Pikachu's current voltage. Although Pikachu was primarily a mascot, after nearly being struck down by Hitaki Tsukumo, he sought advice from other Pokemon on how to grow stronger. While the improvements were limited, it was evident he had become more formidable, and Kai's lightning training proved useful, allowing him to disregard certain high-level lightning techniques. On the other hand, Kakashi had been taken away by Tsukumo for rigorous training, especially after their last match, where Kakashi suffered a defeat at Kai's hands. With Kakashi's high mobility, it was clear that, given Kai's mastery of immense strength and the 8 gates, a mere contest could not inflict effective damage. The 8 gates do allow for ninjutsu usage. Kai had employed them while pursuing Hoshigaki Kisame. Subsequently, Kakashi requested special training from his father. And as for where he currently was, Beixuan had no knowledge. Let us tidy this up. Watergate's return is just in time for a feast, Beixuan said, shaking his head at Tsunade, who was utterly engrossed in the treasures. A feast? Watergate looked bewildered until Beixuan briefly explained the situation. Although Beixuan had less interaction with the Hyuga clan, he was well acquainted with many ninjas from Konoha. The next day, within the Hyuga clan, every individual present donned black attire, each holding a chrysanthemum, proceeding solemnly towards a designated area. Notably, there was a distinct absence of sorrow on their faces. In fact, Beixuan discerned a peculiar sense of joy among the majority, reflecting the oddity of the Hyuga clan. Yet, despite their internal happiness, the branch members dared not show it, maintaining an eerie silence, save for the sound of their footsteps. Unlike the previous Uchiha funeral, the Hyuga clan ceremony exuded a morbid atmosphere. Amidst the gathering, Beixuan spotted an unexpected figure, Orochimaru. Since the war's conclusion, Orochimaru had largely remained reclusive. His involvement with the nurturing of Shinju now a matter of neglect, largely due to having taught all that he needed to. Beixuan surmised Orochimaru's current pursuits. Yet he was surprised to see that even without Shinju's demise, Orochimaru had still veered towards the path of scientific inquiry. Orochimaru noticed Beixuan and approached him. It has been quite some time, Beixuan-kun. May we converse privately? Orochimaru's gaze was fervent, directed not merely at Beixuan, but rather at his very form. What is it that cannot be said here? By the way, Orochimaru, what have you been up to lately? Shinju mentioned it is difficult to reach you. Tsunade, standing beside Beixuan, expressed her irritation towards Orochimaru, as it was irrelevant whether Shinju had a mentor or not. She simply wished to find someone to dine out with, as the experience of dining with friends differed greatly from that with a lover. Sure, let us talk. Wait for me here for a moment, Beixuan replied, taken aback by Orochimaru's interest in conversing with him. In the expansive Hyuga cemetery, the two stood beneath a tree. Life is, after all, somewhat fragile, don't you think? Beixuan-kun? Orochimaru remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. This was a question he had pondered since childhood, the deaths of his parents, the loss of comrades on the battlefield, each instance underscoring the frailty of existence. Me? Why bother over such matters daily? Are you dissatisfied with your own life? You're simply too idle. Once you experience the grind of being a corporate drone, you'll realize you lack the time to contemplate such things. Beixuan rolled his eyes, showing no inclination to engage in philosophical discussions about life with Orochimaru. To him, it seemed trivial. If only Orochimaru would seal all his powers and spend a year or two on a relentless assembly line, perhaps he would gain some humility. Corporate drone? Huh. You still delight in using quirky terms. Your golden light is not a bloodline limit. It is a technique, is it not? Orochimaru gazed at Beixuan with palpable excitement, genuinely curious about the nature of this extraordinary power. Having an intricate understanding of chakra, he sensed no trace of it in Beixuan's abilities. The keen senses of a serpent led him to discreetly analyze Beixuan's blood, confirming his suspicions. Beixuan did not possess a bloodline limit. Beixuan's being was infused with an immensely potent life force, devoid of any bloodline power factors, indicating that the golden light was indeed a powerful technique. Moreover, this technique seemed to elevate the very essence of life itself. Orochimaru had been closely observing Beixuan. With each encounter, it appeared as though Beixuan underwent a metamorphosis, becoming increasingly robust and vibrant.